I was born cursed, or so my mother used to say. In a world where strength determined your worth, having a weak wolf was the same as having no wolf at all. Yet, the moon goddess had a twisted sense of humor because she chose me, the weakest of them all, to be mated to the strongest alpha in the pack, Alpha Kaden. The moment his scent wrapped around me, cedarwood and pine, I knew he was my mate. My heart raced, and my wolf, though frail, howled in joy. But his eyes, cold and unforgiving, looked at me with nothing but disgust. You? Caden's voice was laced with disdain as he took a step back. You're my mate? My heart sank. His reaction was everything I feared. I glanced at my best friend Lila, standing beside him, her emerald eyes wide with shock before her lips curled into a cruel smile. Alpha, this must be some mistake, she purred, wrapping her arm around his. How can she of all people be worthy of you? I tried to speak, to explain that it was the moon goddess's will, but Caden's growl silenced me. I, Alpha Kaden of the Black Crescent Pack, reject you, Ella Thorne, as my mate. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. Pain shot through my chest as the bond shattered, leaving a hollow ache behind. I stumbled, clutching my chest, gasping for air. But then something strange happened. A surge of power, brief but potent, rushed through me. My vision blurred, flashing with white light, and for a moment, I saw him, Kaden, kneeling before me, his eyes full of remorse. The vision faded as quickly as it came, leaving me breathless and confused. Caden's eyes flickered with uncertainty before hardening once more. You're nothing but a weakling, he spat, his voice colder than ice. From now on, you'll live in this pack as my slave. Lila's laughter echoed as she leaned into him, her victory evident. I could see it then, the triumph in her gaze. She had always wanted him, and she had won. But there was more. I saw her sneaking into the herbalist's hut last night, Lila continued, her voice dripping with malice. She must have put some spell on you, Alpha. That's the only way she could be your mate. My eyes widened. No, I would never. Silence! Caden's roar shook me to my core. He turned to the guards. Lock her up, let her rot in the dungeons until she learns her place. Before I could protest, rough hands grabbed me, dragging me away. I struggled, panic clawing at my chest. Kaden, please! You don't understand. I understand perfectly, he sneered, his eyes cold. You're nothing but a scheming, pathetic weakling who tried to use dark magic to claim me. You'll pay for your insolence. As they dragged me away, I caught Lila's gaze. She winked, a cruel smile playing on her lips. That's when I realized the depth of her betrayal. She had planned this, all of it, and I was powerless to stop her. The dungeon was cold and damp, the stone walls pressing in on me as the heavy door slammed shut. Darkness swallowed me whole, and the faint echo of Lila's laughter haunted me. I sank to the floor, my body trembling from the shock of rejection and betrayal. I had trusted her. We had grown up together, shared secrets, and dreamed of finding our mates. But she wanted Kaden, and she would do anything to have him, even destroy me. A searing pain shot through my chest as the remnants of the shattered bond twisted like thorns around my heart. My wolf whimpered, the rejection weakening her even more. Hours passed, or maybe days, I couldn't tell. The dungeons were devoid of light, a place where time stood still. My stomach growled, but no food came. My throat burned, dry from thirst. The door creaked open, and I squinted against the sudden burst of light. Lila stepped inside, her green eyes gleaming with triumph. She sauntered over, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Poor, pathetic Ella, she cooed, crouching down to look me in the eye. Did you really think you were worthy of him? I tried to speak, but my throat was too dry, my voice barely a whisper. Why, Lila? We were friends. Her laughter was cold and sharp. Friends? Oh, you really are naive. You were nothing but a stepping stone, a useless weakling who didn't know her place. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a sinister whisper. Kaden is mine. He was always meant to be mine, and now he is. My blood ran cold. You lied to him. Her eyes gleamed with malice. Of course I did, but he believed me, didn't he? Because no one would ever believe the word of a weak wolf like you. You don't matter, Ella. You never did. She stood up, brushing imaginary dust off her dress. Enjoy your stay down here. It won't be long before Kaden decides to get rid of you for good. Until then, maybe you should get used to being on your knees, where you belong. With one last smirk, she turned and left, the door slamming shut behind her. Her words echoed in my mind. each one slicing through me like a blade. I felt the sting of tears, but I refused to let them fall. I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of breaking me completely. My wolf was weak, my heart shattered, and I was all alone. But deep within me, a spark of defiance flickered. I wouldn't let her win. Not completely. Not yet. Days blurred together in the darkness. The only light came when the guards brought stale bread and murky water, shoving the tray through a slot before slamming the door shut. I ate to survive, but hunger gnawed at me constantly. My body weakened, and my wolf grew quieter with each passing day. The cold stone floor became my bed, and the damp air clung to my skin. I lost track of time, the endless silence broken only by the distant echoes of laughter and celebration from above. It was a cruel reminder that life went on without me. I knew what they were celebrating, Kaden and Lila's union. She must have taken my place at his side, convincing him that she was his rightful mate. I should have hated him for believing her lies, but all I felt was a hollow ache. The bond was broken, but the memories remained. I had once dreamed of standing by his side, of being cherished and loved. The moon goddess had chosen him for me, but he had rejected her gift. Rejected me. The door creaked open again, and I instinctively curled up, bracing for another round of mocking words. But this time, it wasn't Lila. It was Kaden. He stepped inside, his presence dominating the small space. I looked up, my heart clenching as his scent of cedarwood and pine filled the room. Even now, my traitorous heart reacted to him, my wolf stirring weakly. His golden eyes swept over me, his expression unreadable. "You look pathetic." Shame burned my cheeks, but I held my head high. "You did this to me." His jaw tightened. "You brought this on yourself. You dared to use dark magic to manipulate me." I struggled to my feet, my body trembling from weakness. "I never did anything to you. I never wanted this." My voice broke, but I forced myself to continue. "The moon goddess chose us to be mates. It wasn't a spell, it was fate." His eyes flickered, doubt crossing his face for a split second before hardening again. "Lila told me everything. She saw you sneaking into the herbalist's hut. She found the potion you made. You heard her yourself. You're nothing but a liar and a fraud." "That's a lie," I shouted, anger surging through me. "Lila's the liar. She wants you for herself. Can't you see that?" His hand shot out, gripping my chin painfully as he forced me to look into his eyes. "You dare speak ill of her? After everything you've done?" I glared back at him, my vision blurring with tears. "She betrayed me. She betrayed you, and you're too blind to see it." His grip tightened, his eyes flashing with anger. "I should end you right here. You're a disgrace to this pack, a weak, pathetic wolf who dared to claim me." Pain shot through me, but I refused to look away. "Then do it. Kill me. If you hate me that much, end my misery." For a moment his eyes softened, his grip loosening. He looked at me as if seeing me for the first time, but then he pushed me away, his face hardening once more. "No," he said coldly. "Death would be too merciful. You'll live, and you'll suffer for your sins. From this day on, you're no longer Ella Thorne. You're nothing but a slave." He turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing down the corridor. The door slammed shut, the sound reverberating in the darkness. I sank to the floor, my body shaking with silent sobs. He had taken everything from me, my name, my dignity, my hope. But even in my despair, the spark of defiance remained. I would survive. No matter what it took, I would survive. And one day, he would learn the truth. Time lost meaning in the darkness. I didn't know how long I'd been in the dungeons. Days, weeks. My body grew weaker with each passing moment, my wolf's presence fading like a whisper. Sometimes I wondered if she was even still there, or if Kaden's rejection had killed her too. The guards stopped bringing food regularly. When they did, it was moldy bread or scraps that even the kitchen dogs wouldn't touch. Hunger gnawed at me, sharp and relentless, but I forced myself to eat. I couldn't die here. Not like this. Sleep became my only escape, but even that was plagued by nightmares. I saw Kaden's face, cold and unyielding as he pronounced my sentence. Lila's wicked smile as she watched me fall. Their laughter echoed in my dreams, taunting me, breaking me. Sometimes I thought I heard voices, whispers in the darkness. They were faint, just outside the door, speaking in hushed tones. I strained to listen, but they always faded before I could catch more than a few words. Then, the hallucinations began. I saw my mother's face, her gentle smile and warm eyes. She would sit beside me, her fingers stroking my hair, singing lullabies from my childhood. I would reach out to touch her, but my hands would pass through air, and she would vanish, leaving me alone once more. One night, I heard the door creak open. I didn't bother looking up. I was too weak, too broken. But then a familiar voice shattered the silence. "You're still alive?" Impressive. I looked up, my vision swimming, and saw Lila standing there, her arms crossed, a smirk playing on her lips. Her green eyes sparkled with malicious delight. "They told me you were dying," she continued, her tone mocking. "But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you?" I forced myself to sit up, leaning against the cold wall for support. "What do you want?" She stepped closer, crouching down so her face was inches from mine. "Just wanted to see for myself. I needed to make sure you were truly broken." Her fingers gripped my chin, nails digging into my skin. "Because as long as you breathe, you're still a threat." I tried to pull away, but her grip tightened, her nails drawing blood. "You took everything from me," I whispered, my voice raw with pain. "Why? I thought we were friends." Her laughter was cruel. "Friends? Oh, Ella, you were never more than a pawn. I've always been stronger, smarter, and more deserving. Kaden should have been mine from the start, but then you were chosen by the moon goddess." Her eyes flashed with hatred. "You, with your pathetic, weak wolf." It was an insult, a mistake I had to correct. I stared at her, realization dawning. You knew the moon goddess chose him for me. "And you still did this?" She released me, standing up and brushing off her dress. "Of course, fate can be rewritten. I just had to make him see what a worthless creature you are." She tilted her head, her smile widening, and it worked beautifully. My hands trembled, rage boiling inside me. "You poisoned him against me. You lied, and he believed you." Her eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "He loves me now. He's marked me, made me his Luna. Soon I'll bear his heirs, and no one will even remember you existed." My chest tightened, a pain sharper than any physical wound. She had taken my place, stolen my destiny. Lila leaned in one last time, her voice a venomous whisper. "Give up, Ella. Accept your fate. You're nothing but a weak wolf, a slave. You're better off dead." With that, she turned and walked out, her laughter echoing down the corridor. The door slammed shut, plunging me back into darkness. Her words echoed in my mind, over and over again. Better off dead. Maybe she was right. Maybe. It would be better to end this suffering. But as the darkness closed in around me, I remembered the vision. The brief flash of white light, of Kaden kneeling before me, begging for forgiveness. It didn't make sense, but it had felt so real. Hope flickered within me, fragile but persistent. The moon goddess didn't make mistakes. She had chosen Kaden for me. There was a reason, a purpose. I just had to survive long enough to find out what it was. Lila wanted me dead, and Kaden wanted me broken. But I refused to give them that satisfaction. I would survive, and one day they would all pay for what they did to me. The next day, I was dragged out of the dungeons, my body frail and battered from weeks of starvation and darkness. My legs buckled beneath me, but the guards didn't care. They hauled me up, their grips bruising my arms as they forced me through the hallways. The sunlight was blinding after so long in the darkness. I squinted, my eyes burning, and stumbled as they pushed me into the center of the pack house courtyard. A crowd had gathered, their faces twisted in scorn and disgust. "There she is," someone sneered. "The traitor who tried to ensnare our Alpha with dark magic." "I heard she used potions to trick him," another whispered, her voice dripping with malice. "That's why he rejected her. She's nothing but a filthy witch." My heart sank as the rumors spread like wildfire. Lila's lies had taken root, poisoning their minds against me. I opened my mouth to defend myself, but a sharp slap across my face silenced me. Lila stood before me, dressed in elegant robes, her emerald eyes gleaming with triumph. "Silence, slave," she commanded, her voice ringing with authority. "You no longer have the right to speak." Slave. The word cut deeper than any wound. She had taken everything from me, my mate, my name, my dignity, and now she would make sure I never rose above my place again. Kaden appeared beside her, his golden eyes cold and detached. He looked down at me as if I were nothing but dirt beneath his feet. My heart ached at the sight of him, but I forced myself to stand tall, refusing to cower before him. From this day on, Kaden's voice boomed, echoing through the courtyard. "Ella is no longer a member of this pack. She is nothing but a slave, stripped of all rights and privileges. She will serve in the pack house, answerable to Lila. Luna. The title hit me like a slap. Lila had truly taken my place by his side. She had won. The crowd cheered, their eyes gleaming with malice. They believed her lies. They saw me as a traitor, a witch who deserved to be punished. "Take her to the servants' quarters," Lila ordered, her voice sickeningly sweet. "Make sure she learns her place." The guards dragged me away once more, shoving me into a small, windowless room at the back of the pack house. The air was stale, the walls stained with grime. A thin, tattered mat lay on the floor. My new bed. I collapsed onto the mat, my body trembling with exhaustion and grief. I had lost everything, my family, my status, my mate. The moon goddess's gift had become my curse. A sharp knock startled me. The door creaked open, and an older woman entered, her face hard and unsympathetic. "Get up," she snapped. "I don't care who you were before. Here, you're just another servant. You work, you obey, and you keep your mouth shut. Understand?" I nodded weakly, too tired to argue. "Good. Your first task is to clean the dining hall. And don't even think about slacking off, or you'll go back to the dungeons." She tossed a rag and a bucket of water at me. "Get to it." I forced myself to stand, my legs shaking as I made my way to the dining hall. The grand room was immaculate, the polished floors reflecting the sunlight streaming through the tall windows. I dropped to my knees, scrubbing the floor until my fingers were raw and blistered. My body screamed in protest, but I kept going, knowing that failure meant punishment. Laughter echoed from the hall, and I froze, my heart racing as Kaden and Lila entered, arm in arm. He looked at her with warmth in his eyes, his smile softening as she whispered something in his ear. Pain twisted in my chest, a cruel reminder of what should have been mine. But he didn't even glance my way, his gaze sliding over me as if I were invisible. I kept my head down, my hands trembling as I continued scrubbing. I wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing me cry. Lila's laughter filled the room, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "Oh, Ella," she cooed, her eyes sparkling with malice. "You missed a spot." She tipped her glass, letting the wine spill across the floor. "Clean it up." I gritted my teeth, my fingers curling into fists, but I had no choice. I dipped the rag in the bucket and began scrubbing the spilled wine, my hands shaking with anger and humiliation. She had taken my place as Luna. She had stolen my mate, my life, and now she was determined to break me completely. But no matter how much she tried to crush me, I wouldn't give up. I would endure this humiliation, this pain, because deep down, I still believed in the moon goddess's plan. I would survive, I would endure, and one day I would make them pay. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Each day was a new trial, a fresh round of humiliation and pain. I woke before dawn, my body aching from sleeping on the cold, hard floor. There were no blankets, no comforts, only the tattered mat and the drafty room that barely kept out the winter chill. My hands were raw and blistered from scrubbing floors, washing dishes, and cleaning up after the pack's feasts. I was forbidden from eating with the pack, relegated to scraps after everyone else was finished. Sometimes, the kitchen maids would forget to leave me any food, and I would go hungry, my stomach twisting in pain. But the worst part wasn't the physical pain. It was the constant humiliation. Lila made sure of that. She took every opportunity to remind me of my fall from grace. I was forced to serve her during meals, pouring her wine and bringing her dishes as she laughed and flirted with Kaden. She would drape herself over him, whispering in his ear, her eyes gleaming with victory as she watched my every reaction. I learned to school my face into a mask of indifference, hiding the pain that tore through me each time I saw them together. But inside, my heart shattered over and over again. One morning, I was cleaning the grand staircase when Lila appeared, her voice ringing through the hall. "Ella!" I jumped, my heart racing as I hurried to her side. "Yes, Luna?" Her eyes narrowed and she slapped me across the face, the sting burning my cheek. "Did I give you permission to speak?" I bowed my head, fighting back tears. "No, Luna," she smirked, satisfied with my submission. "Good. Remember your place, slave." She dropped her handkerchief on the floor, her lips curling in disgust. "Clean that up." I knelt down, my fingers trembling as I picked up the delicate lace. It was spotless, but I knew better than to point that out. I reached for my rag, but Lila's foot shot out, knocking the bucket over. Dirty water spilled across the floor, soaking my dress. I bit my lip, refusing to react as she laughed, her voice dripping with false concern. "Oh dear, how clumsy of me. Clean that up too." "Yes, Luna," I whispered, dropping to my knees to scrub the floor. My fingers ached, my knees bruised from the hard marble, but I kept my head down, scrubbing until the floor gleamed once more. Lila watched me with satisfaction, her eyes gleaming with cruel delight. "You're lucky I let you live," she said coldly. "You should be grateful to serve me." I kept my eyes on the floor, my hands trembling as anger surged through me. But I couldn't speak, I couldn't defend myself. One wrong word, one act of defiance, and I would be back in the dungeons, or worse. After she left, I sank back on my heels, my body trembling with exhaustion and rage. I wanted to fight back, to scream the truth for all to hear, but no one would believe me. Not when she had Kaden wrapped around her finger. Kaden. His name was a curse on my lips, a wound that refused to heal. Every day I served him and his guests, forced to watch him smile and laugh with Lila, his arm wrapped around her waist as if she were his everything. I was nothing to him now. A slave. A shadow. A ghost of the girl he once knew. One evening I was ordered to serve during a banquet. The hall was filled with pack members, their laughter and voices echoing off the walls. I moved through the crowd, keeping my head down as I refilled drinks and cleared plates. Lila's voice rang out, sickeningly sweet. "Ella, more wine!" I hurried to her side, the bottle trembling in my hands as I poured her drink. She watched me with that familiar smirk, her fingers brushing against Kaden's arm as she leaned into him. "Careful, Ella," she cooed. "You wouldn't want to spill anything on my dress." My hands shook, the bottle tipping dangerously. I steadied myself, focusing on keeping my movements calm and steady, but Lila's foot shot out, kicking my ankle just as I finished pouring. I stumbled, the wine spilling across her lap. Gasps echoed through the hall. Lila stood, her face twisted in fury. "You clumsy little fool!" She slapped me hard, the force knocking me to the ground. I tasted blood, my vision spinning as she loomed over me, her eyes blazing with anger. "You ruined my dress." She turned to Kaden, her voice breaking with false tears. "She did it on purpose, Kaden. She's trying to humiliate me." Kaden's eyes flashed with anger as he stood, his towering presence suffocating me. "You dare to insult your Luna?" "No," I whispered, my voice trembling. "I didn't. I would never." But my words meant nothing. He grabbed my arm, dragging me to my feet, his grip bruising. "You've crossed the line, Ella. You'll pay for this." I opened my mouth to plead, but he backhanded me, his strength sending me crashing to the floor once more. Pain exploded in my head, and I tasted blood again. Lila's laughter rang out, sweet and mocking. "Take her to the dungeons. Let her rot there until she learns respect." The guards seized me, dragging me away as the crowd jeered and laughed. My vision blurred, pain radiating through my body, but I refused to cry. I wouldn't give them the satisfaction. As the darkness closed in around me, one thought echoed through my mind. One day, they would pay for this. I would survive, and I would make them all pay. Would they really pay for my suffering? It a question I began to ask myself as the humiliation and bully increased. Life as a slave in the pack house was hell. It wasn't just the cruelty of Lila and Kaden's cold indifference that tormented me. It was the constant abuse from everyone around me. The other servants despised me. They saw me as a traitor, a cursed wolf who had tried to trick the Alpha with dark magic. Lila had spread her lies well, poisoning their minds against me. Mira, the head maid, was the worst. She took pleasure in making my life miserable. She was tall and strong, her wolf fierce and dominant. I was nothing compared to her, a weak wolf, a slave with no power or protection. Every morning she would burst into my room, kicking the door open and yanking me out of bed. "Get up, lazy rat. You think you get special treatment just because you used to be part of the pack?" She would slap me across the face, her nails digging into my skin. "You're nothing now. Less than nothing." I learned to wake up before dawn, washing quickly and hurrying to the kitchen before she could find another excuse to punish me. But no matter how hard I worked, it was never enough. "You missed a spot," Mira would sneer, deliberately stepping into the bucket of soapy water and kicking it over. "Clean it up, and when you're done, scrub the entire hallway again, on your hands and knees." The other maids would laugh, whispering cruel things as they passed by. Look at her, the great Ella, reduced to a dog scrubbing floors. She deserves it, another would say. My cousin told me she tried to curse the Alpha. She's lucky they didn't kill her. I kept my head down, scrubbing until my fingers bled, refusing to react to their taunts. I couldn't defend myself. If I did, they would report me to Lila, and she would have me thrown back into the dungeons, or worse. But the work wasn't the worst part. It was the little cruelties they inflicted when no one else was watching. One day, I was washing dishes in the kitchen when Mira sauntered over, a wicked smile on her lips. "You missed a spot," she said, pointing to a clean plate. "Are you blind or just useless?" Before I could respond, she grabbed my head and shoved my face into the soapy water, holding me down. My lungs burned, water filling my nose and mouth as I struggled to breathe. Finally, she released me, and I gasped for air, choking and sputtering as she laughed. "Pathetic. You can't even clean properly. Maybe I should tell the Luna to throw you out with the trash." I coughed, my body trembling with fear and humiliation, but I forced myself to nod. "Yes, Mira, I'm sorry." She smirked, tossing a wet rag at me. "Clean up this mess, and if I find even a single spot, you'll be sleeping outside with the dogs tonight." I scrubbed the kitchen floors until my hands bled, my eyes stinging with unshed tears. But I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't give them that satisfaction. After that, the bullying grew worse. The other servants followed Mira's lead, shoving me in the hallways, spilling food on me, and laughing as I cleaned up their messes. Once, they locked me in the pantry overnight, laughing as I banged on the door, begging to be let out. "Let me out, please!" I cried, my voice breaking. But they only laughed, their voices echoing through the darkness. When they finally opened the door the next morning, Mira was waiting, her arms crossed. "Lazy, useless slave," she spat, slapping me hard across the face. "You think you can just hide and avoid your chores?" I opened my mouth to explain, but she grabbed my hair, yanking me to my knees. "No excuses. Clean the entire kitchen. And you better be done before breakfast, or you'll be cleaning the outhouses next." I scrubbed the floors, my body aching, my spirit breaking a little more each day. But the worst was yet to come. One evening, as I was cleaning the main hall, I heard laughter echoing through the corridor. My heart sank as Lila appeared, flanked by her friends, the elite wolves of the pack. They were dressed in silk gowns, their hair perfectly styled, their faces beautiful and cruel. "Oh, look," Lila said, her eyes gleaming with malice. "Our little slave is working hard." She sauntered over, her high heels clicking on the marble floor. "You missed a spot, Ella." I bowed my head, my hands trembling as I scrubbed the spot she pointed at. But she wasn't done humiliating me. She turned to her friends, a wicked smile on her lips. "Ladies, it seems our little slave needs more practice. Why don't we help her out?" Before I could react, they threw their drinks on the floor, red wine splattering across the polished marble. They laughed as I scrambled to clean it up, my heart pounding with fear and humiliation. "Oh, she's so clumsy," one of them sneered, kicking the bucket over and spilling water everywhere. "No wonder the Alpha rejected her." Another one grabbed my hair, yanking my head back. "Do you remember, Ella? Do you remember how he looked at you with disgust? How he chose Lila over you?" I bit my lip, forcing back the tears. "Yes," I whispered, my voice trembling. "I remember." They laughed, their voices echoing in the empty hall. "Good," Lila said coldly. "I want you to remember. I want you to suffer every single day, knowing that you're nothing, that you'll always be nothing." She kicked me in the stomach, her high heel digging into my ribs. Pain exploded through my body, but I didn't cry out. I wouldn't give her that satisfaction. "Clean up this mess," she ordered, turning away with a flick of her hair. "And when you're done, scrub the floors in my room. They better be spotless, or you'll be sleeping outside tonight." They left, their laughter echoing down the hallway. I lay there for a moment, my body trembling, my heart shattered into a million pieces. But I forced myself to get up, to keep moving. I cleaned the hall, scrubbing until my hands bled, refusing to give up. But before I could plan my revenge, something else happened. It started with a missing bracelet, a delicate gold chain with ruby stones, a gift from Kaden to Lila. I was scrubbing the floors in the main hall when the accusation came. Lila's shriek echoed through the house, her voice full of outrage. "My bracelet! It's gone! Someone stole it!" I looked up just as she stormed in, her eyes blazing with fury. She was surrounded by her friends, all of them glaring at me as if I were the culprit. I lowered my head, my heart pounding. I hadn't seen her bracelet. I hadn't even been near her room. But the way they looked at me, the way Lila's lips curled into a cruel smile, I knew what was coming. "You!" she shouted, pointing a perfectly manicured finger at me. "You stole my bracelet." I froze, the blood draining from my face. "No, I didn't. I would never." Lila's eyes gleamed with malice. "Liar, you're nothing but a filthy thief. You've always been jealous of me. You probably wanted to sell it and run away." I opened my mouth to defend myself, but before I could speak, Mira appeared, her face twisted in disgust. "So the little rat is a thief too? I knew you were trouble." "I didn't take it," I cried, my voice trembling. "I swear, I didn't even see the bracelet." Lila's face hardened, her eyes cold. "Search her." Mira grabbed me roughly, her hands digging into my arms as she dragged me to the center of the hall. The other maids gathered around, their faces full of disdain and curiosity. They ripped through my clothes, yanking at my pockets, tearing my worn dress as they searched for the bracelet. I stood there, humiliated and exposed, my body trembling with fear and shame. "Nothing," Mira muttered, throwing my clothes to the floor. "She doesn't have it." Lila's eyes narrowed, her lips curling in a cruel smile. "Check her room." I shook my head desperately. "No, please. I didn't take it. I swear." But they didn't listen. 2 guards dragged me to my tiny room, throwing me to the floor through my belongings. There was nothing to find, just my old blanket and the rags I wore each day. But then one of the guards let out a triumphant shout. "Found it!" He held up the delicate gold bracelet, the ruby stones gleaming in the dim light. My heart stopped, my blood turning to ice. How? How did it get here? Lila's eyes flashed with satisfaction as she stepped into the room, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "Oh, Ella, I trusted you. I gave you a chance to serve me, and this is how you repay me? By stealing from me?" "I didn't," I screamed, tears streaming down my face. "I didn't take it. I don't know how it got here." Lila's face hardened, her voice cold and merciless. "Liar, thief, you've always been jealous of me, always trying to take what's mine. First Kaden, and now my bracelet?" I shook my head, sobbing. "I swear, I didn't." She slapped me hard, the force knocking me to the ground. "Enough! You've disgraced this pack long enough. Guards, teach her a lesson." The guards advanced, their faces blank and merciless. I scrambled back, my heart racing with terror. "No, please!" But they didn't listen. One of them kicked me hard in the stomach, the air rushing out of my lungs as pain exploded through me. I curled into a ball, my body shaking as they kicked me again and again, their boots slamming into my ribs, my back, my legs. I tasted blood, my vision blurring as the world spun around me. I heard Lila's laughter, cold and cruel. Make sure she remembers this lesson. Thieves are not welcome in this pack. Pain shot through my head as one of the guards grabbed my hair, yanking me to my knees. He punched me hard, his fist slamming into my face, my nose breaking with a sickening crunch. Blood poured down my face, staining my torn clothes. I was too weak to fight back, too broken to resist. I could only curl up on the floor, shielding my head as they continued to beat me, their fists and boots raining down on me without mercy. I don't know how long it lasted. Time lost all meaning as pain consumed me, my body broken and bleeding, my ribs felt shattered, every breath a sharp, agonizing stab. My face was swollen, my vision blurry and distorted. Finally, the beating stopped, and I lay there on the cold, hard floor, my body shaking with pain and fear. I could hear Lila's voice, cold and mocking. "Take her to the dungeons. Let her rot there until she learns her place." Strong hands grabbed me, dragging me down the dark, winding corridors. I was too weak to fight, too broken to resist. They threw me into the cold, damp cell, the door slamming shut behind me. I lay there in the darkness, my body bruised and battered, my heart shattered. How could they believe I would steal? How could Kaden let this happen? But deep down, I knew the truth. Lila had framed me. She had planted the bracelet in my room, knowing no one would believe me, knowing that Kaden's hatred for me was strong enough to blind him to the truth. A broken sob escaped my lips as I curled up on the cold stone floor, my body trembling with pain and grief. No one would come to save me. No one would believe me. I was completely and utterly alone. Days blurred together after they dragged me out of the dungeons. My body was broken, bruises covering my skin, my ribs aching with every breath, but they didn't let me rest. Mira made sure of that. "You think you can just lay around because you got a few scratches?" she sneered, kicking my leg as I struggled to stand. "You're a slave. You don't get days off." I bit back a cry of pain, forcing myself to get up. My body screamed in protest, my vision swimming as I swayed on my feet. But I couldn't fall. If I did, she would beat me again. "Get to the kitchen. There are dishes to wash," Mira ordered, her voice cold and merciless. "And if I see even a speck of dirt, you'll be back in the dungeons." I stumbled to the kitchen, my body trembling with pain and exhaustion. My hands were swollen and bruised, my fingers aching as I scrubbed the dirty pots and pans. The other maids watched me with disgust, whispering and laughing as they passed by. "She deserves it," one of them muttered, her voice dripping with disdain. "Stealing from the Luna, what a filthy rat." Another one sneered. "I heard she's cursed. That's why her wolf is so weak. No wonder the Alpha rejected her." I kept my head down, my shoulders hunched as their words cut through me like knives. I wanted to scream, to shout that I was innocent, that Lila had framed me. But no one would believe me. No one would ever believe me. As the days passed, I felt my wolf growing weaker. I could barely feel her presence anymore, just a faint whisper at the back of my mind. She used to comfort me, to lend me strength when I was afraid. But now she was slipping away, retreating deeper and deeper into the shadows. I could feel her pain, her sorrow. She was dying inside me, her light fading with every cruel word, every beating, every humiliation. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my heart breaking. "I'm sorry I'm so weak." But my wolf didn't answer. She didn't even stir. I was truly alone. One evening, as I was cleaning the Alpha's quarters, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. I barely recognized the girl staring back at me. Her face was pale and gaunt, dark circles under hollow eyes. Her hair was tangled and dull, her clothes torn and filthy. She looked like a ghost, a shadow of the girl I used to be. I touched my face, my fingers trembling as I traced the bruises on my cheek. I couldn't remember the last time I'd smiled, the last time I'd felt anything other than pain and fear. I was nothing, less than nothing. I turned away from the mirror, my heart heavy with despair. This was my life now, a slave, a weak wolf who was nothing but a punching bag for Lila and Mira's cruelty. I had no one, no friends, no family, no mate. Kaden had rejected me, turned me into this broken thing. And my wolf, she was slipping away, fading into nothingness. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. I was a ghost in the pack house, a silent shadow who scrubbed floors, washed dishes, and endured the daily beatings and insults without complaint. Leela delighted in tormenting me, her cruelty growing worse with each passing day. She would spill drinks on the floor and order me to clean them up, laughing as I scrambled to obey. Once she accidentally pushed me down the stairs, her face full of fake concern as I tumbled to the bottom, my body crashing against the steps. "Oh, Ella," she exclaimed, her voice dripping with false sympathy. "You really should be more careful. If you break your leg, you'll be even more useless than you already are." The pain was unbearable, my leg throbbing with agony, but I couldn't show weakness. I couldn't let her see me cry. I dragged myself back to my feet, biting back my screams as I limped away, my vision blurred with tears. That night, I curled up in my tiny room, my body shaking with pain and grief. I reached out to my wolf, desperate for her comfort, her strength. But there was nothing, just an empty void where her presence used to be. I choked back a sob, my heart shattering. "Please, don't leave me. I need you." But my wolf was silent. She was slipping away, her light growing dimmer and dimmer. I could feel her pain, her sorrow, her despair. She was dying, and I couldn't save her. I buried my face in my hands, my body trembling with grief. I was losing her, the only part of me that was strong, the only part of me that was worth anything. Without her, I was nothing, just a weak, broken girl trapped in a world that hated me. Days passed, and my wolf grew weaker. I could barely feel her anymore, just a faint whisper at the edge of my mind. Her light was fading, her spirit withering away. I was dying too. Not my body, but my soul. My hope, my will to fight. I had nothing left, no strength, no courage, no one to care if I lived or died. I couldn't take it anymore. The beatings, the taunts, the endless humiliation. Each day I felt myself slipping further into darkness, my wolf fading to a faint whisper, her light dimming with every cruel word and every strike. I had to get out. I had to escape before they killed me, before they snuffed out the last spark of life within me. The opportunity came one night when the pack house was bustling with celebration. Kaden had just announced his engagement to Lila, and the entire pack was rejoicing. The hallways were filled with laughter and music, everyone too distracted to notice a lowly slave slipping through the shadows. My heart pounded as I crept through the dark corridors, my eyes darting around, my body tense with fear. I had no plan, no destination. All I knew was that I had to get away. The back door to the kitchens was unguarded, left ajar as the servants rushed in and out, carrying platters of food and drinks. I slipped through, my breath catching as the cool night air touched my face. Freedom. It was so close, I could taste it. I ran, my bare feet pounding against the cold earth as I sprinted towards the woods. Branches scratched at my skin, the wind howling in my ears as I pushed myself to go faster, my heart racing with hope and fear. But I was weak. My body was frail from months of starvation and beatings, my legs trembling as exhaustion clawed at me. My wolf was silent, her presence barely a whisper, too weak to lend me her strength. I stumbled, my foot catching on a root, sending me crashing to the ground. Pain shot through my body, my ribs throbbing as I struggled to get up. But before I could move, I heard footsteps behind me. Cold fear washed over me as I looked up, my heart sinking. Guards surrounded me, their faces cold and merciless. I hadn't even made it out of the pack's territory. "Trying to run away?" one of them sneered, his lips curling into a cruel smile. "Pathetic little rat." I scrambled to my feet, but they were too fast. One of them grabbed me by the hair, yanking me back as pain exploded through my scalp. I screamed, kicking and struggling, but they only laughed, their grips tightening. "You really thought you could escape?" Another guard mocked, his voice dripping with contempt. "You're nothing but a slave. You belong to this pack. You belong to the Alpha." Terror flooded my veins as they dragged me back to the pack house, my body twisting and writhing as I fought to break free. But I was too weak, too broken. I could barely stand, let alone fight. They threw me to the ground in the main hall, my body slamming against the cold stone floor. Pain shot through me, my vision blurring as I struggled to breathe. The music stopped and the room fell silent. All eyes turned to me, their faces filled with disgust and contempt. Lila's laughter broke the silence, her voice cold and mocking. "Oh, look at this. Our little thief tried to run away." She stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with malice, as she looked down at me, her lips curling into a cruel smile. "Did you really think you could escape? Did you really think anyone would help you?" I forced myself to look up, my body trembling with fear and pain. "Please, let me go. I won't come back. I won't bother anyone." Lila's face hardened, her eyes cold and merciless. "You're a slave. You don't get to decide where you go. You don't get to decide anything." She turned to the guards, her voice sharp and commanding. "Teach her a lesson. Make sure she never tries this again." The guards advanced, their faces blank and merciless. I scrambled back, my heart racing with terror. "No, please. I'm sorry, I won't run again." But they didn't listen. One of them kicked me hard in the stomach, the air rushing out of my lungs as pain exploded through me. I doubled over, my body shaking as they kicked me again and again, their boots slamming into my ribs, my back, my legs. I tasted blood, my vision blurring as the world spun around me. I heard Lila's laughter, cold and cruel. "Pathetic. You're even weaker than I thought." Pain shot through my head as one of the guards grabbed my hair, yanking me to my knees. He punched me hard, his fists slamming into my face, my nose breaking with a sickening crunch. Blood poured down my face, staining my torn clothes. They beat me without mercy, their fists and boots raining down on me as I curled up on the floor, shielding my head. I could hear their laughter, their voices full of contempt and hatred. By the time they were done, I was barely conscious, my body broken and bleeding. My ribs were shattered, every breath a sharp, agonizing stab. My face was swollen, my vision blurry and distorted. I was too weak to move, too broken to cry. I could only lay there, my body trembling as pain consumed me. Lila crouched down beside me, her voice cold and mocking. "You're nothing, Ella. You hear me? Nothing. You'll never escape. You'll never be free. You belong to me." She stood up, her laughter echoing through the hall as she walked away, the other pack members following her, their faces filled with disgust and contempt. I was left alone on the cold, hard floor, my body shattered, my spirit broken. My wolf was silent, her light fading into darkness. I could barely feel her anymore, just a faint whisper at the back of my mind. I was dying. Not just my body, but my soul, my hope, my will to live. I was nothing, just a weak, broken slave trapped in a world that hated me. But more was yet to come. I thought I knew pain. I thought I understood suffering. But nothing could have prepared me for the horror of what was to come. I was scrubbing the floors outside the dining hall when I heard the screams. High-pitched and panicked, echoing through the corridors. My body tensed, my heart racing as I looked up, my blood running cold. It was the Luna. Guards rushed past me, their faces pale with fear. Servants whispered in hushed voices, their eyes wide with terror. I stood frozen, my heart pounding as dread curled in my stomach. "What happened?" I asked one of the maids, my voice trembling. She looked at me with contempt, her lips curling in disgust. "The Luna, she's been poisoned." My blood turned to ice, my body going numb. Poisoned? But who would dare? "Ella!" Mira's voice cut through the air like a whip, cold and furious. I turned, my heart sinking as I saw her marching towards me, her eyes blazing with rage. "You filthy rat! What did you do?" I took a step back, fear clawing at me. I didn't do anything." She slapped me hard across the face, my head snapping to the side, pain exploding through my cheek. "Liar! You served her breakfast this morning. You must have poisoned her." My heart stopped, my blood running cold. I had served the Luna's breakfast, but I hadn't touched the food. I'd only carried the tray. I didn't. I stammered, my body trembling. "I didn't poison her. I swear." Mira's eyes narrowed, her face twisted with hatred. "You think anyone will believe you? You're nothing but a lying thief. You've always been jealous of Lila and the Alpha, always causing trouble." I opened my mouth to protest, but before I could speak, strong hands grabbed me from behind. Guards. Their grips were like iron, their faces cold and merciless as they dragged me through the hallways, my body twisting as I struggled to break free. "No, please, I didn't do it!" I screamed, panic flooding my veins. "I didn't poison her. I swear." They threw me to the floor in the main hall, my body crashing against the cold stone. Pain shot through me, my ribs throbbing as I looked up, my vision swimming. Kaden stood before me, his face pale with fury, his eyes blazing with anger. Lila stood beside him, tears streaming down her face as she clung to his arm, her body trembling. "She tried to kill your mother." Lila sobbed, her voice breaking. "She was always jealous, always hateful. I should have known she would do something like this." I stared at her, my heart shattering. How could she lie so easily? How could she be so cruel? I didn't do it. I choked out, my voice cracking. "I would never, I swear." Kaden's eyes were cold, his jaw clenched as he looked down at me with disgust. "I knew you were trouble the moment I met you. Weak, pathetic, a burden to this pack." He took a step closer, his voice low and furious. "I should have thrown you out when you first came here, but I gave you a chance. I showed you mercy." My heart sank, my body trembling as his words cut through me like knives. Mercy? He had rejected me, humiliated me, beaten me. He had turned me into a slave. "You repay my mercy by trying to kill my mother?" His voice was cold, his eyes filled with contempt. "You're nothing but a traitor." "No, please, I didn't do it. I would never." I begged, my voice breaking. I loved you." His face hardened, his eyes flashing with anger. "Don't you dare speak to me of love. You're nothing but a lying, conniving snake. I should have killed you when I had the chance." Pain tore through me, my heart shattering into pieces. His words were like poison, each one twisting the knife deeper. "I sentence you to exile," Kaden declared, his voice echoing through the hall. "You are banished from this pack. You are no longer one of us. If you ever set foot on our land again, you will be killed on sight." My blood ran cold, my body going numb. Exile. No, he couldn't. "Take her away," Kaden ordered, his face cold and merciless. "Make sure she never comes back." The guards grabbed me, their hands like iron as they dragged me to my feet. I struggled, my body twisting as I fought to break free. "No, please, don't do this," I screamed, my voice cracking with desperation. "I didn't do it, I swear." But no one listened. No one even looked at me. I was nothing. Less than nothing. They dragged me through the courtyard, my feet scraping against the ground as I kicked and screamed, my voice hoarse with terror. I could hear the whispers, the taunts, the laughter of the pack members watching me fall. She deserves it. Murderer. Traitor. They threw me out of the pack's territory, my body crashing against the cold earth. I looked up, my vision blurred with tears as I saw the iron gates slamming shut, the guards standing watch, their faces blank and indifferent. I was outside, alone. I struggled to my feet, my body trembling as pain shot through me. My wolf was silent, her presence a faint whisper at the back of my mind. She was dying, just like me. I turned back to the gates, my heart breaking. Please, don't leave me here. Please. But no one answered, no one cared. The pack had turned their backs on me. Kaden had turned his back on me. I was nothing, just a weak, broken girl, exiled and abandoned. I fell to my knees, my body shaking as tears poured down my face, my heart shattering into pieces. I had lost everything. Kaden stood at the window of his office, his gaze fixed on the iron gates that marked the boundary of his territory. The same gates through which he had watched Ella being dragged out, her body frail, her eyes wide with terror. Her screams still echoed in his mind, haunting him, clawing at his chest. He closed his eyes, his jaw clenched as he tried to silence her voice. Why couldn't he shake the image of her broken face? The way her tears had fallen, each drop a bitter reminder of his decision. She had looked at him with such betrayal, such pain, and yet, even in her final plea, she had told him she loved him. His chest tightened, his heart twisting painfully. He had done the right thing. She had poisoned his mother. She was a traitor. Then why did it feel so wrong? Kaden? Lila's soft voice broke through his thoughts. She stepped into the room, her face pale and drawn, her eyes glistening with tears. I can't believe she did this. Caden's eyes hardened, his fists clenching. She's gone. She won't hurt you or anyone else ever again. Lila nodded, a delicate shiver running through her body as she wiped a tear from her cheek. Thank you, for protecting your mom, for protecting our family. He looked at her, his heart softening. Lila had always been kind, always gentle. She didn't deserve to live in fear. He had done this for her, to keep her safe, and yet... A shadow of doubt lingered in his mind, gnawing at him. Ella's eyes. The way she had looked at him, pleading, desperate. Had she been lying? Or was she truly innocent? Kaden? Lila's voice wavered, her eyes searching his face. Are you okay? He forced himself to nod, his jaw tight. I'm fine. But he wasn't, because no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't forget her face. As soon as she left Caden's office, Lila's sorrowful expression melted away, replaced by a cold, half-calculating smile. It had been easier than she thought. One mention of Ella's name, a few tears, and Kaden had banished her without a second thought. Weak, foolish Alpha. He was so easy to manipulate. Unlike other Alphas. What a fool. She made her way down the hallway, her steps light, her heart dancing with victory. But banishment wasn't enough. Ella was still a threat. She was too resilient, too stubborn. If she survived as a rogue, if she found her way back... No, Lila couldn't take that risk. She reached the servants' quarters, her eyes narrowing as she found who she was looking for. A man stood in the shadows, his body tense, his eyes dark and calculating. A rogue she had secretly recruited long ago, loyal only to her. She's been banished, Lila said, her voice low and cold. But I want her dead. Make sure she never comes back. The rogue nodded, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Consider it done. Lila's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. And make it look like an accident. I don't want any suspicions. The rogue chuckled, his eyes gleaming. Oh, don't worry. She'll just be another rogue lost to the wilderness. Lila's heart raced with anticipation. Soon, Ella would be nothing more than a memory, and Kaden would be hers to rule over. Ella staggered through the forest, her body weak, her vision blurred. She was starving, her limbs trembling as she forced herself to keep moving. Her ribs ached from the beating, her face swollen and bruised. Every step was agony, but she couldn't stop. If she stopped, she would die. The world spun around her, the trees twisting and warping as darkness closed in. She stumbled, her foot catching on a root, sending her crashing to the ground. Pain exploded through her body, her vision flashing white. She was so tired, so broken. She wanted to give up, to close her eyes and let the darkness take her. But then she heard footsteps, low, calculated, rustling through the undergrowth. Her heart skipped, fear tightening her chest as she tried to push herself up. But her body wouldn't listen, her muscles too weak, too drained. Laughter echoed through the trees, cold and mocking. Shadows emerged from the darkness, figures moving towards her, their eyes gleaming with malice. Well, well. Looks like the little rat didn't make it very far, one of them sneered, his face twisted with cruelty. Ella's heart pounded, her blood running cold. Rogues. She could smell the stench of their unwashed bodies, the metallic scent of blood lingering around them. But these weren't just any rogues. They were too organized, too calculated. They were waiting for her, hunting her. "Who are you, and what do you want with me?" she asked, her lips trembling. "Well, what do you think we want?" one of them asked her, grinning. "Come on, boss, said we should get it done fast," another said. "You should have stayed in the pack, little slave," another rogue laughed, his eyes dark and hungry. "Now no one will even notice when you disappear. Who would want to get her killed even as a rogue?" "Wait, Leela." It had to be Leela. Fear flooded Ella's veins, her body trembling as she tried to crawl away. But they were faster. They grabbed her, their hands rough and merciless as they dragged her up, her body hanging limply between them. "She's weak," one of them sneered, his nose wrinkling in disgust. "Barely any fight left in her." "That makes it easier," the leader grinned, his eyes gleaming. "Kill her and leave her for the vultures. Let the wild take care of the rest." They threw her to the ground, their faces blank and merciless as they closed in, their fists and boots raised to strike. Ella closed her eyes, her heart pounding, as she braced herself for the end. But then she heard a low growl, deep and menacing, echoing through the trees. The rogues froze, their eyes widening with fear. They turned, their bodies tensing as a figure emerged from the shadows, his aura powerful, his eyes burning with fury. An alpha. But not just any alpha. He was taller, stronger, his presence commanding, his power radiating through the air. Ella's heart skipped, her breath catching as she looked up at him, her vision blurred. Who was he? The alpha's eyes locked onto her, his gaze darkening as he took in her broken form, her bruised face, her trembling body. His jaw tightened, his fists clenching as a dangerous growl rumbled through his chest. "You dare attack on my land?" His voice was cold, deadly, his power washing over them like a wave. "You dare touch what's mine?" The rogues' faces turned pale, their bodies shaking with fear. They tried to run, but the alpha moved faster than lightning, his form blurring as he struck, his claws tearing through them with merciless precision. Within moments, two rogues lay dead at his feet, their bodies broken and lifeless. "Tell your worthless boss, no one dare kill in my territory," he roared at the third one, who scrambled off immediately. The alpha turned to her, his eyes softening as he knelt beside her, his hand gentle as he touched her face. "You're safe now. I won't let anyone hurt you again." Ella's vision blurred, her heart racing as darkness closed in. The last thing she saw was his face, strong and fierce, his eyes filled with anger, and something else, something that looked a lot like hope. Lila paced back and forth in her room, her hands clenched into fists, her jaw tight with anticipation. It had been days since she sent her men to finish the job, days since she ordered Ella's execution. Why hadn't she heard anything yet? What was taking so long? A knock at the door broke through her thoughts, sharp and urgent. Her heart skipped, a cold smile curling on her lips. Finally, she composed herself, schooling her face into a mask of innocence before she opened the door. The rogue she hired stood there, his face pale, his body tense with fear. "Well?" she demanded, her eyes cold. "Did you do it?" The rogue swallowed, his hands trembling as he avoided her gaze. We tried, my lady, but," her voice was dangerously low, her eyes narrowing. "You were supposed to kill her. You were supposed to make sure she never came back. How could you possibly fail?" He flinched, his body shrinking under her furious glare. She was weak, nearly dead. We had her cornered. Lila's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. "Good. Then why is she still alive?" The rogue's face turned white, his voice shaking. "He showed up, the Alpha of the Shadow Fang Pack. He killed my men and spared me to send back his message. I believe he saved her." Lila's heart stopped, her blood running cold. The Alpha of the Shadow Fang Pack? He was the most powerful alpha in the region, ruthless, merciless, untouchable. Alpha Damian, he saved her, she whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Why? Why would he save her? The rogue shook his head, his eyes wide with fear. I don't know, but he called her his. He said she was his. Lila's vision swam, her body swaying as nausea rose in her throat. His? What did that mean? Why would the most powerful alpha in the region claim a weak, worthless girl like Ella? Her hands shook, fury boiling in her veins. It didn't make sense. None of it made sense. Ella was nothing, a nobody. She was supposed to die in the wilderness, alone and forgotten, not end up in the arms of an alpha, a powerful alpha. Lila's chest tightened, panic clawing at her. If Ella was with the Shadow Fang Alpha, then she was safe. And if she was safe, she would come back. No, Lila whispered, her body trembling as she staggered back, her mind racing. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't supposed to end like this. She had been so close to getting rid of that pathetic little rat, so close to finally securing her place beside Kaden. But now, everything was falling apart. You failed me! Lila screamed, her eyes blazing with fury as she lunged at the rogue, her nails raking across his face. You were supposed to kill her! You were supposed to make her disappear! He stumbled back, blood dripping down his cheek as he fell to his knees, his voice trembling with terror. I'm sorry. I tried. Please, have mercy. Mercy? Lila's lips twisted into a cruel smile, her eyes gleaming with malice. Why would I show mercy to a failure? She turned to the guards standing outside her door, her voice cold and merciless. Take him away. Make sure he suffers. The rogue's eyes widened with horror, his screams echoing through the hall as the guards dragged him away. Lila stood there, her body trembling with rage, her chest heaving as she tried to steady her breathing. Ella was still alive, and now she had the protection of a powerful alpha. This was far from over, but Lila wasn't about to let some pathetic weakling ruin everything she had worked for. If Ella was with the Shadow Fang Alpha, then Lila would just have to find another way to get rid of her. She couldn't let Kaden find out the truth. She couldn't let Ella come back. No matter what it took, Ella had to die. Lila sat at her vanity, her fingers trembling as she brushed her hair, her mind spinning with fury and desperation. She had underestimated Ella. That frail, pathetic girl had somehow survived. And worse, she was now under the protection of the most feared alpha in the region. How could this have happened? How had that wretched orphan managed to escape her carefully laid plans? She stared at her reflection, her eyes darkening with hatred. No, this wasn't over. She wouldn't allow it to be over. Ella still posed a threat. If she found her way back, if she exposed Lila's lies, everything would be ruined. No, she couldn't let that happen. Lila's lips curled into a cold smile as she reached for a parchment and quill, her hands steady as she began to write. If force didn't work, then manipulation would. I don't believe anyone can't be manipulated. After all, that fool fell for it. Ella, your time is up, Lila said with a smirk. Lila sat at her vanity, her fingers trembling as she brushed her hair, her mind spinning with fury and desperation. She had underestimated Ella. That frail, pathetic girl had somehow survived. And worse, she was now under the protection of the most feared alpha in the region. How could this have happened? How had that wretched orphan managed to escape her carefully laid plans? She stared at her reflection, her eyes darkening with hatred. No, this wasn't over. She wouldn't allow it to be over. Ella still posed a threat. If she found her way back, if she exposed Lila's lies, everything would be ruined. No, she couldn't let that happen. Lila's lips curled into a cold smile as she reached for a parchment and quill, her hands steady as she began to write. If force didn't work, then manipulation would. The Shadow Fang Alpha may have protected Ella this time, but he was still a man who could be persuaded, controlled, deceived. She wrote swiftly, her words flowing with calculated precision. To the Honorable Alpha of the Shadow Fang Pack, I write to you with a heavy heart, knowing that you are sheltering a dangerous fugitive. Ella is a criminal, accused of attempting to murder the Luna of the Blood Moon Pack. She is deceitful, manipulative, and treacherous. I fear she may be using her charms to take advantage of your kindness. I implore you to see through her lies and return her to us to face justice. It would be most unfortunate if your reputation were to be tainted by harboring a traitor. With utmost respect, Lila, heir to the Blood Moon Pack. Leela set the quill down, her smile widening as she read over her work. If she couldn't kill Ella, she would destroy her another way. She would turn the Alpha against her, paint her as a villain, make him see her as the treacherous snake she was. It was perfect. She sealed the letter and called for one of her spies. "Deliver this to the Shadow Fang Pack," she ordered, her voice cold. "Make sure it reaches the Alpha's hands and no one else's." The spy bowed and disappeared, leaving Lila alone, her heart racing with anticipation. Soon, Ella would be hunted once more, this time by her own savior. Refusing kindness, Ella winced as she struggled to sit up, her body aching, her wounds throbbing with pain. She was lying on a soft bed, wrapped in warm blankets, sunlight streaming through the windows. For a moment she wondered if she was dead. The last thing she remembered was the rogues attacking her, the pain of their blows, the darkness swallowing her whole. But then she remembered him, the Alpha who had saved her. His fierce eyes, his powerful presence, the way he had destroyed her attackers without hesitation. Her heart tightened, her chest aching with confusion. Why would an Alpha save someone like her? A weak, useless rogue, a slave. The door creaked open, and he walked in, his presence filling the room. Tall, imposing, his dark hair falling over his intense eyes. He looked at her, his gaze softening as he approached. "You're awake," he said, his voice deep and commanding. "I thought you were going to die on me." Ella's body tensed, her eyes widening with fear. She tried to move, but pain shot through her ribs, making her gasp. "Stay still," he ordered, his voice firm but gentle. "Your injuries are severe. You need to rest." Ella's heart pounded, her mind racing. She was in his territory, in his pack house, at his mercy. I don't understand," she whispered, her voice trembling. Why did you save me?" He looked at her, his jaw tightening. "Because I don't tolerate scum like them on my land, and because no one deserves to die like that." His words were harsh, but his eyes were kind, filled with something she didn't understand. Concern, compassion. No, it had to be a trick. No Alpha would ever care about her. She was worthless, discarded, unwanted. I don't need your help," she said, her voice shaking. "I don't belong here. I should go." He narrowed his eyes, his face hardening. "You're not going anywhere in this condition. You can barely move, let alone survive out there." His words cut deep, shame flooding through her. He was right. She was too weak to protect herself, too broken to run. But she couldn't stay. She didn't deserve his kindness. She didn't deserve anything. "Please, let me go." Her voice cracked, tears burning in her eyes. "I don't want to be a burden. I don't want to cause you any trouble." His expression softened, his eyes darkening as he looked at her, his voice low. "You're not a burden." Ella's heart skipped, her chest tightening. No one had ever said that to her before, not once in her life. But it was a lie. It had to be. I don't belong here," she whispered, her body trembling. "I'm just a worthless rogue." His eyes flashed with anger, his voice hardening. "You are not worthless, and you're not just a rogue. You're my guest, and as long as you're under my roof, no one will harm you." His words were fierce, protective, his power wrapping around her like a shield. It terrified her, and yet it made her feel safe. She looked away, her heart aching. She didn't deserve to feel safe, not after everything she had been through, not after everything she had lost. The Alpha watched her, his gaze unwavering, his voice softening. "I don't know who hurt you, but I'm not them. You don't have to be afraid of me." Ella's eyes burned, her throat tightening with emotion. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to trust him. But trust was a luxury she could no longer afford. I want to leave," she said, her voice breaking. "Please, just let me go." He looked at her for a long moment, his eyes searching hers, his jaw tightening. "Fine. If that's what you really want, I won't stop you." Ella's heart sank, her chest tightening. He was letting her go, just like that. But then he leaned in, his eyes burning with intensity. "But if you leave, you're on your own. I won't come to your rescue again." His words cut through her, sharp and cold. He was giving her a choice, but he was also warning her. She was weak, vulnerable, alone. And out there, she wouldn't survive. Ella's shoulders sagged, her body trembling. She was trapped between her fear of staying and her fear of dying. and for the first time since her banishment, she didn't know what to do. Caught between fear and hope, Ella sat on the edge of the bed, her body aching, her mind spinning with confusion. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the faces of the rogues who attacked her, their cruel smiles, their hungry eyes. She shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself as a chill ran down her spine. She shouldn't be here. She didn't belong here. The Shadow Fang Alpha had saved her, for reasons she didn't understand, but his kindness terrified her. No Alpha had ever shown her compassion before. Not Kaden, not his father, not anyone. They only saw her as weak, worthless, disposable. She had spent her life being rejected, abused, treated like dirt. Why should this Alpha be any different? She stood up, her legs trembling beneath her as she staggered toward the window. Outside, the sun was setting, the sky painted in shades of gold and crimson. The air was cold, crisp, unforgiving. But it was better than staying here, better than getting her hopes up only to be crushed again. She couldn't afford to trust him. She couldn't afford to believe his words. "I won't come to your rescue again." His voice echoed in her mind, sharp and cold, warning her of the harsh reality awaiting her outside these walls. He was right. She was weak, useless, unable to protect herself. But she had survived this long, hadn't she? She had endured the pain, the humiliation, the loneliness. She had survived banishment, starvation, attacks. She could survive this too. Her chest tightened, tears burning in her eyes as she made her decision. She would leave, before she grew too attached, before she let herself believe that she could be safe, that she could be happy. She had to leave, before it was too late. Ella grabbed a cloak from the chair, pulling it tightly around her shoulders. Her body ached with every step, her ribs throbbing with pain. But she gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with determination. She would run. She would escape. She would survive, even if it killed her. A web of lies. Lila leaned back in her chair, a sly smile curling on her lips as she read the forged letter once more. Every word was dripping with venom, crafted with meticulous care to turn the Shadow Fang Alpha against that wretched orphan. She could almost see it now. Ella being thrown out of his pack, hunted, alone, and vulnerable once more. But just in case that wasn't enough, Lila had another plan. She pulled out a second parchment, her eyes gleaming with malice as she wrote another one, again. To the Honorable Alpha of the Shadow Fang Pack, it has come to my attention that a rogue girl with treacherous intentions is hiding within your territory. She is dangerous, cunning, and manipulative. She is known to use her beauty and feigned innocence to deceive even the most powerful men. She tried to murder the Luna of our pack, a crime that nearly destroyed our Alpha. I fear she may try to do the same to you. Please, be wary of her charms. Do not let her lies taint your honor. She is nothing but a viper waiting to strike. With deepest respect, Lila, heir to the Blood Moon Pack. Lila laughed softly, sealing the letter with her insignia. If she couldn't kill Ella, she would destroy her reputation. She would turn her savior against her, poison him with lies, make him see her as the monster Lila wanted her to be. All she had to do was plant the seed of doubt. And when Ella was betrayed once more, when she was abandoned, broken, and alone, Lila would be there to watch her fall. She called for her spy, her voice cold and commanding. Deliver this to the Shadow Fang Alpha. Make sure he reads it, and if anyone asks where it came from. The spy bowed, his eyes gleaming with loyalty. They'll never trace it back to you, my lady. Lila's smile widened, her heart racing with anticipation. It was perfect. Ella would be turned away, discarded, and once she was out of the Alpha's protection, Lila would strike again. This time, she wouldn't fail. The escape attempt. The moon hung high in the sky, its pale light illuminating the forest as Ella stumbled through the shadows, her breath ragged, her heart pounding. Every step sent pain shooting through her body, her wounds burning, her legs trembling beneath her. But she kept moving. She couldn't stop. She couldn't look back. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't care. As long as she was far away from him, far away from the fear clawing at her heart. The trees loomed around her, their branches like skeletal hands reaching out to drag her back. The cold wind howled, chilling her to the bone, biting at her exposed skin. But she kept running. Desperation driving her forward. She was almost free, almost out of his territory. A growl echoed through the darkness. low and menacing, sending a shiver down her spine. Her heart stopped, terror flooding through her. She turned, her eyes widening as a figure stepped out of the shadows, his presence suffocating, his power radiating through the night. The Alpha. His eyes were cold, his jaw tight as he looked at her, his body tense with anger. "I warned you," he said, his voice low, his words cutting through her like a knife. "I told you what would happen if you ran." Ella's body trembled, her chest tightening with fear as he approached, his eyes blazing with fury. She tried to speak, tried to explain, but her voice caught in her throat, her legs giving out beneath her as she collapsed to the ground. The Alpha stopped in front of her, his eyes hard, his expression unreadable. "Why?" he demanded, his voice sharp. "Why did you run?" Ella looked up at him, her body trembling, her heart aching with guilt and shame. I don't belong here," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I'm just a rogue, a burden. I'm nothing." His eyes softened, his anger melting away as he looked at her, his voice lowering. "Is that what you really believe?" Ella's vision blurred, tears streaming down her face as she nodded, her body shaking. I'm just weak, useless, broken." The Alpha's jaw tightened, his eyes darkening with something she didn't understand. "You survived," he said, his voice firm. "You're standing here in front of me, still breathing. That doesn't make you weak, that makes you a fighter." Ella's heart skipped, her chest tightening as his words washed over her, his strength wrapping around her like a shield. She looked up at him, her eyes wide, her voice trembling. "Why? Why do you care?" His expression softened, his gaze piercing hers. "Because I see more in you than you see in yourself." Ella's breath caught, her heart pounding as she stared at him, her mind racing. She wanted to believe him, wanted to trust him. But could she? Seeds of deception. The Shadow Fang Alpha. Damian stood in his study, his gaze fixed on the sealed letter lying on his desk. It bore the insignia of the Blood Moon Pack, his rival's territory. His eyes narrowed as he broke the seal, the parchment crinkling as he unfolded it. He scanned the words, his jaw tightening as he read the accusations. "She is dangerous, cunning, and manipulative, known to use her beauty and feigned innocence. She tried to murder the Luna, a viper waiting to strike." Damian's fists clenched, his power swirling around him, the air growing colder as his anger surged. Ella, the fragile, broken girl he had found bleeding in his territory. A murderer? A deceiver? His instincts rebelled against the thought. He had seen the fear in her eyes, the way she flinched at his touch, the way her body trembled with pain. She was no killer, she was a victim. And yet, the letter was signed by Lila, the heir to the Blood Moon Pack. A position of power, of responsibility. Why would she lie? What did she stand to gain? Damian's head throbbed with questions, doubt creeping into his heart. He had given Ella sanctuary, trusted her enough to keep her in his home. But had he been deceived? He slammed his fist on the desk, the wood cracking under his strength. If Ella was truly a traitor, if she was plotting against him, he wouldn't be fooled again, but he needed answers, and there was only one way to get them. The truth unveiled. Ella sat curled up on the bed, her knees pulled to her chest, her body aching from her failed escape. Her heart was heavy, her mind spinning with guilt and confusion. She had tried to run, and yet he had brought her back. He had given her a second chance. Why? The door burst open, and Damian stormed in, his eyes blazing, his face cold as stone. Ella's heart skipped, fear gripping her as she scrambled off the bed, her body trembling. I'm sorry. I didn't mean." He cut her off, his voice sharp and commanding. "Who are you?" Ella's eyes widened, her heart pounding as she stared at him, confusion flooding through her. "What?" His eyes narrowed, his presence suffocating as he took a step closer. "Who are you? Why did you come to my territory? Were you sent here to deceive me, to destroy me?" Ella's chest tightened, panic surging through her. "No, I would never. I didn't. I don't understand." Damian's jaw clenched, his voice low and dangerous. "Don't lie to me." He held up the letter, his eyes darkening. "According to this, you're a traitor, a murderer. Is that why you ran? Were you trying to escape justice?" Ella's vision blurred, her heart breaking as she recognized Lila's handwriting, the lies spilling off the page. "No, it's not true. I didn't do any of those things. I swear." Damian's eyes burned with suspicion, his voice cold. "Then tell me the truth. Who are you really?" Ella's body trembled, her voice cracking as she spoke. I was born in the Blood Moon Pack. I was mated to Alpha Kaden. Damian's eyes widened, shock flashing across his face. You were mated to Kaden? Ella nodded, her heart aching as she remembered the rejection, the pain, the humiliation. But he rejected me. He made me his slave. And Lila, she framed me. She lied. She made him believe I was trying to hurt the Luna, but it's not true. I would never. I didn't. Her voice broke, tears streaming down her face as the memories crashed over her, drowning her in pain. They banished me, left me to die, and then, the rogues, Her body shook, her knees giving out as she collapsed to the floor, her shoulders heaving with sobs. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't deserve any of it. I just wanted to live. Damian's chest tightened, his anger fading as he watched her fall apart, her pain raw and real. She was broken, shattered, haunted by demons he could see in her eyes. A murderer wouldn't cry like this. A traitor wouldn't tremble with fear, wouldn't break under the weight of the past. His heart pounded, his instincts screaming at him to protect her, to hold her, to shield her from the world that had hurt her so deeply. Then, as her scent filled the room, pure, delicate, sweet like a blooming lily, something inside him snapped. His wolf surged forward, his body trembling with need, his heart racing as his soul reached out to hers. Mate, the word echoed in his mind, powerful and undeniable. Ella was his mate. Damian's eyes widened, his body frozen with shock as he stared at her, his heart pounding in his chest. How could this be? How had he not realized it sooner? His wolf growled, his power swirling around him, demanding that he take her, claim her, mark her as his own. But he couldn't. Not yet. Not while she was so broken, so vulnerable, so afraid. He took a step back, his fists clenching, his voice trembling as he spoke. I believe you. Ella looked up at him, her eyes wide with shock, her tears glistening on her cheeks. You do? He nodded, his eyes softening, his voice gentle. I believe you, Ella, and I won't let anyone hurt you again. Her body sagged with relief, her shoulders shaking as she sobbed, her pain pouring out of her. Damian's heart broke as he watched her cry, his chest tightening with guilt. He had doubted her. He had almost turned her away. But he wouldn't make that mistake again. He would protect her. He would fight for her. He would prove to her that she wasn't alone, because she was his, and nothing would take her from him. Lila sat in her chamber, her fingers tapping impatiently on the armrest as she waited for news. The spy was late. The door creaked open and the spy stepped inside, his face pale, his body trembling. My lady, I did as you asked, but... Lila's eyes narrowed, her voice cold. But what? The spy swallowed, fear flickering in his eyes. The Alpha, he didn't banish her, he believed her. Lila's face twisted with fury, her power surging as her nails dug into the chair. What? She hissed, her eyes blazing. He believed her lies? The spy nodded, his body trembling. Worse, I heard whispers, that he might have recognized her as his mate. Lila's blood ran cold, her heart pounding with rage. His mate? That worthless, pathetic orphan? No, she wouldn't allow it. If Damian thought he could protect Ella, then she would just have to destroy him too. Lila's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes darkening. Send word to Alpha Kaden. Tell him where to find his little runaway. If she couldn't break Ella alone, then she would use the man who had rejected her. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The silent poison. Lila moved gracefully through the halls of the Blood Moon Pack house, her demeanor the very picture of loyalty and concern. She carried a silver tray, the delicate aroma of herbal tea wafting through the air as she entered the retired Luna's chamber. Kaden's mother, Luna Seraphine, lay pale and fragile on her bed, her once vibrant eyes now sunken and dull. Her body trembled with weakness, her breathing shallow. My lady, Lila cooed, her voice gentle, dripping with false sympathy. I brought your tea, the one to help with your pain. Seraphine's lips curled into a weak smile, her hand trembling as she reached for the cup. Thank you, Lila. You've been so kind. I don't know what I'd do without you. Lila's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with malice as she watched Seraphine drink deeply, unaware of the slow-acting poison slipping through her veins. It was a rare toxin, extracted from the nightshade flower, a plant known for weakening even the strongest of wolves. Not enough to kill, just enough to drain her strength, to make her vulnerable. Lila had been slipping it into her tea for weeks, watching with satisfaction as Seraphine's health deteriorated, as she became too weak to perform her motherly duties, too weak to stand by Kaden's side. She had made sure that the healer's herbs masked the scent of poison, leaving no trace, no suspicion. To everyone else, Seraphine's illness was a mystery, an unfortunate curse of fate, but Lila knew the truth, and soon Seraphine would be too weak to stand at all. And when she finally fell, Kaden would need someone to fill that very close void, someone strong, capable, loyal, someone like her. Her fingers tightened around the tray, her eyes narrowing with determination. She had played the dutiful best friend for long enough. It was time for her reward. Kaden's fury. Kaden stormed into his office, his eyes blazing with anger as he threw the letter across his desk. It was crumpled, the edges worn from his tightening fists. Ella, that worthless, traitorous orphan. Not only had she survived, but she was in the Shadow Fang Pack, under Damian's protection. The thought made his blood boil. How dare she find sanctuary there? How dare she seek comfort in another Alpha's arms? And Damian, he had believed her lies. He had protected her, given her a place to heal, to grow stronger. Kaden's jaw clenched, his power surging as his wolf snarled within him. She was his rejected mate, his weak and worthless mate. His to reject, his to punish. Not Damian's. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and Layla stepped inside, her face a mask of concern. Kaden, what's wrong? I heard shouting. He turned to her, his eyes hardening. She's alive. Leela's eyes widened in feigned shock, her heart racing as she realized her plan was crumbling. Ella? But how? Where? Kaden's eyes burned with fury. She's with Damian, and he's protecting her. He's turned against me for her. Leela's nails dug into her palms, her blood boiling. Ella was supposed to die. Her men had failed her, but she couldn't let Kaden see her panic. Not now. She stepped closer, her eyes pleading, her voice soft. Kaden, she's dangerous. She's a traitor. She tried to kill your mother. She's trying to destroy you. By joining that pack. Kaden's eyes darkened, his anger igniting. I know, but Damian's blinded by her lies. He'll protect her unless I give him a reason not to. Lila's heart raced, hope blooming in her chest. Then make him see the truth. Make him understand what she really is. Kaden's jaw tightened, his body trembling with rage. I will. He marched to his desk, snatching a piece of parchment, his pen scratching furiously as he wrote, To Alpha Damian, I write to warn you of a threat hiding within your pack, a traitor named Ella. She is a criminal, accused of poisoning my Luna, and was rightfully banished for her crimes. She is manipulative, dangerous, and will stop at nothing to destroy those who show her mercy. As a fellow Alpha, I urge you to cast her out before she poisons your pack as she did mine. Alpha Kaden of Blood Moon Pack. He sealed the letter, his eyes burning with hatred. If Damian refused to see reason, then he would force his hand. Lila's lips curled into a smile, satisfaction warming her chest. Kaden was playing right into her hands. With Ella branded a traitor, Damian would have no choice but to cast her out. And once she was alone, vulnerable, Lila would finish what she started. No more failures, no more mistakes. This time, Ella would die. The morning sun peeked through the curtains, casting a soft golden glow over Ella's room. She stirred, her body aching as she slowly sat up, her muscles protesting from the training she had undergone the day before. She had been at Shadow Fang Pack for nearly a month now, and each day she felt herself growing stronger. The bruises from her punishment had faded, her wounds had healed, and her body was gaining strength she never thought possible. But more importantly, she was beginning to feel her wolf again. At first it was just a whisper, a faint, distant echo she could barely understand. But day by day it grew louder, clearer, warmer. Ella. Her breath caught, her heart racing as she heard the voice in her mind. Soft, gentle, familiar. Are you there? She thought, her mind reaching out hesitantly, her heart pounding with hope. Yes, the voice was weak, trembling, but unmistakably hers. I'm here. Tears pricked at Ella's eyes, her body shaking as she clutched her chest. After everything, after all the pain, the suffering, the loneliness, her wolf was still with her. She wasn't alone. I thought I lost you. I was too weak, too afraid. I'm sorry. Ella's heart clenched, tears slipping down her cheeks. No, it's not your fault. It was never your fault. A warmth spread through her, soft and comforting, wrapping around her like a protective embrace. Her wolf's presence, though faint, was real, and it gave her the strength to keep fighting. Learning to stand. The training grounds were bustling with warriors sparring, their growls echoing through the air as they clashed, their movements fierce and powerful. Ella watched them from a distance, her body tense with nervousness. She was still weaker than the others, still smaller, still slower. But she couldn't hide anymore. If she wanted to survive, if she wanted to protect herself, she had to fight. She had to learn to be strong. A deep voice pulled her from her thoughts. "You're ready." She turned, her heart skipping as Damian approached, his presence commanding, his eyes focused on her. His dark hair was slightly tousled, his muscular frame radiating power and authority. Ella's cheeks warmed, her body instinctively stiffening as he stopped before her, his intense gaze studying her face. "Your wounds have healed. You're strong enough to begin training." She swallowed, her hands trembling as she looked up at him. I don't know how to fight." His expression softened, his eyes warming. "That's why I'm going to teach you." Ella's eyes widened, her heart pounding. You're going to train me?" Damian nodded, his voice firm. "I don't trust anyone else to protect you, so you'll learn to protect yourself." He turned, his body moving with the grace of a predator as he motioned for her to follow. "Come, we start today." Ella hesitated, her mind spinning. He was the alpha. He had more important things to do than train a weakling like her. But he was giving her a chance to be strong. She couldn't waste it. Squaring her shoulders, she followed him onto the training grounds, her heart pounding with determination. I must train to survive. The bond unfolding. Days turned into weeks, and each day, Damian trained her personally. He was relentless, his methods harsh and demanding, but he was always patient, always focused. He taught her how to defend herself, how to attack, how to use her small frame to her advantage. He taught her how to read her opponent's movements, how to anticipate their next move. He taught her how to survive. And slowly, she grew stronger. Her punches became sharper, her kicks more precise. She learned to dodge, to counter, to strike with purpose. But more than that, she began to trust him. He was fierce and intimidating, but he never hurt her, never belittled her, never treated her as anything less than his equal. He made her feel safe. Ella's heart fluttered as she watched him, his powerful body moving with lethal grace as he demonstrated a new technique. His eyes were focused, his jaw set with determination, his presence commanding and protective. Her chest tightened, warmth spreading through her as she realized how much she had come to rely on him, how much she looked forward to his visits, his presence, his voice. Her cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Was this how it felt to fall for someone? She quickly looked away, her body tense, her thoughts spinning. No, she couldn't feel this way. Not for him, not for anyone. She had already been betrayed, already been hurt, already been abandoned. She couldn't risk it again. She couldn't let herself hope. Ella. His voice pulled her from her thoughts, her eyes widening as she looked up, her heart skipping as she met his gaze. His eyes were warm, his expression soft, his voice gentle. You did well today. Her chest tightened, her face heating. Thank you. He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming, his scent washing over her, earthy, woodsy, intoxicating. Her wolf stirred within her, her body trembling as his fingers brushed her shoulder, his touch sending electricity through her. Don't be afraid to fight back, he whispered, his voice low, his breath warm against her skin. You're stronger than you think. Ella's heart raced, her breath catching, her body frozen as his eyes held hers, his gaze piercing and intense. And for a moment, she saw something there, something raw, something vulnerable, something that made her chest ache. He looked away, his jaw tightening, his body tensing as he pulled back, his walls slamming down. Get some rest. Training resumes tomorrow. He turned and walked away, his shoulders stiff, his fists clenched, his power swirling around him. Ella watched him go, her heart pounding, her mind spinning. She had seen it, in his eyes. Just for a moment. Pain. Loneliness. The same pain she carried, the same loneliness that haunted her. She wasn't the only one with scars. Her chest tightened, her heart softening as she realized the truth. Damian was just as broken as she was. And just like her, he was fighting to survive. The wind was cool against Ella's skin as she stood on the cliff overlooking the vast valley below. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, casting a warm glow over the landscape. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, letting the scent of pine and earth fill her senses. It was peaceful here, calm, safe. But beneath that peace was a stirring. A whisper, a warmth she couldn't ignore. He's ours. Ella's eyes snapped open, her heart racing as her wolf's voice echoed through her mind, stronger than ever before. What? The Alpha. Her wolf's voice was soft, almost shy. Damian. He's our mate. Ella's breath caught, her body trembling as the truth crashed over her. Her heart raced, her skin tingling with electricity as she remembered his touch, his scent, his piercing gaze. No, she thought, her chest tightening, fear curling around her heart. He can't be. He is. Her wolf's voice was firm, certain. The moon goddess chose him. For us. Ella's knees wobbled, her body trembling as she stumbled back, her mind spinning. Another Alpha. Another powerful wolf. Another chance to be rejected. No, I can't. I won't. Her heart ached, memories of Kaden's cold eyes, his hateful words, his cruel punishment flooding her mind. I won't go through that again. Her wolf whimpered, pain and sadness radiating through their bond. But he's not like the other. He's kind. He protects us. Ella shook her head, tears stinging her eyes. He'll hate me, just like Kaden did. He'll see how weak I am, how broken. You're not weak. Her wolf's voice was gentle, comforting. You're stronger than you think, and so is he. Ella sank to her knees, her body trembling as she hugged herself, her heart aching. But what if he rejects us? What if he won't? Her wolf whispered, a warmth spreading through their bond. He's already chosen us, even if he doesn't realize it yet. Ella's chest tightened, her heart pounding as she remembered Damian's touch, his gentle words, his fierce protection. Could it be true? Could he really be her mate? Her wolf's presence surrounded her, warm and soothing. We deserve to be loved, to be happy. Ella's tears fell, her body shaking as she felt her wolf's pain, her longing, her hope. But what if I'm not enough? Her wolf's voice was firm, unwavering. We are enough, and we always have been. Her name tasted like heaven on his lips, his wolf growling possessively as she stopped before him, her head tilted, her eyes warm. Thank you for letting me stay here, for giving me a chance. His chest tightened, his heart pounding as he fought the urge to touch her, to hold her, to never let her go. You're part of this pack now. No one will ever hurt you again. Her eyes softened, her lips curving into a gentle smile, her body relaxing as she looked up at him. I feel safe here, with you. Damian's breath caught, his heart racing as her words wrapped around him, filling him with warmth, with hope, with a longing he couldn't deny. Mate, his wolf growled, his body trembling with desire, his instincts roaring to claim her, to protect her, to love her. But before he could say anything, a shout echoed across the clearing, breaking the spell. Alpha, urgent news! Ella's eyes widened, her body tensing as she stepped back, her walls slamming down. I should go. Before he could stop her, she turned and ran, her form disappearing into the trees, her scent lingering in the air. Damian's chest ached, his fists clenching as he watched her go, his heart pounding with frustration, with longing, with confusion. But the shout came again, more urgent this time. He turned, his eyes narrowing as his beta approached, his face pale, his eyes wide. Alpha, there's trouble. It's about Ella. Damian's heart sank, his blood running cold as the words echoed in his mind. Trouble, about Ella. His wolf snarled, his body tensing as fury ignited within him. Whoever dared threaten her would pay. Lila's victory. Leela stood by the Luna's bedside, her eyes cold, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. The old woman's breathing was shallow, her face pale, her body trembling as the poison ate away at her from the inside. Alila, the Luna gasped, her eyes glazed, her hand reaching out, desperate and weak. Help, me. Lila's smile widened, her heart racing with triumph as she leaned in, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Don't worry, you'll be at peace soon. The Luna's eyes widened, panic and realization dawning as her body convulsed, pain twisting her face, tears slipping down her cheeks. You, monster. Lila's face darkened, her eyes gleaming with malice. You were in my way. You were never meant to be Luna. That title belongs to me. She watched coldly as the life faded from the Luna's eyes, her body going limp, her hand falling to her side. It was over. Lila's heart pounded with exhilaration, her body tingling with power, her lips curving into a wicked smile. She had won. With the old Luna gone, no one could oppose her. Kaden would need a new mate, a new advisor, and she would take her rightful place by his side. Her eyes gleamed with victory, her mind spinning with plans, her body trembling with anticipation. Ella was gone, banished, forgotten. The Luna was dead, out of her way. Nothing could stop her now. But she didn't know that Ella was alive, stronger, growing closer to Damian, and she would be back. Shadows of doubt. Damian stood in the dimly lit study, his fingers tracing the jagged letters on the crumpled parchment. Kaden's second letter. Its words echoed in his mind, heavy with accusation, dripping with malice. She poisoned my Luna. She betrayed her own pack. She's dangerous. His jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the letter again, looking for inconsistencies, for lies, for anything that would prove Kaden wrong. He had ignored his first letter. Why then is he still so persistent in this matter? But doubt crept in, cold and insidious, whispering in his ear. What if it was true? What if she really was dangerous? What if she had betrayed her pack? His heart clenched, his fists tightening as he remembered the fear in her eyes, the pain in her voice, the way she trembled whenever he got too close. She was terrified, broken, fragile. But was it all an act? He shook his head, fury boiling within him as he slammed his fist onto the desk, the wood cracking beneath his strength. No, he wouldn't believe it, not without proof. I'll find out the truth, one way or another. He had already sent scouts to Blood Moon territory, his most trusted warriors tasked with gathering information, with digging up the past, with discovering the truth about Ella. But he couldn't wait. He needed answers now. He needed to hear it from her. Again. Lessons in trust. Ella's heart raced as she stood in the clearing, the forest around her whispering with the soft rustle of leaves, the air cool against her skin. She could feel his eyes on her, piercing, intense, watching her every move, every breath. It made her nervous. It made her heart flutter. It made her feel alive. Relax, Damian's voice was deep, steady, soothing as he stepped behind her, his presence commanding, overwhelming. You're too tense. You need to let go. Ella swallowed, her body trembling as his warmth surrounded her, his scent intoxicating. I can't. I'm scared. He moved closer, his chest brushing her back, his voice low and firm. Your wolf is strong. She just needs to be set free. His words wrapped around her, his confidence, his strength, his belief in her sinking into her bones, chasing away her fears. She took a deep breath, her heart pounding as she closed her eyes, reaching out to her wolf, to the voice that had been quiet for so long. I'm here. Her wolf's voice was soft, hesitant, a whisper in the back of her mind. I want to be free. Ella's chest tightened, her eyes stinging as she felt her wolf's pain, her longing, her hope. Then let's do this, together. Her body trembled, her bones shifting, her muscles stretching, her skin burning as her form began to change, her senses sharpening, her power rising. It was painful, agonizing, overwhelming. But Damian was there, his presence steady, his words calm, his strength guiding her, supporting her, protecting her. And then she was free. The world exploded into color, her vision sharper, her senses more acute, her body powerful, graceful, wild. She stood on 4 legs, her fur shimmering in the sunlight, her breath fogging the air. She was a wolf, but not just any wolf, a white wolf. Damian's breath caught, his eyes widening, his heart racing as he took in her form, his chest tightening with shock, with awe, with disbelief. She was magnificent, radiant, divine. Her fur was pure white, glowing with an ethereal light, her eyes bright, wise, powerful. She was beautiful, perfect, rare, a white wolf. A gift from the moon goddess, one of the most powerful creatures in existence. His heart pounded, his body trembling as realization dawned on him. She wasn't just any wolf. She was special. She was meant to be his mate. His wolf growled, possessive, protective, reverent. But before he could speak, she took off, her body flowing, her movements graceful, elegant, wild. She was free, and she was breathtaking. He chased after her, his heart pounding, his body heating as she danced through the forest, her laughter echoing in his mind, her joy infectious, her spirit unbreakable. She was his, and he would protect her, no matter what. The morning crown. Kaden stood before the altar, his heart heavy, his eyes hollow as he stared at his mother's lifeless body. Her face was pale, peaceful, her hands folded over her chest, her hair braided in the traditional style of a Luna. But she was gone. His chest ached, his heart breaking, his body trembling as he reached out, his fingers brushing her cold skin. She had always been there, guiding him, protecting him, loving him, and now she was gone. Because of Ella. She had been serving his mother poison before he banished her. Lila had told him of her evil actions, his jaw tightened, fury blazing through him, his eyes darkening with hatred. It was her fault. She had poisoned his mother. She had betrayed him. She had destroyed his family. He would make her pay. But first he had to secure his pack, his power, his throne. He turned, his eyes cold, his voice hollow as he spoke to the gathered pack members, his words strong, commanding, resolute. The Luna is dead, but the pack must live on. We need strength. We need unity. We need a new Luna. He turned to Lila, his eyes empty, his heart numb as he extended his hand, his voice firm. Lila, you've always been by my side. You've always been loyal. You will be my mate, and you will be the new Luna. Lila's eyes gleamed, her lips curving into a victorious smile as she stepped forward, her head bowing, her voice sweet. I am honored, Alpha. I will serve you, and this pack, with all that I am. The pack cheered, their voices echoing through the hall, their loyalty unwavering, their allegiance absolute. But Kaden's heart was cold, his soul hollow, his mind filled with vengeance. Ella would pay for her betrayal. She would suffer for her sins. She would regret the day she ever crossed him. And Lila watched with cold satisfaction, her fingers brushing the delicate crown on her head, her body trembling with power, with victory, with anticipation. She was Luna, and no one would take that away from her. The hollow crown. Lila stood before the mirror, her fingers brushing over the delicate silver crown resting on her head, her reflection glowing with power, with beauty, with victory. She was Luna. Her lips curled into a satisfied smile, her heart pounding with triumph as she traced the intricate designs on the crown, the sacred symbol of power, of authority, of loyalty. She had won. She had defeated the old Luna, removed her from her path, claimed her throne, and secured her place by Kaden's side. Everything she ever wanted was finally hers. But the smile faded, her chest tightening, her eyes darkening as she placed a hand on her stomach, her fingers trembling. Empty, barren, cursed. The healer's words echoed in her mind, cruel and cold, shattering her dreams, her hopes, her victory. You will never bear an heir. You are barren. The moon goddess has cursed you. Her jaw clenched, fury boiling within her, her hands curling into fists. No, it couldn't be true. It wouldn't be true. She was Luna. She deserved power. She deserved to be the mother of the next Alpha. She deserved everything. But she was cursed. Her chest tightened, her eyes stinging as she fought back tears, as she fought against the crushing weight of her failure. I will not accept this. I will not be defeated. She turned away from the mirror, her heart pounding, her body trembling as her mind raced, her thoughts spinning, her fury building. No one could ever know. No one could ever find out about her curse, about her weakness, about her failure, especially not the foolish Alpha Kaden. Kaden's heart ached, his body heavy, his mind numb as he staggered down the dimly lit corridor, his footsteps echoing through the empty hall. His mother was gone, his pack was mourning, his throne was cold, his soul was hollow, all because of her. His fists tightened, his jaw clenching as anger flared within him, his vision blurring with hatred, with pain, with betrayal. Ella had destroyed him. She had ruined everything. She had taken his mother. She had left him empty, broken, lost. He stumbled, his shoulders sagging as his body trembled, as his chest tightened, as his breath hitched. He was Alpha. He was supposed to be strong. He wasn't supposed to feel pain. He wasn't supposed to feel anything. But he was drowning. A soft voice broke through the darkness, sweet and gentle, soothing and warm. Alpha, are you all right? He looked up, his eyes landing on a figure standing in the shadows, her long black hair cascading down her back, her eyes wide and innocent, her lips curved into a concerned frown. His heart stopped, his breath catching in his throat, his body going rigid. Ella. But no, it wasn't her. Her eyes were brown, not green. Her scent was sweet but different. Her aura was soft but not broken. It wasn't her, but it was close enough. His body moved on its own, his hands reaching out, his fingers curling around her arms, his voice rough, desperate, pleading, "Stay. Don't leave me." The maid's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing, her lips parting as she stammered, "Alpha, But he didn't let her finish. He pulled her into his arms, his body trembling, his heart pounding, his mind spinning. He closed his eyes, his fingers tangling in her hair, his voice breaking, "Ella." He could pretend, just for one night. He could pretend it was her. He could forget the pain, the betrayal, the loss. He could be whole again. Even if it was just a lie. The fury of a queen. Lila's eyes narrowed, her body trembling, her heart pounding as she stood outside Kaden's chamber, her fists clenched, her breath coming out in sharp, angry gasps. She could hear them, the soft moans, the whispered name, the creaking bed. Ella. Her blood ran cold, her vision blurring with fury, her chest tightening with betrayal. He was calling her name, while touching another woman, while holding another woman, while loving another woman. Her fingers curled, her nails digging into her palms, her teeth grinding as her body trembled with rage, with pain, with humiliation. She was Luna. She was his mate. She was the only one who deserved his love, his touch, his devotion. And yet he was giving it to someone else. He was dreaming of someone else. He was longing for Ella. A snarl escaped her lips, her wolf howling with fury, her aura flaring with power, with wrath, with hatred. How dare he? How dare he betray me? How dare he betray us? Her eyes darkened, her heart hardening, her soul burning as she turned away, her mind spinning, her thoughts racing. If she couldn't bear his heir, if she couldn't carry his child, then she would make sure no one else did, especially not some pathetic maid who reminded him of that traitor. Her lips curled into a cruel smile, her body trembling with anticipation, her fingers tingling with power. She would destroy them. She would ruin them. She would make them suffer. And she would make him forget Ella, if it was the last thing she did. The Queen's wrath. The throne room was cold, empty, silent. Shadows danced along the stone walls, the flickering torches casting a golden glow over the polished floor. Lila stood in the center, her hands clasped in front of her head held high, her crown gleaming beneath the dim light. But her eyes were dark, her heart pounding, her body trembling as she waited, as she fought to control the storm raging within her. The doors swung open, heavy and loud, echoing through the hall as Kaden strode in, his posture rigid, his eyes cold, his jaw tight. "You summoned me?" His voice was flat, detached, indifferent. Lila's fingers twitched, her nails digging into her palms, her chest tightening as she forced a smile, her tone sweet, soft, controlled. "Yes, we need to talk." Kaden's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering across his face, his arms crossing over his chest. "About what?" She took a step forward, her head tilting, her eyes locking onto his, her voice dangerously calm. "About your little affair with the maid." His body went rigid, his eyes widening, his face paling as he took a step back, his mouth opening, his words stumbling. It's not." "I didn't." Her smile widened, her head tilting, her eyes gleaming with malice. "Don't lie to me, Kaden. I heard you. I heard you calling her name, Ella's name." His chest tightened, his fists clenching, his jaw tightening as anger flared within him, his eyes flashing. It meant nothing. She meant nothing. It was just one night. "One night?" Lila's voice was sharp, cold, her body trembling with fury. "You called her name. You called Ella's name. You were with another woman. And you were dreaming of her." Kaden's face darkened, his shoulders stiffening, his jaw clenching as he turned away, his voice low, hollow. "I told you, it meant nothing. I was drunk. I was lonely." "Lonely?" Her voice cracked, her hands curling into fists, her eyes burning with tears, her heart breaking. "I'm your mate. I'm your Luna. And you were lonely?" He didn't answer, his shoulders sagging, his head bowed, his silence cutting through her like a blade. Her chest tightened, her body trembling, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I gave up everything for you. I betrayed my best friend. I poisoned the Luna. I killed her for you. And you repay me by chasing a maid who looks like Ella?" Kaden's head snapped up, his eyes widening, his body going rigid as he stared at her, shock, confusion, and anger swirling in his gaze. "You? You did what?" Lila's heart raced, her breath hitching as she realized her mistake, her tongue freezing, her mind spinning, her pulse pounding. She had said too much. She had revealed too much. She had lost control. But she couldn't back down now. She couldn't let him see her weakness. She couldn't let him see her fear. So she straightened her back, her chin lifting, her eyes narrowing as she took a step closer, her voice firm, strong, commanding. I did it for us, for our future, for our pack. His body trembled, his fists tightening, his jaw clenching as he took a step back, his eyes cold, his voice flat. You did it for yourself, for your ambition, for your power. Her heart skipped a beat, her chest tightening as his words cut through her, sharp and cold, cruel and true. But she wouldn't let him see her pain. She wouldn't let him see her regret. She wouldn't let him see her weakness. So she smiled, her eyes darkening, her voice icy. And I'll do it again, if it means keeping you by my side, if it means protecting my throne, if it means keeping that maid away from you. His eyes darkened, his face hardening, his aura flaring with anger, with power, with hatred. You will stay away from her. Do you understand? She laughed, cold and sharp, her head tilting, her eyes gleaming with malice. Why? Are you worried she'll bear your heir? Are you worried she'll take my place? His body went rigid, his eyes narrowing, his aura growing darker, more dangerous, more powerful. I won't tell you again, Lila. Leave her alone. But Lila's smile widened, her heart pounding, her mind spinning. She knew his weakness. She knew his fear. She knew how to destroy him, and she would. The battle within. Ella stood in the center of the training grounds, her chest heaving, her muscles aching, her breath fogging the cold morning air. The warriors surrounded her, their eyes gleaming, their bodies tense, their auras flaring with power, with strength, with confidence. She was outmatched, outnumbered, outclassed, but she wasn't going to back down. She tightened her grip on the wooden staff, her fingers trembling, her heart pounding, her eyes narrowing as she watched them, as she calculated their movements, as she planned her next attack. They were faster, stronger, more experienced, but she was more determined, more desperate, more driven. She needed to win. She needed to grow stronger. She needed to survive. Damian watched from the edge of the clearing, his arms crossed, his eyes sharp, his expression cold as he studied her, as he judged her, as he weighed her worth. His pack needed strength, loyalty, power, and he needed to know if she was worthy of his protection, of his trust, of his heart. Ella took a deep breath, her body trembling, her mind spinning as she launched herself forward, her staff swinging, her movements wild, reckless, desperate. The warriors reacted, their bodies flowing, their attacks coordinated, precise, powerful. But she was faster, more agile, more relentless. She dodged their strikes, countered their attacks, blocked their blows. She fought with everything she had, with everything she was, with everything she wanted to become. Her wolf growled within her, fierce, powerful, strong. Fight, survive, conquer. She moved with purpose, with grace, with fury. She was no longer weak, she was no longer fragile, she was no longer afraid. She was a warrior, and she would not be defeated. The price of jealousy. The night was cold, dark, silent. Shadows danced along the stone walls of the maids' quarters, the dim moonlight casting an eerie glow over the narrow hallway. Lila moved swiftly, her footsteps light, her movements graceful as she glided through the darkness, her body wrapped in a black cloak, her face hidden beneath a hood. Her heart pounded, her eyes burning, her jaw clenched as she approached the door, her fingers curling around the cold handle. That maid, that worthless girl. Her chest tightened, her fury boiling, her hatred growing as she remembered the soft moans, the whispered name, the broken look in Kaden's eyes. Ella. He was still thinking about her. He was still longing for her. He was still haunted by her. And this maid, this pathetic substitute, was her ghost. Lila's lips curled into a cruel smile, her eyes gleaming with malice as she pushed the door open, her body slipping inside, her aura flaring with power, with rage, with death. The maid was asleep, her body curled beneath the thin blanket, her face soft, peaceful, innocent. Lila's heart twisted, her fingers trembling, her chest tightening as she watched her, as she fought against the jealousy, the anger, the pain. She looks like her. She looks just like her. Her hand moved, swift and silent, the dagger gleaming beneath the moonlight as she plunged it into the maid's chest, her face blank, her eyes cold, her heart empty. The maid's eyes flew open, her mouth opening in a silent scream, her body convulsing, her blood spilling over the white sheets, staining them crimson. Lila watched her, Her body still, her mind calm, her heart numb as the life drained from her eyes, as her body went limp, as her blood soaked the mattress. She wiped the blade on the sheets, her lips curling into a satisfied smile, her shoulders relaxing as the tension faded, as the jealousy vanished, as the ghost was finally gone. No one will ever replace me. Shattered illusions. Kaden stood in the dim corridor, his heart pounding, his breath shallow, his eyes wide as he stared at the lifeless body on the bed, his chest tightening, his stomach churning. Dead. She's dead. His legs trembled, his body swaying, his mind spinning as he took a step back, his head shaking, his hands curling into fists. No, this isn't happening. This can't be real. But it was real. The blood was real. The wound was real. Her death was real. His heart shattered, his eyes burning, his throat tightening as he stumbled back, his body trembling, his soul breaking. Another innocent life, lost because of me. Guilt surged through him, sharp and cold, cruel and unrelenting, crushing him, suffocating him, almost drowning him. His mother, Ella, and now this maid, they all suffered because of him, because of his weakness, and because of his failure. His fists tightened, his body shaking with rage, his aura flaring with power, with pain, with fury. Who did this? His voice was low, dangerous, his eyes burning, his wolf growling within him. Who killed her? The guard beside him shifted, his eyes downcast, his body tense. We found this. He held out a piece of black fabric, delicate and soft, expensive and elegant. Kaden's heart stopped, his blood running cold, his vision blurring as he recognized the material, as he recognized the scent and the recognized truth. Lila. His chest tightened, his shoulders stiffening, his jaw clenching as anger surged through him, as hatred burned within him, as betrayal shattered him. She did this. She killed her. She killed her because of Ella. He turned away, his body rigid, his aura flaring, his voice low, hollow, broken. Bury her, and tell no one about this. The guard hesitated, his eyes widening, his mouth opening. But, Alpha, she was. I said, bury her. Kaden's voice was sharp, cold, final, and burned the sheets. The guard lowered his head, his body trembling, his voice shaking. Yes, Alpha. Kaden stood there, his body trembling, his heart breaking, his mind spinning. Lila had killed her. She had killed her because she looked like Ella, because she was still jealous, because she was still threatened, or because she was still haunted by her. I'm haunted too. He closed his eyes, his chest tightening, his throat burning with guilt, his voice breaking. Ella, the white wolf's rise. Ella stood in the center of the fighting arena, her chest heaving, her muscles aching, her blood pounding as she faced her opponent, her eyes narrowing, her aura flaring. The warriors surrounded her, their eyes wide, their jaws slack, their bodies tense as they watched her, as they studied her, and as they judged her. She was the outcast, the stranger, and the rogue. But she was strong. She was fierce. She was powerful. The warrior charged at her, his body low, his eyes wild, his aura flaring with anger, with strength, with fury. But she was faster. She dodged his attack, her body spinning, her foot striking his side, her movements fluid, graceful, deadly. He stumbled, his balance faltering, his chest heaving as he turned, his eyes wide, his body trembling. But she didn't give him a chance to recover. She lunged at him, her fists slamming into his jaw, her aura flaring, her wolf howling within her. He fell to the ground, his body limp, his eyes closed, his aura fading. The crowd erupted, their voices loud, their cheers echoing through the arena, their excitement filling the air. But Ella didn't smile, her face blank, her body trembling, her mind spinning. She had won. She had defeated him. She had proven herself. But the battle wasn't over. The war wasn't won. The pain wasn't gone. Her wolf growled within her, fierce, powerful, relentless, stronger, faster, deadlier. She closed her eyes, her chest tightening, her fists clenching. I will never be weak again. Unmasking the monster. The air was heavy, cold, suffocating. Shadows danced along the walls, the dim candlelight flickering, the silence thick, tense, deadly. Kaden stood in the doorway, his shoulders stiff, his fists clenched, his eyes burning as he stared at her, his chest tight, his jaw clenched. Lila stood by the window, her back to him, her long hair cascading down her back, her delicate fingers resting on the windowsill. She looked calm, serene, beautiful. But he knew the truth now. Now he knew the monster beneath the mask. His heart twisted, his stomach churning, his wolf growling within him, his aura flaring with anger, with pain, with betrayal. You killed her. His voice was low, cold, sharp. Lila's body tensed, her fingers tightening, her shoulders stiffening. But she didn't turn around. She didn't even flinch. He took a step forward, his eyes narrowing, his fists curling, his aura flaring. You killed that maid because she looked like Ella. Lila's lips curled into a cruel smile, her shoulders relaxing, her body turning as she faced him, her eyes cold, her face blank. She looked at him, her gaze steady, her expression calm, her aura cold, dark, unyielding. Is that what you think, my love? Her voice was soft, sweet, mocking. Do you really believe I would kill her, just because she looked like that weakling? Kaden's heart tightened, his chest burning, his jaw clenching as he took another step forward, his aura flaring, his wolf growling. I know you did, he growled, his voice low, dangerous, his eyes burning. You killed her because you're jealous, because you're obsessed, because you're still threatened by Ella. Lila's eyes narrowed, her lips twisting, her aura flaring as she took a step toward him, her body rigid, her face cold. Threatened? Her voice was sharp, bitter, cruel. By that pathetic slave, that weak, useless, insignificant rogue. Her laughter echoed through the room, cold, hollow, empty. She's nothing, Kaden. She's beneath me. She was always beneath me. Kaden's chest tightened, his fists trembling, his wolf growling as he glared at her, his aura flaring with power, with pain, with fury. You took everything from her home, her dignity, her life, just because you couldn't stand the thought of me loving her. Lila's face hardened, her eyes narrowing, her aura darkening. You never loved her. Her voice was low, sharp, dangerous. You rejected her. You humiliated her. You made her a slave. I made you do that. Kaden's heart stopped, his body freezing, his eyes widening, his mind spinning. What did she just say? Lila smiled, her eyes gleaming, her aura flaring with power, with darkness, with control. I've been controlling you, Kaden, she whispered, her voice soft, seductive, wicked. Since the day she walked into this pack house, since the day you looked at her, since the day you desired her. She took another step toward him, her fingers brushing his chest, her lips curling into a wicked smile. I saw the way you looked at her, the way you wanted her, the way you fought against it. Her eyes gleamed, her voice softening. But you never could. Could you? Kaden's chest tightened, his breath catching, his heart pounding as her fingers trailed up his chest, as her aura wrapped around him, cold, suffocating, controlling. You rejected her because I told you to. You made her a slave because I commanded you to. You hated her because I made you believe she betrayed you. Her smile widened, her eyes gleaming with triumph, her voice soft, mocking, and victorious. I've been in your head, Kaden, whispering, manipulating, controlling. You, because you're weak, because you're pathetic, also because you're mine. Kaden's body trembled, his aura flickering, his wolf howling within him, his chest tightening, his mind spinning with thoughts. No, this can't be. Lila's fingers tightened, her aura flaring, her power wrapping around him like a thick cloud of smoke, her voice low, seductive, and possessive. You belong to me, your heart, your soul, your power, and your pathetic life. She leaned in, her lips brushing his ear, her voice a soft, wicked whisper. You'll never escape me, Kaden. You'll never be free. You'll always be mine. Kaden's chest tightened, his body trembling, his wolf howling, his heart breaking into despair. He was trapped. He was powerless. He was hers. No, I can't. I won't. His aura flared, his wolf growling, his fists tightening as he stepped back, his eyes narrowing, his jaw clenching. I will never be yours, he growled, his voice low, sharp, defiant. You may have controlled me, manipulated me, twisted my mind, but you will never have my heart again. Lila's eyes darkened, her aura flaring, her lips curling into a cruel smile. We'll see about that. Her fingers moved, swift, graceful, yet deadly, her power surging forward, with her aura darkening as she whispered the ancient words, her voice low, sharp, and cold. Kaden's chest suddenly tightened, his body freezing with dark spell of magic, his heart pounding as her power wrapped around him, cold, suffocating, and enslaving him. His vision blurred, his mind spinning, body trembling as her spell took hold, her power consumed him as her control tightened. No. He tried hard to resist, but his finally knees buckled, his body falling, head spinning, his heart breaking as her laughter echoed around him, cold and cruel. I can't fight her. I can't break free. I can't. What have I done to myself? Suddenly his vision darkened, with his body collapsing, mind fading, and his heart shattering with the last hope of resistance. Ella, her name was a whisper, a prayer, a plea, his last thought, his last hope, and yet his last breath. But it was already late as darkness consumed him, cold, cruel, and endless. Lila's laughter of triumphant echoed through the night, the dark queen's reign. The moon hung low in the night sky, shrouded by dark clouds, its pale light casting eerie shadows over the pack house. The air was heavy, cold, suffocating, tinged with the scent of fear, of darkness, of death. Lila stood at the center of the grand hall, her slender frame draped in flowing black silk, her long hair cascading down her back, her lips curved into a wicked smile. Her eyes gleamed with malice, her aura cold, powerful, suffocating. Kaden stood beside her, his shoulders stiff, his face blank, his eyes vacant, his body rigid. His aura was dim, dull, lifeless. He was a puppet, an empty shell, his will shattered, his soul enslaved. He was no longer himself. Lila's fingers tightened around his arm, her aura flaring, dark energy wrapping around him, binding him to herself, totally controlling him. You see, my love, she whispered, her voice soft, mocking, and completely possessive. You belong to me, body, mind, and soul. Kaden didn't respond, he didn't move, he didn't even blink. He was as good as a dead alpha. His chest rose and fell slowly, with his eyes unfocused. His body rigid, with aura cold, just lifeless, empty. Lila's smile widened, her fingers trailing up his arm, her eyes gleaming with triumph, with power, and consumed with madness to be in control of the pack. I am the Luna now, she whispered, her voice low, sharp, and dangerous. I am the ruler of this pack. I am the queen, and you are my slave. She turned, her gaze sweeping over the gathered pack members, her aura flaring, her power spreading, dark, suffocating, and consuming to the soul. They stood before her, their heads bowed, bodies trembling, and their faces pale. Eyes filled with fear and uncertainty about their suddenly mute alpha standing before them. Suddenly, her power wraps around them. It's cold, suffocating, enslaving. Their minds clouded with different thoughts, and their will shattered, with souls bounded to her secret dark magic. They were hers, all of them. Every warrior, every elder, every servant, even the mighty Alpha Kaden. She had enslaved them all. A dark, cruel laugh escaped her lips, echoing through the hall, cold, hollow, victorious. This pack is mine, this power is mine, everything is mine. Her gaze fell on the pack's head warrior, a tall, broad-shouldered man with dark hair and piercing eyes. His body was rigid, his face blank, his aura cold, lifeless, enslaved just like others. A wicked smile curled on her lips, her eyes gleaming with desire and hunger for more power. Kneel, she commanded, her voice low, sharp, and cold. His body moved instantly, his knees hitting the floor with his head bowing down, his aura flickering with shattered will and his soul bounded. Lila's smile widened, her aura flaring, her power wrapping around him, cold and suffocating. You belong to me, she whispered, her voice soft, seductive, and wicked. Your body, your power, your life, everything belongs to me. She stepped closer, her fingers brushing his hair, her eyes gleaming with hunger, with desire, with possession. You will serve me, she murmured, her lips brushing his ear, her aura tightening, her power consuming him. You will obey me, you will worship me, and you will pleasure me. He didn't move, didn't dare to speak back, or even didn't to resist her wandering hands around his loins region. He couldn't, because he was under her control, bound to her will, and enslaved to her power. A dark, cruel laugh escaped her lips again, her fingers tightening in his hair, her eyes gleaming with triumph, with madness. She had conquered him, just like she had conquered Kaden, and just like she had conquered the entire pack. They were all hers, every single one of them. Her eyes gleamed with ambition, her aura flaring, with power spreading, dark, suffocating, consuming. Soon, I will conquer the entire realm. I will be queen. I will be a goddess. But not everyone was under her control. Not yet. Not completely. The elders were still watching her, still doubting her, and trying to resist her power. They were the last obstacle, her last threat, and the pack's last hope. Suddenly, her gaze hardened, her smile fading, her aura darkening, and her power surging with the mere thoughts of more threats to her ambition. They needed to be eliminated. Her eyes fell on Elder Dorian, the oldest, wisest, and most powerful of the elders. His silver hair gleamed under the moonlight, his eyes sharp, cold, calculating, his aura flared, strong, defiant, unyielding. He knew what she was. He knew what she had done, and he was not afraid of her. Lila's lips twisted into a cruel smile, her eyes gleaming with malice, her power flaring with darkness, with death, with destruction for anyone wanting to resist her control. And he would be the first to fall. The room was quiet and cold. The fire had gone out, leaving only gray ashes. Elder Dorian stood still, staring at the map on the wall. One hand rested on it like he was trying to hold on to something solid, something real. His other hand shook. Inside him, his wolf growled, pacing like a caged beast. The veins in his neck pulsed like warning drums. His wolf clawed at the inside of his skin, agitated, pacing, snarling. "She's threading the Alpha like a puppet," he muttered aloud, his voice hoarse with disbelief. "And no one sees it, no one wants to." He had seen what others ignored. The way the Alpha didn't speak with his own voice anymore. The way the pack followed orders with empty eyes. The way the land itself seemed darker. It was her, Lila. She wasn't a healer, she wasn't a friend, she wasn't even a wolf. She was something else, something wrong. And the gods help him, he had waited too long to act. His lips already forming the words he would hurl at the council. They'd call him mad, delusional. But he would drag them into the light if he had to do it with blood. Because she had fooled them all, but not Dorian. "I have to warn them," he whispered again, "before it's too late." He turned toward the door, ready to leave, ready to tell the council what he had seen. But the door opened before he could take a step. And there she was. Lila stood in the doorway, dressed in a long black robe that flowed like smoke. Her dark hair hung down her back, and her eyes glittered with something cold and dangerous. "Going somewhere, Elder?" she asked softly, her voice sweet but mocking. Dorian froze. His heart pounded. His wolf pushed at his chest, snarling, ready to fight. "You're awfully tense tonight, Elder," she said, tone syrup slow. "Should I brew you something? Chamomile, perhaps?" She stepped further into the room, slow and calm, like she had all the time in the world. The air grew heavy, cold, hard to breathe. Dorian's mouth went dry. His pulse crashed like waves in his ears. "Witch," he hissed. "You've bewitched the Alpha, twisted the pack, turned our laws into ash." She tilted her head as though admiring a painting she found boring. "Oh, Dorian, always so dramatic." Suddenly and slowly, she lifted her hand. Her fingers moved quickly, like she was drawing invisible symbols in the air. Her lips moved, whispering strange old words. "Magic!" Dorian whimpered. His eyes widened in shock. Then he tried to back away, but his legs wouldn't move. A dark power wrapped around him like chains, cold, tight, crushing. His knees gave out. His vision went blurry. "No," he gasped. "I won't let you." But she didn't stop. "No," he gasped loudly this time around, trying to call on his wolf, but his soul felt as though it had been nailed to the floor. The darkness sank into him, pulling him down, deeper and deeper. His body shook. His wolf howled. Lila smiled. "You should have stayed quiet," she whispered. "But you never could you? But you always did love your little truths." Her voice was the last thing he heard. Then everything went black. Elder Dorian was gone. Doubts and accusations. The council hall was tense. The air buzzed with whispers as the elders sat in their high-backed chairs waiting. The long table between them felt colder than usual, and the fire crackled low, barely touching the chill in the room. Elder Marcus glanced at the large wooden doors for the third time. "He's late," he said, frowning. "Again." "He's not just late," Elder Rana added, her voice sharp. "He's hiding." Elder Fender cleared his throat. "We all heard his wild claims yesterday. Accusing Lila of dark magic, of controlling the Alpha. It's madness." He sounded afraid. Elder Thorne said quietly, "Desperate." Marcus scoffed. "Or guilty. He's the one acting strange lately, storming into meetings, shouting about shadows and witches. Now he refuses to show up when we summon him." "He didn't refuse," Thorne said. "Maybe something happened." Rana crossed her arms. "Or maybe he knew we were going to ask for proof and he had none." There was a heavy pause. Outside, the wind howled through the trees. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch just a little too far. Marcus leaned forward, his eyes hard. "I say we vote. If Elder Dorian cannot respect the council's call, then he cannot be trusted with a seat at this table." But what if he's right? Thorn asked, voice barely above a whisper. Rana snapped her gaze toward him. If he were right, he would be here to defend himself. Instead, he disappears like a coward. Fender sighed, rubbing his temples. We need order. The pack is already on edge. Rumors of dark magic will only make things worse. The vote was quick, 4-1. Elder Dorian's nameplate was quietly removed from the table. No one noticed the flicker in the fire's flame, the brief chill that swept through the hall, or the way the carved wolf statue on the wall seemed to lower its head ever so slightly. But something had changed. And in the silence of her own room, Lila smiled. One by one, I will kill them all, those filthy and worthless elders standing on my path to becoming the Alpha. The night after the council meeting was quiet, too quiet. Elder Thorn walked alone beneath the moonlight, his cloak pulled tight against the cold. His boots crunched softly over the frost-covered path that led away from the council hall and toward the elder quarters. He paused at the door to Dorian's home. The lights inside were off, the windows dark, no sign of movement. Thorn glanced over his shoulder, checking the empty street, then pushed open the door. It wasn't locked. Inside, the air was heavy and still, like no one had stepped foot in the house for days. Dust coated the floor. The fireplace was cold. A half-filled cup of tea sat on the table untouched. Dorian, he called out softly. No answer. He stepped deeper inside, his wolf stirring beneath his skin. Something wasn't right. On the desk, Dorian's journal lay open. Thorn flipped through the last few pages, his eyes narrowing at the words scribbled in a hurried hand. She's not what she claims to be. She's feeding on something, us, I think. The Alpha listens only to her now. If I don't make it to the council, tell them. The ink trailed off, the page was smeared. Thorn closed the book and tucked it inside his cloak. He stepped back toward the door, but froze. A whisper. It wasn't a voice exactly, more like a breath across his neck. He turned sharply. Nothing, just the shadows stretching long across the floor, still and silent. He left quickly, locking the door behind him this time. His heart pounded in his chest, but his face remained calm. No one could know what he'd found. Not yet. Especially not her. Meanwhile, in the Alpha's quarters, Lila stood near the window, her fingers tracing the frost on the glass. Behind her, the Alpha sat still, silent, his eyes glassy. Tomorrow we hold a feast, she said. The pack needs comfort, celebration, a reminder that all is well. The Alpha didn't answer. Lila smiled. You agree, don't you? A slow nod. She turned back to the window, her reflection smiling faintly in the glass. Let them laugh, let them dance to their heart content, let them believe they are safe. Her voice was soft, cold. They'll never see it coming, but before then, I need to have a taste of the beta. The Queen's darkness. The moon was low in the sky, shining a cold, pale light over the pack house. Shadows moved along the walls like quiet whispers, matching the growing darkness inside the home. Lila stood in the large bedroom that used to belong to Kaden's mother, the former Luna. The room still smelled like her, filled with memories of love and warmth, but now Lila's presence had poisoned it. She touched the silk sheets with her fingers, a cruel smile forming on her face. Everything in the room was hers now. The power, the throne, the pack. A soft, nervous knock came at the door. Lila's smile grew. Come in. The door opened slowly and the beta walked in. His shoulders were tight, head lowered. Fear and submission surrounded him. My queen, he said quietly, voice tight and weak. Lila turned around. Her eyes sparkled with power. Her presence was cold and heavy. Shut the door. He did as she asked, stiff and shaking. He couldn't look at her. His energy was unsteady. His will was already broken. She watched him closely, her power wrapping around him like chains. She owned him now, his body, his mind, and his soul. A dark smile appeared on her face. Do you know why I called you here? He stood still, lowering his head even more. To serve you, my queen. She laughed, but it was cold and empty. Yes, to serve me. She walked toward him slowly, like a predator. Her energy grew stronger, harder to breathe in. She touched his jaw, her fingers cold and possessive. And you will serve me, won't you, Beta? His breath caught. He shook. His energy flickered. Yes, my queen. Lila smiled wider. Her fingers moved down his chest. Her eyes were filled with hunger, with power, with madness. Then show me. She leaned in, her lips close to his ear, her voice low and wicked. Give me your loyalty, your obedience, your body, your soul." His body shook. His chest rose and fell quickly. His will broke apart. "Yes, my queen." Her laughter rang out again, cold and full of victory. She took him, controlled him completely. He trembled under her touch. His soul was tied to her dark power. His will was gone. When she finished, he lay on the silk sheets, breathing heavily. His eyes were empty. His energy was cold and lifeless. Lila stood tall, glowing with power. Her dark aura filled the room, spreading like smoke. She had broken him, just like she had broken Kaden, just like she had taken over the whole pack. They all belonged to her now, but her work wasn't done. She needed to destroy anyone who stood against her, and one still did. The Gamma. He was still loyal to Kaden, loyal to the memory of the former Luna, loyal to a past that no longer mattered. Lila's eyes turned cold. Her power grew stronger, darker, heavier. The Gamma would pay for standing against her, with his life. Blood on the throne. The dungeon was dark and cold. The walls were made of stone, and the air smelled like blood. Chains made clinking sounds in the silence. The Gamma was tied to the wall. His body was hurt badly. He was bleeding, bruised, and weak. His face was swollen, but his eyes still showed strength. Lila stood in front of him, wearing a black dress. Her eyes were cold and full of power. She looked like she had already won. "You should have listened to me," she said in a quiet, sharp voice. "You should have done what I said." The Gamma lifted his head slowly. His eyes burned with anger. "You'll never be my queen. I'll never serve you." Lila smiled. She touched his jaw with cold fingers. "You still care about Kaden. How cute and sad." He tensed up, still full of fight. "Kaden will escape your control. When he does, he'll stop you." Lila laughed, but there was no joy in it. "Kaden already belongs to me. His thoughts, his heart, his power, they're all mine now." The Gamma's face filled with rage. He pulled at the chains. "You're nothing but evil. You bring pain and death." Lila's smile vanished. Her power grew stronger, making the room feel heavy and cold. "You're just a fool, and fools die." She moved fast. A sharp knife appeared in her hand. The Gamma's eyes went wide. "No, please." Lila leaned in close, smiling like a madwoman. "Goodbye." She stabbed him in the heart. His body shook, his mouth opened, but no sound came out. His eyes froze wide open. Then he went still. He was dead. Lila looked down at him. Her body glowed with power. She had won again. She had killed another enemy. The throne was hers. The power was hers. The pack belonged to her now, but one person was still left. Ella. Lila's eyes darkened. She would find Ella. She would destroy her. No matter what. The feast was loud, warm, and full of light. Bonfires burned in the center of the gathering grounds. Tables were lined with roasted meats, fruits, and sweet breads. Laughter echoed through the air. Children ran between the legs of warriors, and music played from flutes and drums. It was everything a celebration should be. But Elder Thorn didn't smile. He moved through the crowd slowly, watching faces, listening to whispers. Everyone seemed relaxed, like the tension of the last few days had simply vanished. Because Lila had told them it was over. He spotted her across the fire, dressed in crimson and gold, her hair woven with silver threads. She looked like a queen. She laughed like she belonged. The Alpha stood beside her. No, stood behind her, eyes dull, expression blank. Thorn's stomach turned. "Elder Thorn," someone greeted, offering him a drink. He nodded politely but didn't take it. "Has anyone heard from Elder Dorian?" The warrior blinked. "I thought he left the pack after the council vote?" "That's what was said," Thorn replied. "But did you see him leave?" The warrior frowned. "No, but if he'd stayed, surely we'd know." Thorn gave a tight smile and walked on. He noticed something else too. Lila moved like a shadow in silk, but everywhere she went, people stood straighter, stilled their laughter, lowered their eyes. Even the strongest wolves looked subdued, controlled. He slipped away from the main circle, finding a quiet path behind the trees. He reached into his cloak and pulled out Dorian's journal again. He reread the last words. "She's feeding on something. Us, I think." Thorn looked up at the moon. It shone bright above, but it felt like no light reached the ground anymore. A low growl rumbled nearby. He stiffened, turning slowly. A wolf, black as midnight, stood at the edge of the trees, eyes glowing faint red. Not a normal wolf, not a pack wolf. Its gaze locked with Thorn's. Then it vanished into the woods without a sound. Thorn's hands clenched around the journal. He had no proof, no allies, no idea how deep this darkness truly ran. But he wasn't going to stay silent. Not like Dorian. Not like the others. The last warning. The sky had turned gray by morning. Elder Thorn hadn't slept. His mind raced through half-finished thoughts, fragments of Dorian's journal, and the way that black wolf had looked at him, like it knew something. He returned to his study and spread out everything he had. Dorian's journal, old council records, even a few worn books about blood magic and forbidden spells. His fingers trembled as he turned the pages, looking for patterns, anything that might explain what Layla truly was. The signs were there: power beyond normal, a growing influence over the Alpha, sudden disappearances, shadows moving where they shouldn't. And one thing more, her power fed on submission. She didn't just control others, she broke them, silently, fully. Thorn shut the book and looked toward the window. He had to act. Tonight, he would go to the old archives. There were records even the council rarely touched, records of the last time dark magic had touched their land. He moved quickly, cloaking himself in gray, hood up, scent masked. The village was quiet as the sun dipped low. He slipped into the narrow alley behind the temple, into the hidden stairway beneath the earth. Torchlight flickered as he stepped deeper, then stopped. He froze. She was already there, Lila, standing between the stone shelves like a statue in red silk. No guards, no words, just her, waiting. Thorn's pulse raced, but he didn't run. "I know what you are," he said, his voice steady. "I know," she answered calmly. "You killed Dorian." Her smile was soft. "He spoke too much. You read too much. Same flaw." Thorn reached inside his cloak. "I'll tell the others. I'll burn every lie you've built." She took one step forward. "You won't leave this place, Elder Thorn." Her fingers flicked. The air turned to ice. His legs buckled. Shadows coiled from the corners of the room, wrapping around his limbs like snakes. His wolf roared within him, trying to shift, but couldn't. She walked closer, whispering in a language older than stone. His breath caught, his vision blurred. "Let this be your lesson," she whispered as her fingers touched his chest. "Truth has no place in my reign." And just like that, the light faded from his eyes. Elder Thorn fell without a sound. Later that night, the council received word that Thorn had fallen ill. Suddenly, quietly, another respected elder gone. Lila stood before the council the next morning, her expression full of sadness. "This has been a difficult season," she said. "But for the safety of the pack, we must stand united." The elders nodded slowly, and one by one, they bent their heads. Blossoming light. The sun sank low, casting golden and rose-colored streaks across the sky. Below it, Ella stood on the hill overlooking the training grounds, chest rising and falling in ragged breaths. Her body ached, muscles trembling, sweat trickling down her spine. Every inch of her was exhausted, but she refused to stop. From the sidelines, Damian watched in silence. Arms crossed, jaw set, he radiated strength and control. Yet beneath his cool exterior, his eyes softened as he took in her effort, her grit, her stubbornness, her fight. Ella stumbled, nearly falling, but she pushed herself upright, fists clenched at her sides. Again, she told herself, "Stand again, fight again, be stronger." Her wolf stirred within her. No longer a whisper, it growled. Protective, present, ready. The white wolf within her was awakening, and with it came a surge of raw, untamed power. Damian stepped forward. His voice was calm but commanding. "Your stance, fix it, feel the ground, let it hold you." Ella looked up, meeting his gaze. It was intense, unwavering, but not cruel. She nodded and adjusted her feet, planting herself more firmly, steadying her breath. He moved behind her, placing his hands gently on her shoulders. His touch was warm and grounding. Her spine stiffened, awareness prickling over her skin. His power enveloped her, strong, sure, protective, almost suffocating in its intensity, and yet comforting. "Relax," he murmured near her ear. "Feel your power, let it rise, don't fight it." Ella shut her eyes. With every word, every touch, something inside her shifted. Her wolf responded to him, drawn to his energy, fueled by his strength. She felt it pulse beneath her skin. The light, the fire, the storm. His hands glided down her arms, guiding her movements. She moved in sync with him, fluid, controlled. Her fists struck the air with purpose, her kicks swift and sharp. Her aura flickered, then flared. For the first time, Ella felt strong, not just surviving, but becoming. "Good," Damian said softly. "Don't hold back. Let it all out. She spun, moving with grace and power. Her fist slammed into the training dummy with a fierce crack, wood split, shards flying. She gasped, stumbling back in disbelief, staring at her trembling hands. I did that? She whispered. Damian stepped forward, his smile small but proud. Yes, your power is awakening. She looked at him, heart pounding. My power? He reached out, brushing a damp strand of hair from her cheek. His eyes held something deeper, gentleness beneath the steel. Yes, Ella, and it's beautiful. A blush bloomed across her cheeks. She lowered her gaze, voice quiet. But I don't know how to control it. That's what I'm here for, he said. I'll help you. I'll teach you. You're not alone in this. His words settled into her chest like warmth. Her wolf stirred again, responding to him. Her energy reached out, drawn to his, tentative but hopeful. Why? She asked, voice barely above a whisper. Why are you helping me? Damian's hand lingered on her shoulder, his thumb brushing along her collarbone. His aura pulsed, protective, possessive, fierce. Because you're mine, Ella, he said, voice low, firm. Whether you see it now or not, you're mine. Her heart skipped a beat. She froze, breath caught in her throat. Inside her, her wolf growled, a deep, protective sound. Mate, the word pulsed through her. Strong, certain, unstoppable. Damian's eyes darkened, his power circling her like a storm. You feel it too, don't you? Ella swallowed hard, her chest tightened, her hands trembling. I'm not sure. He stepped closer. His face was inches from hers. His voice was low, firm. You're mine, Ella, and no one is going to take you from me. Her pulse raced. Her wolf howled in agreement. Her energy sparked, wild and alive. She looked up at him, her voice barely a whisper. Damian, A sudden cough cut through the moment, sharp and unwelcome. They turned. Lucian stood a few feet away. The pack's beta. His eyes were unreadable, his shoulders tense. His aura buzzed with emotion, something dark and heavy. I didn't mean to interrupt, Lucian said, his voice tight. The scouts are back. They found something troubling. Damian's expression shifted. Instantly serious. We'll talk later, he said, turning to go. But before he moved, he brushed his fingers against Ella's. His voice dropped to a whisper. Don't run from me again. Her chest ached as he walked away. Without his presence, she felt exposed, cold. Lucian didn't move. His eyes stayed on her. She looked at him, confused. His gaze made her feel strange, hollow, unsettled. Be careful, Ella, he said, his tone strained. Power draws danger, and love brings pain. Before she could respond, he turned and walked off into the shadows. Ella stood alone, her thoughts spinning. Her wolf growled softly, eyes tracking Damian's fading figure. Damian, her alpha, her mate, her light. But when she looked back toward Lucian, a chill crept into her heart. Why did she feel like the darkness was watching her, waiting? And the next day, the training continued. Bonds of power and desire. The moon hung above, full and bright, casting silver light across the clearing. Ella stood in the center, arms open, head tilted to the sky, eyes shut. She could feel the energy in the air, soft, strong, alive. It wrapped around her like a warm blanket. Damian moved in slow circles around her, never looking away. His presence steadied her. Feel it, he said gently. Don't resist. Let the power in. Let it become part of you. Ella drew a deep breath. Her chest rose, her body eased. Inside, her wolf stirred, strong, protective. The power flowed through her like a current, warm, electric, intense. It was thrilling, a little scary, but she didn't pull back. Her strength grew, her wolf growled in approval. She felt like she was waking up for the first time. Damian stepped closer. His energy folded around her, firm, sure, protective. That's it. You're doing great. His words grounded her. Even as her power surged, he kept her steady. She could feel him, his presence, his energy, calling to her, wrapping around her soul. She opened her eyes. They met his. Her heart pounded. Damian, he reached out and brushed her cheek. His touch was soft, careful. You're amazing, Ella. Stronger than you know. She trembled beneath his hand. Her wolf growled low, needing more. She leaned into his touch. I couldn't have done this without you. Damian's eyes softened. His fingers lingered. The strength was always yours. I just reminded you. Her heart swelled. His words sank deep, warming her from the inside. She whispered, thank you for believing in me. He moved closer, their breaths mingling. I always will, Ella. Always. Their lips were inches apart. Her heart thudded. Their power pulled together, spirits reaching, auras blending to becoming one. Then, a sharp cough, that same cough. The moment snapped. They turned fast. Fuck. Lucian stood at the edge of the clearing, arms crossed, face unreadable, eyes locked on Ella again. His aura was cold, tense, but his gaze held something else, something conflicted, unspoken. Alpha, he said stiffly, we need to talk. It's urgent. Damian's jaw clenched, his presence shifted, all business now. I'll be there in a moment. Lucian's eyes didn't leave Ella, just like the other day. Ella, his voice softened, rough with emotion. Be careful. Power draws danger. She blinked. Her heart gave a painful twist. Something in his tone made her pause. And what does he mean repeating the same words? But before she could speak, he turned and walked off, shadows clinging to his back. Damian cursed under his breath. Ignore him, he's just protective. Ella looked up. Why does he always look at me like that? Damian's eyes darkened. Because he can't let go of the past. Her voice dropped. What past? He turned, his shoulders stiff. It doesn't matter. What matters is you're here now, with me. But as he walked away, leaving her in the moonlight, Ella couldn't stop the uneasy feeling settling in her chest. Lucian's eyes still haunted her. There was more to his gaze, more to his warning, and definitely more to the pain he carried in silence. Darkness filled the halls of the Crescent Moon Pack. It wasn't just shadows, it was something alive, spreading, heavy and cold. Lila stood tall in the center of it all. Her arms were crossed, her eyes sharp and hard. Her face showed no kindness. Power swirled around her like a storm. In front of her, the old sorcerer shook with fear, his hands trembling. You're gonna give me more power, Lila said calmly, but her voice was cold. Right now. The sorcerer shook his head. I can't. You've already taken too much. If you take more, the darkness will take over you. You'll lose who you are. I don't care, she said, stepping closer. Give it to me. No, he said firmly. I won't be part of this. I won't help you destroy yourself. Her eyes narrowed. The air around her grew heavier. Shadows rose from the floor, swirling around her like snakes. Then you're of no use to me. She lifted her hand. Dark magic flew from her fingers and wrapped around the sorcerer's body. He gasped as the dark tendrils squeezed tighter. Please, don't, he begged. Lila walked up to him, her voice quiet and cold. You should have obeyed. With a snap of her fingers, the magic crushed him. His body fell to the floor, lifeless. His light, his power, gone. She looked down at him without emotion. Pathetic, she said with disgust. I don't need anyone. She turned away, her power spreading with every step. The castle grew colder, darker. She was the Luna now, the queen, and no one was going to stop her. But deep inside her, something small stirred, a bit of fear, a bit of pain, a quiet voice that reminded her of who she used to be. She silenced it. She didn't have space for weakness, not anymore. The quiet one. Marin knew how to move without being seen. That's what made her valuable. She had been Lila's maid since the day the woman first stepped into the Alpha's house. Always quiet, always polite, always invisible. But invisibility had its benefits. It meant no one noticed when you stayed too long in the hallway, or when you walked in without knocking, or when you listened through the walls. Marin had heard the screams, soft ones like muffled howls buried under stone. She had seen the changes too, the way the Alpha's eyes no longer shone with their old fire, the way Lila spoke, not to him, but for him, as if he were a puppet dressed in skin. And now Elder Thorn was gone, just like Elder Dorian. They called it illness. But Marin had cleaned Thorn's robes before his death. She saw the faint soot stains on the hem, the scent of burnt ash that clung to the fabric like it had passed through a place of fire. She had washed it silently, carefully, and tucked away the loose scrap of parchment she found folded inside the pocket. It wasn't much, just a torn corner of a journal, but the words burned in her mind. Truth has no place in her reign. She didn't sleep that night. She lay on her thin cot, staring at the ceiling, her hands shaking. Marin was no warrior, she was no elder, no wolf of rank, but she was trusted. Lila spoke freely in front of her, led her into the Alpha's private quarters, asked her to fetch letters, clean weapons, burn things quietly, too quietly. And now Marin had a choice. Keep her head down, pretend she saw nothing, or do something dangerous, something stupid, something brave. She slipped from her room at dawn, cloak over her shoulders, boots silent. She wasn't going to the kitchen. She was going to the Elder Hall, because if Elder Thorn had left even one clue behind, Marin was going to find it. Ashes and echoes. The elder hall was quiet, too quiet. Marin kept her footsteps light as she slid through the back entrance, the one the servants used when summoned for errands. She had passed through this corridor 100 times before, but never like this, never with her heart pounding like a drum inside her chest. She held her breath as she approached Elder Thorn's quarters. The council had locked them. Officially, they claimed it was to preserve his writings for the archives. Unofficially, no one had touched it. Marin had seen the way the others avoided the door, like it held a curse. She reached into her apron and pulled out a long hairpin. Dorian once joked that she could unlock anything with those nimble fingers. He had no idea how right he was. Click. The door creaked open. She slipped inside, closing it behind her. Dust hung in the air like forgotten whispers. His study smelled of old ink and burnt herbs. Papers lay untouched on the desk, and a shattered mug still sat on the floor near the fireplace. Marin crouched and scanned the room carefully. Nothing obvious. Then her eyes landed on the fireplace. Ashes. Lots of them. But something glimmered faintly within the soot, half-burnt parchment. Her fingers moved fast, brushing away the cold flakes, careful not to tear the pieces. Most of it was unreadable, but one line, jagged and scorched, still showed. Lila's power is not hers. It feeds, it grows. The boy is the key. Marin froze. The boy? She didn't understand, but the way her skin prickled told her it was important. Then, snap, a footstep outside. Marin stuffed the parchment into her apron and backed away from the hearth. Her heart thundered as the doorknob turned slowly. No. No, no, no. The door opened. A figure stepped inside. Not Lila, but someone worse. Beta Kaden, cold-eyed, loyal, brutal. His gaze landed on her like a dagger. "What are you doing here?" he asked, voice flat, almost bored. Marin dropped into a bow. "Forgive me, sir. I was sent to collect the Elder's seal for archiving. I didn't mean to." "By whose order?" She hesitated. He took a step closer. "You were snooping," he said simply. "And that's not your place." Her mouth went dry. He grabbed her arm, hard. "I should report you to Lila." Marin's mind raced. She had to think fast, or she wouldn't leave this room at all. Marin winced as Beta Kaden's fingers dug into her arm. His grip was unforgiving, like iron wrapped in flesh. "I asked you a question," he growled. "Who sent you?" Her lips parted, but no answer came. Her mind screamed. She couldn't lie. He'd smell it. But if she told the truth, he might not wait for Lila's orders to kill her. His grip tightened. "I think," he said, leaning closer, "you've forgotten your place, girl." Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension like a blade. "She's with me." Kaden turned sharply. A figure stood in the doorway, tall, hooded, wrapped in the plain cloak of a junior guard. But Marin knew that voice. Jace. He wasn't a warrior, barely past his first shift. He served in the stables, delivered messages, cleaned weapons, too low-ranking to matter. But she'd once bandaged his hand when the forge door slammed on it. She didn't think he'd even remembered her name. Until now. "She's been helping me with the Elder records," Jace said, stepping into the room. His voice was calm, steady. "I asked her to retrieve the seal." Kaden frowned. "Since when do stable boys sort through Elder records?" Jace didn't flinch. "Since the council told me to report any signs of tampering. Elder Thorn's logs weren't fully catalogued. I thought the seal might help." A beat of silence. Then Kaden released her arm with a grunt. "Next time, follow proper channels." He stalked past them, muttering under his breath. Marin stayed frozen until his footsteps faded. Only then did she let out a shaky breath. "You're insane," she whispered. Jace pulled down his hood, his dark hair damp with sweat. "Yeah, maybe. But you looked like you were about to throw up, and I figured you weren't here dusting books." She stared at him, unsure what to say. He looked away, then added, "Whatever you found, it's not safe here. Come with me." "Where?" He glanced back at the scorched parchment peeking from her apron. His jaw tightened. "Somewhere we can talk. Somewhere she doesn't have ears." Beneath the stone, Marin followed Jace in silence, through the rear garden gate, past the training fields, down a gravel path most wolves didn't bother with anymore, overgrown and half swallowed by vines. "This leads to the old storage tunnels," Jace murmured without looking back. "Used during the last war. Hardly anyone remembers they're still down here." He pried open a rusted metal door hidden behind a broken tool shed. The hinges screamed, then gave way. Darkness yawned beyond. Marin hesitated. "Are you sure this is safe?" she asked. He didn't answer at first, just stepped inside, his torch flaring to life with a soft hiss. "I'm not sure of anything anymore," he muttered. She followed. The air was damp and thick, the walls lined with old stone, marked by symbols of protection and loyalty, long since faded. "Why are you helping me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Jace stopped walking. "I saw Elder Dorian the night he died," he said. Marin's breath caught. Jace turned, his face pale in the torchlight. He looked terrified. "I asked if he needed help. He told me to go, to forget I saw him, said nothing could stop what was coming." "What is coming?" Marin asked. He hesitated, then pulled a worn leather pouch from beneath his shirt and handed it to her. Inside was a small crystal, cracked, dark, humming faintly. "I found this in the ashes of the Eastern Shrine, after it was burned. Same smell as Thorn's robes." He paused. "I think Lila's been feeding off something dark. This crystal, it wasn't made by wolves, it's not even of this realm." Marin's fingers trembled as she held it. Suddenly it flared. A whisper echoed through the stone tunnel, not words, just sound. Low, cold, wrong. She dropped it with a gasp. Jace caught it before it hit the ground. "She's using these, drawing power from something ancient. I think Thorn found out. I think you just found proof of it." Marin stared at him. He wasn't just a stable boy, not anymore. "Jace, what are you?" He met her gaze, and this time, there was no nervousness in his eyes, only quiet steel. "I'm the last son of the Hollow Moon line. My family was slaughtered before I could shift. They thought they killed us all." A pause. "But someone has to survive. Someone has to stop her." Marin's heart thudded in her chest, because now she wasn't alone. The Hollow Moon's last flame. "They'll be looking for us soon," Marin said, glancing back toward the narrow tunnel. "We can't stay here long." Jace nodded, tucking the crystal back into the pouch and securing it inside his tunic. "I know. But if we leave now without a plan, we'll just end up dead, like the rest." Marin's mind was spinning. "You said your family were wiped out by her kind," he said, voice like flint. "Not just by Lila, by whatever's guiding her, whispering to her, feeding her." His jaw clenched. "My mother died protecting the seal stones. She hid one before they came." Marin's eyes widened. "You think she's collecting them?" "I know she is. And if she finds the last one," he shook his head, "this entire pack won't just fall under her rule, it'll vanish." The weight of his words settled between them like ash. Footsteps echoed. Both froze. Jace reached for his dagger. Marin's breath caught in her throat, a soft, steady rhythm. Too heavy for a rat, too slow for a patrol. Her name tasted like heaven on his lips, his wolf growling possessively as she stopped before him, her head tilted, her eyes warm. "Thank you, for letting me stay here, for giving me a chance." His chest tightened, his heart pounding as he fought the urge to touch her, to hold her, to never let her go. "You're part of this pack now. No one will ever hurt you again." Her eyes softened, her lips curving into a gentle smile, her body relaxing as she looked up at him. I feel safe here, with you." Damian's breath caught, his heart racing as her words wrapped around him, filling him with warmth, with hope, with a longing he couldn't deny. "Mate," his wolf growled, his body trembling with desire, his instincts roaring to claim her, to protect her, to love her. But before he could say anything, a shout echoed across the clearing, breaking the spell. "Alpha! Urgent news!" Ella's eyes widened, her body tensing as she stepped back, her walls slamming down. I should go." Before he could stop her, she turned and ran, her form disappearing into the trees, her scent lingering in the air. Damian's chest ached, his fists clenching as he watched her go, his heart pounding with frustration, with longing, with confusion. But the shout came again, more urgent this time. He turned, his eyes narrowing as his beta approached, his face pale, his eyes wide. "Alpha, there's trouble. It's about Ella." Damian's heart sank, his blood running cold as the words echoed in his mind. Trouble, about Ella. His wolf snarled, his body tensing as fury ignited within him. Whoever dared threaten her would pay. Lila's victory. Lila stood by the Luna's bedside, her eyes cold, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. The old woman's breathing was shallow, her face pale, her body trembling as the poison ate away at her from the inside. "El Lila." The Luna gasped, her eyes glazed, her hand reaching out, desperate and weak. "Help. Me." Lila's smile widened, her heart racing with triumph as she leaned in, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "Don't worry, you'll be at peace soon." The Luna's eyes widened, panic and realization dawning as her body convulsed, pain twisting her face, tears slipping down her cheeks. "You, M-monster." Lila's face darkened, her eyes gleaming with malice. "You were in my way. You were never meant to be Luna. That title belongs to me." She watched coldly as the life faded from the Luna's eyes, her body going limp, her hand falling to her side. It was over. Lila's heart pounded with exhilaration, her body tingling with power, her lips curving into a wicked smile. She had won. With the old Luna gone, no one could oppose her. Kaden would need a new mate, a new advisor, and she would take her rightful place by his side. Her eyes gleamed with victory, her mind spinning with plans, her body trembling with anticipation. Ella was gone, banished, forgotten. The Luna was dead, out of her way. Nothing could stop her now. But she didn't know that Ella was alive, stronger, growing closer to Damian. And she would be back. Shadows of doubt. Damian stood in the dimly lit study, his fingers tracing the jagged letters on the crumpled parchment. Kaden's second letter. Its words echoed in his mind, heavy with accusation, dripping with malice. "She poisoned my Luna. She betrayed her own pack. She's dangerous." His jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the letter again, looking for inconsistencies, for lies, for anything that would prove Kaden wrong. He had ignored his first letter. Why then is he still so persistent in this matter? But doubt crept in, cold and insidious, whispering in his ear. What if it was true? What if she really was dangerous? What if she had betrayed her pack? His heart clenched, his fists tightening as he remembered the fear in her eyes, the pain in her voice, the way she trembled whenever he got too close. She was terrified, broken, fragile. But was it all an act? He shook his head, fury boiling within him as he slammed his fist onto the desk, the wood cracking beneath his strength. No, he wouldn't believe it. Not without proof. "I'll find out the truth, one way or another." He had already sent scouts to Blood Moon territory, his most trusted warriors tasked with gathering information, with digging up the past, with discovering the truth about Ella. But he couldn't wait. He needed answers now. He needed to hear it from her. Again. Lessons in trust. Ella's heart raced as she stood in the clearing, the forest around her whispering with the soft rustle of leaves, the air cool against her skin. She could feel his eyes on her, piercing, intense, watching her every move, every breath. It made her nervous. It made her heart flutter. It made her feel alive. "Relax." Damian's voice was deep, steady, soothing as he stepped behind her, his presence commanding, overwhelming. "You're too tense. You need to let go." Ella swallowed, her body trembling as his warmth surrounded her, his scent intoxicating. I can't. I'm scared." He moved closer, his chest brushing her back, his voice low and firm. "Your wolf is strong. She just needs to be set free." His words wrapped around her, his confidence, his strength, his belief in her sinking into her bones, chasing away her fears. She took a deep breath, her heart pounding as she closed her eyes, reaching out to her wolf, to the voice that had been quiet for so long. "I'm here." Her wolf's voice was soft, hesitant, a whisper in the back of her mind. I want to be free." Jace grabbed her arm and pulled her deeper into the side chamber, behind a stack of crumbled stones and an old wine rack. The torchlight died with a quiet flick of his fingers. The tunnel plunged into darkness. Then, a flicker of light, not firelight, blue, cold, faintly humming. The glow drifted closer, revealing a figure draped in velvet, slender, graceful. Her silhouette smooth and practiced. Lila's second personal maid. But she wasn't alone. Hovering behind her was a shimmering shape, half hidden, almost invisible, like smoke wearing armor. The maid paused at the chamber's mouth. She tilted her head slightly and whispered, "I know you're there." Marin's heart slammed against her ribs. Jace raised his dagger, ready, but the maid didn't enter. She knelt and set something gently on the floor. A sealed envelope, tied with black twine. Her voice was soft. "I've done what I can. Don't waste it." Then she turned and vanished, the strange figure melting into the dark with her. Jace exhaled shakily. Marin's hands were still trembling as she reached for the envelope. It bore the crest of the High Council. Inside was a single sheet of parchment, a list of names, council members, and next to 3 of them, the symbol of death. Lila's already moving against them, Marin whispered. One by one. Jace's voice was grim. She wants the council silenced before they uncover the seal's location. Marin's eyes met his. Then we have to get to them first. Wolves at the door. The night was colder than usual. A storm was gathering overhead, dark clouds swirling above the treetops, cloaking the moon in a shroud of shadow. Marin and Jace moved fast, their footsteps barely audible on the forest floor as they approached the stone manor of Elder Caro, one of the last council members untouched by Lila's web, or so they hoped. The manor sat at the edge of the territory, quiet, too quiet. No lanterns burned, no guards at the gate, just the rustle of wind in the trees and the faint creak of old wood groaning. "This doesn't feel right," Jace muttered. Marin nodded, her hand instinctively tightening on the dagger at her hip. He should have had watchers at the door, at least one. They moved in tandem, crouched low, stepping around the back where the servants' entrance stood ajar. Inside, the air reeked of smoke and copper. Blood. Jace raised a hand, signaling stillness. Then a whisper, a shuffle of movement. From behind the curtain, a man stumbled out, gray-haired, wide-eyed, soaked in blood. "Elder Caro?" Marin gasped. He looked at her, then collapsed into her arms, gasping for breath. She was here," he rasped. "Who?" Jace asked urgently, lowering him gently to the floor. Caro's trembling hand reached up and gripped Marin's tunic. Not just Lila, someone else. A man, eyes like ice. They took the seal. His body convulsed once, then went still. No, Marin whispered, but his heart had stopped. "Damn it." Jace stood, his face pale with fury. "We're too late." Before she could reply, a low growl echoed from the hallway, then another, and another. Dozens of eyes gleamed in the shadows, gold, red, unnatural. Not wolves, not anymore. Jace drew his dagger. "They've turned the guard. We need to run." Marin stood, eyes locked with his. "No," she said, breath shaky. "We fight." The first corrupted wolf lunged. Marin met it with steel. Blood and fire. The corridor exploded into chaos. Jace threw his arm in front of Marin, knocking aside the first beast with a brutal kick. It slammed into the wall with a sickening crunch, but more came behind it, black-furred, eyes glowing red, mouths frothing with something not entirely wolf. Marin ducked as another lunged. Her dagger flashed upward, slicing clean through the creature's throat. Black blood sprayed, burning her skin like acid. "These things aren't natural," she shouted. "They're bound to her." Jace yelled back, swinging his blade in a wide arc, carving through two more. "She's feeding them something, dark magic or worse." They fought back to back, the bodies piling, but the beasts kept coming, faster, more frenzied. From behind them something cracked. The manor's walls groaned. A massive chandelier in the hall above creaked loose, crashing down in a storm of splinters and flame, scattering wolves with a wave of smoke and fire. Jace grabbed Marin's arm. "This way." They burst through a side door, stumbling into a narrow passage filled with dust and cobwebs. The sounds of snarling faded behind them, swallowed by the wailing fire spreading through Elder Caro's manor. They didn't stop running, not until they broke through a stone hatch in the floor of the old root cellar and fell into a cold, dry cavern beneath the hill. Silence. Finally, Marin collapsed against the wall, gasping. Jace was bleeding from his shoulder, a deep bite already bruising purple. "Let me see it," she said, moving to tear her sleeve. "I'm fine." "You're not." He flinched as she cleaned the wound, her hands shaking. "If they're doing this to every council member," she whispered, "soon there won't be anyone left who can stand against her." Jace's eyes were grim. "There's someone left, someone who should have died a long time ago, a name my father never dared speak aloud." Marin stilled. "Who?" He looked up, jaw tight. "The first hollow moon Alpha." Her breath caught. But the hollow moon line ended decades ago. He reached into his tunic and pulled out a pendant, a dark silver crest shaped like a crescent devouring the sun. "She didn't kill them all," Jace said. "One survived, and if he's still alive, he might be the only one strong enough to fight what's coming." Moonlight shone through the tall windows of Damian's study, casting long shadows across the floor. His desk was a mess, papers everywhere, maps marked with red lines, and reports filled with every bit of gossip and news about the Crescent Moon Pack. Damian leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. His mind was full of everything he had discovered. Ella, she wasn't the traitor. She was the victim. It had taken weeks of digging, paying off spies, questioning prisoners, and putting together the truth piece by piece. And all the signs pointed to one person, Lila. She had planned it all, the lies, the poison, the betrayal. She had used Kaden and destroyed Ella's life because she was jealous and greedy. Damian slammed his fist on the desk. The wood groaned under the force. His power flared in the air around him, thick with rage. How could he have been so blind? How could Kaden? That weak fool. Just then, the door creaked open. Ella walked in quietly. Her presence was gentle, her aura calming. Her white hair flowed over her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled in the moonlight. "Damian, you sent for me." His chest tightened. She was beautiful, strong, and innocent, and she had been hurt so deeply because of Lila. He stood up, his eyes serious, his energy protective and firm. "Ella, there's something you need to know." Her eyes widened with worry. "What is it?" He took a deep breath. "I've been looking into your past, why you were banished, what people said about you, and I found the truth." She froze, her voice shaking. "The truth?" He stepped closer, holding her gaze. "You were framed. Lila did it all. She poisoned the Luna, turned Kaden against you, and made everyone believe it was your fault." Ella's breath caught. She trembled. "Lila, it was her?" Damian's jaw tightened. "Yes, she wanted Kaden in power, and to get them, she ruined your life." Ella's legs gave out, but Damian caught her in his arms. She shook, gripping his shirt, tears spilling down her cheeks. "I suffered so much. I thought I was the problem, that I deserved it because I have a weak wolf, that I didn't love him enough." Damian pulled her close, his voice soft but firm. "You didn't. You were innocent, and she stole everything from you." Her sobs grew louder, her pain pouring out. "I lost everything, my pack, my pride, my hope." He held her tighter, his power wrapping around her like a shield. "You have me now. My pack. I'll protect you. No one will ever hurt you again." She looked up, eyes full of tears and light. "Damian, thank you for believing in me." His heart pounded. "I'll always believe in you, Ella." They stood together in silence, their souls reaching for one another. Warmth filled the room, but something cold was still lurking behind it. Damian pulled away slightly, his face serious again. "There's more, something else you need to know about Lila's pack." Ella tensed. "What is it?" He turned away, his voice low. "My parents were killed by them." Her breath stopped. "Killed?" His fists clenched, power buzzing in the air. "I was 17. They came in the night, no warning. They killed my parents and left me to die." Ella's heart broke, her whole body shaking. "Damian, I didn't know." He turned to her, pain written all over his face. His eyes were dark, his aura heavy with sorrow and anger. "I barely made it out alive. After that night, I promised myself I'd get revenge. I wanted to destroy everyone who hurt my family. And now, knowing what Lila did to you, I won't let her get away with it." His energy sparked in the air, his power rising, eyes burning with rage. "I'll make her pay. I'll destroy her and her whole pack." Ella's chest tightened, fear and sadness swirling inside her. "Damian, revenge won't bring your parents back. It won't take away the pain." He looked at her, and for a moment his eyes softened. His power dimmed. "No, but it will give me justice. It will give you justice too." She gently took his hand, her fingers wrapping around his. Her warmth steadied him. "Then let's face her, together." His heart pounded, his wolf inside him growling in agreement. He gripped her hand tighter, his voice low and sure. Together. But even as they stood side by side, their bond growing stronger, a shadow loomed in the distance. The real fight was just beginning. Lila's reign of terror. The throne room echoed with Lila's cold laughter, sending chills through everyone present. Her red dress flowed around her like spilled blood, and her eyes glowed with dark magic. Fear filled the air, thick and heavy, crushing the courage of every pack member in the room. The few remaining elders knelt before her. Their faces were pale, their eyes empty. The rest of the council had already been killed for daring to speak against her. Dark energy crackled around Lila, feeding on their fear. She rose from her throne slowly, like a predator eyeing its prey. Her gaze landed on Elder Marcus, the last one brave enough to stand against her. Her smile was cold, her words sharp. "You questioned me, Marcus. You spread talk of rebellion." Marcus trembled, his voice weak. I only wanted what was best for the pack, for our future." Lila laughed, the sound cruel and sharp. "The future belongs to me. Anyone who stands in my way doesn't deserve to see it." She lifted her hand. Shadows swirled around her fingers, growing darker and stronger. Marcus froze, fear filling his eyes. No, please, show mercy. Lila's eyes flashed with power. Mercy is for the weak. The shadows struck, wrapping around Marcus like snakes. He screamed as they tightened, crushing him, stealing his life. In moments, his body turned to dust. He was gone, completely erased. The room fell into silence. The remaining elders shook with fear, their auras dimming. Lila looked down at them, power rising around her. Let this be your warning. Disobey me, and this will be your end. She turned to her guards, her tone icy. Hunt down every traitor, every whisper of rebellion. Crush them all. The guards bowed, fear thick in their voices. Yes, my queen. Lila watched them leave, her power swirling like a storm. Her grip on the pack was complete. She was the queen. No one dared defy her. But in the shadows, something stirred. A spark of light. A name. Ella, and her cursed white wolf. Lila's eyes narrowed, power building around her. I'll destroy you, Ella. I'll crush your light, and wipe out your hope. The forbidden forest was unlike any place Marin had ever entered. Its trees were ancient, towering like sentinels, their trunks gnarled and blackened with time. Mist hung low and thick, curling around their feet like curious spirits. No birdsong, no wind, just the constant hush of things watching. Jace walked ahead, torch held high. Its flame flickered oddly, not because of wind, but something else, as if the very air resisted light. How much farther? Marin whispered, her voice swallowed by the gloom. Another mile, he said, if the maps are right. Marin glanced around, unease prickling down her spine. And if they're not, then we die in here like everyone else who's ever tried. He said it with no trace of fear. That worried her more. They crossed an ancient stream, its waters pitch black and sluggish. Bones lay near the banks, not animal, wolf, twisted, cursed. The deeper they went, the stranger things became. Trees bent inwards, their branches forming twisted arches. The ground pulsed faintly under their boots, as if it were alive. Symbols etched in stone glowed faintly as they passed, whispering in a language Marin couldn't understand. Here, Jace said at last, stopping before a cave hidden behind a thick curtain of moss. This is it. Marin hesitated. How do you know? He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward and pressed the silver pendant to the stone wall. The earth shuddered. Then the moss peeled back like skin, revealing an entrance lit with an eerie blue glow. From deep within, a voice echoed, deep and ragged, a growl laced with age and power. Who dares disturb the last of the hollow moon? Marin tensed. Jace dropped to one knee. Your blood, he said, his voice steady, your kin, and your only hope. Then footsteps, slow, heavy. And from the darkness stepped a man cloaked in furs and scars, eyes silver like ice, face carved with war paint, a crescent mark burned into his chest. You bring war, the Hollow Moon Alpha said, and I do not fight for lost causes. Jace stood. Then fight for vengeance. The Alpha's eyes glinted. For vengeance, I will burn the sky. The fire crackled low within the hollow cave. Shadows danced across the walls like ghosts. The Hollow Moon Alpha sat before it, silent, unmoving, a stone carved from memory and pain. Marin sat nearby, watching him with quiet unease. Jace paced, restless. He hasn't said a word in hours. Give him time, Marin murmured. You don't carry eyes like that without having seen hell. At last, the Alpha spoke. I remember the night the moon bled. His voice was gravel, the fire dimmed as if listening. I was young, proud. My pack stood above the mountains, the strongest bloodline in the realm. We didn't bow, we didn't kneel, and for that, she came. Lila? Jace asked. No, she was just a child then, but her mother. He trailed off. Sara, the serpent-blooded witch. She came with flowers in her hands and poison beneath her tongue. He stood slowly, walking to the cave mouth. Mist clung to him like morning silk. She seduced my brother first, promised him the moon and power. He believed her. He led her into our lands, into our hearts. What happened? Marin asked softly. She tore us apart from the inside, one by one, cursed our children, twisted our wolves. My brother died screaming with his insides turned to ash, our people scattered, our name buried. He turned back to them, his eyes burning silver. When I fled into these woods, I swore two things. I'd never answer another summons, and I'd never trust a whisper that spoke of witches or power again. But Lila isn't just another witch, Jace insisted. She's her daughter. She's continuing the same bloodline, the same war. She's worse, the Alpha growled. Sara corrupted, but Lila, she devours. Then help us, Jace stepped forward. If you knew the damage she caused. I know enough, the Alpha interrupted. You think I haven't heard the trees scream, the rivers mourn? You want a war, boy, but I only see a grave. He turned, moving deeper into the shadows of his cave. I do not fight ghosts, and I do not march toward death for a world that has already surrendered. Then you're no Alpha, Jace muttered. The old wolf paused. He said without turning, I was an Alpha, once. And then he was gone, swallowed by stone, silence, and the memories of a pack long turned to dust. Echoes of the Forsaken. The mist was thicker now, heavier, colder, as if the forest itself grieved their failure. Jace stormed ahead, his boots crunching against dead leaves and frost. Arrogant old coward, he spat. He let the world burn once, he's ready to do it again. Merrin followed quietly, her eyes fixed on the twisted trees, her fingers brushing the silver pendant that still pulsed faintly at her throat. He lost everything, Jace. Maybe he's just broken. Then he should have said so, not hidden behind ghost stories. Jace stopped suddenly, jaw clenched. We don't have time to search for another ally. Lila's power is growing, the council is falling apart, and without proof of her darkness. No one will believe us, Merrin finished, her voice low. Especially now that Elder Thorn is gone. They walked in silence for a while. The wind whispered secrets they didn't want to hear. When the trees began to thin, the edge of the forest appeared, pale light filtering through the leaves. They were almost out, almost safe. But Merrin turned just once to glance back. There, high on a jagged rock behind the cave's entrance, she saw him, the Hollow Moon Alpha, watching, silent, a shadow cloaked in ancient pain. But he did not move, and he did not follow. Far behind, within the cave, the Alpha remained still long after they were gone. His hand rested on an old pendant, blackened with age, a twin to the one Merrin wore. A whisper curled through the cavern, soft, feminine, haunting. You cannot run from your blood forever. The Alpha clenched his jaw. I buried you, Sahara. The voice only laughed, and still I rise in your daughter. The fire sputtered. The cave grew colder. He exhaled, slow, broken. Moon, help me. I may have no choice. The cave was silent, but the past was not. As the Hollow Moon Alpha sat alone by the dying embers of the fire, the flickering flames seemed to peel back the years. The stones around him blurred, warped, until they became marble halls, warm sunlight, laughter, a time when the world was different. He was younger then, fierce, bold, the Alpha of the revered Hollow Moon Pack. His name was whispered with awe. His word was law. And she, Sara, the witch with starfire in her eyes, had come not as a threat but as salvation. He had loved her, foolishly, recklessly, entirely. You shouldn't be here, he'd told her, standing at the edge of the sacred clearing, knowing full well he'd summoned her himself. And yet, she'd whispered, stepping closer, you always call for me when the moon is full. Their love had been a fire, beautiful, secret, and dangerous. She had promised him power to protect his pack, to defy the elders who feared change, to reshape the realm, and he had taken it, every drop, every whispered charm, every forbidden night, until the day she stood before him, cradling a babe wrapped in midnight cloth. She has your eyes, Sara said, a strange tenderness in her voice, but all he saw was a curse he wasn't ready to bear. No, that child, he shook his head. She's not Hollow Moon, she's not mine. Sara's gaze had darkened, the magic in her veins shimmered. You deny her? I deny you. The fallout had been swift. Sara disappeared into shadow, taking the child Lila with her. And in his shame, he crafted a lie. He told his people it was his brother who had fallen, that he alone had fought to save them. He banished all memory of her from his heart, buried the name of the girl whose laughter once echoed in the caves. He aged alone, nursing his guilt. Until now, until she came back, no longer a child, but a queen in darkness. Lila, his daughter, his sin. Back in the present, the Hollow Moon Alpha rose slowly, his face hollow. I lied, he murmured to the silence. I lied to them, just like I lied to myself. He looked toward the edge of the cave where Merrin and Jace had once stood. My blood walks the world again, soaked in ruin. A long pause. Then he turned to the back of the cave, where a hidden chamber lay sealed. He pressed his hand to the stone. It pulsed beneath his skin. Old wards shivered and cracked. I will not face her again, but I must make sure no one else ever becomes what she did. The stone door opened with a groan, and the Hollow Moon Alpha stepped into the past, toward the one thing that might destroy or redeem them all. No more howls in the hollow. The chamber had no air, only memories. The walls were carved with runes so old they bled sorrow. The Hollow Moon Alpha stood in the center, beneath the etching of a great wolf, wings outstretched, moon branded on its chest. This was where they laid down oaths, where bloodlines began, where his had ended. He knelt slowly, placing the pendant, once Sarah's, at the altar. The silver glinted faintly. "I have lived a lie," he whispered, his voice barely a thread. "My shame birthed the monster." He reached into the folds of his coat, pulling out a ceremonial dagger. Its hilt bore the mark of the first Alpha. "I gave up everything, but the past never forgets. A single breath, one last whisper. Forgive me." The blade found its mark. Silence claimed the hollow moon. The last Alpha of the forgotten line collapsed, leaving nothing behind but echoes and the weight of the truth he dared not face in life. Meanwhile, the path back to the Nightshade Pack was longer than it should have been. Merrin kept glancing over her shoulder, a weight building in her chest. "Do you feel that?" she asked. Jace frowned. "Feel what?" But then he heard it too, the rustle in the trees, the unnatural hush, too quiet, too still. And then, thump, a body dropped in front of them. It was the messenger they'd sent ahead, eyes wide open, throat cut. Merrin gasped. No, arrows flew, too fast, too many. Jace pushed her behind a tree, drawing his blade, but it was chaos. Figures cloaked in black shadows, branded with the mark of the crescent snake, Lila's secret guard. "You should have stayed hidden, Merrin," a female voice purred from the trees. "The Alpha won't miss a ghost." Merrin's eyes widened. That voice, Lyra, Lila's personal female guard. She stepped out, blades in hand, a cruel smile on her face. No more messengers, no more meddling. Jace roared, charging forward, but it was too late. A blade pierced his side, another took his throat. He collapsed at Merrin's feet, eyes wide in disbelief. Merrin screamed, her pendant glowing bright silver, once, twice, before dimming. She tried to run, tried to shift, but pain bloomed in her back, sharp and cold. Lyra stood over her, wiping blood from her cheek. "The Hollow Moon's secrets die with you." The forest fell quiet again. No witnesses, no more hope, and in the shadows Lyra whispered to the trees, "They're gone, my lady, as you commanded." Far away, in her moonlit chamber, Lila smiled. One threat silenced, only the throne remained. The training grounds were quiet, bathed in the soft gold of the setting sun. Ella stood alone, her body aching, skin slick with sweat, breath shallow from a full day of pushing herself past her limits. Every movement she'd made was an attempt to outrun the chaos in her heart, the past she couldn't change, the pain she carried, and the growing pull between her and Damian. But no amount of training could silence the storm inside her. "Ella." She turned sharply, startled by the familiar voice. Lucian stood behind her, steady, tall, his presence like a steady flame in the dark. There was something different in his eyes tonight, a quiet weight. She managed a tired smile. "Lucian, I didn't expect you here." He stepped closer, his aura calm, his voice careful. "I needed to talk. I couldn't keep this in anymore." Her smile faded, her chest tightened. "Is everything okay?" He shook his head gently. "No, but it will be. I need to say this." Lucian reached for her hand, his fingers warm and trembling. When their skin touched, something in Ella's breath hitched. Not because of the mate bond, but because of how honest he looked. "I love you, Ella." Her world paused. "I've tried to fight it. I've tried to tell myself it would fade, that I could bury it, but it's only grown stronger." She pulled her hand back, stunned. "Lucian, I know," he said quickly, voice cracking. "I know you're bonded to Damian. I know what you two share, but my heart doesn't care about bonds. It chose you long before I realized it." Ella's throat closed. The training ground felt smaller, hotter. Her heart pounded with guilt and confusion. "Lucian, I care about you, but this isn't something I can give." He nodded, swallowing hard, forcing a bitter smile. "I didn't come here to take anything from you. I just needed you to know, even if it breaks me, even if you never say it back." Tears stung her eyes. "Lucian, I'm so sorry." "Don't be." His voice softened. "Just promise me you'll be happy, that you'll live through this war and find peace. That's enough for me." He took a step back, his aura dimming, like a candle flickering against the wind. Then he turned and walked away, every step a wound she couldn't heal. Ella stood there, heart aching, soul unraveling. Why did love always come with such pain? But before she could sink too deep into the ache, a chill crept into the air. The shadows shifted. Far off, something dark stirred, foul and powerful. Lila. The war hadn't waited. It was already breathing down their necks, and no heart, whether broken or whole, would be spared. A warrior's rise and hearts entwined. The training grounds thrummed with energy, alive with the quiet hum of warriors gathered. Their faces were sharp, eyes burning with respect and curiosity, waiting for the moment to come. The sun cast long shadows, gilding the scene in golden light, while whispers rippled through the crowd like a rising tide. Ella stood at the center, unwavering. Her once fragile form had transformed, muscles defined beneath the dark leather armor that hugged her like a second skin, silver accents catching the light with every breath. The Shadow Fang emblem emblazoned on her chest was no longer just a symbol. It was a promise, a mark of her journey, her strength. Beside her, Damian's presence radiated power and pride. His eyes softened as they settled on her, protective and full of unwavering support. When he stepped forward, his voice rolled across the field with quiet authority. Today, we honor strength, courage, and loyalty. His gaze locked onto Ella's, and his tone softened. Ella has faced pain most would crumble under. Betrayal tried to break her, but she stood tall. She fought with us, bled with us, and shielded us. Murmurs of respect rippled through the warriors, their auras flickering with admiration. Damian's voice rang clear and steady, resolute as ever. Today, I name her one of us. Ella is now a warrior of the Shadow Fang Pack. A roar of approval erupted, warriors pounding their chests, their auras flaring like wildfires. For Shadow Fang! Ella's heart thundered in her chest, eyes glistening with tears she refused to shed. This was more than acceptance. This was her rebirth, her new beginning forged in pain and triumph. Damian turned toward her, his gaze warm, voice soft with something tender. You've earned this. Every scar, every battle, every part of who you are. She met his eyes, feeling her chest tighten with gratitude and something deeper. Thank you for believing in me, even when I couldn't. A gentle smile curved his lips, his aura folding around her like a shield. I'll always believe in you, no matter what. Her heart fluttered, spirit reaching for his in silent promise. With him by her side, she felt unstoppable, like she could face anything the world dared throw at her. Later that night, the night air was cool and still, the moonlight spilling silver over the forest like a gentle caress. Inside the great hall, the pack's celebration throbbed with laughter and music, their joy echoing through the walls. But Ella stood apart, outside on the balcony, her heart weighed down by swirling thoughts. She leaned against the railing, eyes tracing the glittering stars above, her chest tight with the weight of everything she'd endured. So much had changed. She was no longer the weak wolf, the slave, the outcast. She was a warrior now, strong, respected, unstoppable. Yet her heart twisted in knots, raw with emotions she barely understood. Damian's words replayed in her mind, his eyes haunting her, his touch lingering like a spark in the dark. Why did he make her feel so alive, so vulnerable? Ella. Her breath hitched, aura flaring as she spun around to find Damian standing behind her, tall, powerful, yet gentle. His dark eyes held concern, his presence overwhelming, yet somehow comforting. Why are you out here, alone? She looked away, chest tightening. I needed air. It's too much in there. He stepped closer, his aura folding around her like a protective shield. I understand. Silence settled between them, thick and heavy. Damian's gaze drifted upward to the stars, voice soft, reverent. You did well today. You deserve this, and so much more. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I never thought I'd be accepted, not after everything. His jaw clenched, aura flaring with fierce pride. What they did to you, unforgivable, but you survived, you grew stronger, you rose. Her heart pounded, spirit reaching out. I wouldn't have made it without you. He turned fully toward her, eyes burning with truth. You're stronger than you know, Ella. Always have been. I just helped you see it. Her breath caught, chest tightening. Damian, he stepped closer, voice raw and low. You deserve happiness. You deserve love. I want to give that to you. Her world stopped, body frozen, spirit trembling. What? His fingers brushed her cheek, warm and steady. I can't hide this anymore. I want you. I want you by my side. Always. Her eyes glistened, aura flickering uncertainly. Damian, I don't know. His gaze softened, fingers lacing with hers, voice tender. I'm not asking for answers now, just wanted you to know. She searched his eyes, heart aching, spirit yearning. You really feel that? He smiled, aura flaring, voice raw with emotion. I've never felt like this before, not since. He faltered, eyes darkening. Not since my parents were killed. Her breath caught, heart aching. Damian, his jaw tightened, aura wavering. I shut myself off from everything, everyone, but you made me feel again, made me believe. Tears pricked her eyes, chest tightening. I didn't know. He moved closer, aura enveloping her, voice low and steady. We've both been broken. Maybe we can heal together. Her heart raced, spirit trembling, soul reaching. Damian. He leaned in, breath warm against her skin, eyes blazing. May I kiss you? Her chest tightened, body frozen but spirit ablaze. Yes. His lips met hers, soft, tender, fierce. Her heart exploded, spirit soaring, soul shattering all at once. His arms wrapped around her, aura wrapping around them both, his presence overwhelming and complete. When they parted, breaths mingling, eyes locked, he smiled, voice raw, spirit trembling. I'm not letting go. Not now. Not ever. Her heart fluttered, soul blazing, spirit entwined with his. She was his, and he was hers. But even as their hearts beat as one, darkness crept closer. Lila's evil spread like wildfire, unrelenting, unstoppable. The storm was far from over. The Queen's cruel game. The heavy door to Alpha Kaden's chamber swung open without invitation. Lila stepped in, her black silk dress trailing behind her like a shadow. Her eyes sparkled with wicked amusement. Kaden sat by the fire, his posture rigid but empty, his mind clearly no longer his own. She smiled, voice dripping with mockery. Alpha Kaden, still pretending to be in control, I see. Without hesitation, Lila signaled to one of her personal guards, a tall, fierce man with eyes as cold as ice. The guard stepped forward, and without breaking the Alpha's gaze, Lila pressed close to him. Slowly, deliberately, the guard's hands began exploring Lila's body, their movements bold and unashamed. Kaden watched silently, his eyes glazed, powerless to intervene. Lila's laughter echoed softly in the chamber as she let herself be touched, her every move a calculated show of dominance and disdain. Look at you, Lila whispered to Kaden, her voice a venomous caress. Helpless, a puppet dancing on my strings. Kaden's expression betrayed nothing but hollow obedience. She leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear. You're nothing but a fool now, and everyone will see. The guard's hands roamed freely, the unspoken message clear. Lila ruled here. Kaden remained frozen, trapped behind invisible chains woven by her dark magic. When the guard finally pulled away, Lila gave one last mocking smile before turning on her heel and leaving Kaden alone, humiliated, broken, and utterly controlled. Kaden sank into his chair, fingers clenched tightly on the armrests as the last echoes of Lila's laughter faded into the dark. His mind was a battlefield, a war between the fading spark of his true self and the crushing grip of the dark magic strangling his will. He saw everything, her mocking smile, the boldness of her guard, the way she made him a prisoner in his own home. But he could do nothing. His voice was silent, his power shackled. A deep, aching rage boiled beneath his calm facade, not just at Lila, but at himself. How had he fallen so far? The Alpha who once commanded respect now sat a helpless spectator to his own disgrace. He swallowed hard, forcing down the bitterness that threatened to consume him. Outside, the pack stirred, whispers spreading like wildfire. Lila's hold grows stronger. Alpha Kaden is lost. Kaden sat alone in his chamber, the fire's glow casting flickering shadows on the walls. His mind drifted back to a time before the darkness, before he lost control. He remembered Ella, loyal, true, the one who had warned him, begged him to see Lila's real face. But he had turned away. He had chosen to trust Lila, blinded by promises and the lies she wove so effortlessly. A cold ache settled in his chest. How could I have been so blind, he thought, bitterness rising like poison. Ella had wanted to stand by him, to help him in fighting to protect the pack, and I pushed her away. Now everything was lost. Lila's grip tightened, the pack slipping further into shadow. Despite his weak state, Kaden's hands clenched into fists, the weight of regret crushing him. If only I had listened. If only I had believed, but it was too late. And all that remained was the hollow echo of a mistake that might cost them everything. Few days later, whispers had reached Lila's ears. A maid within the pack dared to seek a way to break the chains binding Alpha Kaden's mind. Her curiosity piqued. Lila decided to pay a visit, one that would remind everyone who truly ruled. Kaden's chamber was dimly lit, the flicker of the fire casting long shadows. The door opened silently. Lila entered, followed by the maid, a trembling girl clutching a small vial, her eyes full of desperate hope. Kaden's gaze flickered with something like recognition and fear. Lila's smile was cold, sharp as a blade. "So," she whispered, voice dripping poison, "you think you can save him?" The maid's hands shook as she stepped forward. "Alpha Kaden!" the maid cried out in panic. "Let her go, please," Kaden said with a trembling voice. "Oh, you can still talk. Lila, please, knee and beg me." "What?" the maid gasps out. "I'm already on my knees. Let her go." "You are so pathetic." Before she could speak, Lila's fingers snapped, a shadowy tendril of magic darting out. The maid gasped, eyes widening in shock as the vial shattered in her palm. Pain twisted her face. Kaden's voice was lost to the darkness that gripped him. He could only watch. The maid collapsed, silent and still, the life draining from her body. Lila bent close, her breath icy. "Let this be a lesson," she hissed. "No one defies me." She turned to Kaden, her eyes mocking. "Your saviors are nothing but ghosts. No one can save you from my grip, you fool." And with that, she vanished into the night, leaving the helpless Alpha alone with his shame and the corpse of hope. The weight of responsibility. Ella stood tall before the assembled warriors, her spine straight, chin lifted with quiet determination. The training grounds buzzed with the clashing of swords, the thuds of bodies hitting earth, and the grunts of exertion. Dust hung thick in the air, mixed with sweat and the fierce scent of unyielding resolve. She was no longer just a survivor, no longer the weak wolf, no longer a slave. She had become a warrior, a guardian of the Shadow Fang Pack. But with that title came heavy burdens, expectations, scrutiny, and eyes that followed her every move. "Keep your eyes forward, Ella." Damian's voice cut through the noise, firm yet gentle. He stood behind her, arms crossed, a steady presence anchoring her. "You don't just react to your enemy's moves, you anticipate them." Ella swallowed the racing in her chest, spirit burning fiercely. "Yes, Alpha." A soft smile curved Damian's lips. "You don't have to call me that, you know." A flush crept up her cheeks, aura flickering with sudden warmth. I know, but it feels right." He stepped closer, his aura wrapping around her like a shield, voice dropping low. "What feels right is having you by my side." Her heart skipped a beat, spirit trembling with something she couldn't name. Why did he always make her feel so exposed? Before she could answer, a sharp, mocking voice cut in. Well, looks like the Alpha's got a soft spot." Ella whipped around, muscles tensing, aura flaring in warning. Zara stood there, one of the pack's fiercest warriors, beautiful, fierce, and radiating ambition. Her eyes were icy, posture proud, aura simmering with barely concealed jealousy. Damian's jaw tightened, his gaze cold as steel. "Zara, watch your words." Zara's lips curled into a sly smirk, eyes narrowing like a predator sizing up prey. "Just stating the obvious. Not everyone thinks she deserves to be one of us." Ella's chest constricted, spirit faltering for a moment. She knew this type all too well. Strong, confident, prideful, the kind who saw any hint of weakness as a threat, the kind who would never accept her. Not as a warrior, not as Damian's equal. Damian's aura flared, voice sharp and uncompromising. "Ella has earned her place. Anyone who questions that questions me." Zara's eyes flickered with resentment, jaw clenching tightly. "Of course, Alpha." She spun away, her presence heavy with bitter disdain. Damian exhaled slowly, shoulders easing as his gaze softened. "Don't let her get under your skin." Ella drew in a steadying breath, aura settling back to calm strength. "I won't. I've faced worse." A proud gleam shone in his eyes. "That's my warrior." Her heart pounded, spirit ablaze. His warrior. The moon hung like a silent sentinel in the sky, casting silver light across the forest, painting the trees and river in an otherworldly glow. The night was still, the air cool and sharp, as though the world itself was holding its breath. But inside Ella's chest, a storm raged, untamed and unrelenting. She stood at the edge of the riverbank, her reflection rippling in the moonlit water. Her body ached from relentless training, muscles sore, bones heavy, but her spirit thrummed with a strange, wild energy. Her wolf stirred beneath her skin, no longer just a whisper but a rising force. Yet with that power came something more dangerous, feelings she couldn't suppress, emotions that surged every time Damian drew near. The way his gaze lingered on her, the brush of his fingers, the quiet strength of his voice. Her pulse would quicken, her spirit would blaze, and her soul, God's help her, would tremble. She shut her eyes tightly, chest constricting with a mix of longing and fear. Why him? Why now? Why did his very presence set her on fire, and yet leave her feeling so bare, so exposed? Ella. The voice cut through the night like a blade wrapped in velvet. Her eyes flew open, heart lurching as she turned. Damian stood behind her, his tall frame haloed by moonlight, his presence overwhelming in its quiet intensity. His gaze was steady, dark with emotion, but his tone was soft. You shouldn't be out here alone. She turned back to the water, arms folding across her chest. I just needed air, space to think. He stepped closer, his aura wrapping around her like a second skin. You're restless. She gave a small nod, throat tight. There's a lot on my mind. His hand reached out, warm fingers brushing her shoulder, a touch so simple yet grounding. You don't have to carry it all alone. Not anymore. Her breath caught, the sincerity in his voice, the way it peeled back her defenses. I know, she whispered. His hand lingered, then slid gently down her arm. Then let me carry some of it with you. Let me in, Ella. Her eyes fluttered shut as a war raged inside her. Her instinct wanted to pull away, but her soul, it leaned in him. Then he did the one thing that broke her. He cupped her face, thumb brushing along her cheek. His eyes burned with truth. I care about you, Ella, more than I ever intended, more than I've ever cared about anyone. Her lips parted, a breath catching in her throat. Damian, He leaned forward, forehead pressing gently against hers. I won't push, I won't force anything, but you need to know, you're mine. Her aura trembled, her spirit both awakened and shattered in the same breath. I want to be, she whispered, but his jaw clenched. But what? She looked away, pain etched in every syllable. I'm broken. I've been used, betrayed. I don't know if I have anything left to give. I don't know if I can love like that again. His arms came around her, pulling her against his chest, his voice low but certain. Then I'll wait. I'll fight for you, for us, because you're worth it. Every scar, every shadow, you're worth everything. Tears slipped down her cheeks, her defenses dissolving like mist. Damian, he kissed her, not with urgency, but with reverence. A soft, aching promise pressed to her lips. Her body melted into his, soul catching fire, spirit threading with his like it always belonged there. When he pulled back, his voice was rough with emotion. I'm not letting you go, Ella. Not now. Not ever. And in the stillness under the moon's quiet watch, her heart answered the truth it had always known. She was his, and he was hers. But unknownly to them, someone stood among the shadowed trees, silently watching them. It was Beta Lucian. Lucian stood in the shadows, watching quietly. His heart hurt as he saw Damian looking at her, touching her, and how she relaxed in his arms. His chest felt tight, and his spirit shook. Why did it have to be Damian? Why did she have to love him? His hands clenched into fists. Why did he fall for someone he could never have? He turned away, feeling heavy and broken inside. He loved her, but she would never be his. Still, even as he walked away, a small fire burned inside him. He wasn't ready to give up yet. Meanwhile, the warm glow of the firelight flickered across the faces of Zara and her closest friends, gathered in the secluded corner of the camp. Laughter and light chatter filled the air as they sipped on herbal tea and nibbled on roasted nuts, the night wrapping around them like a cloak of secrecy. Zara, you really have come into your own, one of the women said, eyes gleaming. I've never seen anyone match the Alpha's strength the way you do. You two are practically inseparable. Another chimed in with a smile. Yeah, it's like you're his shadow, always by his side, ready to back him up. You're the fiercest warrior among us. Zara's chest swelled with pride. She basked in their admiration, the glow of their praise feeding her ego like wildfire. It's not easy, she said modestly, though her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. But with Damian, I feel like I'm meant to be here, like I belong. The circle nodded, their approval unanimous. For a moment, Zara allowed herself to imagine a future where she stood firmly beside Damian, not just as a warrior, but as someone he truly valued. Then, with a careless chuckle, another voice broke the mood. But have you noticed something about Ella? one friend asked, tilting her head. The way Damian looks at her sometimes, like she's more than just another warrior. The group fell silent, the question hanging heavy in the air. Zara's heart clenched. She forced a smile, but inside, a dark seed of doubt took root. What do you mean? She asked, voice sharper than she intended. Oh, it's nothing definite, the woman hurried on. Just sometimes when Damian thinks no one's watching, he softens around her, like she's special to him. And Ella, she's changed so much lately. Stronger, more confident. The others murmured in agreement, eyes flickering between Zara and the thought of Ella. Zara's jaw tightened, her mind racing. How could this be? Was Damian truly drawn to that girl? Was Ella becoming a threat to everything Zara had worked for? Her fingers curled into fists as a fierce resolve took hold. No, she wouldn't let that happen. Not if it meant losing Damian's attention. Not if it meant being overshadowed by someone she saw as weak, unworthy. I'll be keeping a closer eye on her, Zara said quietly, her voice cold with determination. If Ella thinks she can waltz in and take what's mine, she's in for a rude awakening. The fire crackled, casting long shadows over her face, mirroring the jealousy burning deep inside her. Lucian stood at the edge of the training ground, watching Ella spar with a seasoned warrior. Her moves were now fast and strong, her confidence growing every day. But what hurt him most was her smile, the smile she only gave to Damian. His chest tightened, and his spirit shook. She would never smile like that at him. He saw Damian step closer, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. Ella laughed, her eyes shining as their spirits connected. Lucian's heart ached, his hands clenched. Why did it have to be Damian? Why couldn't it be him? He hasn't found his mate yet. He hoped the moon goddess would mate him with Ella the first time he sets his eyes on her, but she disappointed him. He turned away, torn between his loyalty to Damian and his own feelings for Ella. He loved her, but she wasn't his to love. Still, he made a silent promise to protect her, even if it meant watching her fall for another. While Lucian secretly fought with his feelings, Zara is burning with jealousy. In the arena, Zara watched with narrowed eyes, her jealousy burning inside her. She saw Damian's soft gaze on Ella, saw Ella's laughter and blushing. That smile was meant for her, not for some weak orphan. She had fought by Damian's side, earned his respect, but now he only had eyes for Ella. Her heart ached and her spirit darkened. Why couldn't he see her? Why couldn't he love her? Then a cold plan formed in her mind. The monthly fighting arena was coming, a chance to prove who truly deserved to stand beside Damian. Zara would make sure Ella learned the hard way. She walked away, her heart full of resentment and her mind set on revenge. The trap is set. The day of the arena had come. The place buzzed with excitement. Warriors stood ready, their energy strong. The crowd cheered loudly, eyes full of fire. Ella stood tall, her back straight and her head held high. She had trained hard and was ready to prove herself. But she felt the heavy stare of many around her, watching, judging, not believing she belonged. She's just a weak orphan. She's only here because of the Alpha. Her chest tightened. Would they ever accept her? Damian's hand touched her shoulder gently. She looked up and saw him, calm and protective. You're ready, Ella. Don't let anyone make you doubt that. Her heart beat fast. I won't let you down. He smiled warmly. You never could. Then Zara stepped forward, proud and cold. Ready to be humiliated, orphan? Ella's eyes narrowed. We'll see who's humiliated in the end. Zara's smile was sharp. I'm looking forward to it. Ella's spirit burned bright. She wouldn't give Zara the satisfaction. But Zara had already set a trap, one that would humiliate Ella in front of everyone and try to break her spirit. Zara wanted Damian to see who really deserved to stand by his side. Hidden in the shadows, Lucian watched, his heart pounding. He saw the hatred in Zara's eyes as she looked at Ella. He saw the cruel plan she had made to humiliate her. His jaw clenched. He would not let that happen. No one would hurt Ella. He stepped forward, his spirit strong and steady. He would protect her, even if she never knew. His eyes softened with pain. He would always protect her, even if she could never be his. Lucian's quiet help. Lucian moved silently, watching Zara carefully. He knew her jealousy well. He saw the hate burning inside her every time she looked at Ella. When he heard her plotting to humiliate Ella in the arena, his chest tightened. How low would she go? His eyes darkened with anger. No way would he let her succeed. He saw Zara order 2 warriors to sabotage Ella's training gear, to make sure she failed and looked weak in front of everyone. Zara's cruel smile made Lucian's blood boil. Once Zara left, laughing and full of hate, Lucian stepped out of the shadows. His mind was clear, his purpose set. He carefully fixed the broken equipment, checking every part twice. Ella would not fail today, not because of Zara's tricks. When he finished, he stepped back, alert and ready. He couldn't fight for her openly, but from the shadows, he would protect her. And he always would. The fighting arena. The arena continued to buzz with energy. The crowd roared with excitement, eyes shining as warriors lined up, ready to prove their strength. Ella stood among them, her back straight, her chin up. She felt their stares, heard the whispers. She doesn't belong here. Just a weak orphan. She's only here because of the Alpha. But she blocked it all out. She had trained hard, and she was ready to fight. She belonged here, no matter what they said. Across the arena, her eyes found Damian. His calm gaze and steady presence gave her strength. She nodded once. She could do this. The first round began, tests of strength, speed, and skill. Ella moved quickly, jumping, dodging, striking with precision. She gave it her all, never losing focus. She felt Zara watching her, felt the jealousy in her glare, but she didn't care. She wouldn't give Zara the win. Then came the final challenge, climbing a tall wall using only ropes. Ella reached out and grabbed the rope. It felt strange, too loose, almost weak. Doubt crept in. Was this the trap? No. She shook it off. She wasn't going to let fear stop her. She climbed, pulling herself higher, muscles burning, sweat dripping. The crowd went quiet, watching. Zara waited for her to fall, but Ella kept going. Then, she reached the top. The arena exploded in cheers. Warriors clapped. Damian smiled proudly. Ella stood tall, breathing hard but smiling. She had done it. Zara's face twisted with anger. Her plan had failed. Instead of humiliating Ella, she had only made her shine brighter. Watch out, orphan. This is just the beginning. Damian watched as Ella climbed down, his heart pounding with pride. She had done it. She proved her strength and courage in front of everyone. But something didn't feel right. He remembered Zara's face earlier, the smug look like she was waiting for Ella to fail. Then, when Ella succeeded, Zara's smile disappeared. She looked furious. Damian's jaw clenched. This wasn't just about getting envious of her little successes or jealousy. Zara had really expected something to go wrong, but why? His eyes moved to Lucian, who stood quietly at the edge of the arena. His gaze was fixed on Ella, his stance tense and protective. Had Lucian seen something too? Had he stopped something from happening around the arena? Damian's chest tightened. Zara had planned something, and Lucian might know the truth. Zara's growing resentment. Zara stormed away from the arena, her heart pounding with anger. Everything had been planned. Ella was supposed to fail in front of everyone. She was supposed to fall and be humiliated, but she didn't. Instead, she won, and the crowd cheered for her. Zara's hands shook with rage. Someone had ruined her plan? She thought of Lucian, always watching from the shadows of the scene, always near Ella. Could he have stopped it? Her anger grew. If Lucian was helping Ella, then he was against her too. Ella had taken the spotlight, Damian's attention, the respect Zara had worked so hard for within the pack. She wouldn't let it happen again. With her eyes burning with hatred, and her thoughts spinning with more scheming ideas, Zara walked away. She needed a new plan. Next time, Ella wouldn't win. Lucian watched from the shadows of the scene as Zara stormed off, her face twisted with anger. She was furious, and he knew she wasn't done. She would certainly try again. He turned his eyes back to Ella. She was smiling, proud and strong. She had proven herself to everyone today. But Lucian knew the danger wasn't over. He stepped deeper further into the shadows, his mind made up. He would protect her, no matter what. Even if it meant going against Zara, even if it meant breaking his loyalty to Damian, even if it cost him everything, he would keep her safe, even if she never knew. Meanwhile, Zara paced her room, seething. Ella's victory haunted her. She had planned everything perfectly. How then did it all go wrong? Her hands curled into fists. Someone had stopped her plan, and she knew exactly who. Lucian, always lurking, always watching out for Ella. That fool, that scheming bitch, who pretends to be a damsel in distress just to get the Alpha's attention. God, how I hate that sliming bitch. I must teach her a lesson. A wicked smile spread across her face. If Lucian wanted to protect Ella, then she would take them both down. She walked to her vanity and pulled out a hidden vial, given to her as a gift from the healer's supplies. The liquid shimmered faintly. A poison, slow and deadly. No one would suspect it. She would poison Ella, bit by bit, quietly, painfully. And Lucian, he would watch helplessly. The thought filled her with twisted joy. Soon, Ella's light would fade, and Lucian's hope would die with it. It wasn't up to 30 minutes later after the battle at the arena when Lucian saw Zara doing hide-and-seek around the kitchen vicinity. The way her eyes darts to the right and left felt somehow, and Lucian instantly felt it in his gut. Something was wrong. The look in Zara's eyes, the dark edge in her composure. She was definitely planning something bad. So he kept close, hidden at the back of the big oak tree a leap walk away from the kitchen building, watching her every move. He wouldn't let her hurt anyone, especially Ella. Not again. When Zara slipped into the kitchen, moving quickly and quietly, his suspicion grew stronger. He followed her, silent as a shadow. Then he saw it. She pulled out a small vial and poured a strange-looking shimmering liquid into a bowl of food possibly meant for someone to eat. God, how come none of the maids are around? Soon, she carefully stirred the food, washed her hands, and at once she left, smiling to herself. Lucian stepped out. His expression was cold, his mind clear. He grabbed the bowl and sniffed it. What? Poison! My goodness! She actually added poison to someone's food. He said in dismay on recognizing the smell of the lethal poison not everyone can easily detect. Wait a minute, isn't this Ella's favorite color of plate? He asked himself on careful observation. She actually wanted her dead? Poison? On an innocent girl's food? Lucian's chest tightened with anger. How far was Zara willing to go? Quickly, he threw it out. Ella would not be harmed, not on his watch. What should he do next? Confront her directly? Report her to Damian? Zara is very cunning and crafty. She will definitely deny it without a solid proof from him. Looking confused, with his heart pounded and his resolve burning, he knew Zara would try again, but so would he. So he would protect Ella. Always. Even if she never knew. Zara's boiling rage. 40 minutes later, Zara made her way to the Alpha's house, hoping to hear bad news about Ella. Maybe she had fallen ill, or probably dead from the poison. She wore a calm smile, masking her true hopes, but what she saw stopped her cold. In the training yard, Damian and Lucian were both with Ella, training her, guiding her, encouraging her to become stronger. And the bitch herself? Ella, she looked strong, healthy, even smiling. Zara's heart dropped, her smile faltering. Why isn't the poison working, she thought. Was it too weak to get her killed in few minutes? Her fury simmered beneath her skin. As she stood watching with her heart racing fast in rage of fury, Lucian turned to her with a sly smile and said, Zara, maybe you'd like to train Ella for a bit? Train her? It was a deliberate jab, and her anger toward him grew bigger. She could have loved to get him slain right there and now, but instead, she forced a polite smile and shook her head. Not today, Beta Lucian. But inside, she was seething. She watched them a moment longer, how Damian's gaze softened around Ella, how Lucian stayed close, always alert, like a well-trained personal puppy. Unable to take it anymore, Zara left. Her heart burned with increased jealousy and her mind spinning with rage. If the poison didn't work, she would find another way. Ella would suffer. She swore it. Darkness filled the Shadow Moon Pack. The air felt heavy, thick with dark magic. Lila stood in the center of it, her aura swirling with power, her eyes cold and cruel. The Beta lay at her feet, eyes wide, body limp. His energy faded fast as Lila's hand gripped his throat, her nails digging deep. He thought he could control her, use her. She let out a low, cold laugh. She had played along, let him think he had some kind of pride within the pack. But now, he was nothing but a pathetic tool she uses to satisfy her lustful desire and nothing more. Dark veins spread across his skin. His body shook once, twice, then went still. Lila watched him die, her power growing, her magic crackling through the air. With a wave of her hand, black shadows wrapped around the body and pulled it into the dark, leaving nothing behind. No trace, no witness. She stood tall, her chest rising with pride. Another threat gone, another mistake erased. But then her head spun, her vision blurred, her aura flickered. The magic was pushing back, trying to take control. She grabbed the wall for balance, her breath shallow, No, she wouldn't lose herself. She was stronger than that. Her eyes narrowed, her will hardening. She would master this power, even if it meant destroying everything in her path. Rising shadows. The Shadow Moon Pack was slipping deeper into darkness. Lila's power spread like poison, her grip growing stronger, her cruelty tightening around every throat. Her enemies were falling, and her rule was becoming absolute. But far away, a light was rising. Ella's strength was growing. Her spirit burned brighter each day, and beside her stood Damian, watching over her with fierce loyalty and quiet strength. Lucian kept to the shadows, always alert, always guarding. His loyalty never wavered. Zara, meanwhile, seethed in silence. Her resentment boiled into dangerous schemes, while her hatred sharpening with every passing day. And Lila, her power was no longer calm and controlled. It was wild, hungry, and consuming her from within. Blinded by ambition, she didn't see the whispers spreading, of rebellion, of hope. Darkness loomed, but the light was not done fighting. Lila's visit to the dungeon. The dungeon stank of rot and damp stone. Chains rattled as Kaden shifted weakly in his cell. His wrists were bruised and bloodied, his strength fading, his wolf silent. The heavy door groaned open. Kaden tensed. He didn't need to see her to know who it was. Lila stepped inside, her silhouette sharp against the flickering torchlight. Her aura pulsed with dark power. She moved slowly, like a predator savoring the moment. "Kaden," she said sweetly, her voice thick with mockery. "Look at you, the great Alpha, now a caged dog." He looked up, eyes hollow, spirit tired, but not dead. "Lila, this isn't who you are." She laughed, sharp and cold. "Oh, but it is. This is who I've always been. You just didn't want to see it." She crouched in front of him, trailing her fingers along his jaw. Her nails dug into his skin. "You were weak, just like your weak mother. Easy to lie to, easy to break." His jaw clenched. "Of course you killed her, just like you are killing them all." "And I'll kill more," she said, smiling wider. "Anyone who stands in my way, even you." He glared at her, rage simmering in his chest, but the magic binding him kept him down. His body wouldn't move. His wolf was silent. Lila stood, her voice cold as ice. "You belong beneath me. Remember that." She raised her hand, and a wave of magic slammed into him. Agony tore through his body. He screamed, every nerve burning, every bone shaking. His aura flickered. His strength vanished. She turned and walked away, her laughter echoing in the stone halls. The door slammed shut behind her. Kaden lay still, broken and bleeding, but somewhere deep within him, a tiny spark of resistance still lived, and it refused to die. Damian watched the both of from a distance, his eyes narrowing with worry. He caught the sharp tension between Zara and Lucian, and the way Zara looked at Ella, with something like jealousy blazing beneath her smile. Something was off, and Zara was right in the middle of it. He walked over to Ella, his voice calm but firm. "Are you all right?" Ella turned to him, smiling with quiet strength. "I'm fine, Alpha. Lucian offered to train me today." His chest tightened. Lucian, always watching her, always stepping in to protect her, but from what exactly? Damian clenched his jaw. He couldn't let his feelings distract him. He needed answers about Zara's behavior, Lucian's secrets, and why his instincts screamed that Ella was in danger. He watched Zara leave the grounds, her steps sharp, her aura flaring with anger. Damian's gaze hardened. He would get to the bottom of this. He would protect Ella, no matter what it took. But when he turned back to her, something shifted inside him. Her focus, her fire while at training, it pulled at something deep in him. She is mate, although he hasn't marked her yet. Why has he marked her yet? Is this the reason why he feels this way? Why did keeping her safe feel like more than the duties of an alpha? His eyes lingered on her, softening. "Ella, what are you doing to me?" Well, later that evening, Damian stood with Lucian near the edge of the training grounds, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. "You've been quiet," Damian said, his voice low, "but I've seen the way you watch Zara around Ella. What's going on?" Lucian hesitated for only a second before speaking. "Zara's not just jealous, Damian. She's dangerous. She's tried to hurt Ella more than once." Damian's jaw clenched. "Explain." Lucian told him everything, how Zara tried to poison Ella, how she swapped a practice weapon with a real blade, how he'd stepped in each time to protect her. As the truth unraveled, Damian's aura flared with fury. "She what?" he growled, rage burning behind his eyes. Without wasting a moment, he called for 2 guards. "Bring Zara. now. Minutes later, Zara stood before them in the Alpha's hall, her expression trembling between fear and indignation. Lucian stood off to the side, arms folded, gaze cold. Damian stepped forward. Lucian claims you've tried to harm Ella. Poison. A real sword during training. You've been scheming behind my back. Zara's eyes widened. Tears welled up immediately. Damian, I would never. Lucian, he's lying. He's using Ella to come between us. He's always hated how close we are. Her voice cracked, her tears falling freely. You know me. You know I wouldn't do something like that. Mucus runs freely from her nostrils. She keeps trying to wipe them with her palm. Damian's eyes flicked between her and Lucian, tension crackling in the room. After a long pause, he let out a sharp breath. I don't know what to believe right now, but hear this. If anything happens to Ella, if I even sense you're involved, there will be consequences. Zara nodded quickly, her tears still falling. Of course, Alpha. Leave, Damian ordered. As the doors closed behind her, Damian turned to Lucian. Keep your eyes on her, and on Ella. Lucian nodded. I will. Damian ran a hand down his face, his expression tight. I have Alpha duties to handle. I can't always be there, but I won't let anything happen to Ella. Lucian's voice was firm. She's safe with me. And though Damian gave a small nod, something deep in his chest twisted. He trusted Lucian, but the thought of anyone else being Ella's shield unsettled him more than he cared to admit. Zara's blazing fury. Zara stormed through the halls of the Pack's estate, her heels echoing like thunder. Her chest heaved, her aura crackling with barely restrained rage. Lucian, he had betrayed her, going behind her back, twisting the Alpha against her with tales of failed schemes and poison. And Damian, he had looked at her like she was a criminal, like she was nothing. Her fingers curled into fists, all because of Ella. That bitch who came to Pack to destroy her hard-earned reputation. The name burned through her like fire. Ella had stolen everything. Damian's attention, Lucian's loyalty, the admiration of the Pack. No matter how many times Zara tried to put her back in her place, she always rose higher. And now, because of Lucian's accusations, her bond with Damian was fractured. Her carefully crafted image was crumbling. And the worst part? Damian believed him. Zara's eyes darkened, her aura flickering with vengeance. This is your fault, Ella, she hissed to herself. You've turned them all against me. She kept on pacing around her room like a caged wolf, fury building with every step. Every smile Ella wore, every victory she claimed, every glance Damian spared her. It was fuel to the fire raging inside Zara. Gosh, I fucking hate her. I hate that low-life bitch. Zara paced like a storm trapped in a cage, her nails digging into her palms, fury pulsing through every step. Damian is supposed to be mine. I'm sure the moon goddess would have made me his mate if she didn't just appeared from nowhere. I am the strongest she-wolf in the Pack. Who else would he have chosen for a mate, if not me, Zara? And she spoiled it all for me. Ella. That name clawed at her mind like a curse. That girl, insignificant, undeserving, was stealing everything that belonged to her in the first place. The praises, the admiration, the loyalty of the Pack. And Lucian, that traitor, hovered like a silent guardian at her side. If they thought she was dangerous before, they hadn't seen anything yet. Lucian might have ruined her plans for now, but she wasn't finished. Not even close. If Ella wanted to play the Golden Warrior, then she would make sure she fell in the most painful, public way possible. No more. She couldn't bring her down alone. Not anymore. What she needed now was power, true, merciless power, and she knew exactly where to find it. Her thoughts drifted to a name whispered only in fear, Lila, Luna of the Shadow Claw Pack. A sorceress cloaked in secrets and soaked in blood. Rumors claimed she had taken her position through spells, shadows, and slaughter. No one dared cross her. But Zara wasn't afraid. She needed an ally, someone with magic dark enough to do what she could not. Sitting at her desk, she dipped her quill in ink and wrote, her hands steady despite the fury burning inside her. Luna Lila, I know the truth behind your rise, the spells, the deaths, the blood you silenced, but I'm not here to judge. I want something in return. Her, Ella, I want her gone from my Pack, for good. Help me erase her, and your secret stays buried. Refuse, and the truth spreads like wildfire. She folded the letter carefully, sealing it with her crest and a thread of her aura, just enough to prove her identity. Her trusted courier departed under moonlight, unaware of the danger he carried. Zara stood by the window, watching the night stretch endlessly before her, a cruel smile curling her lips. Soon, Ella would fall, and no one would be able to stop it. But what Zara failed to sense, blinded by obsession, was that she was no longer moving in the dark. Lucian had eyes everywhere, and the Alpha had already begun setting a trap of his own. Damian stood at the edge of the woods, shadows clinging to his form, his aura pulsing with fury. His eyes followed Zara's messenger vanishing into the night, and every step the courier took ignited deeper burn in his chest. Quickly, the messenger was caught and brought to him. He took the secret letter from him before he killed him. A secret letter to Lila? The moment her name crossed his sight in the letter, a growl rumbled in his throat. He turned to Lucian, who stood rigid beside him, the beta's eyes cold and voice tight with anger. "So it's true," Damian said, his voice low and dangerous. "Zara's been plotting, and she reached out to her." Lucian's jaw tensed. "I knew she was growing desperate. I just never thought she'd fall this far. She tried to use dark magic to kill someone under my protection," Damian said, his aura flaring. "I won't let it slide, not this." Lucian gave a sharp nod. "What do we do?" Damian's eyes blazed with purpose. "We end it, tonight. She doesn't get another chance." The confrontation, truth torn open. Zara paced the pack house like a caged wolf, her heart pounding, her mind racing. The message would reach Lila soon. Everything would fall into place. Ella would finally be gone. The door slammed open. Damian stormed in like a tempest, his eyes burning, his power suffocating. Lucian followed, his face a mask of fury, his aura taut with restraint. Zara froze. "Alpha?" she said, her voice tight, forced. "What's going on?" Damian didn't answer. He flung the crumpled letter to the ground at her feet. She stared at it, her breath catching. Recognition struck like a blade to the chest. Lucian's voice was like ice. "Your schemes are over." "I know, you don't understand," she stammered, her voice cracking. "It's not what it looks like. I was only trying to kill Ella?" Damian snarled. "To align with the one creature who drenched her pack in blood and shadows? You would have sacrificed your own people just to feed your hatred?" Zara took a step back, her mask crumbling. I only wanted to be." "Luna?" Lucian spat. "You wanted the title, not the duty. You betrayed your pack. You betrayed him, the same person you claimed to be in love with." Zara's legs gave out and she dropped to her knees, shaking. "Please, I loved you, Damian. I only wanted to be by your side." Damian's stare was a blade. "Love? You call this love? Manipulation, poison, treachery? That's not love. That's obsession." Zara sobbed, her hands clutching her chest. "I didn't mean for it to go this far. She forced me." "What the fuck are you talking about?" "She forced you," Damian said, his voice like stone. "You threatened someone under my protection. You plotted with our enemies. You broke every vow a pack wolf is bound to." He took a step forward, power radiating off him like heat. "Zara of the Night Fang Pack, I strip you of your rank and your rights. You are hereby banished. You will leave this land by sunrise, and if you return, you will not walk out again." Zara's breath caught, her chest constricting as the word echoed in her mind. Banishment. To live as a rogue, exiled, stripped of rank, of home, of purpose, to be nothing. She turned to Lucian, desperation clouding her eyes. "Lucian," she whispered, reaching for the last thread of hope, but his gaze was steel, cold, final. He didn't speak. He didn't flinch. He simply looked away, his silence louder than any words. Damian's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "Escort her out of the territory. Ensure she never sets foot here again." Two warriors stepped forward, their grips unrelenting, their expressions unreadable. Zara thrashed, her voice rising in anguish. "Please, Damian, Lucian, don't do this." I was only... But there was no forgiveness, no sympathy. Only the sound of her screams echoing down the halls, growing fainter as she was dragged into the night. Damian stood silent, jaw clenched, the weight of the moment heavy on his shoulders. He hadn't wanted it to end like this, but he had made his choice. He turned to Lucian, voice low, hard. "Double the patrols. Zara won't let this go quietly. I want eyes on every border." Lucian gave a single nod, his expression grim. "I'll guard Ella myself. No harm will come to her." Damian nodded, but something sharp twisted in his gut. Lucian's loyalty, was it still his? Or had it shifted to her? He didn't ask. He couldn't. Not now. There were greater threats ahead. and Ella needed protection more than ever. Cast out in chains and rage, the cold night wind whipped through the trees as the guards dragged Zara through the forest, her wrists bruised, her clothes torn from the struggle. The towering gates of the Night Fang Pack border loomed ahead, the final threshold between her and the only life she had ever known. With a grunt, one of the warriors shoved her forward. She stumbled, falling hard into the dirt just beyond the border. "This is where traitors belong," one guard sneered, brushing his hands off like she were filth. "You're lucky Alpha Damian showed mercy. If it were up to me, you'd be rotting 6 feet under." The second warrior smirked, crossing his arms. "Funny, you wanted to be Luna. Now you're just a rogue with nothing but your lies and your bitterness." Zara's nails dug into the soil as she pushed herself up, her hair wild, her face streaked with dirt and fury. The guards turned without another word, stepping back into packed territory. The gate slammed behind them with finality. She was alone. The wind howled through the trees, but inside Zara burned a fire hotter than ever before. The shame, the pain, the betrayal, it twisted in her gut like a blade. They humiliated me. He banished me. For her? She thought of Ella, smiling, radiant, accepted by all. The girl who had stolen Damian's attention, who had Lucian's protection, who had destroyed everything Zara worked for. Her lips curled into a snarl. "I'll make her pay," she whispered into the night. "I don't care how long it takes. I don't care what I have to become. I'll tear that light from her eyes, and I'll make her bleed for what she's taken from me." Her aura flared, dark and trembling with vengeance. Zara wasn't gone like they thought. She was reborn for more evil plans, and Ella was now her obsession, her target, and her new purpose, and no border would keep her rage contained. The moon hung like a sentinel above the Shadow Fang Pack lands, bathing the cliffs in a silver glow. The forest below whispered with the hush of wind through leaves, the world wrapped in a blanket of midnight serenity. Ella stood alone at the edge of the cliff, her white hair rippling in the breeze, her gaze lost in the horizon. The air was cool, scented with pine and earth, grounding her in a place that finally felt like home. And yet, her heart fluttered, alive with emotions too vast to name. Behind her, a familiar warmth approached, quiet but unmistakable. She didn't need to look to know who it was, Damian. He stopped just behind her, his presence steady and powerful. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked, his voice low, rough with the edge of night. Ella smiled faintly, her arms folding over her chest. "Too many thoughts," she whispered. "Everything's changed, and somehow I'm still standing." Damian stepped closer, his chest brushing her back, his arms sliding around her waist. She melted into him without hesitation, drawn to his heat, to the silent promise he always carried. "You've survived more than most ever will," he murmured, "and you're still here, stronger than ever." Ella leaned her head against his shoulder, her heart thudding. "Because of you." "No," Damian said, his voice tightening with emotion. "Because of you. I just saw the fire in you, and I couldn't walk away." She turned in his arms, her fingers brushing his jaw, her eyes locking with his. The gold in his gaze shimmered under the moonlight, intense and burning, filled with things neither of them dared say. "Why do you keep protecting me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Damian's jaw clenched, his aura flickering with restraint. "Because the moment I saw you, I knew I'd burn the world to keep you safe." Ella's breath caught, and then everything shattered. His lips crashed against hers, hot, desperate, claiming. She gasped, but there was no fear, only fire. She kissed him back with everything she had, her fingers threading through his hair, pulling him closer, anchoring herself to the only thing that made sense anymore, him. Damian's control slipped like sand through his fingers. His hands gripped her waist, possessive, reverent, as if afraid she might disappear. He kissed her like a man lost in the storm, and she held him like the calm he didn't know he needed. Their bodies pressed together, heat blooming between them, breath mingling. Ella's head spun, her soul roaring with recognition. He wasn't just her alpha, he was her bond, her fate. "I can't stop this," Damian breathed against her lips. "I don't want to." Ella's heart thundered in her chest. "Then don't." His golden eyes darkened, the wolf in him stirring. Without another word, he swept her into his arms, cradling her against his chest like she was something precious, irreplaceable. He carried her into the trees, the moonlight guiding their path. Damian laid her down in a soft grass, moonlight cascading over her like silk. Her hair fanned around her like a halo, her eyes wide, vulnerable, and unafraid. "You're beautiful," he whispered, kneeling over her, his voice reverent. "My Ella." Her hand reached up to his cheek, her voice trembling. "I'm yours." That was all it took. He kissed her again, slower this time, but no less intense. His hands moved over her body, exploring, worshipping. Every touch set fire to her skin, every breath deepened their connection. They undressed each other in the quiet reverence of the moment, their bodies bare under the moon's watchful eye. There was no hesitation, only trust, only need. When he finally entered her, it was with a groan torn from deep within his chest, his hand clasped tightly in hers. They moved together in perfect rhythm, a dance of passion and surrender, of claiming and being claimed. She gasped his name, and he murmured hers like a prayer, their bodies entwined, their souls igniting. And then, at the peak of it all, when their cries echoed beneath the stars, Damian's wolf surged to the surface. With a snarl of raw emotion, he sank his teeth gently into her shoulder blade, marking her as his. Ella's wolf howled in response, her power flaring, her body arching as the mark sealed their fate. Her own teeth found his skin, the bond completing with a final, electric jolt of power that pulsed through the clearing. They collapsed together, breathless, tangled, soul-bound. Their hearts beat in unison, their spirits were one. "I'm yours," she whispered again, eyes shining. "And I'll protect you," Damian vowed, pressing his forehead to hers. "Until my last breath." The moon shone brighter then, as if in approval. And far away, in the dark corners of the world, something stirred, something that would not rest. But for now, beneath the silver moon, only love reigned. They lay in the stillness of the night, tangled in each other's warmth, their breath slowing in sync. Damian held her tightly, his arms wrapped around her like a shield, his chest rising and falling beneath her cheek. Ella rested against him, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the contours of his skin, her soul humming with contentment. She could feel the bond pulsing between them, deep, unbreakable, alive with love. She was his, and he was hers. Damian's hand slid gently through her hair, his voice a hushed whisper against the quiet of the forest. "You're mine now, Ella, in this life and the next." She smiled, eyes closed, heart racing. "And you're mine, Damian, my Alpha, my heart." He let out a soft chuckle, the sound vibrating in his chest. "My queen," he said, kissing her forehead tenderly. "No one will touch you again. No one will even try. I swear it." Ella's breath caught in her throat, her heart overflowing. For the first time in so long, she felt safe. She felt seen. She felt claimed, not as a possession, but as a partner, a soulmate. Wrapped in his arms beneath the silver moon, she let herself believe that maybe, just maybe, happiness was hers to keep. But far beyond the safety of their clearing, shadows stirred. Lila's rage festered like poison. Her hatred had not cooled, it had only sharpened. The bond between Damian and Ella was a light she could not bear. And in the cold corners of the world she gathered her strength. She would not forgive, she would not forget. War loomed on the horizon, and love, new, fierce, and untested, was about to face its greatest trial. Zara's arrival at the Fortress of Shadows. The night was heavy with foreboding, cloaked in thick, rolling clouds that smothered the stars. A cold wind howled through the desolate lands surrounding the Blood Moon Pack's stronghold, whispering omens of ruin. Shadows crept along the jagged stones, and the air pulsed with the venomous hum of dark magic. Zara stumbled through the iron gates, her figure ragged and trembling. Her body bore the marks of exile, bruised, torn, discarded, but her eyes burned with unrelenting fury, glowing like coals lit by vengeance. She had lost everything, her home, her title, her name, and all of it was because of her. Ella. The guards growled, their claws extending as they moved in for the kill, teeth bared. But before they could strike, Zara collapsed to her knees, blood dripping from her lips, her voice raw. "Bring a message for your queen." The guards exchanged wary glances before seizing her by the arms and dragging her inside. The throne room loomed like a cavern of nightmares, lit only by flickering crimson flames. At its center, Lila reclined on her throne of obsidian and bone, swathed in silken shadows. A blood-red orb pulsed in her hands, radiating waves of power. Her golden eyes glowed with cruel amusement. At her feet knelt Kaden, the once proud warrior, now reduced to a hollow shell. His gaze was vacant, his soul bound in chains only he could feel. Ensnared by her spell, he existed only as her slave. Lila's smirk deepened as she looked upon the intruder. Well, well, look what the wind dragged in. A filthy little traitor from Shadow Fang, crawling like a worm. Zara raised her head, her hatred unmasked. They cast me out because of her. Ella, that silver-haired witch. She's twisted Damian, turned him against his own. She spat Ella's name like a curse, eyes wild with venom. But I know her, I know them, their defenses, their blind spots. Strike now, and you can destroy them all. Lila's interest flickered, her fingers stilling on the orb. Damian's little Luna, she murmured, her smile darkening. So she's grown fangs. Zara leaned forward, desperation and malice entwined in her voice. She's strong, yes, but untested. The pack trusts her. But if you bring war now, she'll crumble, and I will help you tear her apart. Lila rose from her throne, the air shifting as power crackled around her like a gathering storm. Delicious, she whispered. I've waited long enough. A wicked grin split her face as her gaze swept across the room. Prepare the army. We march on Shadow Fang, and when the smoke clears, I'll have Ella's broken body at my feet. Kaden's body shuddered, a flicker of pain surfacing in his eyes. His voice was little more than a breath. Lila, please, don't do this. She turned to him, mockery and poison in her smile. Oh, my love, she purred, stroking his cheek with cold fingers. You'll stand with me. You belong to me now. Kaden's soul screamed, but his body obeyed. The chains of her magic held tight. Lila turned back to Zara, eyes gleaming with dark glee. You'll lead my vanguard, prove your loyalty, and you'll have your revenge. Zara's pulse quickened, her heart pounding with hatred. I'll see her bleed. I'll make her regret ever crossing me. Lila laughed, the sound echoing like a curse through the halls of the fortress. Good, she whispered, her voice soaked in malice. Then let the darkness rise, and let the fire consume them all. The grand hall of the Shadow Fang Pack house pulsed with life. Flickering torches cast golden light across ancient stone walls, and the air thrummed with a mix of reverence and excitement. Warriors stood in formation, their eyes sharp. Elders watched in silence, their expressions unreadable but intrigued. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, curiosity, wonder, and whispered tales of the silver-haired she-wolf who had stolen their alpha's heart. Ella stood at the threshold, her pulse pounding in her ears. Draped in a flowing gown the color of moonlight, she looked ethereal, yet undeniably powerful. Her silver hair spilled like liquid starlight over her shoulders, and her eyes glowed with quiet fire. The scars of her past had not vanished, but they had become armor. She was no longer the outcast, the broken, the forgotten. She had risen, from ashes, from chains, from exile. And tonight she would rise as Luna. Damian appeared beside her, tall and imposing, his aura blazing with dominance and pride. His golden eyes softened as they found hers. He reached for her hand, his touch grounding, his bond pulsing with unshakable love. Are you ready? He asked, his voice low, meant only for her. Ella's nerves stilled, her chin lifted. With you, always. Together they stepped into the hall. Silence descended like a wave, all eyes turned, breaths held. As the couple approached the center, their auras intertwined, power and love woven between them like a thread of flame. Damian turned to face the pack, his voice clear and commanding. My pack, my family. Tonight, I stand before you not only as your alpha, but as a mate. His gaze fell on Ella, filled with unguarded love. This is Ella. She is my heart, my equal, my queen. Gasps echoed. A low murmur rose, shock, then awe. Some eyes widened in disbelief, others brimmed with wonder. She is no ordinary wolf, Damian continued, his tone resolute. She has endured more than many of you can imagine. But she stands here, not as a victim, but as a warrior, as your Luna. Ella stepped forward, her aura igniting like wildfire, pulsing across the hall with raw, untamed strength. She raised her chin, her voice unwavering. I came here a stranger, a rogue, but I found something worth fighting for. Her eyes swept over the crowd, gleaming silver under the light. I vow to protect this pack, to lead beside your alpha, to defend you with everything I am. I may have been broken, but I rebuilt myself from the shards. Her voice deepened, her power flaring like a rising storm. I am the White Wolf, and I am no longer hiding. The hall exploded. Cheers roared. Warriors howled in approval, their fists raised in salute. The elders nodded slowly, some with smiles of respect. The pack had heard her, felt her. They did not see a rogue. They saw a Luna, a force, a queen reborn. Damian stepped forward, his gaze locked on hers. Emotion surged in his eyes, love, pride, awe. "My queen," he said, voice rough, full of reverence. "My mate, my everything." He took her face in his hands and kissed her. The hall shook with howls as their bond surged. Power blazed around them, a radiant fusion of gold and silver. The mate bond snapped into place, sealing them together, spirit to spirit, soul to soul. Ella melted into him, heart thundering, spirit alight. She belonged, she was loved, she was home. The howls rose higher, echoing through the mountains. Tonight, they did not just welcome a Luna, they welcomed a legend. Ella, the white wolf, had risen. Days melted into weeks, and with each sunrise, Ella grew stronger. Her aura crackled like wildfire, untamed, radiant, impossible to ignore. She trained with unrelenting focus, her body sharpening into a weapon, her spirit rising like a storm. In the arena, she became a legend in motion. She faced warriors twice her size and met them head-on, her silver eyes locked, unflinching. Her movements were poetry laced with danger, swift, precise, deadly. She commanded the wind, felt the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, and bent the world's breath to her will. No longer the girl who'd once been enslaved, Ella had become a tempest, a queen forged in fire and fury, the white wolf. She didn't just fight, she conquered, and the pack watched with reverent awe. No longer did they see her as merely Damian's mate. She had carved her place with sweat, strength, and soul. She had earned their loyalty, not by name, but by battle, by blood, by heart. Warriors bowed as she passed. Elders came to her for counsel. Children whispered her name like it was magic. Ella stood taller beneath their gaze, her chest full, her heart blazing. "I belong. I am trusted. I am their Luna, their queen." From the shadows of the training grounds, Damian watched her with unguarded pride. She moved like fire, dangerous, beautiful, unstoppable. His heart ached with love, admiration, and a fierce need to protect what was already unstoppable. She was more than his mate. She was his equal, his strength, his future. "You're incredible," he murmured, voice husky, stepping into her space as she wiped sweat from her brow. His golden eyes burned. "My queen." Ella's breath caught, her smile soft and fierce. She looked up at him, her silver gaze glowing. "With you beside me, I can conquer anything." Damian's jaw tightened with emotion, his aura flaring as he pulled her close. "And together," he whispered, brushing his lips against hers, "we'll conquer everything." The training arena was packed. Pack members stood around the fighting ring, murmuring to each other, their eyes fixed on the two wolves inside. Some were excited, others were nervous. Most didn't believe Ella would last even a minute. She stood alone, facing Thorn, the pack's strongest warrior. He was built like a mountain, muscles hard as stone, eyes sharp like knives. He was fast, deadly, and didn't go easy on anyone. Not even the Luna. Ella's hands shook slightly, but her gaze stayed locked on him. She wore only her training clothes, thin, torn in places from past battles. Her body ached from earlier sessions, but she refused to back down. Damian watched from the sidelines, silent. He believed in her. But even he looked tense. Thorn smirked. "This is a waste of time. You don't belong here." Ella lifted her chin. "We'll see." The horn blew. The fight began. Thorn moved first, fast as lightning. His fist slammed into her stomach, knocking the breath from her lungs. She stumbled back, gasping, but didn't fall. She dodged his next punch, then hit him with a sharp elbow to the ribs. He grunted but barely flinched. "Not bad," he growled, and then he came at her harder. His punches rained down like hammers. One hit her cheek, splitting the skin. Another crashed into her ribs, and something cracked. Pain exploded through her side. She dropped to one knee, coughing, her vision blurring. "You're weak," Thorn said, standing over her. "You don't deserve the Alpha." Ella spat blood onto the ground. Her body screamed in agony, but her heart burned hotter. She rose again, slowly, painfully, and swung at him. He caught her wrist, twisted it hard, and threw her to the ground. She hit with a loud thud, air rushing from her lungs. She couldn't move. Every muscle throbbed. Her bones felt like they might shatter. Her ears rang. Her wolf inside her whimpered, afraid. Thorn knelt beside her, gripping her throat with one large hand. His weight pinned her to the dirt. "Stay down, Luna," he snarled. "Know your place." That's when she heard it. A growl, not from Thorn, but from within. It started deep in her chest, rising with her fury, her pain, her fear, her will to survive. Her spirit, battered but not broken, pushed back. And then, everything snapped. A white-hot light burst from her skin, throwing Thorn back like a rag doll. The ground shook. A gust of wind blasted through the arena. Pack members gasped and shielded their faces. Ella's body shifted, bones cracking, reshaping, stretching. Silver light wrapped around her like fire. Her scream turned into a howl. When the light faded, silence followed. She stood in the center of the ring, not as a girl, not as a beaten Luna, but as a wolf of legend. Her fur was pure white, glowing under the sun. Her eyes shone silver, fierce and wild. Power rolled off her in waves. Her size was massive, larger than any wolf they'd seen. She looked like a goddess of the old stories, untouchable and deadly. The crowd stared in shock. Some fell to their knees. Thorn lay on the ground, staring up at her in fear. His mouth hung open. The white wolf. Ella snarled, stepping forward. He flinched and rolled away, scrambling out of the ring. A silence hung in the air until a single howl echoed through the arena. Then another, and another. The pack howled in honor. Their Luna had awakened. The white wolf had risen. As the days turned into weeks, Ella changed. She trained every morning before the sun rose and kept going long after the moon appeared. Her body grew stronger, her muscles sharper, her moves quicker. Every bruise, every cut made her tougher. Her spirit no longer trembled, it roared. She fought in the arena with warriors twice her size, never backing down. Her silver eyes burned with focus. Her steps were fast and sharp, graceful like a dancer, deadly like a hunter. Wind whipped around her when she moved. The ground shook beneath her power. Ella was no longer the girl who'd been caged, no longer the outsider. She was a storm, a warrior, the white wolf. The pack saw it too. They gathered in silence as she fought. They watched her rise again and again, even when blood dripped from her lip or her arm hung limp from a blow. They saw the fire in her eyes, the way she stood tall no matter the pain, and they respected her for it. Some bowed their heads when she passed. Others stepped aside with quiet admiration. Elders began asking for her thoughts. Children ran to her with wide eyes, calling her Luna with pride. In their eyes, she was more than the Alpha's mate. She was their shield, their strength, their queen. Ella felt it in her heart. She felt their belief wrapping around her like warmth. I belong, she thought. I am one of them now. Damian stood beside her, always watching, and every time she won a fight or comforted a crying child, his chest swelled with pride. You're incredible, he said one night, brushing dirt from her cheek with his thumb. My queen. Ella smiled, her heart beating wild. With you beside me, she whispered, I can face anything. Damian's eyes darkened with love, and he pulled her close. And together, he said, his voice low and full of promise, we'll face it all. Zara stood in the corner of her dark chamber, eyes narrowed as one of her spies knelt before her, breathing hard, dust clinging to his cloak from the long journey. What did you see? She asked coldly, her voice like ice. The spy kept his head bowed. It's done. The mate ceremony. Damian has claimed her. The entire pack witnessed it. They accepted her as Luna. Zara's jaw clenched. Her fists curled tightly at her sides. And the wolf? What of the white wolf? The spy hesitated for a heartbeat. She awakened. During a fight in the arena, she transformed. It was her. Silver eyes, glowing white fur. The ancient power. It's her. Zara turned slowly, her body trembling, not with fear but pure, blistering rage. Her lips twisted into a snarl. She was nothing, she hissed. A broken slave, a filthy rogue, and now they cheer for her like she's some kind of goddess. The spy dared not speak. Zara spun on her heel and stormed out of the room, her eyes burning with hatred. She marched through the black stone corridors of Lila's fortress, ignoring the curious glances of passing warriors. Her rage fueled every step. She didn't bother knocking when she entered Lila's chambers. Lila stood near the balcony, draped in a robe of deep crimson, her long black hair flowing behind her. Two servants stood nearby, quietly arranging her gowns and accessories. She looked over her shoulder, bored. This better be good, Zara. Zara didn't bow. It's Ella. She's officially Luna now. Damian held the mate ceremony. The pack welcomed her with open arms. Lila's expression twisted. Zara saw the crack form in her usual calm. Zara pressed on. And she transformed into the white wolf. The legend is real. She's it. For a long moment there was silence. Lila's eyes darkened. Her breath hitched once, and then the room exploded. With a scream of fury, Lila swept her arm across the vanity, sending bottles of perfume and glass trinkets crashing to the floor. One of the servants gasped and stepped back. "She dares!" Lila roared, her voice filled with fury. "That wretched girl dares take my throne? My prophecy!" She spun, her power sparking like black lightning. Her eyes glowed with madness. "Get out!" she snarled at the servant. The girl hesitated. "I said," Lila's hand shot out, and in a flash of shadowy magic, the maid crumpled to the floor. Dead. A lifeless, broken heap. The room went silent again. Zara didn't flinch. If anything, the sight only hardened her hatred further. "She's rising fast. The pack adores her. If we wait much longer, it'll be too late." Lila's chest heaved as she calmed herself, her lips curling into a bitter smile. "Then we won't wait." She walked slowly toward Zara, her voice low and sharp like a blade. "She thinks becoming Luna makes her untouchable. She thinks that wolf will protect her." Her smile widened, eyes gleaming with cruelty. "Let's remind her what it means to be hunted." Zara bowed her head slightly, a grin tugging at her lips. "Just say the word." Lila turned toward the balcony, staring out into the cold night sky. "Gather the shadows," she whispered. "We're going to burn their little kingdom to the ground." Lila's smile twisted cruelly, her power pulsing like a storm. "Let them cheer for her. Let them place her on a pedestal," she said, voice low and sharp. "The higher she rises, the sweeter her fall will be." Zara's eyes narrowed, her hatred smoldering. "And I'll be there when she crumbles. I want to see her bleed." Dark energy crackled around Lila, shadows curling at her feet like snakes. "Oh, she'll break," she whispered. "And when she does, Damian will come crawling to me, on his knees, begging for her life." Her voice dropped to a deadly hiss as her laughter filled the chamber, cold as ice. "I'll burn his precious pack to ash, and he'll watch everything he loves turn to dust. But first, I need to prepare a gift for them, for Ella." Lila stood before the ancient cauldron, her hands raised, her eyes glowing with dark magic. Black mist curled around her feet, and the air was thick with the stench of rot and power. The chamber pulsed with whispers, as if the darkness itself was alive. She chanted in a low, harsh voice. Each word carried weight, twisting the shadows tighter around her like a cloak. Zara stood a few feet away, her hands clenched at her sides, eyes wide with both fear and anticipation. "Will it work?" she asked, her voice shaky. "Will this finally destroy Ella?" Lila didn't look away from the swirling cauldron, her lips curled into a cruel smile. "It will do more than destroy her," she said softly. "It will poison everything she loves." The shadows around the cauldron thickened, rising like smoke. Lila's power surged, dark and violent. "They'll never see it coming," Zara said, her voice trembling with barely contained glee. "No," Lila agreed, her tone sharp and cold. "They're drunk on peace, blinded by love and loyalty. That makes them weak, vulnerable." She held up a vial filled with thick, crimson liquid, blood magic. Without hesitation, she hurled it into the cauldron. It hissed on contact, and the shadows around it screamed like tortured souls. "This spell will twist their minds," Lila said, her voice like ice. "It will turn friend against friend, mate against mate. Their trust will crumble, their unity will rot." Zara's breath caught, and Ella, Lila's smile vanished. Her eyes burned with hatred. She will break. First her hope will die, then her bond with Damian, and once she's alone and broken. Her voice dropped into a hiss. "I will rip her apart with my own hands." She laughed, a sound sharp enough to cut stone. The cauldron bubbled violently. The room darkened as the spell took form. The shadows writhed like serpents, eager to be unleashed. The curse was ready, and soon, the war would begin from within. The room still reeked of dark magic. The shadows clung to the stone walls like wet ash, pulsing with the energy of the curse Lila had just birthed. The cauldron had gone still, its contents sealed within a small black pouch, soft as velvet but soaked in malice. Zara stepped forward, careful not to breathe too deeply. The air felt sharp now, like it could cut her lungs. Lila held out the pouch, her fingers glowing faintly with residual power. "Give this to your spies," she said, her voice cool and commanding. "They know what to do." Zara nodded, her eyes fixed on the pouch. It looked harmless, but she could feel it, something vile and crawling twisted inside it. She took it with both hands, swallowing back the unease tightening her throat. Outside, beneath the blood moon's glow, 3 cloaked figures waited in silence near the edge of the fortress. They knelt as Zara approached, their heads bowed low. They were shadows themselves, silent, invisible, loyal only to her. "It's time," she said, handing them the pouch. "Take this to the edge of Damian's territory. Go to the northern border, where the stones mark the edge of their runes." One of the spies looked up, his eyes a dull gold. "What do you want done with it?" "Bury it," Zara said, her voice hard. "Deep beneath the earth, where the pack's magic won't notice it until it's too late. The curse will spread from the ground up, infecting their roots." Another spy nodded slowly. "And if someone sees us?" Zara's eyes narrowed. "No one can. If you're caught, you're dead, and if you fail, don't come back." The spies bowed again and vanished into the night like smoke carrying death wrapped in silk. Zara turned back toward the fortress, the wind cold on her skin, her lips curled with dark satisfaction. "Let them dance and sing beneath their moon," she whispered. "Soon, their joy will rot into screams." Behind her, thunder rumbled in the distance. The curse was on its way, and the countdown to their downfall had begun. The spies in the dark. The forest near the northern border of Damian's pack was thick with fog, the trees silent, the wind still. Moonlight filtered faintly through the branches, casting silver veins over the dirt path. Nothing stirred, no birds, no wolves, not even the usual patrol. It was the perfect night for shadows to slip unseen. 3 figures moved silently between the trees, dressed in black, their scents masked with ashroot oil and wild mint to confuse the wolves' senses. Each step was precise, deliberate. The one in front clutched the black velvet pouch tightly to his chest, as though it might bite him. They reached the edge of the territory where the border stones stood, tall and weathered. Ancient runes glowed faintly across them, a protective ward that had kept the pack safe for generations. The leader of the spies raised a hand. Here, he knelt and pulled a small bone dagger from his belt, enchanted to cut through even spell-woven earth. With practiced skill, he began to carve into the ground, just beyond the edge of the protective rune's reach. The earth resisted at first, as if knowing what they meant to do. The wind picked up, the trees groaned, but the dagger dug deeper, slicing through roots and stone. "Hurry," whispered one of the others, glancing over his shoulder. "We don't belong here." The leader said nothing. With a final grunt, he opened a deep hole, just wide enough. He pulled the pouch from beneath his cloak. The moment it touched the open air, the ground seemed to hiss. The shadows nearby grew thicker. A pulse of dark energy spread from the pouch, like a heartbeat, slow and menacing. He dropped it in. The moment it hit the earth, the hole swallowed it whole. The ground shuddered. A faint pulse rippled outward through the soil, like a sickness crawling beneath the surface. "It's done," the leader whispered. He pressed his palm to the dirt, sealing it with a final word in the dark tongue Lila had taught them. The magic was now buried, hidden beneath sacred land. Rot would come slowly, unseen. It would twist the roots, poison the hearts, shatter the bond between wolves. The spies melted back into the woods, leaving no trace, not a footprint, not a sound. Behind them, the ground pulsed once more. The curse had taken hold, and no one knew it had begun. The morning sun broke gently over Shadow Fang Pack's land, casting golden rays through the trees. Birds sang, warriors trained in the clearing, and children laughed as they chased each other through the grass. On the surface, everything seemed perfect. But beneath the peace, something had begun to shift. Ella stood at the training grounds, her silver eyes focused as she sparred with 2 younger warriors. Her movements were sharp, graceful, until a sudden, stabbing pain shot through her head. She stumbled, the world blurring for a moment. "Luna!" one of the warriors gasped, rushing to her side. Ella waved them off, blinking as the pain faded just as quickly as it had come. "I'm fine," she murmured, though her heart was pounding. Something felt wrong. Later that day, a patrol returned with grim faces. 2 deer found dead in the forest, the lead warrior reported to Damian. No wounds, no signs of struggle, but their eyes, they were black, like something drained the life right out of them. Damian frowned, unease settling over him. And the land? Damp, sickly. The trees around them were wilted, even the birds were silent. That night, the pack house felt colder. The fire didn't warm like it used to. The walls creaked. The shadows in the corners seemed to stretch longer than they should. Ella tried to meditate, to reach out to the spirit of her wolf, but something pressed against her, an invisible fog between her soul and the bond she had once felt so clearly. Her connection to nature, to the wind, to the moon, dulled. "Damian," she whispered, curled beside him in bed. "Something's coming. I feel it." He pulled her close, kissing her forehead, trying to steady his own rising fear. "We'll face it, whatever it is." But even Damian couldn't deny the truth. The land was changing. The bond between wolves had begun to fray. Dreams were darker, tempers shorter. Trust, once iron strong, began to splinter. It started small. Two warriors' brothers clashed during training. A simple misstep, a wrongly timed block, and fists flew with unrestrained fury. Blood stained the ground before others pulled them apart. When questioned, neither could explain the sudden rage. "I just saw red," one muttered, hands trembling, like something snapped in me. Soon, more began to change. A healer forgot her herbs. An elder lashed out at a pup. A scout claimed he saw ghosts in the trees, shadowy figures whispering his name. The peaceful rhythm of Shadow Fang was fraying at the edges. Ella stood at the heart of it all, her heart heavy. Her dreams were filled with fire and ash, her wolf pacing restlessly inside her. The land felt unnatural. The forest, once alive with spirit, had gone quiet. Even her bond with Damian began to flicker. One morning she found him standing at the balcony, staring out toward the northern border with clenched fists and a clenched jaw. "Damian?" she called softly. He didn't turn. "Something's watching us." She stepped beside him, placing a hand on his arm. His skin was hot, burning with tension. "We'll figure this out." But Damian said nothing. His golden eyes were hard, distant. And then it happened. A patrol was ambushed near the border, not by outsiders, but by their own. Two pack members turned on their own brothers in the night, claiming they were traitors. They screamed of lies, betrayal, and enemies in the shadows. It took 4 warriors to subdue them. When questioned, they wept, broken and confused. "I heard them," one whispered. "Voices in the trees. They told me he would kill us all. I had to stop him. I had to." Ella stood silently as the warriors were dragged away, her stomach twisted in dread. Zara's spies had done their job. The curse had been planted. The next day, Ella stood at the edge of the northern forest, the same place where the patrol had been attacked. The wind carried no bird song, no rustle of prey, only stillness and a creeping cold that crawled beneath her skin. Her wolf paced in circles inside her, agitated and alert. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. She knelt beside a patch of soil where the attack occurred. The earth was blackened, tainted. She pressed her fingers to it. A sharp sting lanced up her arm. A whisper slid through her mind. "You don't belong here, Luna." Ella recoiled, stumbling back. Her breath came in short gasps, heart pounding. She wasn't imagining it. Something was buried here. And it was alive. That night, the pack house trembled with unrest. The young began having nightmares, waking up screaming, clawing at their sheets, crying about shadows dragging them away. An elder collapsed during a ritual, blood seeping from his nose, eyes wide with horror. "It's in the roots," he rasped before losing consciousness. "The land bleeds." Fights became daily. Loyalty wavered. Mistrust grew. Damian's voice thundered through war meetings, but even his presence couldn't stop the rising unease. His golden eyes dulled. His aura flickered. He barely slept. His power was strong, but something gnawed at him from within. He hid it from the others, but not from Ella. She touched his chest one night, feeling his heartbeat stutter beneath her palm. "You're not yourself," she whispered. "I'm fine," he said, jaw tight. "No, you're not." He turned his face from her. "Something's clawing at me, like a darkness I can't push out, and I don't know if it's mine." Ella pulled him close, their bond struggling to hold steady. "Then I'll find it. I'll tear it out, Damian. Whatever it is, I'll destroy it." The next morning, she walked into the forest alone. Her white cloak fluttered in the wind as she followed the sickness in the earth like a trail. Her silver eyes burned with focus. Her spirit buzzed with warning. Something called to her, something vile and buried deep. And then she saw it. A twisted patch of ground. The trees around it leaned away, bark blackened, leaves gray. The earth was cracked, bleeding dark mist. Her wolf lunged inside her chest, claws out. Ella fell to her knees and began to dig. The soil burned her hands, but she didn't stop, and then her fingers hit it, a small, cursed object wrapped in black cloth, humming with dark magic. The moment she touched it, a scream echoed in her mind, high and furious. Lila. This was her doing. Ella gasped, sweat pouring down her face as she staggered back, clutching the cursed object in her hands. "I found you," she whispered. "Now I end you." But even as she spoke, the shadows began to rise. And the fight was only just beginning. Ella cradled the cursed object in her hands as if it might bite her. The dark mist still clung to it like ash, pulsing faintly with sinister energy. She kept it wrapped tightly in cloth as she returned to the pack house, her pace urgent and sure. Damian met her halfway down the corridor, his golden eyes filled with concern. "What did you find?" he asked, voice low and tense. She looked up at him, her silver eyes stormy. "It was buried at the northern border. Something dark. I don't know what it is, but it's powerful. Wrong." Damian didn't hesitate. "We're taking it to Mira." The herbalist's hut sat at the edge of the territory, cloaked in herbs, moss, and the quiet rustle of charms. Mira, the oldest living herbalist in the pack, was already waiting for them, as if she had known they would come. Ella unwrapped the cloth carefully, revealing the cursed object. At once the room darkened. The fire in the hearth flickered violently, and Mira's breath caught. She didn't touch it. She only stared, eyes narrowing. "Where did you find this?" Mira whispered, voice barely audible. "At the border," Ella replied. "It was buried like it was meant to stay hidden." Mira circled the object once, muttering ancient words under her breath. When she spoke again, her voice was grave. "This is blood-hexed shadow magic, and very old. It twists nature, it breaks spirit. It doesn't just curse a pack, it infects it." Damian's face tightened. "Can you tell who made it?" Mira hesitated. Then she placed her wrinkled hands over the object and closed her eyes. Power stirred in the air. Moments passed. When her eyes opened again, they were glowing faintly green. Her voice was not just hers. It carried something ancient and knowing. "Her name is Lila." Silence fell like a blade. Ella's breath caught. Damian's fists clenched. "Lila," Ella whispered, her voice laced with both shock and disgust. Of course it was her. Damian turned to Mira. "Are you sure?" She tied her essence into it. I felt her hatred, her jealousy. "It's her magic, her soul." Mira nodded slowly, grimly. "She meant to rot your pack from the inside." Ella stared at the cursed item, her heart pounding. "She's not just trying to hurt us, she's trying to destroy everything." Damian's jaw tightened, his aura bristling with fury. "And she thinks hiding behind spells and shadows will save her?" They stood in silence for a long moment, the curse pulsing between them like a second heartbeat. Then Damian looked to Ella, his eyes dark and steady. "She's declared war." Ella's voice was soft, but her power simmered beneath. "Then let her come." Preparing for the unknown. The cursed object now sat inside a sealed box, locked away in Mira's protection, warded with layers of runes, salt, and moon-blessed herbs. But even so, its energy could still be felt, like a heartbeat of hate thudding beneath the floorboards. Ella stood at the center of the pack's meeting hall, her silver hair catching the torchlight as warriors, elders, and scouts gathered around. Her aura was calm, but her eyes burned. Damian stood beside her, his expression hard, his posture sharp with fury held in check. "This isn't just a trick," Ella said, her voice clear. "It's a declaration. Someone buried dark magic at our border, meant to poison our land, break our minds, and turn us against each other." Gasps rippled through the crowd. "Who would do this?" someone asked, fear lacing their voice. Damian answered coldly. "Lila." Growls broke out at once, fists clenched, eyes narrowed. Every warrior knew the name. Every elder remembered the stories, and those who didn't had seen enough darkness to understand. "She cursed us?" asked one of the younger wolves, wide-eyed. "But why?" Ella met the girl's gaze. "Because she hates me. Because she wants to hurt what I love. That means all of you." Murmurs rose. Anger simmered. "We won't let her win," Damian growled. "Not again. From this moment on, patrols double. No one travels alone, and no one lets their emotions get the better of them. This curse was meant to divide us. Don't let it." Ella stepped forward. "We fight this, together. No fear, no hesitation." The crowd erupted in agreement, warriors howling, elders nodding, pack unity blazing brighter than the darkness pressing at their borders. Far beyond the forest, the fortress of shadows. A sharp knock echoed through the dark stone hall. Lila lounged on a silk-draped chaise, sipping dark wine. Zara stood near the window, arms folded, lips tight. The door creaked open. One of the spies entered, head bowed low. "My queen, they found it." Lila's eyes sharpened. "What?" "The curse. The white wolf discovered it, and she took it straight to their herbalist." "They know." The wine glass shattered in Lila's grip. She stood slowly, dangerously quiet. Her aura pulsed. Zara turned, face paling slightly. What now? Lila's voice was like venom. So, the little bitch sniffed it out. Her shadows stirred, coiling and writhing behind her. She moved to the window, looking out at the blood-red moon. Then let her know what real darkness looks like. She turned to the spy, her voice a command. Send a message to Ella, let her read it in blood. In the depths of her dark chamber, Lila stood over her cauldron once again, her fingers coated in black ash, her eyes glowing with fury. The failure of the first curse still burned in her veins. The white wolf had sniffed it out. How? No matter. This time there would be no mistake. She poured blood from a silver chalice into the swirling potion. It hissed and screamed as it touched the surface. This one won't touch her soul, Lila whispered to herself. No, this one will rot her from the inside out. Zara stood to the side, watching with quiet intensity. When Lila turned toward her, vial in hand, Zara stepped forward without hesitation. Lila's voice was cold and sharp. Slip this into her food and place a few drops beneath her pillow. It must get into her system, into her mind. It's a slow kill, subtle. The more she fights it, the faster it spreads. Zara accepted the vial like it was a sacred blade. She'll suffer, Lila said, her smile thin and cruel. And no one will know why until it's far too late. The poison's path. The moonlight barely reached the dense woods near the southern ridge, where 3 cloaked figures waited in silence. The air was still, thick with secrecy. A faint rustle of leaves signaled the arrival of a 4th shadow, a figure with fiery red hair peeking out from beneath her hood. It was Cece, the Gamma's daughter, proud, sharp, and still loyal to Zara even after her exile. One of the spies stepped forward and pressed the small glass vial into Cece's gloved palm. Zara said this is the final piece, the spy whispered. You know what to do. Cece nodded once, hiding the vial beneath the folds of her cloak. It will be done, she said coldly, before slipping away into the trees. Later that night, inside the pack house. The servant halls were quiet, only the soft shuffling of feet and the occasional whisper disturbing the stillness. Cece moved like a shadow, gliding past guards and workers until she reached a small servant's room near the east wing. She knocked once before pushing the door open. Inside, Ella's personal maid, Mira, stood abruptly, startled. Her brown eyes widened when she saw Cece step in. Miss Cece. It's late. Sit, Cece commanded, her tone sharp. Mira obeyed, heart pounding. Cece reached into her cloak and placed the vial on the table between them. It shimmered faintly under the lantern light, a deep violet liquid swirling inside. What is that? Mira whispered, fear tightening her voice. Cece leaned in, her smile cold and cruel. A favor for a friend. You'll place a few drops of this under Luna Ella's pillow and mix the rest into her food. Nothing more. Mira's face paled. I can't. If anyone finds out. Cece's smile disappeared, her voice dropping like a blade. You can, and you will, unless you want your brother to pay the price. Mira froze. You forget, Mira, Cece went on smoothly. He scrubs floors in my family's house. One word from me, and he'll disappear. Accidents happen, don't they? Tears welled in Mira's eyes, her hands trembling. Don't make me repeat myself, Cece said, pushing the vial toward her. Do it, or bury your brother. Silence stretched, heavy and suffocating. Finally, Mira nodded, slow, broken. I'll do it. Cece straightened, satisfied. Good girl. And remember, if you tell anyone, it won't just be your brother who vanishes. With that, Cece turned and vanished into the hallway, leaving Mira behind, alone in her room, staring at the vial with shaking hands and a soul full of guilt. Inside Shadow Fang Pack, the hidden betrayer. 3 days later, the moon hung low over the quiet pack house, bathing the hallways in silver light. A young woman moved silently through the kitchen. No one noticed her. She was always quiet, always helpful. The cooks barely gave her a second glance as she passed by with Ella's tray of food. She had a kind smile, soft eyes, but beneath her sleeve she carried a secret. She reached into her apron pocket and pulled out the tiny vial. One drop went into the stew, another into the tea. She mixed it gently, hands steady, heart quiet. Not even her scent changed. Later that night, when the tray was delivered to Ella's room, the same woman returned under the cover of darkness. She slipped inside silently while Ella bathed. She moved quickly, expertly. A few drops of the poison were sprinkled beneath the Luna's pillow, just enough for the cursed vapor to begin seeping into her dreams, weakening her mind night by night. By the time she was gone, the room looked untouched, peaceful, safe, but the darkness had already begun to root itself in Ella's world. Meanwhile, Ella lay down that night without a worry, her head resting on the pillow with a sigh. Damian kissed her temple and whispered good night before heading to a late meeting with his beta. As Ella closed her eyes, a strange heaviness filled her chest. Nothing alarming, just tiredness. She drifted off, but in her dreams the shadows began to whisper. At first it was subtle. Ella stood at the training grounds, sparring with two warriors. Her movements were sharp, her strikes clean, but suddenly her balance faltered. A misstep, a hesitation. The blade in her hand clanged against the ground. Damian was at her side in seconds. "Ella, I'm fine," she said, waving him off with a weak smile. "Just dizzy." But she wasn't. Something felt off. The ground felt too soft, the wind too loud. The colors around her were too sharp, almost like the world had turned sideways. That night the whispers began. Not voices, not exactly, but a slithering sound in her mind, like something brushing against the edges of her thoughts. "You don't belong here." She sat up in bed, breathing heavily, her silver hair damp with sweat. Who said that? The room was silent, empty, but beneath her pillow, the cursed magic pulsed faintly, unseen and deadly. Day 3. Ella tried to laugh it off during breakfast, but her appetite was gone. The food felt strange in her mouth, bitter, almost metallic. She pushed it aside. Damian noticed. "Still not feeling well?" "I'm just tired," she said, forcing a smile. "That's all." But as she left the dining hall, her vision blurred. The walls narrowed. The whispers returned. "They don't trust you." She spun around, looking for someone, anyone, but there was no one nearby. Day 5. The doubt began to settle into her bones. She stood in front of a mirror, her silver eyes bloodshot, her skin pale. Her reflection seemed to move when she didn't. The voice was stronger now, seeping into her mind like poison. "They only respect you because of him. You're nothing without Damian." "No," she whispered. "No, that's not true." But the voice laughed, low, cruel, familiar. "You're still the broken slave girl. You always will be." That night, Ella stumbled into the hallway, clutching the wall for balance. Her power flickered, unstable, sparking wildly beneath her skin. She barely made it to the edge of the courtyard before collapsing to her knees. Something's wrong," she whispered to the night air. "Something's inside me." The moon watched from above, silent, and somewhere deep in the earth, where that cursed magic had once been buried, shadows twisted with delight. The quiet before the fall. Damian stood by the doorway, his arms crossed, watching Ella as she adjusted the straps on her training gear. Her movements were slower, less sure, and a sheen of sweat clung to her brow, though the morning air was still cool. "You're pale again," he said, stepping forward. "Ella, something's wrong. You haven't been yourself lately." Ella looked up quick, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I'm fine, Damian. Just a little tired. You worry too much." He frowned, searching her face. "You've skipped meals. You're shaking head. I hear you walking the halls at night." Ella touched his arm gently. "I promise, I'm okay. I don't want you worrying when you're needed elsewhere." Damian hesitated, but her touch, her voice, reassured him just enough. With a final kiss to her forehead, he nodded. "I'll only be gone 3 days. If you feel worse, tell Mira or one of the healers." "I will," she lied. And with that, Damian mounted his horse and rode toward the neighboring allied pack, unaware that he was leaving his mate in a slow-brewing storm. Day 1. Mira, quiet and pale-faced, entered Ella's chamber with the evening tray, soup, bread, and tea. Her fingers trembled as she slipped a single drop of the black poison into the cup. The vial was almost empty now. She placed the tray by the bed. "Luna, your dinner." Ella sat by the window, her hands wrapped tightly around her arms. Her voice was faint. "Thank you, Mira." Guilt twisted in the maid's gut, but the image of her brother, beaten or killed in the Gamma's household, kept her silent. Day 2. Ella could barely stand. She collapsed twice, once in the hallway, once in the training yard. Her vision swam with shadows. Her hands trembled too much to hold a spoon. And the whispers, they never stopped. "He left you because he's tired of you. Your strength was an illusion. You are not a Luna. You are a curse." Ella screamed at the empty air, only to be found moments later curled on the floor, breathing hard, her wolf silent and unreachable. Mira helped her into bed with shaking hands. Day 3. The final drop of poison was added to Ella's tea. That night she didn't eat much. Her skin burned with fever. Her veins felt like fire beneath her flesh. Her head pounded with pressure. When she tried to walk, her legs gave out. She collapsed beside her bed, her body convulsing slightly as her eyes rolled back. Mira screamed, dropping the tray, the dishes shattering across the floor. Mira sat on the cold stone floor outside Ella's chamber, her hands clutched in her lap, stained with the Luna's fevered sweat. Her eyes were wide, her body trembling. Ella hadn't moved since she collapsed, her breathing shallow, her skin pale as snow. The guilt was a gnawing thing inside her chest, clawing and howling louder than any wolf. She couldn't eat, she couldn't sleep, she could barely breathe without feeling like a monster. I poisoned her. I did this. Tears slipped down her cheeks. She couldn't live like this anymore. The desperate visit. That night, Mira sneaked through the pack house like a shadow. Cloaked in a dark shawl, she crept past guards and ducked into quiet halls until she reached the Gamma's wing. The guard on duty knew her and nodded her in. She found Cece in the candle-lit sitting room, lounging across a couch like royalty, sipping from a silver cup. Cece looked up, mildly surprised, then smiled coldly. Well, if it isn't the trembling little maid. Mira's voice was raw. She's dying, Cece. Cece didn't blink. And? You promised she'd only get sick, just weak enough to be removed, not this. Not like this. Cece sighed and set her cup down with an icy clink. Promises are for fools. Besides, she's still breathing, isn't she? Mira stepped forward, her eyes wet with desperation. Please, give me the antidote. I won't say anything to anyone. Just let me save her. Cece's expression twisted into a smirk, her voice honeyed with venom. And risk my life? Do you think I'm stupid? I'll do anything, Mira whispered. Anything. Cece stood slowly, stepping close, her voice suddenly low and dangerous. If you even think about opening your mouth, your brother will be sent back to you in pieces. Mira flinched as if slapped. You're a servant. Act like one. You obey, or your little brother bleeds. She leaned in close, her voice now a hiss. And if you come here again, I'll make sure you drink the rest of the poison. Then she turned away, dismissing her like dirt. Mira stumbled out of the Gamma's wing, heart racing, sobs stuck in her throat. She had no one, no cure, no way out, and Ella was dying. The silence that greeted him. Damian stepped down from his black stallion, boots crunching over gravel as he approached the pack house. The sun was setting, but something felt off. The usual lively buzz of warriors training, pups playing, and Omegas preparing supper was absent. Too quiet. His wolf stirred uneasily in his chest. He hadn't even crossed the threshold when Beta Leo met him at the door, face pale, eyes heavy. Damian stiffened. Where's Ella? Leo hesitated. She collapsed 2 days ago. The healers can't figure out what's wrong. She hasn't woken up. The world tilted. Damian's heart slammed against his ribs. Why wasn't I told sooner? You were in hostile territory. We didn't want to risk. He didn't hear the rest. He shoved past Leo and stormed inside. The sight that shattered him. He burst into their room. There she was, his Luna, his mate, his heart. Pale and motionless beneath a tangle of white sheets, her silver hair damp with sweat, her breathing ragged. Her glowing strength, the vibrant fire she always carried, was gone. She looked like a ghost of herself. Damian dropped to his knees beside the bed, hands trembling as he reached out and cupped her cheek. Ella, no response. He pressed his forehead to hers. Her skin was burning. Who did this? His voice cracked with fury and fear. What the hell happened while I was gone? He turned sharply as the healer entered quietly, a wrinkled older woman with kind but grave eyes. She's been poisoned, Alpha, she said gently. A dark spell, one I haven't seen in years. I had to dig deep into old scrolls and forbidden knowledge to find it. Damian's jaw clenched. Tell me everything. The healer hesitated. The spell is slow, cruel. It feeds on love, on the soul. It's why she kept smiling, why she hid it. She didn't want to worry you. Who made this spell? Damian asked, voice like thunder. The healer's gaze darkened. The aura, it matches that of someone called Lila. Damian's blood ran cold. Of course it was her. Ella whimpered faintly in her sleep. Damian turned back to her, brushing sweat from her brow, swallowing the lump in his throat. She'll fight through this, he whispered, more to himself than anyone. I won't let her go. His eyes blazed gold with fury. "And I'll burn down the world to find the ones who did this." Damian stood over Ella's unconscious form, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Her breathing was shallow, skin slick with sweat. Every second she spent trapped in the grips of the poison felt like a knife twisting in his chest. Lucian stepped into the room quietly, his sharp eyes scanning Ella, his jaw tight with concern. "Tell me what to do," Lucian said without hesitation. Damian didn't look at him. His voice came out low, dark, edged with fury. "Someone did this, someone in our pack." He finally turned, his golden eyes glowing with deadly intent. "And I want them found." Lucian nodded. "Where do we start?" Damian crossed to his desk, retrieving the small tainted vial the healer had found beneath Ella's pillow. He held it up to the light. The thick, almost oily red liquid stood still clinging to the glass like venom. "This was buried in our home, under her pillow." His voice grew colder. "This wasn't an accident. Someone got close enough to touch her bed." Lucian's expression darkened. "I want every patrol log reviewed, every kitchen worker questioned, every room-maid rotated this week, investigated." "Quietly," Damian ordered. "No one knows we're onto them, not yet." Lucian nodded grimly. "What about Cece?" Damian's jaw tightened. "Why her?" Lucian hesitated. "Because when Zara was banished, she never stopped talking to her. She's been sneaking off during border shifts. I never caught her, but I've suspected things." Damian's expression turned lethal. "Then start with her." Lucian bowed his head slightly. "And if I find the traitor?" Damian looked back at Ella, who twitched in her fevered sleep, a soft sound escaping her lips that shattered him from the inside. His voice was ice. "Bring them to me alive. I want to know exactly what they did, and who else helped them." Lucian gave a single nod. "It's done." He turned and vanished down the hallway, already pulling strings in his mind. The hunt had begun, and the traitor was running out of time. Lucian moved like a shadow through the pack house, silent and sharp-eyed. Every word he heard, every flicker of unease in the eyes of the servants, fed into the picture he was building in his mind. He had already questioned the cooks, the servers, and the guards stationed near Ella's quarters. All of them claimed nothing strange had happened. No visitors, no odd deliveries. But Lucian had been a beta for too long to believe in coincidences. Someone was lying, and it was time to find out who. He walked into the kitchen again, scanning the staff working their shifts. Then his gaze landed on Mira, Ella's personal maid. She was paler than usual, her hands trembling slightly as she stirred a pot of stew. Lucian narrowed his eyes. "Mira," he said calmly. She jumped, her hand knocking over a bowl. "Yes, Beta? I'd like a word, now." He led her out behind the kitchen, where no one else could hear. Mira wrung her hands, eyes darting like a cornered rabbit. Lucian folded his arms, voice calm but cold. "Ella's sick, poisoned. Someone put something under her pillow and someone's been adding it to her food." He stepped closer. "You're her personal maid. That makes you the last person to handle her meals. Do you want to explain that?" Mira's breath hitched. "I know. I would never hurt the Luna. I swear it, Beta." Lucian watched her, silent. Mira's hands were shaking now, and tears welled up in her eyes. "They forced me. I didn't know what it would do, I swear. She said she'd kill my brother. He's just a servant. She said she'd make it look like an accident." Lucian's voice dropped. "Who?" Mira's lips trembled. She looked around, terrified. Lucian stepped even closer, voice like thunder. "Tell me now, Mira. If you want to protect your brother, I need a name." Mira broke. "Cece. It was Cece. She gave me the vial, said it was just something to make the Luna sleep deeper. I didn't know it was poison. Please, Beta, I didn't want to do it." Lucian's jaw locked. He had suspected Cece, but this confirmed it. "You did the right thing by talking," he said, "but you should have come sooner." "I'm so sorry," Mira whispered, collapsing to her knees. "Please don't tell the Alpha. I'm begging you." Lucian looked down at her, then turned away. "Go to the healer. Stay with Ella. Don't leave her side. I'll handle the rest." And with that, he vanished into the shadows. His next stop was the Gamma's estate. And Cece, her time was up. Lucian stormed through the Gamma estate, fury pulsing beneath his skin. He was tired of whispers, of shadows lurking behind friendly smiles. This was treason. Poisoning the Luna was not just betrayal, it was war. Cece was waiting in the sitting room when he arrived, her golden brown curls falling delicately over her shoulder, her expression composed, too composed. Her mother and father, the Gamma and his mate, sat beside her, stiff with concern. "Beta Lucian," the Gamma greeted, rising. "To what do we owe this surprise?" Lucian didn't waste time. He fixed his eyes on Cece. "I know what you did. You gave Mira the vial. You threatened her brother to force her into poisoning the Luna." Gasps filled the room. Cece's lips trembled, and suddenly she burst into tears. "What? No, I would never do such a thing. I love our Luna. She's been nothing but kind to me." She clutched her chest, sobbing harder. "Why would I ever want to harm her?" Lucian didn't flinch. "Don't play games, Cece. Mira confessed everything." Cece shook her head violently, tears streaming down her face. "She's lying. She must be trying to cover for someone else. You know she's just a maid. She probably messed up something and is blaming me to save herself." Her mother wrapped an arm around her, glaring at Lucian. "Beta, with all due respect, our daughter is no criminal. She's always been loyal to this pack." Lucian glanced at the Gamma, but the man looked torn, uncertain. He could see doubt in his eyes, but no conviction to challenge his daughter. Lucian's voice darkened. "Whether you believe me or not, Mira's brother no longer belongs to this household. He's under my protection now. If anything happens to him or to Mira, your entire family will be held accountable." The Gamma looked stricken, but Cece's eyes blazed beneath her tears. Lucian turned without another word, his steps echoing like thunder as he left the estate with the boy in tow. Later that night, Cece paced her bedroom, her fury boiling beneath her skin. The softness in her eyes was gone. The tears had dried. She was no longer the Gamma's sweet daughter. "Mira," she hissed. That little rat had ruined everything. Now Lucian was sniffing around, and she had lost access to Zara's spies. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. "She thinks confessing will save her?" she spat. "No one betrays me and walks away." Her eyes narrowed with murderous intent. "I'll handle her quietly. No more threats, no more warnings. Mira won't live long enough to regret crossing me." She reached into a locked drawer, pulling out a small vial of her own, clear, odorless, deadly. Then she smiled. "Let's see how brave you really are, little maid." Lucian stood before Damian in the war room, his expression grim. "She denied it, cried in front of her parents like she was the victim," he said. "But I could see it in her eyes. She's guilty." Damian's jaw tightened, the veins in his neck pulsing. "She threatened Mira, for what? To poison my mate?" His aura flared, raw power rippling through the room like a brewing storm. "She didn't break," Lucian continued, "and her parents, especially the Gamma, stood by her." Damian's eyes darkened. "Then I'll break her myself." Later that day, Gamma household. The ground trembled beneath heavy footsteps as Damian stormed into the Gamma estate. His presence was like a thunderclap, and fear spread through the servants like wildfire. The Gamma hurried from his office, his face pale. "Alpha," he bowed deeply. "Is something wrong?" "Bring me your daughter," Damian growled, his voice like a whip crack. "Now." The Gamma swallowed and sent a servant running. Moments later, Cece stepped into the room, her long skirt swishing around her ankles, her face a perfect mask of innocence. She blinked, her eyes already glistening with tears. "Alpha Damian, why are you angry with me?" "You tell me," Damian hissed, stepping forward. "Why did you threaten Mira and give her poison to put under Ella's bed?" I don't know what you're talking about," Cece gasped, her tears spilling freely now. "I swear on the moon goddess, I would never hurt Luna Ella. She's my role model." "Liar." The force of Damian's voice made the walls tremble. In a flash, he was in front of her, his hand closing around her throat like a steel trap. He lifted her off her feet, slamming her against the wall. "Confess," he roared, his eyes glowing gold with fury. "Tell me the truth before I end you right here." Cece gasped, clawing at his hand, eyes wide with fear. Her legs kicked uselessly in the air. "Alpha, please," the Gamma cried, falling to his knees. "She's still a child. She's my only daughter. Please have mercy." "Do you think mercy will bring my mate back from that bed, from death's door?" Damian bellowed. "I should kill her now and spare this pack the snake you raised." Tears streamed down the Gamma's face. "I beg you, please, if she's guilty, we'll deal with her. But please don't kill her. Not without proof." Damian's eyes narrowed, the darkness in his aura thick and choking. For a moment, the only sound was Cece's gasping breath and the crackle of energy between them. Then slowly, Damian released her. Cece collapsed to the floor, coughing and sobbing. He turned to the Gamma, his voice low and lethal. "If I find out you knew and protected her, I'll bury you both." He turned his back on them, pausing at the door. "I don't care if she's your daughter or the goddess herself. If I find proof she hurt my mate, I will kill her myself." Then he vanished, leaving silence and terror behind. Damian's returned to Ella. The heavy doors to the healing chamber creaked open as Damian stepped inside, his expression dark and weary. The scent of herbs clung to the air, unable to mask the faint trace of sickness that clung to the room. Ella lay motionless on the bed, her once vibrant silver hair now dull, her skin pale and clammy. Her chest rose in slow, shallow breaths. Damian knelt beside her, brushing damp strands from her forehead. "Ella," he whispered, his voice cracking. "Stay with me." She didn't respond. Only a faint twitch of her fingers gave him hope. "Please," he murmured, pressing his forehead to her hand. "Fight, just a little longer. I'm gonna fix this, I swear." Meanwhile, inside the Gamma household, the door to Cece's private room slammed shut with force. Her father stood tall, his face unreadable. Her mother, on the other hand, was already weeping, though whether it was from shame or belief in her daughter, no one could tell. "Cece," her father said coldly, "this is your last chance. Did you give that vial to Mira?" Cece's eyes widened, her voice trembling with carefully crafted innocence. "I've told you already. I didn't do anything. I don't even know what this is about. Why does everyone keep blaming me?" Her mother rushed to her side, wrapping her in a hug. "I believe you, sweetheart. You would never do something so evil." But her father wasn't swayed. "You've always been too good at pretending. I can't afford to believe you just because I'm your father." Cece stepped back, eyes shimmering with false hurt. "So now even you don't believe me?" "I believe someone is lying, and Mira's story is too detailed to ignore," he snapped. "And your friendship with Zara after her banishment? You never once told us you stayed in touch. That alone is suspicious." Cece's lips curled slightly, then smoothed back into her usual sweetness. "I'm being framed. You're just like everyone else. You want someone to blame, and I'm an easy target." Her mother flared. "That's enough. Our daughter is being hunted, and you, her own father, doubt her." He turned away, fists clenched. "If I find out you're lying, Cece, not even your mother will be able to protect you." Cece lowered her head, her tears falling silently, though not one of them was real. Cece's plot. The night air was thick and silent as Cece sat by her bedroom window, staring out into the moonlit woods. Her thoughts were not on the stars or the peaceful forest, but on Mira. She had made her decision. Mira had become a problem, a dangerous one, and problems like that had to be erased. Her fingers drummed against the windowsill, her lips tight with suppressed rage. "She talks. She dies," Cece whispered to herself. But as her mind drifted, a wave of memories came rushing back. Flashback, before Ella came. The pack had once been full of laughter, training drills, and gossip about the Alpha's potential mate. And Zara had been at the heart of it all. She was strong, charming, and ambitious. Everyone admired her, including Cece. While others saw Zara as Luna-to-be, Cece saw a future, her future. Zara had promised her, "When I become Luna, you'll lead the female warrior division. No one else. I trust you." It was the moment Cece had felt seen. She was always in the shadows, but besides Zara, she had power, a name, a path forward. So when Ella showed up, a quiet rogue no one knew, Cece watched in disbelief as things began to shift. Damian began spending more time with her. The pack began whispering about the bond, and then the day came, the day the moon goddess chose her, not Zara. And just like that, everything Cece had built in her dreams began to crumble. Zara's fury had been volcanic, and Cece had been the one who fanned the flames. "She's nothing," Cece had whispered back then. "Break her spirit before she takes everything, before it's too late." But the plan failed. Zara was banished, and Ella became Luna. The bitterness never left. Zara should have ruled, I should have risen, but because of her, I'm nothing. Back to the present. Cece's eyes narrowed as she pulled out a folded note, Zara's latest instructions. Her hands trembled slightly, but not from fear, from anger. "I won't let you ruin everything again, Ella," she hissed. "This time, I won't fail." She walked across the room and picked up her dagger, its hilt engraved with her family's crest. But her loyalty no longer belonged to her bloodline. It belonged to the woman she believed was the rightful queen. And tonight, she would make sure no one stood in her way, not even a trembling maid with guilt in her eyes. Mira sat silently in the Alpha's private chamber, her eyes downcast, fingers clenched tightly in her lap. The air was tense, thick with the weight of what was coming. Damian stood across from her, his jaw clenched, golden eyes burning with barely restrained fury. Lucian remained by the door, arms folded, watching Mira with calm intensity. No one spoke. Not yet. Finally, Damian broke the silence, his voice low but seething. I know you have told Lucian the truth already. I need to hear it from you, Mira. No more fear, no more silence. Who gave you that vial? How did you become Ella's maid? What's your connection to Cece? Mira's throat tightened. Her lips trembled, but then she remembered the look on her little brother's face. Safe, freed from Cece's claws because of Beta Lucian's mercy. She lifted her gaze. I'll tell you everything, Alpha. Damian's expression darkened, but he nodded. Speak. Mira took a shaky breath. I never meant to hurt anyone, I swear. I was just a regular kitchen maid until Cece came to me. She threatened to have my brother killed if I didn't follow her orders. My brother worked in the Gamma's household, and I knew she could do it. Tears slipped down Mira's cheeks, but she kept talking. She gave me the vial, said it was a special herb to help the Luna sleep better, told me to put it under her pillow and mix small drops into her food. Lucian's fists clenched at his sides. Mira looked pleadingly at Damian. I didn't want to, but every time I hesitated, Cece reminded me of my brother. I couldn't lose him. I was so scared. Damian's voice was like thunder. And your position as Ella's personal maid? Mira flinched. Cece arranged it. She convinced the head maid to reassign me. She said it would make things easier, less noticeable. Damian stepped back, his hands curling into fists. Rage rolled off him in waves, wild and feral. So she embedded you beside my mate, he growled. Used my people, poisoned my queen. He turned to Lucian, his voice cold and sharp as steel. If Cece is not caught red-handed, I will make sure she bleeds for every drop of poison that touched Ella. Lucian nodded. We'll get proof. We're close. Damian's golden eyes blazed. Good, because next time, no one stops me. He stormed out, the door slamming shut behind him. Mira collapsed into her chair, sobbing softly, not out of guilt now, but relief. The truth was out, and justice was coming. The plan unfolds. Nightfall wrapped the pack house in a blanket of quiet, but beneath the calm, deadly intentions stirred. Cece stood behind a pillar in the hallway, her ears burning with fury. She had overheard her father speaking to her mother in low tones, promising to question Mira himself the next morning. He wanted to find the truth, even if it meant uncovering his daughter's lies. Her father, the mighty Gamma, was doubting her. Her own blood, her fists clenched, her nails bit into her palms. She couldn't let Mira speak again, not to her father, not to anyone. She'll ruin everything. Cece stormed back to her chambers, hatred boiling in her chest. She thought of Zara, banished, humiliated. She thought of Ella, lying in that bed, still breathing, still alive. And Mira, a mere servant girl, suddenly more trusted than her? No. She'd take matters into her own hands. The deception. Meanwhile, Mira was quietly folding Ella's nightgown when the head maid appeared in the doorway, her expression stern. Mira, a task for you. Mira blinked. Yes, head maid? You're to fetch Beta Lucian's dinner from the kitchen and deliver it to his chambers. His personal maid, Lena, has fallen ill. Mira frowned. But the Beta has other maids. Why me? The head maid's eyes narrowed. Do you question my orders, Mira? And no, but refuse me again, and you can consider your monthly pay cut in half. Mira's heart pounded. Something didn't feel right. The head maid never assigned her to the Beta's duties, not even once. But what choice did she have? I'll go now, she whispered. The ambush. The hallway was quieter than usual. Not a soul stirred. Mira walked briskly, clutching the empty tray, eyes darting nervously from wall to wall. Her gut screamed that something was wrong. As she turned the corner near the back corridor leading to the kitchen, a shadow lunged out from the darkness. Mira barely had time to scream before a hand slammed over her mouth, dragging her into the alcove. Cece. Her eyes gleamed with madness in the moonlight, a wicked grin curling her lips. Going somewhere, traitor? Mira's eyes widened in terror. She struggled, but Cece was stronger, her grip powered by blind rage. You should have stayed quiet, Cece hissed. But no, you had to ruin everything. Mira whimpered, trying to speak, but Cece shoved her harder against the wall, reaching into her sleeve. A glint of steel. Mira's eyes widened in horror as Cece drew a gleaming dagger from her cloak, a blade etched with the Gamma crest, proof of her privilege and her treachery. "You should have kept your mouth shut," Cece hissed, her voice thick with hatred. "All you had to do was stay quiet and obedient. But no, you had to go and whimper to the beta like some weak little rat." With trembling lips, Mira choked. "Please, don't," Cece sneered. "You were nothing, just a maid. You think you matter to them? To him? To anyone? You're nothing but dirt under my shoe." As she raised the dagger, Mira acted on instinct. She lunged forward and sank her teeth into Cece's hand. Cece screamed in pain, but it only made her more vicious. With a furious growl, she shoved Mira against the stone wall, her strength laced with madness. "You want pain?" she spat, voice trembling with rage. "Then let me show you what pain feels like." The dagger plunged into Mira's side, just below her ribs on the left. A cry of agony burst from Mira's lips. Blood spilled, warm and thick, staining her dress and the stone floor. She gasped, struggling to breathe, her legs buckling beneath her. Cece leaned in close, breathing heavily, eyes wild. "That's for betraying me. And this," she raised the dagger again, aiming for Mira's neck, "is to make sure you never speak again. The rescue. Step away from her." The voice cut through the night like thunder. In a blur of motion, Beta Lucian lunged forward, his dagger flashing with deadly precision. Cece turned too late. Lucian's blade sliced across her left shoulder, drawing a cry from her as she staggered back, blood pouring from the wound. Her mask slipped slightly, revealing her identity. Gasps broke out among the female warriors behind Lucian. "You, Cece?" one of them breathed, horrified. Disoriented and bleeding, Cece stumbled backward. Her eyes flicked from the beta to Mira's blood-soaked form. She was exposed. She was outnumbered. With a snarl, she kicked Mira's unconscious body toward them, forcing Lucian to rush forward and catch her. In the same heartbeat, Cece reached into her cloak and hurled a cloud of shimmering gray powder into the air. The mist exploded around her in a flash of light. She vanished. But Lucian was ready. "After her!" he roared. 3 female warriors, swift, silent, and deadly, immediately cloaked themselves with the same powder and disappeared into the forest after her. Lucian knelt by Mira, blood soaking his hands as he pressed them against her wound. "Stay with me, Mira," he whispered, his voice shaking. "Help is coming. You're safe now. I promise." The healer's house. The room was tense and thick with the scent of blood and burning herbs. Mira lay pale and still on the cot, her dress soaked in crimson balm. Lucian knelt by her side, one hand tightly clutching hers, the other clenched into a fist, knuckles white. Moments later, the door slammed open. 3 female warriors entered, their faces pale, their breathing heavy. "We lost her," one of them reported, her voice shaking. "Cece, she's fast, strong. We couldn't catch her." Lucian's head snapped up, his eyes burned with fury. He stood in a flash, towering over them. "You had one job," he snarled. "One job, to bring her in." The warriors flinched, but stood tall. "We're sorry, Beta." She vanished near the eastern ridge. The shadows swallowed her. Lucian swore under his breath, pacing. "Get the Alpha, now," he growled. Moments later, the air shifted violently as Alpha Damian stormed into the healer's house, his aura suffocating, his fury a palpable force. His eyes locked onto Mira's limp form, and his expression twisted into a dangerous snarl. "What happened to her?" he demanded. Lucian's jaw was clenched. Cece stabbed her. She tried to kill her. Damian's fists clenched at his sides. "Where is she now?" "She escaped," one of the warriors said bitterly. "We tried. She slipped through." Damian's chest heaved with rage. "She will not get far." He turned to 2 of the warriors. "You go now. Inform the patrol captains. No one gets in or out of this pack without being checked. I want eyes on every shadow." The warriors bowed and rushed out. He turned to 3 more. "You, secure the Gamma's estate. No one leaves until I say so, not even the Gamma himself." The final words. A weak gasp from the cot snapped Damian's attention back. Mira's eyes fluttered open, barely. Her lips trembled. "Alpha," she whispered, "my brother." Damian moved to her side instantly, kneeling. "I'll protect him. I swear it, Mira. No one will harm him." A soft smile ghosted her lips before her body stilled. The room fell silent. "No, no, no." Lucian's voice cracked as he shook her gently, but it was too late. She was gone. Damian stood slowly, rage rolling off him like a tidal wave. His silver eyes gleamed, deadly and cold. "She killed her," he said quietly. "That girl was under our protection, and she killed her." He looked at Lucian. "Gather your weapons. We move now." Lucian nodded grimly, eyes hard. Together with the remaining female warriors, they left the healer's house, bound for the Gamma estate. Their footsteps were thunder, their fury righteous and unrelenting. There would be no more mercy. Cece's room, Gamma's estate. Pain radiated through Cece's shoulder where Lucian's dagger had slashed her. Her breathing was shallow, her movements frantic as she stumbled through her bedroom window, clutching the bleeding wound. Moonlight poured in through the window, casting her disheveled figure in a pale glow. She winced, teeth gritted, as she yanked open her wardrobe, grabbing a leather satchel. "Think, Cece, think!" she muttered, tossing in bandages, a healing salve, and a small pouch of gold coins hidden in her drawer. Her heart pounded in her ears. They know it was me. Cece gritted her teeth as she wrapped a strip of cloth around her bleeding shoulder. Every movement sent waves of pain through her arm, but she couldn't stop now. Her satchel was nearly full, money, clothes, healing salves, and a forged identity token stolen from the Gamma records. She had no idea that the estate was no longer safe. Outside, the estate had already been surrounded. Female warriors, sharp-eyed and battle-ready, moved silently through the perimeter, sealing every possible escape route. Main entrance, moments later. The thick doors of the estate slammed open with a force that shook the walls. Alpha Damian, clad in black, aura raging with fury, strode in like a storm. Behind him were Beta Lucian and a battalion of fierce female warriors, eyes burning with purpose. Startled, the Gamma and his wife rushed out from the sitting room, confusion etched on their faces. "What's going on?" the Gamma asked, brows furrowing. "Alpha Damian, why are you?" But Damian didn't speak. His fists clenched and his silver eyes blazed with such fury that even the Gamma stepped back in caution. Lucian stepped forward instead, voice as sharp as a blade. "Where's your daughter?" he growled. "Bring out the criminal, now!" The Gamma flinched, but before he could respond, his wife gasped, her expression twisting with offense. "How dare you speak that way about my daughter?" she snapped at Lucian. "She is not a criminal. She didn't finish her sentence. Damian moved. Like a flash of lightning, the enraged Alpha was in front of her. Without a word, his hand shot out and grabbed her by the throat, lifting her off her feet effortlessly. "Your daughter murdered an innocent girl," Damian snarled, his voice low and venomous. "She tried to assassinate my mate. She betrayed this pack and made a deal with Zara." The Gamma's eyes widened. What are you saying?" The Luna choked in Damian's grasp, clawing at his arm as her feet dangled inches from the floor. The sheer force of his power rolled through the room like a storm. "Damian," Lucian called, trying to pull him back from the edge. "We need answers, not more death." For a second, it looked like Damian wouldn't stop, but then, with a disgusted snarl, he released her. She collapsed to the floor, coughing violently, holding her neck. The Gamma dropped to his knees beside his wife, glaring up at the Alpha in horror. Damian turned to the warriors. "Search every room. Tear this place apart if you have to. I want Cece alive, but barely." The warriors obeyed instantly, spreading through the house like fire. Lucian grabbed the Gamma by the collar, yanking him up. "Pray she's still here, because if she's gone, you both will answer to the pack." Meanwhile, upstairs, Cece's room. Cece stuffed the last vial into her satchel, her heart hammering wildly. Then she heard it. Boots, voices, dozens of them, coming closer. Panic ripped through her. "They're here," she breathed, eyes wide. No. She snatched up her bag and darted to the window again, but outside she saw them. Warriors, archers, guards, all waiting. She was trapped. Blood still dripped from her shoulder, but she bit through the pain. "I need to move, now." She paused, casting a quick glance around the room that had once been her sanctuary. Everything looked smaller, dimmer. Rage flickered in her eyes. All because of that weakling. Mira. Her voice cracked with fury and fear. All because of her. She stumbled toward the door, but froze. Boots. Several. Fast. Heavy. They were coming. Cece's hands trembled as she yanked open the floorboards under her dresser, revealing a narrow crawl space. Her father's old emergency escape tunnel, built during the Rogue Wars. Only a few in the household even knew it existed. Heart pounding, she dropped her satchel inside and slid in after it, wincing as her injured shoulder scraped against the cold wooden walls. She bit her lip to keep from crying out. Below, the thunder of boots grew louder. Shouts. Doors slamming open, furniture toppling over as the pack warriors stormed the estate with ruthless precision. "They're getting closer," she hissed to herself, crawling as fast as her battered body would allow. Main hall, downstairs. Damian stood like a predator at the base of the stairs, his rage barely restrained. They found the girl's blood trail upstairs, a warrior reported to Lucian. There's an open window in the hall, but no signs of her outside. She's still inside this house. Then she's hiding like the coward she is, Damian growled. Fan out, check the walls, the floors, anywhere she could crawl through. I want her dragged out by her hair. The Gamma was pale, his hands shaking as he watched his estate turn into a war zone. His wife sat on the couch, dazed, still coughing from Damian's earlier grip. Secret tunnel, below the estate. Cece finally reached the end of the tunnel, a hatch hidden beneath the old horse stables. She pushed against it, expecting freedom. It didn't budge. Heavy boots thudded above her. Voices. No, no, no. Her whisper cracked with fear. She slammed her hand against the hatch again, this time realizing what had happened. The patrol team had already blocked the exits. She was trapped. Before she could react, the hatch was thrown open from above, blinding light spilling into the cramped tunnel. Lucian's furious eyes stared down at her. "Cece," he said, his voice like steel, "you've run far enough." Two of the female warriors leapt down into the tunnel and grabbed her as she screamed and thrashed, trying to reach for the dagger in her boot, but one of them struck her across the face with a gauntleted fist. Blood splattered the tunnel wall as she slumped, dazed. They hauled her up like a sack of grain and dragged her out into the open. Outside the estate, Damian stood, arms crossed, his expression carved from stone. The moment he saw Cece, bloodied, struggling, her eyes wild, he stepped forward. His presence dropped like a hammer. "Alpha," she croaked. He slapped her across the face, hard. Her head snapped to the side. She would have collapsed if the warriors hadn't held her up. "You murdered Mira," Damian snarled, voice shaking with fury. "You betrayed your pack. You aligned yourself with Zara. You dared to poison my mate." Tears welled in her eyes, but they weren't of remorse. They were the tears of a coward who'd been caught. Lucian approached and looked her dead in the eye. "For Mira, you'll suffer." Damian turned to the Gamma, whose face had drained of all color. "You sheltered a traitor," the Alpha said coldly. "But tonight, justice will be served." Cece trembled as the warriors dragged her toward the center of the estate. "Take her to the dungeons," Damian ordered. "We'll hold the public trial by dawn." Cece sat chained to the cold, blood-stained chair in the center of the interrogation room, her face pale, her body battered. Her once proud eyes were sunken, shadowed by fear and exhaustion. Across from her stood Damian, Lucian, and three high-ranking elders of the pack. Lucian paced slowly behind her, the sound of his boots echoing like a countdown. "You poisoned the Luna," one of the elders said coldly. "You aided Zara, a known traitor. You attempted to murder a servant of this pack. Do you deny any of this still?" Cece said nothing. Her lips trembled, but no words came out. Damian's voice was low, dangerous. "You were given a chance to confess, to speak. Now the truth will be carved out of your silence." Lucian moved closer and placed the blood-stained dagger they recovered near Mira's body on the table. "We have evidence, witnesses, a corpse." "Please," she finally whispered, broken. "It wasn't supposed to go that far." "Mira is dead," Damian bellowed, slamming his fist into the table, cracking the wood. "She died protecting her brother, protecting you when you blackmailed her." The room went silent. Cece flinched, the last of her composure unraveling. Zara said she'd fix everything. She promised." Cece's voice cracked, but it was too late. Nothing she could say would redeem her now. "Drag her back to the dungeon and deal with her until she is ready to speak," Damian said before walking out in anger. An hour later, inside the pack's dungeon, midnight. The dungeon was dark, lit only by flickering torches that cast twisted shadows on the stone walls. Screams echoed faintly through the corridors, the sounds of agony and truth being torn from flesh and bone. Cece was strapped upright to a post, her arms chained above her head. Her once fair skin was now littered with bruises and welts from the silver-laced iron chains that had whipped her back and sides throughout the long, agonizing night. Her mouth was bloodied from biting down on her own lip to stop herself from screaming, but the pain eventually won. Lucian stood before her, his face grim, his shirt soaked in sweat and blood. Two of the female warriors flanked him, silent and merciless. "You will tell us everything now," Lucian growled, "or we'll continue until your lungs give out." Cece trembled violently. "Please, no more." Lucian stepped forward. "Who helped you? Who else in this pack is involved?" There was a pause, a long, breathless hesitation. Then, "The head maid, Julianne," she choked. "She knew. She helped set the trap for Mira. She was the one who gave the orders to send her out alone." Lucian's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, one of the warriors stepped out of the room to deliver the order. Cece collapsed forward, still chained, her shoulders shaking. "I only wanted to be someone important. I only wanted her gone." Moments later, opposite cell. Julianne, Ella's once trusted headmaid, was dragged into the dungeon, kicking and screaming. Her shrieks echoed violently off the walls as the guards threw her into the adjacent iron-barred cage. "You fools! I did nothing!" she shouted. "This is a mistake!" Lucian didn't even look at her. "Strip her of rank. Chain her down." The guards obeyed swiftly. Julianne was shackled to the back wall, and then the same silver-lined chains that had been used on Cece were raised. Wait, please!" But it was too late. The first strike landed across her back. She screamed. Another, then another, painful, precise, and unrelenting. Lucian's voice cut through the violence. "For betraying the Luna, for aiding a murderer, you will answer for every drop of Mira's blood." As Julianne wailed in agony, Cece wept silently from across the cell, her body slumped forward, broken. Her betrayal was complete, and the consequences were only beginning. Still at midnight, the holding cages beneath the packed courtyard. The stone walls dripped with moisture, the scent of blood and iron thick in the air. Shackled to the wall by her wrists, Julianne sat slumped against the cold floor, her face bruised, her body aching from the savage beatings. She knew she would die by dawn, but she didn't fear death. No, Julianne feared something far worse, failing her bloodline and failing Zara. The sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, sharp and measured. A figure in a warrior's cloak stepped into view, face hidden beneath a hood, a torch in her hand. Julianne's eyes fluttered open. She recognized the scent instantly. Wolf, but not from this pack. "Are you one of hers?" Julianne rasped, her voice barely more than a whisper. The cloaked warrior knelt beside her, careful not to speak. Instead, she pulled out a folded strip of worn parchment. Julianne gave a weak chuckle, blood slipping down her lip. "Still loyal? After all this time?" The figure gave a slow nod. Julianne leaned forward, mustering the last strength in her battered body. Her voice was raspy, but filled with urgency. "Tell Zara, the seed was planted, but the soil here is cursed," she whispered. "Ella is stronger than we expected, but not unbreakable." The cloaked woman blinked once. Julianne continued. "Tell her, the white wolf bleeds." Then, with trembling hands, Julianne reached into the torn lining of her bloodied dress and pulled out a tiny rolled paper wrapped in wax thread. She pressed it into the warrior's hand. "No one must know I was her cousin," Julianne whispered. "Not even in death. Protect her name, and tell her, vengeance runs in our veins." Footsteps echoed above, changing of the guard. The cloaked figure rose silently, tucked the message inside her belt, and vanished into the shadows, just as the torchlight of two patrolling warriors spilled down the stairwell. Julianne slumped back against the wall, her breathing slowing. Soon they would come for her. But her message had already begun to move like smoke through the night. And somewhere, miles away, Zara would know. The next morning, public square. The pack gathered in the square at dawn. The air was thick with tension. Whispers passed between warriors, mothers, and elders. The news had spread like wildfire. The Gamma's daughter had been found guilty of treason and murder. On a raised platform stood the execution block, carved from obsidian stone. A heavy silver blade rested upon it. Cece was dragged onto the platform, her hands and feet bound in silver cuffs, her once shining hair matted with sweat and dried blood. The crowd looked on in grim silence. Lucian addressed the pack, voice ringing out. "By decree of Alpha Damian Black, and in accordance with the ancient laws of the Crimson Moon Pack, Cece of the Gamma bloodline has been found guilty of treason, conspiracy, attempted regicide, and murder. A murmur passed through the crowd. She has shown no remorse. She acted with selfish ambition and malice, and in doing so, endangered the life of our Luna and cost a loyal servant her life. He stepped aside. Damian stepped forward, cloaked in black, his aura a storm of fury and pain. Damian raised his hand. "The verdict has been decided," he said, his voice booming across the courtyard like thunder. "For the murder of an innocent maid, for betrayal, conspiracy, and poisoning the Luna of this pack, Cece, daughter of Gamma Terran, is hereby sentenced to public execution by beheading." Gasps swept through the crowd. The Gamma's wife collapsed to her knees, sobbing, but Terran, the Gamma, stood frozen, his face a mask of shame and silent agony. Cece looked up, her lips trembling. "No, please," she whispered. I didn't mean—" "Silence," Damian growled. "You meant to kill her, and you did, and now you will pay." He met Cece's eyes one last time. "No mercy for traitors," he said, then coldly, "Execute her." The executioner, a tall, solemn warrior, stepped forward and forced Cece's head onto the block. She screamed, weeping now. "I didn't mean to." "Please, Alpha, Damian!" The blade came down, one swift strike. The crowd didn't cheer. They stood in solemn silence as the body slumped to the side and the head rolled, coming to rest at the base of the platform. Damian turned to the warriors. "Prepare Julianne. Her fate follows." Julianne, the disgraced headmaid, was dragged out next, bloodied, bruised, barely standing. Her execution would follow. Julianne looked up, her lips trembling. "I was loyal to Zara." And with that, Lucian's blade came down in a clean, swift arc. Silence fell. Her head rolled across the stone, blood pooling beneath her knees. Justice had been served. Mira's soul would finally rest. Damian stepped down from the platform, his hands clenched. "Let this be a warning," he growled to the pack. "No one touches my mate. No one betrays this pack, not even the blood of a Gamma." But as the warriors dragged Julianne forward, a new thought stirred in Damian's mind. If Cece was loyal to Zara, what else has been planted in our pack? The war wasn't over. It had just begun. The moon hung high in the sky, casting silver light across the blood-streaked paths that led back to the Alpha's estate. Damian and Lucian marched in heavy silence, their clothes stained with the violence of justice. The weight of Mira's death, the betrayal, and Cece's execution still clung to their souls like smoke. Suddenly, "Alpha!" A breathless voice shattered the silence. Damian and Lucian turned sharply as one of the young healer's servants sprinted toward them, nearly tripping over himself in his urgency. "Alpha, Damian! It's Lady Ella. She's waking up. Her strength is returning." Time froze. Damian's heart lurched in his chest. For a moment he couldn't breathe, then joy surged like wildfire through his veins. Without a word, he broke into a run. Lucian followed closely behind, a rare, fierce smile cracking through his grim expression. Relief flooded his features. They stormed into the healer's house, pushing open the double wooden doors just as the scent of healing herbs filled the air. Inside, soft candlelight glowed gently across the still form of Ella, who lay pale but breathing, her eyes fluttering open for the first time in days. Damian's steps faltered. "Ella," he whispered. Her silver eyes, dimmed with fatigue but alive, lifted to meet his. To Damian, he was at her side in 2 strides, falling to his knees beside the bed. His calloused hands took her delicate ones carefully, reverently. "You came back to me," he choked out, his voice thick with emotion. "Moon goddess, I thought I lost you." Tears slid down his face, silent and raw. He leaned forward, pressing his forehead to the back of her hand as he held it tightly. "I swear, I'll never let anything hurt you again. You're safe now, my love. I'm here." Ella blinked slowly, her gaze trying to focus. Her voice was a whisper. "I felt you calling me. In the dark, I heard you." Damian sobbed softly, unable to hold it back. "Because I never stopped, Ella. I never stopped." Lucian stood silently nearby, his arms crossed tightly over his chest, his eyes misting as he watched the reunion. "You fought through death itself," Damian whispered. "You're the strongest soul I've ever known. You are my heart, my mate, my queen." Ella's lips trembled into the faintest smile before she closed her eyes once more, her strength still weak, but her heartbeat steady and strong. Damian leaned in and kissed her forehead gently, protectively. He stayed by her side through the night, guarding her with love and a vengeance that now burned brighter than ever. And though the war was not yet over, hope had returned. Damian sat by Ella's bedside, his hand still cradling hers, unwilling to let go even for a moment. The room was quiet now. Only the soft crackle of the hearth fire and the faint rustle of the healer's movements broke the silence. Moments later, the elderly healer, Master Yoon, stepped forward. His face was lined with years of wisdom, his expression calm, though wariness clung to his shoulders from long hours tending to Ella. "She's stable now," Master Yoon said softly, setting down a bowl of crushed herbs. "The dark magic has been purged from her system. Her body is weak, but it's healing, slowly but surely." Damian looked up at him, his eyes rimmed with exhaustion but lit with a desperate hope. "Are you sure she'll recover?" The healer gave a reassuring nod, his tone confident yet gentle. "Yes, Alpha. Her spirit is strong. That alone pulled her back from the brink when many others would have slipped away. The worst is over." Damian let out a shaky breath, one hand covering his mouth as emotion welled up in his chest again. Thank the moon goddess. "Ella will need rest, warmth, nourishment, and love," the healer added, giving him a small knowing smile. "Something tells me she already has that in abundance." Damian blinked away fresh tears and looked down at Ella's peaceful face. He brushed a strand of silver hair away from her forehead. "She has all of me," he whispered, "forever." Master Yoon stepped back, giving the pair their privacy. "She'll wake more in the coming days. Her strength will return piece by piece, but we must be patient. She's endured much, not just in body, but in spirit." Damian nodded, his jaw tight with emotion. "She won't face it alone." With that, Master Yoon left quietly, and Damian remained at Ella's side, silently vowing to never let darkness touch her again. In the far reaches of Lila's shadowed territory, beneath the twisted canopy of deadened trees and blackened skies, Zara paced back and forth inside her chamber, an underground war room lit by torches and burning incense. The heavy stone door creaked open. 3 hooded figures stepped inside, the secret spies she had trusted time and again. They knelt before her without a word, their heads bowed low, waiting for her permission to speak. Zara's sharp voice cut through the silence. "Speak." One of the spies, the youngest of the trio, dared to raise her head slightly. "The poison failed, my lady. Mira, she was intercepted. Beta Lucian caught her attacker. The maid is dead." Zara froze. For a moment the chamber fell deathly still. The torches flickered wildly, as though even the flames feared what was coming. And then, crash! Zara's hand swept across the war table, sending vials, scrolls, and glass bottles shattering to the ground. Her power flared violently, black mist crackling from her fingertips like lightning. "She was supposed to die slowly," she hissed, her golden eyes blazing with fury. "Ella was supposed to rot from the inside out, not be saved." The youngest spy shrank back in fear. We didn't anticipate the beta would arrive so soon, or that Mira would resist." Zara's growl echoed through the room. "Mira was weak. She was supposed to obey. Cece promised she had it under control." One of the other spies dared to speak. "Cece is dead, my lady, beheaded in front of the pack." Zara's breath caught, then released in a slow, deadly whisper. "So they've started purging traitors already." Her gaze turned colder, more calculating. "And Julianne?" "Awaiting execution," the third spy replied. Zara turned toward the wall where maps of Damian's pack territory hung. Her nails dug into the stone, drawing faint lines of blood. So close to breaking her, and now the little white wolf is healing. A dangerous smile spread across her lips, filled with hatred and madness. They think they've won. They think they're safe. Let them breathe. Let them celebrate her survival. She turned to the kneeling spies, her voice low and venomous. "Because when I strike again," she whispered, "it won't be poison. It'll be fire, blood, war." The torches flared higher, reacting to her rage. The darkness pulsed with her promise. "And Ella," she seethed, "will wish she had died from the poison." Deep within the heart of her shadow fortress, Lila stood surrounded by dark flames and swirling cursed winds. Her chamber was a shrine to ancient darkness, where whispers of long-dead spirits echoed through the stone walls. She had just received the news. Ella had survived. The poison failed. Cece was dead. Julianne exposed. The secret lines inside Damian's pack were collapsing. Lila's hand trembled, not from fear, but from the storm building inside her. Her black gown fluttered in the unnatural wind, eyes glowing with blood-red fury. Boom! A table exploded as she slammed her hand against it. Flames roared from the stone floor as the shadows howled. The door burst open. Zara stumbled inside, clearly summoned by the witch's wrath. Lila. Before she could finish, she was thrown off her feet by a violent surge of dark magic. She hit the wall with a gasp, coughing from the sheer pressure that crushed the air from her lungs. You dare walk in here after this disgrace? Lila's voice wasn't human. It echoed like a demon's snarl, deep and hollow. You failed me, Zara. Zara clutched her ribs, blood trailing from her mouth. I did everything. Everything, Lila shrieked. Her shadowy cloak expanded, filling the entire chamber like wings of a great beast. You were handed power, spies, poison, a perfect plan, and you allowed a mere maid and a sniveling Gamma's daughter to ruin it all? She raised her hand, and Zara's body lifted from the floor, choking, dangling midair. I should rip your soul from your chest and offer it to the abyss, Lila screamed. Zara gasped. Please, give me another chance. The flames flickered violently, her plea barely audible over the crackling rage. For a moment it seemed Lila might actually do it, end Zara then and there. But then, just as suddenly, the witch released her. Zara dropped to the floor like a rag doll, coughing, trembling. Lila turned her back. We cannot afford weakness, she hissed. Damian is angry. His wolves are alert. The white wolf is rising. Zara wiped the blood from her lips, her body aching, her pride shattered. What do we do now? Lila turned slightly, her glowing eyes piercing. Now, we don't try to break Ella. Her lips curled into a venomous smile. We draw her into the darkness. Zara's breath caught. How? Lila's laughter was a low, chilling whisper. By offering her something even the moon goddess cannot give. Lila's smile was razor-thin, cruel, and flickering like flame. Power crackled at her fingertips, painting the air with sparks of dark magic. Pathetic, she whispered, her voice seething, utterly useless. Zara collapsed to her knees, eyes wide with panic, her body trembling under the weight of failure. Please, Lila, my queen, I tried. I did everything you asked. Her voice shook, brittle as glass. I'll fix it. I'll kill her. Just give me another chance. Lila tilted her head, eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Her laughter was low and poisonous, curling around Zara like smoke. Another chance? She mocked. You think I offer mercy to those who disgrace me? Zara's breath caught, chest rising and falling with panic. I'm loyal, she gasped. I swear it, I'll do anything. Just please don't cast me aside. Darkness swirled around Lila's feet like living shadows. Her hand twitched again, the surge of power almost suffocating. You should thank the stars I haven't ripped your heart from your chest, she hissed. You've failed me, but I may yet wring one final use from you. Zara blinked through the panic, hope flickering like a candle in the storm. I can still serve you? Lila turned her back, her silhouette framed by the burning sigils on the wall. Her voice was cold and sharp. Yes, but not out of trust, only because I need someone, disposable. Zara swallowed hard but nodded. Then I'll be your blade. Just point me at the target. Lila turned back, her smile wicked, teeth glinting like a predator's. Then listen well, little pawn. This is your last thread of purpose. Fail me again. Her voice dropped into a growl. And I'll make you wish you were never born. I won't fail, Zara swore, her voice shaking but fierce. I'll end her. Ella will bleed for everything. Lila's eyes glinted with cruel delight. Good, she murmured. Because this time, the white wolf must fall. She moved to the ancient mirror etched with spells, her reflection a haunting vision of darkness incarnate. Raising her hand, she traced a rune in the air. She will crumble, Lila whispered. Her light snuffed, her soul devoured, and when she falls, I shall rise. Her laughter rose again, slow and poisonous, echoing through the chamber like a curse. Shadows danced on the walls. No one will stop me. Not the pack, not Damian, and certainly not that fragile little mate of his. Her gaze sharpened, filled with hunger. Let the game begin. Zara knelt before Lila, her head lowered in submission, though her heart thundered beneath her ribs. The chamber was thick with shadows, unnatural, pulsing, alive. Lila sat upon her throne of black stone, her presence a suffocating pressure that seemed to drain the air itself. My queen, Zara began, her voice tight with reverence and fear. The rogues have agreed to the attack. They believe Ella is the reason for their banishment. They're eager. rabid even, thirsting for her blood. Lila leaned forward, her crimson lips curling into a venomous smile. Her eyes shimmered with cruel satisfaction. "Good," she hissed. "Let them bleed for me. Let them throw themselves at Damian's gates like dogs. Their rage will shatter his walls, and their deaths will be my signal." She raised one hand, and dark magic crackled at her fingertips like stormfire, violet and black. The very stone beneath her throne groaned with power. When the rogues have softened him, when his precious pack is distracted, and his Luna lies broken. Her voice dropped into a near whisper, laced with lethal intent. "I'll strike the final blow myself." Zara lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes wide with awe. "Shall I summon the elite, my queen? The ones bound to your will?" Lila's gaze turned sharp as a dagger. "Yes, bring me the strongest, the marked. I want them in position, hidden, waiting. The moment Damian falters, we rain death." Zara's breath caught. "As you command, my queen." Lila's expression darkened, her power rising like a storm cloud behind her. "Tell them this is the beginning of the end. The age of light is crumbling, and I will reign in the ashes." Zara bowed deeper, her voice barely a whisper. "Glory to the Shadow Queen." Behind her, Lila's laughter echoed off the walls, low, twisted, triumphant. And far beyond the dark castle walls, storm clouds gathered over Damian's territory. The war had begun. The healer's chambers were quiet, save for the soft rustling of leaves outside and the occasional flicker of candlelight. Ella lay beneath layers of blankets, her skin pale, her breathing shallow, but steady. Her recovery was slow, but it was progress. Damian hadn't left her side since the moment she opened her eyes. Even now he sat beside her, holding her fragile hand in his thumb gently brushing over her knuckles, his gaze never far from her face. But as the silence stretched into the night, Ella's eyes fluttered open again, this time not from pain or restlessness, but from something else, a ripple. At first it was faint, like a whisper in the back of her mind, but then it grew, thicker, heavier. It was like a storm cloud pressing against her soul. She gasped softly, her fingers twitching in Damian's grasp. He straightened at once. "Ella, what is it?" His voice was gentle, but laced with alarm. Her lips parted, her eyes clouded. "Something's wrong, I feel it." Her voice was hoarse, weak, but sure. "Damian, I feel it through the bond." Damian's jaw tightened. "What do you feel?" Her brow furrowed. "Dread, anger, hatred. It's aimed at you, at us." Damian rose instantly, his instincts flaring. "Who?" Ella shook her head slightly, her breathing labored. "I don't know, but it's coming. I can feel the darkness crawling closer like it's breathing down our necks." Lucian, standing nearby, stiffened. "You think someone's about to attack the pack?" "I don't think," Ella whispered. "I know." Damian reached forward and cupped her cheek, his expression tender yet fierce. "You don't need to worry, love. I won't let anything happen to you again, not while I'm breathing." But Ella gripped his wrist weakly. "Damian, don't underestimate this. It's more than just hate. It's dark, twisted, like someone's feeding it, like it's unnatural." Damian's gaze darkened. "Magic." Lucian cursed under his breath. "Rogues don't use magic, not unless someone's backing them." "Zara," Damian growled, the name like poison on his tongue. Ella nodded faintly. "She's not done, and she's not alone." Damian turned to Lucian, his voice suddenly steel. "Double the patrols, lock down the borders, and prepare the elite warriors. If they want to bring the war to us, then we'll be ready." Lucian nodded sharply and vanished through the door. Damian turned back to Ella and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. "Rest now, my love. You've already saved us once. It's my turn." Ella closed her eyes slowly, but her grip on his hand remained. "Just come back to me. Always." "I will," he whispered, rising with his aura flaring. "No shadow will take me from you. Not now, not ever." And as he left the healer's chamber, the bond between them pulsed once more, a quiet warning. The storm was near. The moon hung high and cold above the forests beyond the borders of Damian's territory, casting long shadows over the rogue camp. A procession of darkness moved silently beneath the trees. Rogues, dozens of them, now empowered by Zara's dark potions, their eyes glowing faintly with unnatural strength. Their snarls were muted, restrained. Their purpose was clear. Their hunger for blood even clearer. It would take them 3 days to reach the heart of Damian's pack, and they would march with vengeance in their hearts and black magic in their veins. Meanwhile, deep within the Alpha's estate, the war room burned with light and tense energy. Damian stood at the center, a large map of the territory spread before him, marked with sigils, pins, and guard rotes. Lucian stood beside him, arms folded, his brow furrowed. "The patrols are doubled," Lucian said. "Scouts are stationed across the eastern and northern ridges. Every warrior is on high alert." "Good," Damian replied, his voice low and lethal. "But it's not enough." Lucian glanced at him. "You're expecting more than just a frontal attack?" Damian's jaw clenched. "Yes, because the real threat isn't just the rogues outside the walls, it's the rot still festering inside." Lucian went silent. Damian's eyes narrowed over the map, but his thoughts were elsewhere. "We caught Cece. We killed Julianne, but how could they have moved for so long without help? There's more. Hidden eyes, silent ears, they're still here." "You think there are more spies?" Lucian asked. "I don't think," Damian growled. "I know." Lucian's gaze darkened. "Then we'll find them." "We have to," Damian said, "before they strike again, when we're vulnerable. I want you to keep the investigation running quietly. Interrogate anyone Cece or Julianne had contact with. Search the servant quarters again. Look through guard rotations. Don't trust anyone blindly, not even the ones closest to us." Lucian nodded, his voice resolute. "I'll have a team start tonight." Damian turned from the map, his eyes distant. "I won't let this pack fall. Not to rogues, not to traitors, not while Ella lies in that bed still recovering from their treachery." "She'll live," Lucian said softly. "She better," Damian murmured. "Because if they ever touch her again, there won't be a corner of this world they can hide in." Outside the estate, the cold wind blew across the walls, carrying with it the scent of an approaching storm. But it wasn't just a storm of claws and blood. It was the war of shadows, fought in silence, in secrets, and in whispered betrayal. And Damian knew. The true enemy wasn't only marching toward them from the forest. It was already within. The night was still. A low fog crept along the outer grounds of the Gamma's estate, curling around the walls like a serpent. Hidden in its folds, a shadow slipped silently through the trees, unseen, unchallenged. She had been here once before, when she whispered to Julianne behind prison bars. Now her target was far more dangerous and far more useful. The Gamma. She found him in the garden behind his estate, hunched on a stone bench beneath a gnarled tree, his shoulders heavy with grief. His face was hollow, his eyes sunken. The memory of Cece's public execution still haunted him, and the image of his wife's sickly frame, curled and withering in their bed, clung to his every breath. He didn't look up when the woman stepped into the moonlight. "I warned Julianne once," she said softly, "but it did her no good. Now I come to you, Gamma, because unlike her, you still have something left to lose." His eyes lifted slowly, tired and bitter. "Who are you?" "No one," she replied, smiling faintly. "Just someone who knows what it feels like to be loyal and betrayed." He scoffed and turned away. "You waste your time." "Do I?" Her voice was smooth, laced with venom. "You gave everything to this pack, and what did you get in return? A dead daughter, a dying wife, and an alpha who used you, then tossed you aside like nothing." "Enough," he snapped. "I won't hear this." "But you already know it's true," she whispered. "You've heard the whispers, haven't you? The ones that say Lucian's been doing your job for years. The ones that call you the Beta's shadow, the Gamma in name only." His hands curled into fists. She stepped closer, voice low and deadly. "You think it was justice what they did to your Cece? She was a warrior, loyal, strong. She gave her blood to this pack, and they strung her up like a criminal, as if her life meant nothing." "Stop," he growled, standing. "But she wasn't done. They laughed behind your back, Gamma. I've heard them myself. You're a joke to them, a weakling, a man who bowed too low for too long to a king who never saw your worth." His breath caught, his jaw clenched. "And now?" Her smile curved, cruel and slow. "Now they're planning to replace you. Did you know that? Damian and Lucian, already discussing names. You're not just forgotten, you're being erased." He stared at her, rage flaring behind his eyes. She stepped close enough for him to smell the poison in her words. "Why should you remain loyal to a man who rewards your loyalty with loss? Why serve a king who would see your family shattered?" "What do you want?" he asked darkly. She leaned in. "Lucian dies first, then Damian, and when they fall, the pack will need a new alpha." Her eyes gleamed. And who better than a man who's already given it everything? The Gamma hesitated. But the pain, the humiliation, the buried rage, everything she said had already existed in his heart, even if he never dared admit it. Her words were only watering the roots of resentment. And tonight, they began to bloom. "I'm in," he said finally, his voice low and bitter. A cold smile curved on her lips. "Good, then let's begin." The night air was thick with tension as the cloaked female spy moved like smoke through the shadows outside the borders of Damian's pack. Despite the reinforced security and patrols, she knew the cracks in every wall, the blind spots in every guard's gaze. Zara had trained her spies well, but even they didn't know who she truly served. It wasn't long before she found them. Zara's 3 secret spies, hidden in the thick woods beyond the reach of the pack's soldiers. At the soft whistle signal they emerged, faces masked, eyes sharp. She didn't waste time. "Tell your mistress this," she hissed, her voice sharp with glee. "The Gamma is in play now. Weak-minded, hollowed by grief and pride, he believes he has a chance to wear the crown, and we'll let him believe it, until his usefulness runs dry." The spies said nothing, only nodded, vanishing into the trees to deliver the message. Back at the edge of her dark lair, Zara paced with restless energy, waiting. When the message arrived, her laughter filled the night, high, gleeful, wicked. "He fell for it," she whispered, eyes gleaming. "The fool wants to be Alpha." Without wasting a heartbeat, she rushed to Lila's chambers, her spirit burning with pride. "My queen," she announced breathlessly, bowing deeply. "The Gamma has turned. He believes he'll rule next. Our plan is unfolding perfectly." Lila's smile was slow and chilling. "Excellent," she purred. "Let the blind lead the damned." With a flick of her fingers, she summoned a small vial, black and shimmering like ink under moonlight. "A reward," she said silkily, holding it out to Zara. Zara's hands trembled as she accepted the vial, eyes wide with reverence. "You continue to prove your loyalty," Lila whispered. What Zara didn't know, what she'd never know until it was too late, was that the liquid lacing the vial was the same dark magic slowly unraveling her from within. Each drop she consumed chipped away at her soul, binding her more tightly to Lila. And death. Once Zara had left to celebrate her victory, Lila moved deeper into her chambers, the air growing colder with each step. There, behind a door of runes and shadow, was the dungeon. A single torch burned low on the wall, casting a flickering light over the ruined figure chained in the corner. Kaden, once a proud guardian of ancient bloodlines, now little more than a breathing corpse. Lila stood before the cage, arms folded, her eyes gleaming with cruel delight. How the mighty have fallen. Kaden flinched at the sound of her voice, though he could no longer hear it. She had stolen his hearing long ago, ripped it from him like flesh from bone. His sense of smell, too, had been taken when she needed it to create the first batch of the dark poison placed under Ella's bed. Now he was little more than an empty husk, useless and trembling. The moment he saw her, he scrambled backward, dragging his body into the shadows, pressing himself against the stone as if it could swallow him whole. Lila laughed, delighted by his fear. "You used to be so noble," she crooned, "so righteous. Now look at you, crawling like a rat." She leaned in close to the bars, voice dripping venom. "After I'm done with Damian, after I've burned his pack and torn the White Wolf apart, I'll return for you and end this pitiful existence myself." She turned with a cruel smile, her cloak sweeping behind her as she walked away, her laughter echoing through the stone halls. Behind her in the darkness, Kaden wept silently, broken, forgotten, and waiting for death. The morning air was calm, deceptively peaceful, as the Gamma approached the healer's house under the pretense of offering apologies. His shoulders were hunched with the weight of false grief, his eyes misted just enough to pass as genuine sorrow. But beneath the surface, rage simmered, hot and thick like molten steel. Inside, Ella lay on the cot, still pale but slowly regaining color. Her eyes fluttered open at the sound of the door creaking. Damian was seated beside her, fingers gently intertwined with hers. Lucian stood nearby, ever watchful, arms crossed as the Gamma entered. The moment their eyes met, Damian stood. "Gamma," he greeted, his tone guarded but not hostile. "Didn't expect you here." The Gamma lowered his head. "I come not as a warrior, but as a grieving father." His voice trembled with carefully practiced pain. I wanted to apologize to Luna Ella for Cece's treachery. I was blind to her darkness. I failed to raise her right. Ella blinked slowly, lips parting as she tried to speak, but Damian gently shook his head. She needs rest. The Gamma nodded, eyes locked on Ella's fragile frame. Of course, I just needed to say the words. His gaze flickered to Damian, filled with something unreadable. She looks strong, despite everything. Lucian stepped forward, his presence sharp. You've said your piece. The Gamma offered a weak smile and turned to leave, hiding the bitterness in his clenched fists. Outside, his expression twisted as he walked into the forest's edge. They'll regret this, he thought bitterly. Lucian will die first. Then Damian. I will take my place. Back inside, silence hung thick. Lucian's brow furrowed. Did you feel that? Damian looked at him, distracted. What? That wasn't an apology. That was a performance, Lucian said flatly. He barely looked at Ella, his eyes. They were calculating, cold. Damian sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He lost his daughter, Lucian. I can't fault him for being off. Lucian's eyes narrowed. We've all lost people, Damian, but something about him, it didn't sit right. Before Damian could respond, a sharp knock rattled the door. One of the patrol captains barged in, breathing hard. My Alpha, he gasped. Rogues, at the northern border. They've broken through the first perimeter. Lucian and Damian exchanged a look that spoke volumes. Battle mode. Damian's eyes turned cold, focused. Sound the horns. Lock the inner gates. Evacuate the civilians. Get the warriors ready. Lucian was already moving. I'll handle the southern flanks and meet you at the front lines. The healer stepped in protectively, shielding Ella. I'll keep her safe. Damian squeezed Ella's hand, kissing her knuckles. I'll return. No one will touch you. I swear it. As he and Lucian stormed out, the air in the pack turned electric, tense and trembling. War had come to their doorstep. Unseen, the female spy watched from the treetops, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. One pawn had been moved. Another was about to fall. Let the bloodshed begin. The night was thick with tension, the sky above the pack's second defense line shrouded in bruised clouds. Lucian stood tall, his expression carved from steel as he led the Gamma and the elite warriors through the narrow pass of the secondary perimeter, a sacred boundary meant to keep darkness from bleeding into the heart of the pack. Behind him, the warriors stood ready, their armor gleaming beneath the flickering torchlight. The Gamma, ever silent, flanked his left. His eyes held a strange glint, one Lucian couldn't quite read. Hold the line, Lucian growled. We don't let them pass this point. If they break through here, it's over. Meanwhile, back near the healer's house, Damian moved swiftly through the compound. His face was set in grim focus as he issued orders to trusted guards, placing elite warriors at every entrance, rooftop, and hidden blind spot. His thoughts never left Ella, not for a breath. She was still too weak, too vulnerable, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the true threat hadn't yet shown itself. Triple the guards, Damian commanded. Anyone without a rank crest doesn't get within 10 feet of this place. I don't care if they're bleeding or begging, turn them away. The guards saluted. Yes, Alpha. Damian stepped inside the healer's house briefly, watching as Ella stirred, her brow furrowed in sleep. Something in the bond between them pulsed, unease, as if she too felt the storm creeping closer. I'll protect you, he whispered under his breath, with everything I have. At the second perimeter, Lucian stared down the invading rogues from atop a ridge. Dozens of them littered the forest floor, snarling and armed with crude, blood-stained weapons. Their leader, Garen, stood tall among them, his eyes wild with the unmistakable haze of dark magic. Lucian stepped forward. Turn back now, he called, voice echoing like thunder. You've made your point. Walk away while you still have legs to carry you. Garen laughed, the sound guttural and unhinged. We're done running. Where was your mercy when Damian exiled us? Where was your kindness when we were cast into the dirt like dogs? Lucian's eyes narrowed. You chose treason. And now we choose vengeance, Garen snarled, baring fangs. Tell your precious Alpha if he dares to show his face, I'll tear out his throat myself. A low growl rumbled in Lucian's chest. Enough. He didn't wait for another word. Bones cracked and fur burst from flesh as Lucian shifted, his massive gray wolf towering above the others, his presence a force of nature. His golden eyes glowed like molten fire beneath the moon. Even the Gamma took an unconscious step back, his own wolf bristling under Lucian's raw power. One by one, The warriors followed suit, shifting into their wolves, howls piercing the sky as fangs were bared and claws sank into the earth. On the other side, Garen and his rogues, high on dark magic and blind to fear, shifted with a frenzied scream of battle lust. Then the forest exploded into chaos. Fur clashed against fur, teeth tore through flesh, and the ground shook with the weight of battle. Blood sprayed through the air, howls echoing like broken spirits. Lucian was a whirlwind of fury, slashing through rogue after rogue with terrifying precision. But beneath it all, the Gamma watched, fought, and waited for the moment Lucian's back would be turned, for the moment betrayal would be most devastating. The clash of steel, the ripping of flesh, and the thunderous growls of battle filled the forest air. Blood soaked the soil. Lucian's warriors were holding their ground, but the tide had begun to shift. The rogues, driven by the poisonous high of dark magic, fought with a frenzied madness that gave them unnatural strength. Lucian's flank had begun to strain under the pressure. Garen, fueled by magic and vengeance, had cut down 3 warriors on his own, his snarl gleaming with cruelty. But then, the ground trembled. A low growl, ancient and primal, rolled across the battlefield like a cold wind through bones. From the trees, Damian emerged with his elite warriors, each one draped in shadow and power, handpicked for their unmatched strength and loyalty. Their arrival alone sent a ripple through the battle. Every wolf, ally and enemy alike, froze. Then came silence. The rogues' snarls turned into stilled breath, as their red-glazed eyes shifted toward the man who now stood at the edge of the battlefield, cloaked in a cold, seething rage. Damian, his eyes, no longer gold but crimson, locked onto Garen. "You dare attack my territory, Garen the traitor?" Damian's voice was like thunder cracking open the heavens. It seems banishment was too merciful. Garen growled, baring his teeth, but he took one step back, too late. With a deafening snarl, Damian shifted. Bones snapped. Black fur burst forth like a storm cloud. His form grew impossibly massive, larger than any wolf that had ever walked this land. His claws dug trenches into the earth. His red eyes glowed like blood-forged fire, fangs longer than daggers glistening with the hunger for justice. The sight shattered the rogues' confidence. Terror swept through them like a plague. Lucian's wolf let out a howl of renewed hope, and the warriors rallied. Damian didn't wait. He charged. The air trembled beneath his speed as he tore across the battlefield, an unstoppable force of vengeance. Garen didn't even have time to react. With a monstrous leap, Damian's jaws clamped down on Garen's throat. A sickening crunch echoed through the forest. Then silence. Blood poured as Damian ripped through the traitor's body, tearing it apart with terrifying precision. The rogues faltered. Their leader, gone, their false strength shaken. Panic set in. They tried to run, but there was nowhere to go. Lucian and the warriors gave chase, and the elite warriors tore through the rogues with brutal efficiency. One by one, their cries were swallowed by the night. Howls of death and despair echoed beneath the blood moon. The Gamma stood frozen, half-shifted, watching the massacre unfold. He had been moments from betrayal, ready to strike Lucian down and claim his path to power. But seeing Damian's black wolf, a god of death ripping through enemies like paper, he swallowed hard, backing away. That thing would kill him in a breath. There would be no mercy, no negotiation, only death. He gritted his teeth and forced his claws to retract. Not yet. Meanwhile, the secret female spy slipped silently through the outer edge of the healer's woods, cloaked in shadow and scented with forest herbs. She had timed everything perfectly. The battle raged on, the perimeter should have been unguarded, but she stopped cold. 12 paces ahead she saw them. Not regular guards, not patrol wolves. No, these were Damian's personal elite. Their aura was suffocating, dense, ancient, honed like sharpened blades. Each one carried an energy that pulsed like thunder through the trees. She cursed under her breath, her lips twisting with frustration. She couldn't take them. Not alone. Not now. To attack would be suicide, and to retreat would be another failure she could not afford. Grinding her teeth, the spy slowly slinked back into the shadows, disappearing into the trees with silent fury boiling in her chest. Next time, she promised herself, she would find another way. Ella wouldn't stay protected forever. The battle was over. Not a single rogue was left alive. Damian stood tall among the blood-soaked ground, his black wolf slowly shifting back into his human form. His eyes swept the field of fallen enemies and injured warriors. The danger had passed, for now. He turned to his warriors, his voice calm but strong. "You all fought with courage and honor," he said. "Lucian, Gamma, every one of you, thank you." He nodded toward Lucian, who stood proud but battle-worn, and then toward the Gamma, who kept his head slightly lowered. Damian didn't notice the flicker of emotion in his eyes, but Lucian did. Damian gave his final orders. "Strengthen all borders. No one enters or leaves without strict checks. We cannot afford another surprise attack." Then, without wasting a second, he ran back toward the healer's house, Lucian and the Gamma following closely behind. As they stepped inside, the tension in Damian's chest loosened all at once. Ella was standing. She stood slowly, a little pale and shaky, but her back was straight, and there was life in her eyes again. Her golden hair fell over her shoulders, and a soft smile touched her lips the moment she saw him. Damian froze. His breath caught in his throat. Then he moved. He crossed the room in a few long strides and wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly. And for the first time in years, the mighty Alpha let his tears fall. Hot, heavy tears of joy and relief. "You're awake," he whispered into her hair. "You're still here." Ella, eyes glistening, held him just as tightly. "I told you I'd fight," she whispered back. Lucian stood nearby, quietly watching. A bittersweet feeling pulled at his chest, but he pushed it down. Ella was his Alpha's mate, and even if some part of his heart had once hoped otherwise, he knew better now. That chapter was closed before it even began. He smiled, a little sad but truly happy for them both. "Welcome back, Ella," he said softly. The Gamma stepped forward next, wearing a warm smile. "I'm glad to see you up," he said, voice smooth. "You look strong again." Ella nodded politely. "Thank you." But behind his smile, rage brewed in the Gamma's heart. Why her, he thought. Why did she survive? When my Cece is dead, when my wife lies on her deathbed, his heart hardened like stone. His grief and jealousy had grown into something darker now. Lucian, always watching, didn't miss the flicker of hate in the Gamma's eyes, gone in a second but not unnoticed. Something's wrong, he thought silently. He's hiding something. Lucian didn't speak it aloud, but deep down he made a quiet promise. I'll find out what it is, and I'll stop him before it's too late. The Gamma quietly excused himself from the healer's house. He gave one last polite smile to Damian and Ella, then turned and walked away, his steps calm, but his thoughts boiling with hatred. As the door shut behind him, Lucian leaned closer to Damian. "Alpha," he said in a low voice. "I don't trust him." Damian raised an eyebrow. "Who?" "The Gamma," Lucian replied. "There's something off about him. The way he looked at Ella, it wasn't joy. It was something else." Damian let out a light sigh and gave a small shake of his head. "Lucian, the man just lost his daughter, and his wife's barely holding on. Let's not go looking for shadows in daylight." "But you saw what happened," Lucian pressed gently. The flicker in his eyes. He's hiding something. Damian walked to Ella's side and gently wrapped an arm around her waist, helping her sit more comfortably on the bed. "He fought bravely today, Lucian. He stood with us. After that, I don't think he's the type to turn traitor. Not him." Lucian stared at Damian for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Of course, Alpha. Maybe I'm just overthinking it." Damian smiled, eyes softening as he looked at Ella again. "I just want to spend this evening with my mate. We've been through enough darkness." Lucian gave a light chuckle and changed the topic. "Then I'll step out for now. Give you two some peace." He clapped Damian gently on the shoulder before heading toward the door. But as he reached the hallway, his smile faded. No, he thought silently. Something isn't right with the Gamma. I know what I saw in his eyes. Lucian's jaw tightened as he walked away from the healer's house, his mind racing. If he's hiding something, I'll find out, even if I have to dig through every lie with my bare hands. I won't let another traitor bring harm to this pack. Or to Ella. Damian carefully tucked the blanket around Ella, watching her closely like she might disappear again if he dared to blink. "I want to take you home," he whispered, brushing a soft kiss across her knuckles. "I hate seeing you in this place. You belong beside me." Ella smiled gently, her voice a little weak but filled with warmth. "I will be, soon." Just then, the healer stepped into the room and cleared his throat. "Alpha," she said with a respectful nod, "as much as I understand your desire, Ella is not yet strong enough for travel or stress. She needs a few more days here. Her body is healing, but slowly. Damian's shoulders slumped, his face twisted into a sulk that made Ella laugh softly. "You're sulking," she teased. "I am not," he grumbled. "Yes, you are," she replied, cupping his cheek. "You're like a pup denied his favorite treat. I've missed you. Every second away from you was torture." His voice dropped, his golden eyes dark with emotion, and something hotter. Their gazes locked. Damian leaned in, brushing his lips gently across hers. The kiss deepened slowly, his hand cupping her face, then sliding to her waist as their bond flared between them. A soft gasp escaped Ella's lips as he hovered over her, his body radiating heat, his breathing growing heavier. He wanted her, so badly it hurt, but her skin was still pale, her body still weak. Damian's hand trembled as he stopped himself. "No," he whispered against her lips, pressing his forehead to hers. "Not like this. Not when you're still healing." Ella exhaled shakily, eyes filled with love and desire. "Thank you for loving me enough to wait." Damian kissed her knuckles again and pulled her gently into his arms. "I'll wait forever if I have to, but goddess, I hope it's not that long." Meanwhile, at the Gamma's estate, the atmosphere was tense. Servants moved around with careful steps, avoiding eye contact. The Gamma had just arrived when the head healer of the estate met him with grim eyes. She's worse, Gamma," the healer said. "Her body is failing. She's not responding to anything anymore." The Gamma clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. "Leave," he ordered through gritted teeth. He stormed into his private chamber, eyes blazing with fury. His daughter, dead, his wife, dying, and Damian, happy, victorious, and loved. As he paced, the air shifted. A soft knock came at his back door. The secret spy stepped in, cloaked and calm, her expression unreadable. "Such pain," she said with a mock sigh, "and yet no one mourns for you." "Get to the point," he snapped. She tilted her head. "Damian took your daughter's life. Lucian led the charge. And Ella, the white wolf, has stolen the heart of the Alpha you were once close to." His face twisted with grief and rage. She stepped closer, her voice velvet poison. "And what have you received in return? Nothing. No respect, no honor. The pack still whispers behind your back, calling you weak, replaceable." "I am not weak," the Gamma snarled. "No," she said with a slow smile. "You're just waiting for your moment." Her voice lowered to a whisper. "Help us finish this war. Let us take Lucian, then Damian. The rest will fall like leaves in the wind." His eyes gleamed with hatred. "I want Damian's blood. I want Ella to suffer." "And you shall have it," she purred, slipping a sealed scroll into his hand. "This is what comes next." As she vanished into the shadows, the Gamma stared at the scroll. His heart thundered with rage, his mind poisoned with betrayal. He would not be forgotten. He would not be weak. He would burn the world if he had to. The falcon soared through the darkening sky, swift and silent, its sharp eyes scanning the land below. Clutched tightly in its claw was a sealed letter, marked with the sigil only Zara's secret spies would recognize. Outside the borders of Damian's territory, the three spies spotted the falcon landing near the ridge. One of them stepped forward, carefully taking the letter from its claws. With tense silence, they read the message. Their faces darkened. Without wasting time, they slipped through hidden paths until they reached the Rogue Hills, where Zara waited in a guarded shack. When she read the letter, her hands trembled. The female spy had succeeded. The Gamma was in. The plan to strike at Damian from within had begun, but what chilled Zara most was what would come next. She should have been pleased, but fear coiled in her stomach like a snake. Lila. She hadn't told her yet. Lila had warned her, threatened her, that failure would mean death. And though this letter brought progress, it wasn't the victory Lila wanted yet. Zara paced the cold ground of her tent, clutching the letter tightly. Maybe she could hide the truth just a little longer. Maybe. A sharp knock. Zara froze. Then the door creaked open, and one of Lila's dark-cloaked spies stepped inside, his voice hollow. "Queen Lila commands your presence." Her blood turned to ice. In the dark fortress, Zara dropped to her knees before Lila, trembling from head to toe. The room was thick with smoke and dark magic. Shadows slithered along the walls like living things. "You dare keep secrets from me?" Lila's voice was low, cold, deadly. Zara's mouth opened, but no words came. Her lungs tightened as magic wrapped around her throat. She gasped. "I didn't mean to. I swear." Please, my queen. I just needed time, just a little more. You have failed me again. Leela rose from her throne, her eyes glowing like twin pits of hellfire, and this time your life is not enough of a price. Zara screamed as her body was lifted from the ground by invisible chains of magic. Her wolf howled in agony inside her as Lila's power reached into her soul. I will take what makes you fast, what makes you strong, what makes you useful. Leela's voice was like a whip of venom. From this day on, your sense of smell is gone, your warrior's bloodline halved. Zara shrieked as a cold blaze ripped through her chest and spine. She collapsed when the power released her, gasping, her face pale, her eyes bloodshot, but she was alive. Thank you, she rasped. Thank you for sparing me. Lila didn't even look at her. She reached for the letter Zara had brought, read it with slow, careful eyes, then gave a cruel smile. So, the Gamma is angry, she whispered, and someone has finally whispered the right poison into his ears. Her fingers tapped the parchment lightly. This is good. Let the traitor rise from inside Damian's walls. Let his trusted warrior turn against him. Zara lay on the floor, shaking, her body broken, but her heart beating, barely. Lila turned her gaze to the flames, her voice calm, satisfied. Let them bleed each other, and when the time is right, I will strike what's left. She laughed softly, a sound like knives dragging across stone. While Damian and Ella remained at the healer's house, enjoying the comfort of each other's presence, the bond between them deepening each day, Lucian's mind stayed sharp and alert. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, especially with the Gamma. He trusted his instincts, and this time they screamed for caution. So, without telling Damian, Lucian quietly sent out one of his most trusted warriors. Selena. She was smart, quick, trained as one of the elite, and deadly when needed. But for this mission, she needed to be silent, invisible, a shadow in the Gamma's home. With a new identity as a kitchen maid, Selena was placed inside the Gamma's estate the next morning. Dressed in plain clothes, with her hair wrapped in a scarf, Selena walked through the gates with a calm, humble smile. She kept her head down, speaking only when spoken to. She cleaned, cooked, observed. It didn't take long. The head maid of the estate, a stern older woman who disliked laziness, was quick to notice how efficient and quiet Selena was. Within days, Selena had won her trust. You're sharp, the woman said one evening after dinner was served. Most of the girls here are useless, but not you. Thank you, ma'am, Selena said with a respectful bow. The head maid nodded. The lady of the house is very sick, and her last helper was careless. I want you to take over from now on. Selena's eyes lit up with quiet excitement. It would be an honor. And just like that, Selena was moved into the private quarters of the Gamma's estate. She began tending to the Gamma's wife, bringing her herbal teas, fresh meals, and helping with her clothes and medicine. The poor woman barely spoke, her body weak and her face pale. But Selena paid attention to everything. She watched who came and went. She listened carefully behind closed doors. And when the Gamma returned home each evening, she quietly noted the change in his face, his deepening anger, his eyes that no longer carried grief, but bitterness. Selena didn't move too fast. She waited. She watched. And every night, she secretly wrote down her findings in a coded scroll and sent them out using a trained sparrow only Lucian's elite used. Soon, the truth would begin to unfold, and Lucian would finally know what the Gamma was hiding. The soft light of dawn spilled through the windows of the healer's house, casting a warm glow over the room where Ella stood at last, strong, steady, and free of the weakness that had once held her down. Damian entered quietly, his breath catching at the sight of her. There she was, his mate, his Luna, his miracle. Her silver hair fell over her shoulders, her skin glowing softly in the morning light. When she turned and met his gaze, her silver eyes sparkled, filled with warmth, strength, and love. Damian, she whispered, smiling gently, I'm really better now. He crossed the room in a heartbeat, pulling her into his arms, holding her close like he never wanted to let go again. His heart raced, and before he could stop himself, tears welled in his eyes and slid down his cheeks. I thought I'd lost you, Damian breathed, his voice thick with emotion. I thought I'd lose everything. Ella touched his face, brushing away his tears with soft fingers. But I'm here, I'm with you, and I'm not going anywhere. Damian kissed her forehead, then her cheeks, then her lips. soft at first, as if afraid she might break. But as she leaned into him, her hands tangling in his hair, the kiss deepened. Passion and relief flowed between them, their bond stronger than ever. Her heart beat fast against his chest. She felt his strength, his heat, his love pouring over her like a shield, and she welcomed it all. "Come home with me," Damian whispered against her lips, his voice trembling with longing. "No more waiting. No more distance. I need you by my side, Ella." Ella smiled, her eyes shining. "I want nothing more." Without waiting for the healer's permission this time, Damian gently lifted her into his arms, cradling her close as he carried her out. The healer, seeing the love between them and the light in Ella's face, simply smiled and nodded his blessing. The walk back to the Alpha's estate was slow, peaceful. For the first time in a long while, the air felt free of shadows. Damian whispered sweet words in Ella's ear, promises of love, protection, and a future they would build together. And when they reached his home, he carried her across the threshold, into the place that would now truly be theirs. That night, under the soft glow of the moon, Damian held Ella close as they lay together, no longer weighed down by fear or danger. He kissed every scar, every mark, as if vowing to cherish every part of her, and she gave herself to him fully, knowing she was safe, loved, and home. Selena's heart pounded in her chest as she stood in the hallway of the Gamma's estate, the sound of hushed voices drifting from behind a slightly ajar door. She had been assigned to deliver medicine to the Gamma's wife, who was still bedridden from the shock of her daughter's death, but something felt wrong. As she passed the door, she instinctively slowed, her ears catching the low murmurs from within. Her instincts, honed over years of being part of the elite warrior ranks, told her something was off. She leaned closer, pressing her ear to the crack, her pulse racing with unease. The voices inside grew clearer. The Gamma's deep, gravelly tones mixed with the female spy's sly whispers, their words carrying the weight of dangerous intentions. "The poison is ready," the spy said, her voice low but unmistakably malicious. "We'll strike Ella first, weaken her, make her suffer. Then Lucian will be next. After we've broken them, we take control. Damian won't stand a chance." Selena's breath caught in her throat as she heard the Gamma's response, his voice filled with quiet fury. "Yes, Ella. Damian's weakness. Once she's out of the way, nothing will stop us. Lucian will fall, and then Damian. I'll finally take what's mine." The coldness in his voice sent a chill down Selena's spine. She quickly pulled away from the door, heart pounding, her mind reeling with the betrayal she had just overheard. The plan was clear. They intended to poison Ella, Damian's mate, first, and then use her death as a means to break the Alpha. After that, they would target Lucian, and finally, Damian. The treachery was thick, suffocating the very air around her. Selena knew she had to warn Lucian immediately. She hurried back to her quarters, a sinking feeling in her stomach. She could not afford to waste time. If the Gamma and the spy had their way, Ella would be dead before the sun rose again. In the privacy of her room, Selena quickly took the secret sparrow, an enchanted bird she and Lucian had once used for communication, and attached a short message to its leg. With a whispered command, she sent the bird flying into the night sky, its wings cutting through the air with speed and purpose. But as the sparrow disappeared into the dark, Selena froze. Her eyes widened in sudden realization. A shadow crossed her path. A figure moved in the hallway, stopping just outside her door. She recognized the silhouette, the Gamma's personal servant, a man whose eyes were always filled with suspicion. Before she could even react, the servant glanced sharply in her direction, his eyes narrowing as if he had sensed something amiss. Selena's heart skipped a beat. He had been watching her closely, ever since her promotion to the Gamma's personal maid. She hurriedly turned away and pretended to busy herself with a nearby shelf, but the servant's suspicious glare remained fixed on her. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end as she heard his footsteps retreat, the door creaking slightly as he moved on. Selena clenched her fists, her anxiety building. She couldn't afford to let this man get in her way, not now. But her attempt to warn Lucian had been cut off. She had to find another way. 2 long days passed without any sign of communication from Lucian. Selena's heart sank with each passing hour. Had her message been intercepted? Or worse, had something happened to Lucian? Determined not to wait any longer, Selena made a decision. She would visit Lucian herself. No more waiting. She couldn't risk Ella's life. She couldn't risk everything she had come to care for on a missed opportunity. As she prepared to leave, Selena's resolve hardened. She knew the dangers of what she was about to do. The Gamma was dangerous, and the spy who worked alongside him was even more deadly. But Selena would not sit idly by while the life of the Alpha's mate was in jeopardy. With one final glance at the door, Selena slipped out of the estate under the cover of night, her heart pounding with fear and determination. Every step she took was a risk, but there was no turning back now. She had to warn Lucian, and together they would stop this madness before it was too late. The night air was still as the newly recruited guard, planted in the Gamma's estate by the secret female spy, sat quietly in the shadows of the guardhouse. His sharp eyes had been watching Selena ever since she rose too quickly through the ranks of the Gamma's household servants. Tonight, after seeing her send out the sparrow and act nervously afterward, his suspicions deepened. Without wasting time, he reached for a small piece of parchment, scribbled a quick message, and tied it to the leg of a black falcon, the mark of their secret network. The new maid, Selena, acts strange. She sent a sparrow, possibly to someone outside the Gamma's estate, probably the Beta or Alpha. I will watch her more and await your command. He let the falcon fly into the night, its wings silent against the wind. By dawn, the falcon returned with a reply. The guard untied the message and read the spy's neat, sharp writing. Good. You did well not to act too soon. Keep watching her. Gather proof before you strike. We can't risk a mistake. Report any move she makes. When the time comes, we'll deal with her swiftly. The guard smirked to himself, tucking the letter away. His orders were clear. He would keep his eyes on Selena's every step. One wrong move from her, and she would not live to see another day. Selena, meanwhile, unaware of the new danger closing in around her, continued her careful planning to reach Lucian. But time was running out, and the noose was tightening. Selena reached Lucian's estate just before dawn, slipping through the shadows and knocking softly at his door. Lucian opened it at once, his sharp eyes full of worry at seeing her face so pale and serious. Inside, she told him everything, how she had overheard the Gamma and the secret female spy, how they plotted to poison Ella first, then take out Lucian and Damian. Every word fueled the fire in Lucian's heart. His fists clenched, his wolf raging beneath his skin. That Gamma, Lucian growled, his voice low with fury. How dare he think of betraying the pack after all Damian has done for him, and after all Ella has suffered? His mind raced. He wanted to storm the Gamma's estate, drag him out, and tear the truth from him. But no, this had to be done right. Damian was finally finding peace again, spending sweet, quiet days with Ella after all her pain. Lucian couldn't disturb that happiness, not yet. We'll handle this carefully, Lucian said at last, his voice firm. We need to find out who that female spy is first. Once we know, I'll expose them both. No more shadows, no more secrets. Selena nodded, ready for his orders. Lucian gave them in detail, what she should say, how she should act, what signs to watch for, and when she rose to leave, he paused. I almost forgot, Lucian said, reaching into a small wooden box on the table. I heard you just turned 18 2 days ago. Happy birthday, Selena. He handed her a slender silver chain with a small wolf-shaped charm. The young warrior's eyes filled with tears, touched by his thoughtfulness. Without thinking, she hugged him tightly, her small frame pressed against him. The moment she did, Lucien froze. His wolf stirred deep inside him, a sudden blaze of heat and light roaring through his body. His heart pounded as the truth hit him hard. Mate. His wolf whispered it again and again, the bond flaring to life. His arms slowly came around her, holding her close, as shock and wonder filled him. Selena pulled back slightly, sensing the change in him, her wide eyes meeting his. Beta Lucian, she whispered. Lucian stared at her, his voice soft with awe. Selena, you're my mate. And just like that, everything changed. As Lucian stood there, holding Selena, the memories came flooding back, their long, quiet history that no one else truly knew. Years ago, Selena had been nothing but a frightened girl, an orphaned Omega sold to the pack as a slave. She had been brought to the Alpha's estate, where life was cruel and unforgiving for someone like her. Her wolf was weak, small, and often mocked by others, and that made her an easy target. Lucian remembered the first time he saw her. He had come upon a scene that still burned in his memory. The maids' quarters, filled with harsh voices and cruel laughter. Selena had been tied to a post, trembling, as several maids raised whips ready to lash her until she bled, punishment for some small, imagined offense. Her wide, tear-filled eyes had met his, begging silently for mercy. Lucian had acted without a word. His fury had been swift and terrifying. He tore the whips from their hands, his voice a roar that echoed through the estate. The cowed maids fled from him, leaving Selena sobbing quietly, too weak to even stand. Something about her had struck him that day, not pity, but something deeper. A good heart, pure and loyal, hidden beneath all that fear. He had carried her to safety, tended her wounds himself, and from that day on, Selena had belonged to his household. Lucian reassigned her, making her one of his personal staff, where no one dared lay a hand on her. But that wasn't enough. He'd seen strength in her, not in her wolf, but in her body, in her will. He began training her, slowly at first, teaching her to defend herself, to stand tall, to fight. And Selena had given him no reason to regret it. She had been loyal, brave, and determined. Again and again she proved her worth, earning her place among his most trusted elite warriors. They'd fought side by side, planned together, and in quiet moments shared words of respect that ran deeper than rank. It was no wonder they were closer than the others. She owed him everything, but what Lucian never fully realized until now was how much she had come to mean to him. And now, as he stared into her eyes, his wolf roaring the truth he hadn't seen before, he understood. She wasn't just his loyal warrior. She was his mate. Lucian's heart was heavy with worry. Now that Selena was his mate, the thought of sending her back to the Gamma's estate filled him with fear. The danger there was real, too real. What if something happened to her before he could stop it? "Lucian," Selena said softly, taking his hand. Her eyes were steady, though he could see the worry behind them. "You can't keep me hidden. If I disappear now, they'll know something is wrong. They'll be more suspicious. We can't risk it." Lucian clenched his jaw. "Then let's tell Damian everything now. He'll know what to do. I won't lose you, Selena. Not after I just found you." But Selena shook her head gently. "Not yet. I'll be careful, I promise. But we can't draw attention too soon. Let me go back. Let me help you protect Ella and the pack. Please." He hesitated. His wolf roared in protest, but deep inside he knew she was right. So before he let her go, Lucian did what his heart demanded. He marked her as his scent, his claim, his protection. The bond between them strengthened, and Selena's eyes shone with quiet joy. Then, without waiting, he took her straight to Damian and Ella in secret. The Alpha and Luna were resting in the garden, enjoying a rare, peaceful moment together. When Lucian told them the truth, both were stunned at first. Then Damian's face broke into a proud grin, and Ella's eyes filled with happy tears. "Oh, Selena," Ella said, pulling her into a warm embrace. "I'm so happy for you. You deserve this. You deserve to be loved and cherished." That simple kindness from Ella touched Selena's heart deeply. In that moment, she silently vowed, "I will protect you, my Luna, no matter the cost." And Lucian, seeing the two women he cared for most standing together, made his own vow. "I will protect them both, even if it takes my last breath." Later, when they returned to his estate, Lucian held Selena close one more time, giving her every warning he could. "Be careful. Trust no one. I'll be watching over you, always." Then, as she left to return to the Gamma's estate, Lucian sent another of his trusted elite female warriors to follow, this one disguised as a new kitchen maid. Her only mission, protect Selena and report everything back. The game had changed, the stakes were higher, and Lucian would not fail. The moment Selena stepped back into the Gamma's estate, she barely had time to catch her breath before the secret male spy appeared. His eyes were sharp, his smile tight. "I need a word with you," he said, his tone calm but firm. Selena's senses sharpened. She followed him a little away from the others, keeping her guard up. "Where have you been?" he asked smoothly, his gaze watching her every move. "You disappeared for some time." Selena tilted her head slightly, keeping her voice polite but steady. "Why do you ask? You're not in charge of the female staff, are you?" The spy forced a chuckle. "Ah, you see, the Gamma's wife needed her herbal medicine urgently, but no one could find you. We were worried. That's all." Selina's heart raced, but she kept her face calm. She knew he was trying to trap her into saying something. "The head maid sent me on a personal errand," she said softly. "That's where I was." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Is that so?" He took a step closer, lowering his voice. "Strange. No one seemed to know about this errand." Before he could push further, a young maid came rushing down the corridor. "Selina, the head maid is calling for you at once." The spy straightened, his face twisting with annoyance. He couldn't risk making a scene. He forced a smile, though his eyes burned with hidden rage. "Ah, I see. Apologies for bothering you, Selina." Selina nodded gently, masking her relief. Without another word, she turned and followed the maid, feeling his gaze burning into her back. As she walked away, the spy clenched his fists, fury boiling inside him. She's hiding something. I'll find out what. After walking a little distance, the young maid suddenly stopped, glancing around nervously. Selina frowned in confusion. "Why are we stopping?" she asked, looking around as well. The maid lowered her voice and leaned closer. "I did it to help you," she whispered. "That man, he's dangerous. His presence around the maids always means trouble. And besides, he's the head maid's sworn enemy. If he's questioning you, he's up to no good." Selina blinked, studying the maid's face. Something about her seemed unfamiliar. She was sure she hadn't seen this girl before. "I don't think I've met you," Selina said carefully. "What's your name? Where do you work?" The maid gave a quick smile. "No wonder. I handle the Gamma's kitchen storeroom. I don't get to come out much, so we don't cross paths often." Hearing this, Selina felt relieved. The tension in her chest eased, and she gave the girl a grateful smile. "Thank you for stepping in. I really appreciate it." She offered her hand. "I'm Selina." The maid took it. "Glad to help. I'm Rena. It's good to have a friend in this place." What Selina didn't know was that this meeting was no accident. Rena had earlier reported herself to the head maid, gaining proper placement in the kitchen storeroom so no one would question her presence. Everything had been carefully planned. That night, after finishing her duties, Selina retired to her room. Sitting by the small window, she sent a secret message to Lucian, reporting everything that had happened, including her encounter with the strange maid who had saved her from the male spy's questions. Wanting to be cautious on all fronts, Selina also visited the head maid the next morning. With a kind smile, she offered the woman a small pouch of coins and a pair of fine bracelets. "A token of respect," she said sweetly. "I just want to be sure we're on good terms." The head maid's eyes gleamed with greed as she accepted the gifts. "You're a smart girl, Selina," she said. "No trouble will come your way as long as I'm here." Selina bowed her head respectfully, but deep inside she remained alert. In this house full of hidden plots, she knew every step could be dangerous. That night, under the cover of darkness, Rena sent out her message. Using the small sparrow Lucian had provided, she carefully tied her note to its leg, watching as it flew off into the night sky. In her report, she described everything: the male spy's strange questioning of Selina, his sharp interest, and the way he had masked his true intentions behind false concern. Rena ended her letter with a warning. "He's watching her closely, Beta. I sensed danger in his eyes." By dawn, Lucian had received both letters, the one from Selina detailing her encounter and her cautious actions, and the one from Rena confirming the spy's growing suspicions. Lucian read them in the quiet of his study, his heart heavy with worry, but also swelling with pride at Selina's strength and Rena's loyalty. With a deep breath, he took up his pen and wrote back to Selina first. "My beloved mate, I cannot express how proud I am of your bravery and wisdom. Every word you send eases my heart, even in these troubling times. Please continue to stay cautious and remember, you are never alone. My thoughts, my strength, my heart, they are always with you. Stay safe, my light. Soon this darkness will pass and I will have you at my side forever." Next he wrote to Rena, "Your keen eyes and quick action have earned my deepest respect. I thank you for standing watch over Selina and the Gamma's estate. I trust you. Keep your guard high. Watch both the Gamma and anyone who moves in the shadows. Protect Selina at all costs. I'm counting on you." Lucian tied the notes to 2 separate sparrows and sent them off into the night, his mind already racing with plans on how to expose the traitors without alerting them too soon. As the birds disappeared into the sky, he whispered to himself, "I will protect them. I will protect my pack, no matter the cost. Selena sat quietly in the small corner of her shared quarters, the dim light of the candle flickering as she untied the tiny scroll from the sparrow's leg. As her eyes moved over Lucien's words, his heartfelt praise, his romantic promise of protection, her cheeks flushed softly, and a warm smile tugged at her lips. "My light, his heart is with me," she whispered to herself, holding the note close to her chest. His words filled her with strength. Whatever danger awaited, she would face it, for him, for Ella, for the pack. Meanwhile, Rena, sitting alone near the outer gardens of the Gamma's estate, received her own letter. The Beta's words of respect and trust filled her with pride. She reread the line, "I trust you. Protect Selena at all costs." Unaware of Lucien's newfound bond with Selena, Rena's heart soared at the thought that he valued her so deeply. A wild smile spread across her face, and quietly she vowed, "I will not fail him. I will prove myself worthy of his praise." Her determination burned stronger than ever. The Shadow's plot. Elsewhere, under the cover of night, the male spy moved through the shadows, his mind turning over his plan. He had written to the female spy again, reporting everything, Selena's careful words, her refusal to fall for his traps, and the small cracks he thought he could exploit. The female spy's reply had come swiftly through a falcon's message. "Good. Earn her trust. Make her admit her secrets, and when she does, end her. Do it cleanly. No mistakes." His eyes darkened as he read the words. His orders were clear. He would wait, he would watch, and at the right moment, he would strike. As days passed, Rena and Selena's bond deepened. The two young women often shared quiet smiles and whispered conversations while working, trusting each other in the dangerous web they were entangled in. But in the shadows, the male spy watched them both like a wolf waiting for its prey. His mind twisted with plans: get close, divide them, or destroy them both. When Rena noticed his gaze lingering too long, or his footsteps always too near, her instincts flared. Without hesitation, she sent a discreet message to Lucien, detailing the male spy's behavior and her growing unease. Lucien's response came swiftly. "Good work. Switch roles with Selena immediately. Protect her at all costs. Do not let him near her." Rena acted quickly. With more well-placed bribes, bracelets that sparkled in the torchlight, and coins that spoke louder than words, she convinced the headmaid to reassign her to care for the Gamma's wife, while Selena was moved to manage the kitchen storeroom. When Selena learned of the sudden change, confusion and hurt filled her heart. She confronted Rena privately, her voice low but trembling. "Why, Rena? Why would you take my place with the Gamma's wife? Did I do something wrong? Or are you trying to push me aside?" Rena's chest tightened, guilt weighing on her. She wanted to explain, to tell Selena that it was for her safety, that Lucien himself had ordered it. But she knew the walls had ears. Too many spies lurked in the shadows. To reveal the truth now would endanger them both. I only wanted to ease your burden, Selena," Rena said softly, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "You've worked so hard. The storeroom is safer, quieter. Please don't think badly of me." Selena stared at her, torn between hurt and understanding. She nodded slowly, but the seed of doubt had been planted, exactly what the male spy had hoped for. In the dark corridors of the Gamma's estate, the game of shadows continued, and the bond between the two brave women was at risk of being broken. As the days passed, the quiet distance between Selena and Rena widened like a crack in stone. Selena, still nursing the sting of what felt like betrayal, kept to herself in the kitchen storeroom. She focused on her duties, but the warmth she once felt for Rena had cooled. Each night she sent letters to Lucien, pouring out her confusion and hurt. Lucien, reading her words by candlelight, felt the ache in his heart. He longed to tell her the truth, that Rena's reassignment had been his doing, for Selena's own protection. But he knew the risk was too great, so instead he wrote back gently, his words meant to soothe her. "Sometimes things happen for a reason we can't yet see. Trust me, my heart, this may be for your good. Stay strong, stay careful. I'm always with you in spirit." Selena clutched his letter close, comforted, yet still torn. But in the shadows, the male spy watched. His eyes gleamed with malice as he noticed the cold glances, the lack of smiles between the two women. The crack was there, and he intended to shatter it. With careful planning, he enlisted two greedy maids, women easily swayed by the promise of silver. They spread the poison with whispered gossip in the corridors, near enough for Selena to overhear. "Did you hear?" one maid whispered to the other, loud enough to echo off the stone walls. "Rena caught Selena with one of the guards. I heard she begged Rena not to tell the Gamma. Disgraceful." "Shameful," the other agreed, eyes wide with fake horror. No wonder Rena switched duties. She probably couldn't bear the sight of her after that. Selena froze, her breath catching in her throat. Shock, fury, and heartbreak collided inside her. How could Rena say such things, after all they'd shared, after all I've done to stay loyal? Her fists clenched at her sides, but she said nothing, swallowing the bitter taste of betrayal. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, the male spy smirked. His trap was working perfectly. A rift deepens. Selena could no longer take the whispers, the stares, the lies that seemed to spread like wildfire through the Gamma's estate. Hurt and angry, she found Rena alone and confronted her. "Why, Rena?" Selena's voice trembled. "Why are you saying these things about me? I thought we were friends." Rena's eyes widened in shock. "Selena, no. I never said any of that. I swear to you, those are lies. Someone is trying to cause trouble between us." But the pain in Selena's heart was too strong. She shook her head, tears burning in her eyes. "I don't believe you. You changed ever since they reassigned us. You betrayed me." Before Rena could say more, the head maid stormed into the room. Furious over the growing gossip, she reassigned Selena to the laundry room, viewed as the lowest post. Selena felt bitter, humiliated, and deeply sad. Far away, Lucian felt it all through their mate bond. The wave of her pain hit him hard. Without delay, he wrote to Rena, asking what was happening. Rena replied honestly about the situation, but in her jealousy she added, "Selena is letting small matters cloud her judgment. She's being childish. I'll keep an eye on her." Lucian read her words carefully. Though annoyed by Rena's attitude, he chose not to reveal Selena as his mate. Instead, he wrote back, "Stay focused on your mission. Let things calm down, and after a few days, try to explain to Selena again. Don't lose sight of why you're there." Then he sent a private letter to Selena, his words warm, filled with comfort. "My brave one, I feel your pain and it breaks my heart. Please don't let the lies of others dim your spirit. You are stronger than this. Hold on a little longer. I will find a way to bring you back to me safely." When Rena received Lucian's instructions, she started to wonder deeply. Why does he care so much about Selena? Her heart, already aching from her secret love for Lucian, burned with curiosity. What is she to him? Meanwhile, Lucian sat alone in his study, staring out into the night. His heart raced with worry. "I can't leave her there much longer. I must find a way to bring her out before they destroy her, before I lose her forever." The night air was thick with silence when the female spy once again slipped into the Gamma's estate, cloaked in shadow. The soft creak of the old wooden door as it closed behind her seemed to echo through the dimly lit room, where the Gamma sat alone, head bowed, his mind a storm of bitterness and regret. Her voice broke the stillness, smooth as silk but cold as ice. "It is time, Gamma. The waiting is over. The plan must begin." He lifted his gaze to her, his face drawn, eyes sunken from sleepless nights. "Time?" he echoed, his voice hoarse. "Time for what?" She stepped closer, her eyes glinting with malice. "Time to strike. Damian, Lucian, Ella, they've had their reign long enough. Now they must fall. And you must rise." The Gamma swallowed hard, his heart racing. A part of him longed for power, for revenge, but the other, what was left of the honorable warrior he once was, trembled at the path before him. "How?" he asked, though he already feared the answer. The spy's smile was thin, cruel. "Simple. We need all three in one place. A place where they feel safe. A place where they won't suspect treachery." She leaned in, her voice a whisper laced with poison. "We need to give them a reason to come together. A reason to lower their guard." The Gamma frowned, thinking, "How? What reason could I give without raising suspicion?" She tilted her head, studying him. "You have only two choices, Gamma. Grief or joy. Grief will bring them in sympathy. Joy will bring them in celebration, but it must be convincing." For a long moment, the Gamma said nothing. Then he shook his head. "No, I cannot fake joy. And what grief would I show that would not be hollow?" The spy's gaze sharpened, her voice turning deadly soft. "Your wife." He froze, his blood ran cold. "What?" Your wife, she repeated, her tone calm as if discussing the weather. End her suffering, set her free, and in doing so, set yourself free. They will come to comfort you, to honor her memory, and in that moment, we strike. No, he whispered, shaking his head, horror dawning in his eyes. No, I can't. But the spy was patient, her words like a snake coiling tighter. She's already dying, isn't she? Every day she lingers is another day of pain, for her, for you. Let it end. Let her death mean something. Let it serve a greater purpose. He covered his face with his hands, battling the storm within. This is monstrous. She crouched before him, her voice soft but cutting deep. And what of Damian? Was it not monstrous when he condemned your daughter? When he shamed your name? When he let your wife wither in sorrow? You owe him nothing but vengeance. Slowly his hands fell away from his face. His eyes, once clouded with doubt, now burned with a twisted mix of grief and fury. How? A satisfied smile spread across her face as she drew a small vial from the folds of her cloak. Add this to Lucian's cup when the time comes. The poison is slow, subtle. His senses will fail him one by one. Sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell. And then his life. No one will trace it to you. The Gamma stared at the vial, his breath shallow. His hand trembled as he took it. The spy straightened, her eyes gleaming with triumph. 3 days, Gamma. 3 days to prepare. When the time comes, you will be the instrument of their downfall. And soon after, Alpha. She melted into the shadows, leaving him alone with the vial of death, the weight of his choice heavy on his soul. He looked down at the poison in his palm, his heart pounding. His wife's gentle face flashed through his mind. The wife he once cherished, now reduced to a pawn in his thirst for revenge. His grip tightened around the vial as the final threads of his honor frayed. 3 days, he told himself, steeling his heart. 3 days, and everything will change. For days, Lucian barely slept. The weight of his decision pressed down on him like a boulder crushing his chest. Every moment Selena remained inside the Gamma's estate felt like a blade at his throat, a danger he couldn't control, a mistake he regretted deeply. I should have never let her go back. The thought haunted him over and over until he could barely focus on anything else. The pack's safety, the defense patrols, even his loyalty to Damian, all seemed to blur against the fear of losing his mate. His mate, a bond so precious, so rare, and he had sent her straight into the lion's den. Pacing inside his private study, Lucian's mind raced, searching for a solution. How do I pull her out without raising suspicions? How do I do it without endangering the mission? Every option felt like a dead end, until one dangerous, painful idea began to take root. If she were disgraced, cast out by the Gamma's household itself, no one would question why she had to leave. No one would tie it to me. The thought sickened him, but it made sense. The head maid, furious as she was after the last fabricated scandal, wouldn't spare Selena a second chance. If the right push came, Selena would be thrown out swiftly and publicly. Lucian clenched his fists, his wolf restless beneath his skin. He hated the plan, hated it, but he saw no other way that would protect Selena without exposing their secrets too soon. He dropped into his chair, pulled out parchment and ink, and began to write, his hand trembling slightly as he forced himself to commit to the plan. To Rena, your dedication has not gone unnoticed, and I thank you for your loyalty. But now I must ask for something more. Something difficult. We must get Selena out. It's no longer safe for her, and I won't risk her life any longer. You must help create the final scandal that will have her chased out of the Gamma's estate. Spread whispers, plant the seed that she is sneaking about with the guard again. I know it will pain you to do this, but trust me, this is for her protection. The head maid will not forgive a second disgrace. Act carefully. We cannot risk the female spy catching wind of this before it's done. Once Selena is out, I will see to her safety myself. Be strong, Rena. I am counting on you. Lucian. Lucian sealed the letter, his heart heavy with guilt. He stared at the wax seal for a long moment, his thoughts dark and filled with blame. This is my fault. All of it. His mind flashed with memories of Selena's soft smile, the way her eyes lit up when she read his letters, how she'd hugged him the day he discovered she was his mate. And now I'm the one forcing her into disgrace, into pain. His wolf howled in his heart, but Lucian hardened himself. Better she feels hurt for a moment than she dies because I hesitated. He stood, his resolve set. He would see this through, and when Selena was safely out, he swore it, he would never again let danger come so close to her. Rena's hands trembled slightly as she unfolded Lucien's letter, her heart racing faster than she cared to admit. The moment she saw his familiar handwriting, that seal she always longed to see addressed only to her, something warm and foolish flickered in her chest. But as she read his words, that warmth turned cold. Selena. Again, always Selena. His instructions were clear, painfully clear. She was to carry out the final act, the one that would bring Selena's stay at the Gamma's estate to an end. She was to weave the last web of whispers, let the headmaid's fury do the rest, and ensure Selena was cast out in shame. Rena exhaled slowly, lowering the parchment, her thoughts spiraling. Why? She wondered bitterly. Why does he care so much about her? What is she to him that he'd risk so much, go this far just to protect her? Her heart clenched as an unwelcome truth wormed its way into her mind. There's something between them. She'd seen it in his careful words, felt it in his desperation. Lucien was a man of duty, honor. He wouldn't move this way for a common warrior or maid, not unless she meant something more. Rena's jaw tightened, her wolf stirring in restless unease. She had spent years in silent longing, years convincing herself that when she turned 18, just a few short weeks away, the moon goddess would finally bind their souls, that Lucien would look at her the way she dreamed he would. And now it felt like all of that was slipping away. No, she told herself, her gaze hardening. If this is some way of marking boundaries, then so be it. Let her be gone. Let her be chased out in disgrace, and let Lucien see that she was never worthy of such protection. Her fingers crumpled the edge of the letter slightly before she forced herself to smooth it out again. Duty came first, always. But love was a battlefield she wasn't ready to surrender. Setting the plan in motion. That night, Rena moved quietly through the estate, her mind sharp, her heart clouded with resolve and jealousy. She whispered carefully crafted lies to the right ears, the gossip-prone kitchen girls, the laundress who was always eager for scandal, the old maid who lived for drama. She's at it again, sneaking out late at night. I saw her near the guards' quarters. Don't say you heard it from me. I heard the head maid's already suspicious. You know Selena, too pretty for her own good, always smiling at the wrong men. Word spread like wildfire, just as Lucien had hoped, and Rena fueled it with quiet precision, watching as the web of deceit tightened around Selena. Rena's secret resolve. But beneath her outward calm, Rena's emotions churned like a storm. She told herself it was for the mission, for Lucien, for the pack. But deep inside she knew this was also for her. If Selena's presence is a threat, then I will protect what should be mine, she thought fiercely, her wolf snarling in agreement. When it comes to love, I don't care who my friends or enemies are. I'll fight for what's mine. The final trap. Rena paced quietly in her quarters, the weight of her plan heavy on her heart. Words alone won't be enough, she thought grimly. The headmaid may scold her, but won't send her away on gossip alone. I need proof, or something that looks like it. Her sharp mind worked swiftly, and soon she summoned one of the maids, a greedy girl, quick with lies if the price was right. With a few silver coins slipped into her palm, Rena gave the order. Tell that guard, the one always near the courtyard, that his new uniform is ready in the laundry room. Make sure he goes tonight, and lock the door behind him. Don't let them out until the right eyes see. The maid nodded eagerly, the promise of coin driving her loyalty. The setup. That evening, as the moon rose high over the Gamma's estate, the trap unfolded. The unsuspecting guard, grateful for the news, made his way to the laundry room. Inside, he found no uniform, only the startled Selena, folding linens by the dim light of a lantern. Before either could react, the maid quietly closed the door, turning the key in the heavy lock. The click echoed ominously in the small room. What's happening? Selena demanded, confusion flashing in her eyes. The guard tried the handle. It's locked, damn it. Panic set in as they both pushed at the door, then the small window. Their combined effort finally forced the old window open just enough to squeeze through. But just as Selena was halfway out, a loud, furious voice rang out behind them. The headmaid's wrath. There you are, just like I was warned. The headmaid stormed forward, her face red with rage, followed by a crowd of whispering, eager maids. Selina barely had time to turn before the headmaid's hand cracked across her cheek, the slap echoing like thunder. "You filthy disgrace, caught sneaking with a guard in my laundry room after all the chances I gave you?" "No, it's not what it looks like." Selina's voice shook with shock and shame. "I swear, I don't know how." "Silence," the headmaid spat. "You'll join him in the dungeon." The guard, pale with fear, was dragged away by 2 estate guards, his protests falling on deaf ears. Rena's calculated move. Just as the headmaid was about to summon the guards for Selina, Rena rushed in, feigning breathless shock. "What's happened?" she gasped, eyes wide. "Selina? No, this can't be true. She's a disgrace to the estate," the headmaid hissed. "I'll see her locked up with that fool of a guard." "No, please," Rena said, her voice soft, pleading. "Don't imprison her. Just send her away. Spare the Gamma's house any more shame. Let her leave quietly." The headmaid hesitated, then spat her judgment. "Fine. Pack your things and get out. I don't want to see your face again." Selina's heart sank. She tried to protest, but the headmaid's glare warned her to think twice. Head bowed, cheeks burning with humiliation, she returned to her quarters to gather her few belongings. The goodbye, and the shadow. Rena found her as she tied up the last of her bundle. "I'm sorry," Rena whispered, her voice sweet as honey but with a flicker of triumph hidden deep in her eyes. This is for the best. Maybe one day you'll understand. Come, I'll walk you out." Selina said nothing, the sting of betrayal too fresh. The friend she'd trusted most had let this happen. In silence they crossed the courtyard. The night air was cold, the Gamma's estate dark and watchful. At the gate, Rena embraced her softly, murmuring soothing words. But inside, her thoughts churned. "I'll follow you. I'll see where you go, who you run to. I'll find out what you are to Lucian, and why he'd risk so much for you." As Selina disappeared down the dark road toward Lucian's estate, Rena melted into the shadows, determination burning in her chest. The night was cool and still as Selina approached Lucian's estate, her steps heavy with sorrow. Her heart ached, not just from the sting of humiliation, but from the bitter taste of betrayal. Tears clung to her lashes, and by the time she reached the entrance, she was trembling. Inside, Lucian stood at the window, his gaze fixed on the path beyond the gate. He'd felt her pain through their bond, sharp, raw, and undeniable. His heart had burned with helplessness, but now, as he saw her approach, all he wanted was to take that pain away. The door opened, and Selina stumbled in, her eyes red from crying. "Lucian," her voice broke. "It was awful. They humiliated me. She couldn't finish. The tears spilled over and she lowered her head, ashamed. Without a word, Lucian closed the distance between them, gathering her into his arms. He held her tightly, his warmth chasing away the cold that clung to her. "Shh," he whispered, his voice low and full of emotion. "You're safe now, my love. No one will ever hurt you again." Selina sobbed softly against him, the weight of everything crashing down. Lucian cupped her face, brushing away her tears with his thumbs. His gaze was tender, fierce in its protectiveness. And then, without thinking, he lowered his lips to hers, kissing her gently, as if promising with that kiss to shield her from every storm. Rena's discovery. Meanwhile, Rena moved through the night like a shadow. Her curiosity, fed by jealousy and suspicion, had driven her to follow Selina. When she reached Lucian's estate, she hesitated. This was dangerous, foolish even, but she had to know. "Tread carefully, Rena. Just a quick look," she told herself. She made her way toward his chambers, slipping through the servants' paths like a ghost. At first, she saw nothing, just darkness and silence. Maybe she means nothing to him after all, Rena thought, her heart lightening a little. Maybe I imagined everything. But then, faint voices reached her ears, a man's soft murmur, a woman's quiet sob. Her pulse raced. Determined, she crept to the window of Lucian's room. Using her warrior's agility, she scaled the wall, steadying herself on the narrow ledge beneath the window. What she saw inside made her blood run cold. Lucian, holding Selina close, Lucian brushing away her tears. Lucian, kissing Selina as if she were the only one in his world. A wave of rage, betrayal, and heartbreak crashed over Rena. Her grip faltered as emotion overtook her reason. The shock made her hands slip. With a gasp, she lost her balance and fell. The fall. The thud of her body hitting the ground echoed in the night. Pain shot through her left leg as it twisted beneath her. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself up. ignoring the fire in her muscles. Inside the chamber, Lucian's head snapped up. His wolf stirred, sensing the presence that had been so near. But Rena was already limping away, vanishing into the shadows before she could be caught. Every step sent pain lancing through her leg, but she didn't stop. The image of that kiss burned in her mind, feeding the storm that now raged inside her. Lucian turned toward the window, frowning, his senses on high alert, but whoever had been there was already gone. Rena's silent breakdown. The night air was cold, but Rena barely felt it as she stumbled back into the Gamma's estate, the pain in her leg a dull throb compared to the storm raging in her heart. Her mind replayed the scene over and over, Lucian's arms wrapped around Selena, his lips pressed tenderly against hers. How could this happen? Her breath came in ragged gasps as she reached her room, but instead of going inside, she collapsed onto the low stone ledge beside the corridor. The moonlight bathed her tear-streaked face as she buried her head in her hands, sobbing quietly. Why? She cried in her heart. Why does the world hate me so much? Her thoughts spilled from her lips in broken whispers. I thought the moon goddess would give me a mate who'd save me, lift me from this life. I thought Lucian was meant for me, that he'd see me. But no, an Omega like me. She stole him. She stole what should have been mine. Her voice cracked, heavy with grief and bitterness. The male spy's approach. Unbeknownst to her, the male spy had been passing through the corridor, silent as a shadow. He stopped dead at the sound of her voice, hidden by the dark. His sharp ears caught every word, and a cruel smile curled on his lips. So, this proud little warrior has a broken heart? And over Lucian, no less. This is useful. Very useful. Seeing his chance, he stepped forward, letting his boots scuff the stone deliberately. Rena froze. Her head snapped up and her tear-filled eyes widened in alarm. You, she breathed, scrambling to rise, her injured leg protesting with pain. She tried to limp past him, but he blocked her way with ease. No need to run, warrior, he said smoothly, his voice low, full of false sympathy. I heard nothing. Well, nothing except the pain of a woman scorned. I see now. Even the strongest of us can break. Rena's heart raced. Foolish Rena, she cursed herself. You let your guard down. Now look. I don't know what you're talking about, she snapped, trying to push past him, but he caught her arm gently but firmly enough to stop her. Wait, he said, his eyes glinting in the moonlight. Why hide your pain? You and I, we're not so different. The high and mighty of this pack, they don't see us. They use us, toss us aside. But together, maybe we can change that. His words were honeyed poison, dripping into her vulnerable heart. Let go of me, Rena hissed, but her voice wavered. Part of her, wounded, lost, wanted to listen. He released her arm, stepping back. As you wish. But remember this night, Rena. Remember who offered to stand by you when your so-called beta cast you aside for an Omega. Then, without waiting for her reply, he melted back into the shadows, leaving Rena shaken, confused, and dangerously tempted. The male spy slipped silently into his small, dimly lit quarters. His lips curled into a smirk as he unrolled a scrap of parchment. The ink glistened as he swiftly penned down his latest discovery, Rena's hidden heartbreak, her foolish whispers about Lucian, and the crack forming in her loyalty. She is vulnerable, he wrote, a tool waiting to be shaped. With just the right push, she will turn against them willingly. Finishing the message, he sealed it tightly and sent it off using their trained falcon, the bird vanishing into the night sky like a silent omen. The female spy's plan. Far away, in a hidden refuge near the pack's outer borders, the female spy received his letter as dawn's first light painted the sky red. Her eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she read. So the little warrior's heart is broken. How convenient. Without delay, she scrawled a response in her precise hand. Win her over, completely, make her trust you. Within 2 days, she must see us as her only hope. She sent the message back on the falcon's leg, her mind already racing ahead to the next stage of their plan. Zara's desperation. Moments later, the female spy prepared another letter, this time for Zara. The note detailed the progress, how Rena's weakness would soon be exploited, how the Gamma's plan was nearly ready. When the letter reached Zara, she could barely hold it steady. Her hands trembled, her body weak from the dark magic slowly eating at her insides. Each day she felt her strength slipping. her once proud warrior's body now a shadow of itself. But the news. Oh, the news stirred something like hope within her. Clutching the parchment, she forced her aching legs to carry her to Lila. Lila's dark reward. Lila sat upon her dark throne of stone, her eyes half-lidded with cruel amusement as she watched Zara stagger into the chamber. More news, Zara, or more failure? Lila's voice was smooth, deadly. Zara fell to her knees, panting. Good news, my queen, it's working. The female spy reports progress. The Gamma is ready. Rena's loyalty is cracking. Lila rose, her long fingers curling in satisfaction. Good, very good. She turned, plucking a small vial from her dark shelf, a potion of swirling black and crimson. She held it out, a wicked smile on her lips. A reward for your efforts, Zara. Drink. You'll feel your strength return. Zara's eyes filled with desperate gratitude. Thank you, my queen. She drank deeply, the bitter liquid burning her throat. For a moment, power surged through her veins, the weakness fading. But what she didn't see was the glint of malice in Lila's eyes. The knowledge that each drop of dark magic tightened the chains around Zara's soul. Let her feed on my power, Lila thought darkly. Let her become mine entirely. And as Zara bowed low, Lila whispered to herself, soon, Damian's pack will crumble, and no one will stand against me. The days felt longer now. Lucian sat at the edge of his desk, his sharp eyes fixed on the unopened window where the morning breeze carried no comforting news, no letter, no sign, no update. His heart, once hardened by duty, now beat with restless worry. Since Selena's safe return to his side, their mate bond had grown stronger, a comforting thread that kept his spirit steady. But today, that thread quivered with unease. Why hasn't Rena written? He wondered, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his dagger. She had been diligent before, always reporting with precision. But ever since Selena left the Gamma's estate yesterday, there had been silence, a silence that now felt heavy, dangerous. Unable to sit still, Lucian rose abruptly, his wolf pacing beneath his skin. He needed answers, needed to act. Without delay, he made his way to the Alpha's estate. Lucian's suggestion. Inside Damian's study, the Beta tried to keep his voice casual, masking the urgency in his heart. Alpha, Lucian began. I was thinking, perhaps we should pay the Gamma a visit, a gesture of respect, perhaps to see how his wife fares. It might strengthen unity within the pack. Damian leaned back in his chair, his sharp gaze thoughtful but calm. A visit? He echoed, brow raised. I see no reason for it now. The Gamma may misread our intentions, especially with his wife's failing health. I heard only hours ago that she slipped into unconsciousness again. Lucian froze. His mind raced. Unconscious, his jaw clenched. Why didn't Rena report this? Could she be in danger, or worse, compromised? But he forced his expression into neutrality. He couldn't let Damian suspect anything. Not yet. Is something troubling you, Lucian? Damian's voice was low, perceptive, eyes narrowing slightly as he studied his Beta's stiff posture. Lucian shook his head, forcing a faint smile. No, Alpha, just concerned for the Gamma's well-being, nothing more. Damian nodded, accepting the answer, though he watched Lucian a moment longer before returning to his work. The promise. Back at his own estate, Lucian paced the length of his chamber, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on him. When Selena entered, her heart sank at the sight of him, his usual calm fractured, his aura restless. Lucian, she asked gently, approaching him. What's wrong? For a moment he hesitated. He hated to burden her further, but the truth tumbled out. It's Rena. She hasn't sent word since you left the Gamma's estate, and now, with the news of the Gamma's wife, I fear something may have happened. Selena's eyes softened with concern. Without thinking twice, she took his hand. Then let me go back, she offered quietly. Let me find out what's happening. Let me help. But Lucian gripped her hands tightly, his eyes darkening with terror at the very thought. No. His voice was firm, almost desperate. Never again. I won't risk you. Not for this, not for anything. Lucian, no. He cupped her face, his thumbs brushing her cheeks, his gaze fierce and pleading. Promise me, Selena. Promise you won't endanger yourself for my sake. I couldn't bear it. You are mine now, and I will protect you. Selena saw the raw fear in his eyes, felt it through their bond, the fear of losing what he'd only just found, and so with a soft sigh, she nodded. I promise. But deep in both their hearts, they knew danger still loomed, and it would take all their strength to face what was coming. The weight of inaction gnawed at Lucian's heart. Each hour that passed without word from Rena only added fuel to his growing dread. His wolf was restless beneath his skin, pacing, snarling, demanding he do something. Finally, Lucian could bear it no longer. He made his way back to the Alpha's estate, his steps swift, his mind made up. It was time Damian knew everything. No more secrets, no more risks. Inside the Alpha's private chamber, Damian stood by the window, the moonlight casting silver across his sharp features. He turned as Lucian entered, immediately reading the storm in his beta's eyes. "What is it, Lucian?" Lucian drew in a deep breath, his heart pounding. Then in a voice steady but heavy with guilt, he spoke. "Alpha, there's something I must confess, something I should have told you long before now." Damian's eyes darkened with curiosity and warning. "Go on." Lucian didn't hesitate. He told Damian everything about his suspicions of the Gamma, the strange meetings with an unknown female spy, the hidden dealings of the male guard, about how he sent Selena to infiltrate the Gamma's estate, and the danger she'd barely escaped, about how afterward he placed Rena there to continue the mission, and how both women had confirmed the Gamma's treacherous associations. Every word felt like a weight lifted, and yet a blade twisting deeper. He spoke of Selena's near downfall, of Rena's silent disappearance these past hours, and of his growing fear that the Gamma's betrayal ran deeper than they had imagined. When he finished, the room fell into a thick, tense silence. Damian's jaw was tight, his eyes blazing with a storm of fury and disappointment. "Lucian, you kept this from me?" Lucian lowered his head, his voice low but honest. "I thought I could handle it. I didn't want to burden you, not with everything else. And Selena, she risked herself for me. I couldn't bear to involve you, not until I was sure. I was wrong." Damian's fists clenched at his sides, his wolf roaring within. His beta, his most trusted, had acted alone, risking lives, risking the pack. His fury burned hot, but beneath it was understanding. Lucian's reasons weren't born of betrayal. They were born of loyalty, of love, and perhaps foolish pride. Finally, Damian exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing only slightly. His voice, when it came, was cold but measured. "I understand why you did it, Lucian, but don't ever make that mistake again. We are stronger together. You risked not only your mate's life, but your own. The pack's safety is not yours to bear alone." Lucian bowed his head, guilt heavy on him. "Yes, Alpha, I swear it won't happen again." Damian turned to face the dark night beyond the window, his mind racing. His voice dropped low, dangerous. "So, spies still live among us. After Cece, after Julianne, still they plot within my walls." He turned back, his gaze sharp, determined. "It ends now. No more waiting, no more lurking in shadows. We will use those spies inside to lead us to the snake outside. And when we find them, Lucian, we end it. No more mercy." Lucian straightened, relief mingling with resolve. "As you command, Alpha." A deadly calm settled between them as the plan began to take shape. The time for secrets was over. Now was the time for war. Damian paced the length of his chamber, the moonlight casting his tall frame in silver and shadow. His mind raced, but his voice was steady, cold with purpose. "Lucian," he said at last, turning to face his beta, his eyes sharp as blades. "We've been going at this the wrong way. I see it clearly now. As long as Zara still draws breath out there in the dark, we will never be rid of spies within these walls. She's the poison, and her influence will continue to seep into the hearts of traitors." Lucian nodded, his fists clenched at his sides, his heart pounding. "You're right, Alpha. She's the root of this rot. But how do we reach her? She hides well." Damian's lips curled into a dangerous smile, his power radiating in the air. "That's where the fools inside will help us. We let them play their little game. We let the Gamma, that snake, think his plan is working. We let him move his pieces. But all the while, we watch and we wait." He stepped closer to Lucian, his voice dropping low, filled with steel. "When they make their move, when they believe they have the upper hand, we strike. We take them all. No mercy, no trial, no banishment this time. Death." Lucian's wolf stirred at his Alpha's words, his blood singing for justice. "Yes, Alpha, just say the word, and I'll see it done." But Damian wasn't finished. His gaze hardened with protectiveness. "Before that, you will pull Rena out. I won't have her life risked any longer. We've lost enough to this treachery. You've already risked Selena, too much. We can't afford another loss." Lucian hesitated. but if I pull Rena out now, they may grow suspicious. I don't care. Damian's voice was sharp, final. Your mate is safe now. You will not gamble Rena's life. We'll find another way to bait the Gamma and his shadowy mistress. Pull her out, tonight. Lucian swallowed his protest, feeling the weight of Damian's command. He bowed low. As you command, Alpha, I'll send word at once. Damian turned back to the window, his eyes on the distant darkness beyond their borders. His voice was quiet, but deadly. When this is done, Lucian, when the dust clears, Zara will be dead, and any who dare betray me will join her in the grave. The night seemed to hum with the promise of blood and justice as the two warriors prepared for the storm to come. The moment Lucian stepped into his estate, the moon casting cold light over the silent halls, he wasted no time. His heart pounded, his mind set. He sat at his desk, quickly penning a letter to Rena, his words firm but laced with care. Rena, I need you to find a way to leave the Gamma's estate at once. This mission has become too dangerous. Return at nightfall or the earliest safe moment. Do not delay. This is an order, Lucian. He sealed it with his insignia, handed it to his trusted sparrow, and sent it into the night sky. But far across the estate grounds, in her lonely room at the Gamma's estate, Rena stared at the letter when it arrived. Her heart sank as she read Lucian's words. Leave? Return to him? Return where Selena now stood beside him, a bitter knot twisted in her chest. The image of Lucian and Selena, their closeness, their bond, it haunted her. Her hands trembled. Why should I return only to see what I've lost? Why should I go back to see them together? Her tears welled, but before they could fall, a knock sounded at her door. Quick, sharp. Rena froze. Before she could answer, the door creaked open, and the male spy stepped inside, his eyes glinting with cunning amusement. Forgive my intrusion, he said smoothly, stepping further into the room. But you seem troubled. May I help ease that burden? Rena stiffened. You shouldn't be here. I was just about to rest. But the male spy didn't leave. Instead, he leaned against the door, his smile cold, knowing. You're torn, aren't you? Torn between duty and your heart. You want Lucian, but you fear you've lost him to someone else, an Omega no less. His words hit like poison-tipped arrows. Stop, Rena whispered, shaking her head. But he pressed on, his voice low, tempting. What if I told you there's a way to change your fate? A way to ensure Lucian is yours. With dark magic, even the mate bond can be redirected. I can help you. We can help you. All you must do is join us. Rena's breath caught. The offer dangled before her like forbidden fruit. She hesitated, the war raging within, and then, slowly, her pain and jealousy clouding her judgment, she nodded. What do I have to do? The male spy grinned, victory flashing in his eyes. Good girl, we strike at midnight. The female spy herself has ordered it, and you will stand with us. Without another word, he slipped from the room, leaving Rena alone with the weight of her choice. In his quarters, the male spy wasted no time. He scribbled a letter to the female spy, his hands quick, sure. Rena has agreed. She is with us. At midnight, the plan begins. I will bring her. As the ink dried, the dark wheels of betrayal turned, and the night seemed to grow darker still, as if the moon itself recoiled from what was about to unfold. Before the midnight winds began to howl, Rena had already crafted her reply to Lucian. Her hand trembled slightly as she wrote, her heart heavy with confusion and jealousy, but her words flowed with cunning precision. Beta Lucian, I am grateful for your concern, but I cannot abandon the mission you entrusted me with. I must see this through, for the safety of the pack. Please trust me to finish what you started. I will return only when the time is right. Sealing the letter, she handed it to the falcon. As the bird took flight, she drew in a shaky breath, trying to calm the storm inside her. If I leave now, Selena wins. I can't let that happen. Not yet. When Lucian received her letter in the quiet of his chamber, his heart sank. He read her words once, twice, a third time. His instincts screamed that something was wrong. Why would she refuse a direct order? His jaw clenched as he rushed to Damian's estate. In the dim-lit study, he explained, voice tight with concern. She won't return. I fear she might be slipping into treason. Damian, seated by the window, stared out into the night. The moonlight caught the hard line of his jaw. Let her be for now, he said quietly. If she's turned, we'll catch her soon enough. But you must stay sharp, Lucian. The enemy already walks among us. His gaze darkened. We will end this, I swear it. Lucian nodded, but dread gnawed at him. His mate was safe, but the pack's walls were closing in with secrets and shadows. The midnight gathering. That night, the restless Rena paced her small chamber, unable to shake the weight of what she'd done. Then came the knock. The male spy entered, a wicked grin on his face. It's time. She awaits. Rena's heart pounded as she followed him through the dark corridors of the Gamma's estate, out into the cold night air. Beneath the cover of trees beyond the walls, the female spy stood cloaked in black, her presence chilling. Welcome, Rena, she said, voice like ice. It's time you learn the full truth of our mission. And so they laid it bare, their vile plot to assassinate Damian, Ella, and Lucian. The words hit Rena like stones. Her breath hitched. She hadn't expected this. Her head spun. I've been tricked, trapped. She couldn't back out. Not now. She saw the hunger in their eyes, the death that would greet her if she faltered. But deep in her heart, a new resolve began to form. I can't let them kill Lucian. I won't. But if I must prove my loyalty to them, a bitter thought crossed her mind. It will be Selena. If someone must fall, let it be her, not Lucian. Swallowing her horror, she nodded. I understand. I'm with you. The female spy's smile was sharp, victorious. Good, we strike soon. You will play your part well, Rena, or you'll share the traitor's fate. As they vanished into the night's shadows, Rena's soul twisted. She had stepped too far into the dark, and now there was no easy way back. The night had grown colder, the air thick with the weight of what was about to happen. The female spy led the way, her steps soundless, her presence like a shadow clinging to the walls. Rena followed, her heart hammering in her chest, dread clawing at her insides. Beside them, the Gamma walked in silence, his face pale but hardened, his eyes dark pits of fury and grief twisted into something monstrous. They entered the Gamma's wife's chamber. The room was dim, the only light a flicker of lantern flame casting long, eerie shapes on the walls. There she lay, his wife, still, fragile, barely clinging to what little life remained. The faint sound of her shallow breaths was the only proof she had not yet passed into the spirit realm. The female spy's voice cut through the heavy silence like a dagger. It's time. You know what must be done. There is no turning back. The Gamma's hands trembled at his sides. His gaze fixed on the woman he once loved, now reduced to this pitiful, fading state. A storm of emotions flickered in his eyes, grief, anger, shame, but above all, the burning hunger for revenge, for power. For a moment, it seemed he might refuse. Rena, standing just a few steps behind, held her breath, hoping against hope he would step back from the brink. But then, with a shuddering sigh, the Gamma moved. His fingers found the small vial the female spy pressed into his palm. He knelt beside his wife's bed, his face contorted with pain, and poured the poison between her pale lips. It was over in moments. The woman's body gave a final weak shudder and then stilled forever. Rena froze, horror gripping her. Goddess, what have I gotten myself into? The female spy, unfazed, nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Clean her up. Make it look peaceful. We have much work ahead. Together they wiped away any trace of the crime, arranging the wife's body so that she appeared to have passed gently in her sleep. When it was done, the female spy and Rena quietly slipped from the room, returning to the shadows. The Gamma remained behind a moment longer. He stood at the threshold, staring back at what was left of the woman who had shared his life. Then, as if steeling himself, he stepped out into the hall. His voice rang out, breaking the night's heavy silence. Help! Help me! My wife! She's gone! She's dead. Footsteps came thundering from all directions. The estate burst into chaos as servants, maids, and guards rushed toward the source of the Gamma's cries. Soon, the air was filled with wailing and mourning. The halls of the Gamma's estate became a place of grief, of sorrow, but beneath it all, treachery and blood had stained the night. And Rena? She returned to her room, shaken to her very core, her mind spinning with the terrible choice she had made, to walk the path of shadows, where every step led her further from the light. Rena stumbled back into her room, her legs barely able to hold her weight. She shut the door behind her and leaned against it, her chest rising and falling with ragged breaths. The room felt cold and unfamiliar, as if the darkness itself was pressing in on her, suffocating her with the weight of what she had just witnessed. Her mind replayed it, the Gamma's trembling hand, the vial of poison, the final, shuddering breath of the woman who had once been his mate. His mate. How? How could a man sink so low as to kill the one the moon goddess had destined for him? All for power? All for the empty promise of a throne built on blood and treachery? She buried her face in her hands, her body trembling, and then came the cruel whisper of her own sins. "And what about you, Rena?" she thought bitterly. "What are you becoming?" She had let jealousy and bitterness lead her into this nightmare. She had allowed herself to be blinded by her secret longing for Lucian, convinced herself that harming Selena might clear the path for her. But now she saw where that path ended. Tears streamed down her face. What if Lucian never had feelings for me? What if I was just chasing shadows? And that male spy, how could I have been so foolish to believe him? She clenched her fists, the truth hitting her like a blade. There would be no dark magic mating, no future beside Lucian. She had been nothing but a pawn in their game. Rena sank to her knees, the weight of guilt and regret crushing her. "I can't do this anymore. I won't." Her heart pounded as she made her decision. "I will follow my heart. I will do what is right." Outside, the estate had descended into chaos. Servants and guards rushed about, their wails and cries filling the night air. The Gamma's voice echoed through the halls, feigning grief, calling for aid, cursing fate for stealing his wife. But Rena knew the truth, and in that chaos, she saw her chance. She rose, wiping her tears away, her resolve hardening. She pulled on the plain garments of a healer's servant, simple, loose-fitting robes that would not draw attention. She tied her hair back, tucking it under a hood, and covered her face with a worn scarf. Every step toward the door felt like shedding a layer of her shame. Quiet as a shadow, she slipped out, blending with the panicked crowd. No one noticed the extra figure in the flood of bodies rushing to mourn the Gamma's wife. No one looked twice at the healer's servant slipping out through the side gate. And then she ran. She ran like the wind, her feet pounding the earth, her heart racing. The night swallowed her, the cold air biting her cheeks, but she did not slow. She ran as if her life depended on it, because it did. She ran not just from the Gamma's estate, but from the darkness she had let take root in her soul. Rena had chosen, and now there was no turning back. Rena's lungs burned. Her legs trembled with every step, but she pushed herself forward, driven by fear, guilt, and the need to right her wrongs. The night seemed endless, the shadows of trees and rocks blurring past as she fled the Gamma's estate, as if the darkness itself were trying to swallow her whole. Her breath came in ragged gasps, the cold night air slicing into her throat. She didn't stop, not once. Just a little further, just a little more, she told herself, her vision swimming with exhaustion. The lights of Lucian's estate finally appeared in the distance, like the promise of salvation. When she reached the estate gates, her strength gave out at last. Her legs buckled beneath her. The world spun. She clutched at the iron bars as if they might hold her upright, but the words she tried to speak caught in her throat. "I need Beta Lucian." Her voice was a hoarse whisper, and before she could say more, darkness claimed her. She collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The guards stationed at the gate rushed forward. One of them, recognizing her pale, dirt-streaked face beneath the hood, knelt beside her. "It's Rena," he called to his companion. "Quick, get Lord Lucian." Without wasting a second, the other guards sprinted toward the main house, while the first carefully lifted Rena's limp form in his arms and carried her inside. Moments later, Lucian and Selena came running, their hearts racing with alarm. Lucian's eyes widened at the sight of Rena's still figure. He took her from the guard without hesitation, holding her close as if she might slip away. "Call the healer. Now," he ordered, his voice sharp with worry. Selena followed at his side, concern etched on her face as Lucian carried Rena to one of the guest rooms, one that had been assigned to her before she ever left for the Gamma's estate. Gently, he laid her on the bed, while Selena brushing damp hair from her face as the healer arrived in haste. The healer worked swiftly, checking her pulse, her breathing, examining her for injuries. Lucian hovered nearby, tension in every line of his body, while Selena placed a comforting hand on his arm. At last, the healer looked up. "She's not injured, my lord, just exhausted. She must have run a great distance without rest. Let her sleep. She'll recover her strength by morning." Lucian let out a long breath, his shoulders slumping with relief. But his mind was far from at ease. What drove her to run like this? What happened at the Gamma's estate? Without wasting time, Lucian turned to the guards. "Station more men around this room. No one enters without my permission." As they saluted and moved to obey, Lucian looked at Selena, his resolve hardening. "I have to tell Damian. Now." Selena nodded, her eyes filled with both worry and pride. "Go. I'll watch over her until you return." And with that, Lucian strode from the room, his heart pounding with urgency. He needed Damian. And this time, they would end this treachery once and for all. Few minutes later, Lucian's boots pounded the earth as he and Damian raced toward the estate, hearts heavy with urgency. The night air was thick, every second stretching unbearably as they closed the distance. When they burst through the doors of Lucian's home, the sound of soft sobbing guided them like a beacon. They hurried to the guest room, where Rena, pale and trembling, clung to Selena like a frightened child. Tears streamed down her face, her body shaking not just from exhaustion, but from the weight of everything she had witnessed and done. Selena stroked her hair, whispering soothing words, trying to ease the storm raging inside the young woman. The moment Rena's wide, tear-filled eyes landed on Damian, she froze. Fear gripped her heart like a vice. The towering Alpha radiated power, his mere presence enough to make any wolf bow low. His dark eyes burned with intensity, his aura so fierce it seemed to darken the room. But instead of unleashing that terrifying fury on her, Damian approached with surprising gentleness. He crouched slightly, his voice low and firm, carrying the weight of command and compassion all at once. "Rena," he said, "you are safe now. No one will harm you, but I need the truth. I need it all." His words wrapped around her like a protective shield, calming the storm inside her just enough for her to catch her breath. Damian straightened, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. His tone shifted, firm and final. "Everyone out. Now." Even Lucian hesitated for a moment, but one look at his Alpha's face, and the rare steel of command that brooked no argument, sent him retreating with the others. The door closed softly, leaving Rena alone with the Alpha of the Northern Lands. Damian's voice dropped to a dangerous quiet, the calm before the storm. "Tell me everything. No lies, no secrets. Speak." Unable to stop herself, Rena fell to her knees before him, her tears dripping onto the polished floor. Her voice trembled as she confessed it all. The meetings, the female spy's true intentions, the poison meant for Lucian, the plan to slaughter Damian, Ella, Lucian, the horror of witnessing the Gamma murder his own mate. Every word out of her mouth seemed to feed the growing storm inside Damian. His fists clenched at his sides, his breathing heavy. When she finished, silence reigned for a heartbeat. Then Damian threw back his head and let out a menacing, ear-splitting howl that shook the very walls. It was the cry of an Alpha betrayed. Lucian burst back into the room, grabbing Damian's arm to steady him. His friend's fury was like a force of nature, dangerous and raw. "Damian, calm yourself," Lucian urged, his voice firm, though he too seethed inside. "We need clear heads, for Ella, for the pack." Damian's chest heaved, his eyes burning with a fire that could not be quenched. His voice, when it came, was low, but filled with deadly promise. "They think they can tear apart what's mine. They think they can poison my home with betrayal." His lips curled into a snarl. "I'll show them why the North fears the name Damian. I'll make them wish they'd never drawn breath." And in that moment, the cold-hearted Alpha, the northern region whispered about in fear, the terror of traitors, the nightmare of rogues, was fully awakened. Now that the truth was laid bare before them, the Gamma's treachery, the female spy's vile schemes, the poison meant for Lucian, and the cruel murder of the Gamma's own mate, Damian's mind worked with cold, ruthless precision. His fury no longer burned uncontrolled. It was focused, sharpened like a blade, ready to strike. He paced the room, his dark eyes gleaming with a terrifying calm. "We'll let him think his plan is working," Damian said at last, his voice low, filled with deadly promise. "Let the Gamma believe he's pulling the strings. Let the female spy believe she's clever enough to outwit me. We'll draw them in, and when they are exposed, there will be nowhere left to run." Lucian nodded, his respect for his Alpha deepening. "We can use the Gamma to flush out the female spy and that snake of a guard, then use the female spy to lure Zara to her doom." Damian's smile was slow and dangerous, a glint of pure predator. "Exactly, but this time we flow with their plans. We make them think they have us in their web. At that moment, Damian called Selena back into the room. She entered, her eyes wide, her expression filled with concern. He explained everything. Rena's confession, the Gamma's plot, the treason that had poisoned their pack. Shock washed over Selena's face, her heart pounding as she listened to the depth of the betrayal. But when Damian spoke of the plan to play along, Selena straightened, determination flashing in her eyes. Then I will help. I'll do whatever is needed. I won't let them harm you or Ella. Damian paused, studying her. For a moment he almost agreed, but then his protective instincts roared to life. He shook his head. No, Selena, you've done enough. I won't risk you any further. This is my fight now. His tone left no room for argument. Selena opened her mouth to protest, but Lucian gently touched her arm, silently urging her to trust Damian's decision. Reluctantly, she nodded. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. A young messenger, breathless from his hurried ride, stepped inside and bowed low. Alpha, I bring word from the Gamma's estate. His wife is dead, and he wishes to lay her to rest tonight. He requests your presence. Damian dismissed the messenger with a wave of his hand. When the boy was gone, Damian's smile returned, but this time it was a wolf smile. Cold, merciless. How convenient. He thinks he can mask his crime with tears and mourning. Lucian's eyes glinted with shared purpose. They'll not see us coming. Damian's voice dropped, soft and dangerous. Prepare yourself, Lucian. We leave for the Gamma's estate in minutes. Tonight, the game begins and ends with us. Together, the two warriors moved with purpose, ready to walk into the den of the traitor, not as victims, but as hunters. The calm before the storm. Before setting out for the Gamma's estate, Damian moved with precision. His sharp mind knew better than to leave his home vulnerable. He turned to Lucian, his voice low but firm. Station double the guards. No corner of this land should be left unwatched. If anything feels wrong, I want the alarm raised before blood is spilled. Lucian nodded, already barking quiet commands to his warriors as Damian mounted his horse and rode hard back to his estate. The night air was cool, but the fury in Damian's heart burned hotter than any flame. At his estate, Damian wasted no time. He went straight to Ella's chamber. The moment he stepped inside, she looked up from where she sat by the window, worry clouding her soft eyes. Her heart raced at the sight of his grim expression. Damian, what's wrong? What happened? Damian crossed to her, cupping her face gently in his hands. His touch, though tender, trembled faintly with the storm raging inside him. There's danger, my love, deeper than we thought. The Gamma, he's betrayed us. He's working with spies to bring harm to this pack, to me, to Lucian, and to you. Ella's eyes widened with shock. No, Damian, let me go with you. Please, I want to stand by your side. But Damian shook his head, his voice soft yet unyielding. No, my heart, you've suffered enough. I will not place you in harm's way. Not tonight. Promise me, Ella. Stay here. Stay safe. Tears welled in Ella's eyes, but she saw the fierce love in his gaze, the need to protect her at all costs. She swallowed her protest and nodded, though her heart ached. Damian kissed her gently, his lips lingering against hers as if drawing strength from her presence. Before leaving, Damian gave strict orders, stationing his most trusted elite warriors all around his estate, ensuring no one would come near without his knowledge. Then he rode fast to Lucian's estate. There, Lucian had already done the same. Selena had been calmed, though the worry in her eyes mirrored Ella's. Lucian gave his mate a reassuring look, promising silently that he would return. With everything secured, Damian and Lucian set out together, their wolves pacing beneath their skin, ready for the fight ahead. At the Gamma's estate. Meanwhile, at the Gamma's estate, the messenger who had gone to summon Damian and Lucian returned breathless, delivering his report. The Gamma, already cloaked in the pretense of mourning, nodded solemnly. They come, the messenger said. Both of them. Good, the Gamma replied, his voice low, hollow with feigned grief, but his eyes glinted with dark purpose. Turning, he ensured the servants had made the preparations. In the great hall, a tray of tea waited, innocent to the eye, but laced with a poison so subtle no one would taste its bitterness. The Gamma smoothed his expression, donning the mask of a grieving mate. Inside, his heart beat with a twisted excitement. Tonight would be the night he struck his blow. Tonight would be the night the great Alpha Damian and his loyal Beta Lucian fell. Or so he thought. The air was heavy with false mourning as Damian and Lucian arrived at the Gamma's estate. The estate, draped in the somber silence of grief, seemed almost too still, as if the walls themselves waited, watching what would unfold. At the sound of their arrival, servants scrambled to announce them. The Gamma, dressed in black robes of mourning, appeared at the grand entrance, his face a mask of sorrow. His eyes, red from forced tears, glistened in the torchlight. As Damian and Lucian dismounted, the Gamma hurried toward them, shoulders shaking as he pretended to weep. "My Alpha, my Beta," his voice broke, or so he intended it to sound. "I'm grateful you came. In this hour of sorrow, I have lost my mate, my heart." Damian, ever the controlled Alpha, placed a firm hand on the Gamma's shoulder. His tone was gentle, laced with the right amount of sympathy. "You have our deepest condolences, old friend. A loss like this, I cannot imagine the pain." Lucian, standing at Damian's side, offered a brief nod of respect, his sharp gaze already sweeping the surroundings, noting every twitch of deceit hidden beneath the Gamma's mask of grief. The Gamma wiped at his eyes, drawing in a shaky breath. "Come inside. Please, share a cup with me. I won't keep you long." Inside, the great hall was dim, the torches casting long shadows. A servant approached swiftly, bearing a polished tray. On it sat 2 cups of steaming tea, the faintest hint of herbs drifting into the air. Lucian's senses, honed from years at Damian's side, caught it first, a subtle, unnatural fragrance beneath the mask of familiar tea leaves. His wolf stirred uneasily within him. Without a word, Lucian glanced at Damian, their eyes locking for a heartbeat. The smallest flicker in Lucian's gaze. Danger. Damian read it instantly. The Alpha's face betrayed nothing as he reached for his cup, lifting it in a respectful gesture toward the Gamma. "To your mate's memory," Damian said smoothly, his voice calm, hiding the storm beneath. Lucian echoed him. "May the moon goddess guide her spirit." Under the Gamma's watchful eye, both men brought the cups to their lips, tipping them as if drinking deeply. The bitter taste of deceit touched their tongues, but they made no sign, no hesitation. Every movement was measured, flawless. The Gamma's heart soared with triumph. His smirk was hidden behind the mask of grief, but inside he burned with anticipation. Soon they would fall. The poison would work its way through their veins, stripping them of strength, of life. Damian set down the empty cup and rose, his tone still kind, his eyes steady. "You have honored us with your hospitality, despite your sorrow. We won't trouble you longer tonight." Lucian followed suit, offering a few quiet words of comfort, his wolf seething at the vile game unfolding. "Thank you, both of you," the Gamma said, his voice trembling with fake gratitude, "for coming, for standing with me." He walked them to the grand doors, watching as they mounted their horses. His smile, once hidden, slowly curled into something sinister as he stood alone in the night. Soon they would fall ill. Soon the pack would be his. The Gamma turned back toward the darkened estate, his heart racing with the anticipation of his imagined victory. The antidote's toll. As soon as Damian and Lucian returned to Lucian's estate, the masks of calm they'd worn at the Gamma's estate fell away. Lucian moved swiftly, his sharp instincts in full command. "The tea, there was poison in it," Lucian said, already hurrying to his storeroom where herbs and antidotes were kept. His fingers brushed over jars and vials with practiced precision, his mind racing through the combinations that could counteract the toxin he had tasted. Damian, though weakened by the slow burn of the poison, stood steady, his jaw clenched. "Find it fast, Lucian, before it takes hold." Summoning his estate healer, Lucian described the tea's scent and taste. Together, they worked quickly, crushing herbs, mixing liquids, heating the concoction until the room filled with the sharp, earthy aroma of the antidote. "Drink," the healer urged, handing them each a cup of the bitter solution. Without hesitation, both men downed the mixture. The effect was immediate. Cramps seized their stomachs, and soon they were gripped by violent diarrhea as the antidote purged the poison from their systems. It was harsh, but necessary. The tea's deadly intent was flushed from their bodies, leaving them pale, drenched in sweat, but alive. Exhausted, Damian slumped into the nearest chair, his breath ragged. "I'll rest here, just for a few hours," he said, his voice hoarse. Lucian, though equally drained, stayed alert, his thoughts racing toward what must come next. The Gamma's wicked hope. Meanwhile, back at the Gamma's estate, the night's fake mourning had faded into quiet. The Gamma, no longer needing to keep up the act of grief, hurried to his study, where a candle flickered against the shadows of his sin. With shaking hands but eyes gleaming with anticipation, he penned his letter. It is done. Damian and Lucian drank the tea in my hall as planned. They left soon after, showing no sign of suspicion. I await news of their fall. I stand ready for your next command. Sealing it swiftly, he summoned his trusted falcon, tying the message securely. The bird soared into the night, carrying with it his treacherous words. Far away, the female spy received his message before dawn. A slow smile curved her lips as she read his report. Fools, she thought, their end draws near. Without delay, she wrote her reply. Good. Stay alert. Do not act yet. Wait for word of their illness. When they fall, we strike. The game was in motion, but unknown to her, Damian and Lucian had outplayed them, for now. After the grueling hours of battling the poison's effects, Damian finally rose from his seat, his strength slowly returning. His sharp eyes gleamed, not with weakness, but with the cold resolve of a predator who had just narrowly escaped the hunter's trap. Lucian wiped the sweat from his brow and straightened beside him. Damian, we need to act now. They think we're dying. Let's use it. Damian gave a small nod. Call them. We move at once. Within moments, Lucian summoned those they trusted most. In the quiet of Lucian's estate, under the pale glow of lanterns, Damian and Lucian held a private council. Ella was there, concern in her eyes but strength in her heart. Selena stood at Lucian's side, a silent pillar of loyalty. The healer who had prepared the antidote joined them, as did 6 of Damian's personal elite warriors, men and women who would die before betraying their alpha. Damian's voice was low, deadly calm as he addressed them. We are being hunted from within. The Gamma, the female spy, the male guard, they think they've poisoned us. We will make them believe they've succeeded. Lucian stepped forward. We want the rumor to spread through the pack like wildfire. Damian and I are gravely ill, our condition worsening by the hour. Let them think they've won. The healer nodded, understanding his role. I'll prepare herbs to make you look pale, weak, convincing enough for the eyes of spies and gossips. Damian's gaze swept over his warriors. I need you to be my voice beyond these walls. Quietly let the story slip where it matters most. No panic, just enough fear, enough uncertainty. The enemy will come for us when they think it's safe. Ella reached for Damian's hand, her fingers trembling slightly. Please, be careful. They won't hesitate to strike if they think you're vulnerable. Damian lifted her hand to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles. I promise, my love, this ends with them destroyed. I won't allow them to harm you again. Lucian's arm slipped protectively around Selena, drawing strength from the bond between them. His eyes met Damian's. We'll lure them out. This time, no one escapes justice. Selena's voice was quiet but fierce. Whatever you need, I'll do it. For you. For Ella. Damian's expression softened for a moment at their loyalty, then hardened again with determination. Good. We begin tonight. Spread the word. Make it real enough that even the most skeptical will believe. The room filled with a shared resolve. The trap was laid. The hunters would soon become the hunted. Night draped the pack lands in a heavy cloak of silence, broken only by the hushed murmurs that began to ripple through the territory like a dark wind. Just as Damian and Lucian commanded, word spread, carefully planted by trusted tongues in key corners of the pack. The Alpha collapsed after leaving the Gamma's estate. I heard Beta Lucian can barely stand. It must be poison. Who could do such a thing? They're both on death's door. The healer said they may not last the night. From warriors patrolling the borders to kitchen staff tending the fires, the story took on a life of its own, feeding the curiosity and fear of the people. Yet beneath the surface of the pack's worry, a different current stirred. The spies, sensing victory at hand, began to whisper among themselves. At the Gamma's estate, the news arrived swiftly. The Gamma stood by his window, the moonlight casting shadows across his face, his trembling hands clenched into fists, but not from grief. A slow, twisted smile tugged at his lips. So, the poison worked, he muttered to himself, satisfaction mingling with greed. Soon it will all be mine. In a darkened corner of the room, the male spy watched him with a grin of his own. It's time, he said softly. We strike while they're weak. The Gamma nodded, emboldened by the false reports, but neither man noticed Rena's absence. nor that her empty room meant their plans had already begun to unravel. Back at Lucian's estate, Damian paced in the private chamber, his skin pale from the herbs the healer had applied, his breath labored just enough to complete the illusion of weakness. Lucian sat nearby, his face equally drawn, though his eyes burned with sharp focus beneath the mask. Selena returned from her task of quietly spreading the rumor among the outer guards. She knelt before them, bowing her head. "It's done. The story is everywhere. They believe it." "Good," Damian said, voice low. "Now we wait. They will come for us soon, and when they do," his hand curled into a fist, "they will not leave these lands alive." Lucian crossed his arms, casting a glance at the door as if expecting it to burst open at any moment. "We've outplayed them at their own game. The only thing left is for them to walk into the jaws of the wolf." Meanwhile, at the Gamma's estate, the female spy arrived under the cover of darkness, slipping through secret paths to meet the Gamma and the male spy. Her eyes glittered with hunger for power. "You've done well," she hissed. "The Alpha and Beta will fall. Tonight, we end it." "But how do we move?" the Gamma asked, still wary of outright attack. "The Alpha's estate will be vulnerable, the Beta's too. We strike both. Their guards will be in disarray with their leaders dying." The Gamma hesitated, then, drunk on his ambition and the lies he'd fed himself, he agreed. "Fine, we move at dawn." Damian's final words before the storm. As the hour grew late, Damian drew Ella close in their chamber at Lucian's estate, brushing a strand of hair from her face. His voice was soft but firm. "Stay here. No matter what you hear, no matter what happens, stay safe. I need to know you're protected." Ella's eyes glistened, but she nodded, pressing her forehead to his. "Come back to me, Damian. Promise me." "I will," he vowed. "For you, for our pack." Beside them, Lucian tightened the straps on his armor, the fire in his heart matching that of his Alpha. Together they would face the storm and end the treachery once and for all. The rumor of Alpha Damian's and Beta Lucian's sudden, mysterious illness swept through the pack lands like wildfire. From the outer borders to the heart of the territory, it shook the pack to its core. Warriors whispered in alarm. Mothers clutched their pups closer. The stronghold that was Damian's rule suddenly felt vulnerable. How could this happen to our Alpha? Who would dare poison Damian and Lucian? Is this the beginning of our fall? Panic brewed beneath the surface, and it didn't take long before the pack elders, faces drawn and voices urgent, convened a hasty meeting in the great hall. The Gamma was at the head of the table, his expression carefully crafted to show concern, but his heart thudded with hidden triumph. "This is grave," one elder muttered, stroking his beard. "If our Alpha is fallen and the Beta too, our pack stands on the edge of ruin. We must see them at once," urged another. Without wasting time, the elders, flanked by the Gamma, made their way to Lucian's estate where the Alpha rested. The sight that greeted them confirmed their deepest fears. Damian, pale and resting under heavy furs, Lucian seated nearby, his strength seemingly drained. The healer spoke in hushed tones. "Yes, the Alpha and Beta were poisoned. The source is still unknown. The poison was nearly fatal." Murmurs of dismay rippled through the gathered elders. They departed, the weight of the crisis heavy on their shoulders. The Gamma's scheme. Back at their council chamber, the elders gathered again. The Gamma stood, voice low but urgent. His eyes glinted with ambition masked as concern. "We must act swiftly. Our Alpha may not rise again," he began, "and I, like you, seek only the safety of our pack." The elders nodded grimly, listening. "I fear," the Gamma continued, "that the poison came not from outside but from within. Who was closest to Damian and Lucian in these final moments before they fell ill?" A silence, then a murmur of realization. "Ella," he said, his voice tightening with false regret. "And Selena. Think on it, Lucian never officially introduced this Selena to the pack. She came from nowhere, a stranger in our midst." Some of the elders exchanged glances, troubled, but others bristled. "To accuse the Luna?" one barked. "Do you wish for Damian's wrath to fall on all of us? You know his temper." "I do not accuse lightly," the Gamma said, holding up his hands. "But if we do nothing, if we allow our Alpha to fall and do not act to prevent his murderers from striking again?" The room grew tense, divided. Some elders muttered agreement, poisoned by the Gamma's silver tongue. Others shook their heads. And when, emboldened, the Gamma suggested, Until Damian recovers, I must take charge, temporarily, for the good of the pack. The chamber erupted in voices of protest. No, Damian's blood runs strong. He will recover, he always does. But the Gamma persisted, his words weaving through their doubts like smoke. Little by little, he turned a few to his side, those whose pockets he'd already lined with gold and promises. Reluctantly, after much heated debate, the elders agreed. Temporarily, they stressed, until Damian rises. A dangerous glint flickered in the Gamma's eyes. The attempted arrest. No sooner had the meeting ended than the Gamma sent out his command. Seize Ella. Bring her in for questioning. The pack must be protected. But when his warriors, emboldened by his newfound authority, approached the Alpha's estate, they were met with an unexpected wall of resistance. Damian's personal elite guard, hand-picked, loyal beyond death, stood firm at the gates, their eyes hard, their hands on their weapons. "You will not touch the Luna," their captain said, voice like steel. "Not while Damian breathes, not while we stand." "Step aside," the Gamma's men demanded, by the order of the acting Alpha. The elite guards did not move. The tension crackled in the air, warriors on both sides tightening grips, claws itching to unsheath. Back at Lucian's estate, hidden behind the scenes, Damian and Lucian watched as the trap tightened, their fury mounting, but their patience holding firm, for now was the time to let their enemies come closer, before striking the final blow. The tension at the Alpha estate crackled like lightning about to strike. The Gamma's men, facing off against Damian's loyal elite warriors, waited for the signal to attack. The Gamma's eyes gleamed with barely contained triumph. He felt the moment was ripe. The pack was shaken, the Alpha incapacitated, the Luna vulnerable. But Damian, watching from within Lucian's estate, saw that the time had come to tighten the noose around his enemies. His voice low, steady despite the storm brewing outside, he turned to the healer. "Announce it," he commanded. "Tell them I am dead." The healer's eyes widened in shock. "My Alpha, are you certain?" Damian gave a single nod, his expression hard as steel. "It's time." Though his heart pounded with fear of what might follow, the healer trusted his Alpha's plan. With practiced sorrow and trembling voice, he staggered out before the gathered warriors and pack members at the gate. "Alpha Damian has fallen to the poison," he announced, voice breaking. "The Alpha is dead." A collective gasp rippled through the pack lands. A howl of grief rose from the warriors, mingled with cries of horror. The news traveled fast, like a dark wind sweeping through the territory. It reached every ear. The Gamma's bold move. The Gamma, hearing the proclamation, felt the last piece of his plan fall into place. He threw all caution aside. "Gather the elders! We go now to see for ourselves," he barked. With the elders trailing behind him, faces pale with shock and dread, he stormed toward Lucian's estate. They burst into the room where Damian lay still as death beneath heavy furs. The healer stood nearby, head bowed. The Gamma approached, forced false grief into his features, and placed a hand over Damian's chest as if confirming for himself. His lips curled in hidden satisfaction. And with Lucian gravely ill, he turned to the elders, his voice rising with urgency. "The pack needs leadership and protection. I shall act as Alpha until—" But his eyes landed on Ella, and something dark in him snapped. "Seize her," he ordered suddenly, stepping toward Ella himself. "She must answer for this treachery." The battle ignites, but before his men could act, a fierce growl tore through the room. Selena sprang forward, standing protectively before Ella. "You will not touch her," she snarled. Damian's elite warriors, already on edge, drew their weapons and took position. The Gamma's men surged forward, and in the next heartbeat, chaos erupted. Blades clashed, claws tore through the air, snarls and roars filled the estate. Ella, heart pounding, felt the mate bond strength surge through her veins, and in that moment, something deep and ancient within her stirred awake. With a cry that echoed through the estate, she transformed, her white wolf emerging, brilliant and majestic, fur shimmering in the moonlight streaming through the windows. Her presence turned the tide of the fight. The Gamma's warriors faltered at the sight of her, the Luna reborn in power, her wolf formidable and fierce. But before the battle could end, two shadows darted into the fray, the female spy and the male guard. With speed unnatural, they struck, forcing their way into the fight. And then the greatest shock of all. In the heat of the clash, as the female spy battled fiercely, her features twisted and she shifted into her true form. Gasps rang out even amidst the fight as warriors recognized her, one of Damian's own elite, thought loyal beyond question, eternal. Betrayer in their midst. The estate was now a battleground, friend against foe, betrayal unveiled, as the fight for the future of the pack raged on. Rose, still burning with false pride, sneered as she stepped forward, her eyes locked on Selena. Hatred gleamed in her gaze, and with a savage growl, she raised her claws, ready to strike. But before she could even move an inch closer, a terrible voice, deep and thunderous, rang out through the chaos. Enough! The sound froze every soul in the room. It was a voice they all knew, a voice that struck terror into the hearts of his enemies and inspired fierce loyalty in his warriors. Damian. Side by side with Lucian, he strode into the chamber, his eyes blazing red, his aura so dark and powerful that even the bravest among the traitors trembled where they stood. Lucian, though pale from his ordeal, stood tall and ready, his hand gripping his blade. Damian took a slow step forward, his gaze fixed on Eternal, Rose. His voice was low, but it carried like thunder. Rose, Eternal, my trusted warrior, you dare betray your Alpha? You dare betray your pack? Rose's smirk faltered as Damian's power rolled off him in waves. Damian's eyes darkened, the red in them glowing fiercer. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. You've made your choice, Rose, and it was the last mistake you'll ever make. His gaze swept the room, falling on the Gamma and the male guard, who now cowered under the weight of his fury. All of you, traitors, I gave you a home, I gave you my trust, and this is how you repay me? No one dared move. Even the Gamma's men, seeing Damian alive and the terror in his eyes, hesitated, torn between fear and duty. Ella's white wolf stood at Damian's side, her growl low and warning, fur bristling as she waited for his. Some of the Gamma's men, gripped by panic at the sight of their Alpha alive, turned to flee. But they didn't make it far. With terrifying speed, Damian shifted into his wolf form, a monstrous black beast of fury, and in swift, brutal strikes tore down those who tried to escape. Blood splattered the ground. The others fell to their knees, paralyzed by fear. The Gamma collapsed to the floor, trembling, his face pale as death itself. But Damian wasn't done. With a cold, merciless gleam in his eyes, he seized the Gamma by the collar and yanked him up as though he weighed nothing. Without a word at first, he dragged the Gamma forward. Then, in front of everyone, Rose, Marco, the warriors, and the stunned elders who had arrived in the commotion, Damian began the punishment. Fist after brutal fist, he pounded the Gamma's face, breaking bones, spilling blood. His claws tore through flesh, raking deep gouges down the traitor's chest. The Gamma's screams echoed through the hall, but Damian did not stop. Mercy! The Gamma sobbed at last, barely able to speak through swollen lips and shattered teeth. End it, please. But Damian only smirked, his face dark with a rage that chilled the blood. His voice was a low growl. End it? Oh no, I've only just begun. With savage precision, Damian broke the Gamma's arms, then his legs, the sound of snapping bones sickeningly loud. Blood pooled at their feet. Then, as the Gamma's screams reached new heights of agony, Damian used his claws to skin him, slowly, methodically, making sure that Rose and Marco had no choice but to watch every single second. This is the price of betrayal, Damian snarled, his voice a promise of doom. Rose's pride cracked, terror overtaking her. Marco trembled so violently he could barely stand. And still, Damian was not done. After flaying the Gamma's skin from his body, Damian's rage had not cooled. The traitor's broken, blood-soaked form barely clung to life, his ragged breaths wet and gurgling. Damian crouched, his claws glinting with crimson, and without a shred of mercy, he reached forward and gouged out the Gamma's eyes. The Gamma's final cries of agony echoed through the entire estate, a sound so harrowing that even hardened warriors flinched. Then, with one brutal twist of his hands, Damian snapped the Gamma's neck, ending his misery. But even that wasn't enough for the Alpha who had been pushed too far. He grabbed a thick, jagged branch lying nearby, its end sharpened like a spear, and with savage force drove it through the Gamma's belly, pinning his lifeless body. Blood gushed forth in a sickening stream, splattering the earth beneath. With terrifying strength, Damian hauled the body up and hung it high on a tree at the edge of the courtyard, leaving the corpse for the carrion birds to feast upon. The estate fell deathly silent, save for the soft sobs of the shocked and terrified. Marco stood frozen, the stench of urine filling the air as he wet himself in terror. His legs buckled, unable to bear his weight. Rose, once so proud, collapsed to the ground, her body shaking violently, her face pale as ash. And then from the corner a soft thud. Ella, who had shifted back to her human form, fainted at the sheer horror of what she had just witnessed. Two of Damian's female warriors rushed forward, lifting their Luna with care and hurrying her into the safety of the estate, their hearts pounding. The gathered warriors, servants and elders stared at the gruesome sight, unable to speak, their souls chilled. There was no longer any doubt. The ruthless, feared Alpha of the northern region, the one whose name alone made enemies tremble, had fully awakened. Damian turned, his face smeared with blood, his expression cold as death itself. He locked his gaze onto Marco, who lay quivering at his feet. A slow, dangerous smile curved Damian's lips. "Your turn," he said in a voice that promised terror. Damian's cold gaze bore into Marco as he stood trembling, too terrified even to run. His lips curled into a cruel smirk, his voice like ice. "Did you think betraying me would end with a quick death, Marco? No, you'll learn what it means to defy your Alpha." Marco fell to his knees, sobbing, his voice cracking as he begged. "Alpha Damian, please! I was forced! I had no choice! Please spare me! I swear I'll—" But Damian only laughed softly, a dark, hollow sound that sent chills through everyone present. "Begging won't save you," he whispered, eyes gleaming with menace. Then he turned to one of his warriors. "Bring me the whip, the silver needle one." The warrior didn't hesitate. He sprinted off to fetch the infamous weapon that had been the last sight of many enemies. Marco's face drained of color. His body quaked so violently he could barely remain upright. Damian stepped closer, towering over him. His voice dropped lower, each word a dagger. "You thought hiding behind lies and shadows would protect you? You thought you were clever, Marco? All I see before me is a coward who will die a traitor's death." Marco's pleas turned to incoherent babbling, tears streaming down his face as terror consumed him. Soon the warrior returned, holding out the dreaded whip, its silver strands glinting under the moonlight, razor-sharp needles woven into each cruel braid. Damian took it with deliberate slowness, savoring the fear in Marco's eyes. He coiled it in his hand, testing its weight, then raised it high. Crack! The first lash tore across Marco's chest, slicing through flesh with brutal precision. Marco's scream rent the night, so piercing that even the bravest of warriors flinched at the sound. It was as if his very soul fled his body at the whip's kiss. Damian didn't stop. His face remained a mask of grim satisfaction as he delivered strike after strike. Crack! 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 Each lash drew more blood, turning Marco's body into a canvas of agony, the silver needles embedding, ripping, flaying. His howls weakened, his voice breaking until all that came were ragged gasps. When Marco could no longer even cry out, Damian grabbed him by the jaw, forcing his mouth open. "Let's silence your lies forever." With brutal efficiency, he tore out Marco's tongue and flung it to the ground like refuse. Still not satisfied, Damian had Marco hauled up and tied to a tree, hanging like a grotesque trophy. "Keep whipping him," Damian ordered a warrior, his tone dark with finality, "until I say stop." The warrior obeyed, though Marco lasted less than 30 seconds more. His broken, bloodied body gave one final shudder before death claimed him. Damian stepped back, wiping a speck of blood from his cheek. Slowly his gaze slid to Rose. She stood frozen, pale as a ghost, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Damian's smirk deepened, a predator savoring his next kill. "Well, Rose, it seems it's just you now." Damian strode forward with the measured calm of a predator toying with its prey. His boots crunched against bloodied earth, stopping right in front of Rose. She was still trembling, too weak to stand, too terrified to breathe properly. With terrifying calm, he slowly crouched before her, so close their faces were nearly touching. His cruel smirk widened, eyes blazing like twin coals as he leaned in, forcing her to look him dead in the eye. "Look at me," he growled, his voice carrying the power of the Alpha's command. Rose's eyes locked with his, her body paralyzed by the raw dominance radiating from him. Still squatting, he grinned like the devil himself, dark, feral, and merciless. "Right to Zara," he said, his voice low but laced with a venomous edge. "Tell her your little mission was successful. Tell her to come with her spies, before dawn, to see with her own eyes how the great Alpha Damian lies weak and vulnerable. Get her a letter paper, Lucian. His Alpha command sank deep into Rose's bones, making her unable to disobey. Soon, Lucian returned with a clean letter paper, and with terrible shaking, her hands moved on their own as she scribbled the message exactly as he instructed. The words were poison-laced lies meant to bait the enemy, exactly what Damian wanted. Once the message was done, she whistled loudly. A falcon came flying towards her. She tied it to the leg of her falcon. Still trembling, she released it into the sky. The bird soared, vanishing into the moonlit clouds. Damian watched the bird disappear, then without warning, whip! The sharp crack of his hand across her cheek echoed loudly. Her head snapped to the side, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Then came the blade. "I'd silence you forever too," he whispered darkly. "Lying traitors don't deserve to speak." With one swift motion, he cut out her tongue. The wet, fleshy piece dropped to the dirt beside her. She screamed. No sound came, only a gurgled whimper. Damian raised his dagger again, angling it toward her eyes. But then he paused. His smirk returned. "No," he said coldly. "You'll need those eyes. I want you to see what I'll do to Zara when she arrives. I want your last memories to be soaked in horror and regret." He stood up slowly, towering over her bloodied form. Turning to two of his trusted female warriors, he spoke with chilling finality. "Take her to my dungeon, the cold pit. Lock her where the dead fear to go." The warriors saluted and dragged her away, her mangled form screaming silent sobs. That dungeon was legendary, submerged in icy water that numbed the limbs and pierced the bones, with a slow-turning wheel of jagged wooden spikes that tore into flesh with every movement. No one survived that place sane. Watching them go, Damian exhaled deeply, then turned to Lucian, who was now standing beside him, sword still in hand. "Gather the elders," he said coldly. 10 minutes. I want this over with." Lucian nodded and vanished into the night to follow the command. Damian glanced back once more at the bloodied courtyard before storming off, but not before ensuring his estate was on high alert, every warrior in place, Selena guarded, Lucian protected. And then, without wasting a second more, he made his way straight to Ella. His Luna, his everything. He needed her scent, her voice, her presence, because soon he would walk into the storm of blood once again. Meanwhile, when Zara received the falcon bearing Rose's letter, she barely had the patience to untie the scroll. Her hands trembled in excitement as her eyes devoured the contents. Damian poisoned, Lucian down, Ella vulnerable, the pack in chaos, her lips curled into a wicked smile. Finally, victory was within reach. She didn't wait. She raced weakly through the underground lair, her weak footsteps echoing against the cold stone floors, until she reached the high chamber where Lila was seated on her shadowed throne, nursing a goblet filled with blood wine. Her eyes flickered with irritation as Zara burst in unannounced, but the moment she saw the grin on her face, her curiosity piqued. "Well?" Lila purred, swirling her wine lazily. "You're either here with good news or to die." Zara dropped weakly to one knee, grinning. "Damian is down, Lucian too." Rose said everything is in place. "We've won, my queen." Lila raised an eyebrow, still unconvinced. "Rose said that?" Zara nodded. She gave details. "Everything is falling apart. Their pack is in shambles. This is the perfect time to strike." Still, Lila didn't move. Her eyes narrowed with quiet suspicion. "Damian, that beast doesn't fall easily. You of all people should know that. How can we be certain it's not a trap?" Zara's face darkened with urgency. Rose was once his most trusted warrior. If anyone could bring him down, it's her. She knows all his weaknesses, all his habits. She used to protect him with her life. Now she's handing him to us on a platter. Lila stared at her for a long moment. Then slowly she rose from her throne. "If this is a lie, you'll die by my hands before the sun rises." Zara bowed her head. "I swear it's true. Let me finish what I started. Let me bring you Ella's head, your final prize." A long silence followed, thick with Lila's internal weighing of risk and ambition. Finally, the dark sorceress nodded. "Fine, go. Take your 3 best spies with you. End this." Zara's face lit up. "Yes, my queen." Lila stepped close, her breath icy against Zara's cheek. "Bring me Ella's head, or don't come back at all." Zara bowed once more and rushed out, giddy with bloodlust and triumph. Her heart thundered with anticipation as she called her 3 spies, saddled her black horse, and began the journey to what she thought would be Damian's grave and Ella's final breath. Back in the dark throne room, Lila sipped her wine and whispered softly to herself, "Let's see if the devil truly sleeps, or if this is the trap I fear it is." And somewhere, in the shadows of the icy dungeon, Rose screamed soundlessly as blood dripped from her mouth, still hearing Damian's haunting words echo in her ears. "Watch, Rose. Watch and see what I do to your queen." While Zara and her 3 spies galloped toward the northern pack under the veil of night, thinking they were headed into victory, Damian was 10 steps ahead. Standing at the center of the pack's training field, his jaw clenched and eyes cold, he gave swift and chilling instructions to his elite warriors. "Scatter the corpses," he said, his voice low and steady. "Let the blood mark the gates like a welcome banner. Let them see the cost of betrayal the moment they arrive." The guards he'd slaughtered earlier, traitors in Gamma's ranks, were hauled to the entrance. Their bodies, some still twitching in the final throes of death, were arranged with strategic chaos. Blood splattered the stone, blades still lodged in flesh, necks twisted, limbs severed, a masterpiece of destruction. The scent of death was thick in the air, carried purposefully by the northern winds. Then he summoned the elders. They gathered in the main hall like trembling sheep, aged, respected men and women who once held steady authority, now visibly quaking in Damian's presence. His rage still lingered in the very walls of the estate, the shadows themselves seeming to recoil in fear. He sat high above them, on the obsidian-carved throne reserved for the Alpha, his eyes scanning each face like a wolf stalking its prey. "I want names," he said coldly. "Who supported the Gamma when he sought to rise in my place?" Silence. Dead silence. A few dared to lower their heads, but most kept their eyes on the floor, hoping to disappear into the stone. "Who voted to imprison my mate?" Damian's voice thundered, sharp as a whip. The room remained still, thick with dread. With a slow, menacing rise, Damian descended the throne steps, each one echoing like a death knell. "Very well," he said icily. "Then all of you are guilty." A few gasps escaped trembling lips. "No, please," one elder cried. "We were deceived. We thought—" "Thought what?" Damian snapped. "That a grieving Gamma could wear the crown? That I could be replaced by cowards and manipulators?" He clenched his fists, and a surge of power pulsed from him, his aura crackling through the air like lightning in a storm. Many dropped to their knees, weeping and begging for mercy. Just then, the eldest among them, Elder Juan, a wiry, silver-bearded man who had advised 3 generations of Alphas, stepped forward with bowed head. "My Alpha," he said solemnly, "the fear of your wrath silenced our voices, but if truth is what you seek, I shall give it." Damian raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. With a shaky hand, Elder Juan turned and began pointing out those who had supported the Gamma's rise, those who, out of fear or greed, had cast their loyalty elsewhere. The accused looked pale, some shaking their heads in silent denial, others sobbing as their names were spoken. Damian's eyes were cold steel as he watched them, but after a long, tense pause, his jaw tightened, and then he let out a breath, the storm in his expression slightly easing. "You've served this pack for decades," he said, voice low but lethal. "I will not stain your legacies with blood tonight, but this is your last chance." He stepped back toward his throne. "Let it be known, loyalty in this pack is not a choice, it is law. Betray it again, and I will not forgive." The elders nodded fervently, their faces streaked with sweat and tears. "Dismissed," he said sharply. The hall emptied slowly, whispers of gratitude echoing through the corridors as they left, shaken but spared. Then Damian turned to Lucian, who stood quietly by his side. "We'll appoint a new Gamma after this storm passes," he said. "One born of loyalty, not ambition." Lucian nodded. "Someone worthy." Damian's eyes narrowed, lifting to the sky beyond the high window where the first glow of false dawn shimmered. "Let's prepare. Zara will be here soon. And when she arrives, she will not be leaving at all." As the first blush of dawn touched the sky, casting long shadows over the blood-slicked ground, Zara and her 3 spies arrived at the northern pack's main gate. Her boots crunched over stones stained in dark red, limbs twisted grotesquely, faces frozen in terror. The corpses of fallen guards decorated the gate like a grotesque warning. Zara's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Rose, you beautiful monster," she whispered with glee, her voice like silk dipped in poison. You did it. Her spies exchanged eager glances. Victory was nearly in their grasp. With newfound arrogance replacing the weakness in her step, Zara strolled confidently into the pack, her coat billowing behind her like a queen returning to claim her throne. They moved quickly, following the directions in Rose's letter, heading straight for Damian's estate, the very heart of the northern pack. Zara's mind was aflame with dark fantasies. Ella on her knees, sobbing, begging for mercy. Damian helpless, Lucian groaning in pain. And then the final image, Ella's severed head in her hand, the trophy she'd present to Lila with pride. Her laughter echoed off the quiet stone as she approached the main entrance. This is too easy, she sneered, pushing the door open wide. Let's go collect our prizes. The estate was deathly still. No servants, no guards, no warriors, nothing. She walked into the grand sitting room, her voice echoing confidently as she taunted, Damian, you coward, come out and face your new alpha. Or are you too busy bleeding? She froze. So did the air. Seated in the room, waiting calmly like wolves at a feast, were Damian, Lucian, Ella, Selena, and more than a dozen elite guards. Very much alive, Zara's mouth hung open. No, she breathed, stumbling a step backward, heart thudding so loud it drowned out her thoughts. This isn't. Lucian stood slowly, arms crossed over his broad chest, eyes like ice. Selena beside him, face carved in contempt. Ella remained seated, calm, her silver eyes never blinking. But it was Damian who commanded the room, reclined like a beast just roused from sleep, danger clinging to him like smoke. His lips curled into a slow, mocking grin. Zara, he said, voice smooth and lethal. Welcome back, home. Behind him, Rose lay slumped in chains, bloodied, broken, her face swollen and unrecognizable, her tongue severed, a moan of pain escaping her dry lips. One of Zara's spies gasped and staggered back. Zara's blood ran cold. She blinked rapidly, hoping, praying it was some kind of illusion, a dream. But no, this was real. The air felt suddenly heavier, thicker, fatal. Damian stood now, slow and towering, the room stretching silent under the weight of his presence. You seemed eager to see Ella's head, he continued, circling her like a predator. Why not stay a while and see what it feels like to beg for your own? Zara's knees buckled slightly. One of her spies reached for a weapon, only for a warrior's blade to press instantly against his throat. Try it, Lucian growled. I dare you. Zara swallowed hard, her mind racing. She had been tricked, trapped. Everything had been a lie. Damian's eyes glinted with murderous delight. I hope Lila told you goodbye, he said, stepping closer, because you're not leaving this place alive. Zara opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. Only the thunder of her own heartbeat in her ears as the shadows of her doom began to close in. Damian's boots echoed ominously against the cold stone floor as he turned slowly to Lucian. Get her a chair, he said, his voice disturbingly calm. Lucian blinked, confused. A chair? But the moment his eyes caught Damian's devilish grin, the one that only appeared when he was about to do something unspeakably cruel, Lucian said nothing. He turned and motioned to one of the guards, who quickly brought a high-backed wooden chair with iron legs. Heavy, sturdy, the kind meant to restrain. Damian walked toward Zara, took her trembling hand with mock gentleness, and guided her into the seat as if she were royalty. His sarcasm dripped with venom. There, he cooed. Our guest of honor should be comfortable. You've done so well, Zara. Brilliant planning, astounding betrayal. You truly deserve a front-row seat. Zara, still too stunned to speak, could only stare. Her limbs felt frozen. Her skin crawled with invisible insects. Her mind screamed for escape, but her body was locked in terror. Damian then turned to the corner, where Ella stood beside Selena, visibly shaken. Ella had turned pale, her body still weak from fainting earlier, and Selena's hand was gripping her arm with quiet concern. Damian's expression softened a fraction, not with mercy, but practicality. I've no wish to traumatize the Luna further, he said quietly. Escort both of them back to their chambers. Stay with them. Do not let them out until I say so. 3 female warriors bowed and gently guided Ella and Selena away, though Ella looked back, her eyes still wide with fear at what Damian might do next. Then Damian turned back to the 3 spies, Zara's loyal shadows now stripped of weapons and pride. With a flick of his hand, he instructed a warrior, bind them. Thorns. Wig thorns. Thick vines laced with poisonous barbs. were wrapped around their wrists and ankles, pulled tight enough to tear the skin. Blood began to trickle instantly, staining the floor red. The spies whimpered and groaned, trying not to move. Damian walked forward slowly, purposefully. Each step rang with finality. He knelt down, eye level with the first spy, a younger man whose lips quivered from the pain already coursing through him. Damian tilted his head. "Why are you shaking?" he asked in a mock gentle tone, brushing the back of his fingers along the man's jaw. "Is it because you're finally in the presence of someone who won't just kill you, but make you wish he had?" The man's lips parted, but no sound came. Damian smirked, rising smoothly to his feet. "Zara," he said suddenly, his voice sharp like a whip crack. "Watch." His eyes glowed with the Alpha command effect, burning golden, pulsing through Zara's body like chains. Her neck snapped toward him, her spine locked. She couldn't look away. "Good girl," he murmured. Then to his warriors, "Hold them." The first spy screamed as he was pinned to the floor, back arched in pain. With slow, deliberate precision, Damian withdrew a hooked silver blade from his waist, and with horrifying patience, he began to skin the man alive. The room echoed with screams so loud and ragged, they didn't sound human anymore. Blood sprayed as flesh was peeled from muscle. The spy convulsed, choked on his own agony. Zara's eyes widened in horror. Her throat tightened. Then, she vomited, right where she sat, bile splashing on her lap. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. A moment later, a warm sensation soaked her trousers. She had wet herself. Damian didn't flinch. Instead, he finished the first, wiped the blade slowly, turned to Zara with a demonic grin that chilled bone. "One," he said coldly. Then he moved to the second spy. Zara whimpered, "No, no, please." But the command still held her firm. The second spy's cries began, then shrieks, then silent gasping. Damian carved like a butcher, efficient, meticulous. With each rip of skin, with each tear of flesh, he turned to flash that same smile at Zara. 2. By the time he reached the third spy, blood had formed a river on the floor. Zara was sobbing uncontrollably, her body convulsing in shock. The third spy, a woman, tried to beg, "Please, please, I was just following." Her voice was cut off with a scream as Damian drove the blade in again. 3. By the time it was done, the three corpses were unrecognizable, raw, shredded meat. Zara sat paralyzed, vomit on her, urine staining her legs, her face pale, her soul broken. She looked to Damian, hoping, begging for death. But Damian simply stood over her and whispered, "Oh no, Zara, you don't get to die today." He leaned closer, his voice a growl. "You get to watch what comes next." With the stench of blood still thick in the air, Damian wiped the last speck of gore from his blade and turned slowly, his smile never fading. "Bring him," he ordered, his voice low, controlled, and laced with something ancient and menacing. One of the elite warriors bowed without a word and rushed out of the room. Moments later, the heavy iron-bolted doors creaked open again, this time with an eerie silence that made Zara's skin crawl. The warrior returned, gripping a thick silver chain leash, and at the end of it patted a creature few in the pack had ever seen and lived to tell of. A massive black jaguar. Its muscles rippled beneath its obsidian coat with each graceful, deadly step. Its eyes, golden and cold, scanned the room with a predator's stillness. Its fangs gleamed, saliva already dripping in anticipation. The jaguar was no ordinary beast. This one had been raised with blood and fed on flesh. Its loyalty belonged to one man alone, Damian. Zara's eyes widened, her body trembled uncontrollably. A sharp hiss escaped her lips, and then a wet drip echoed in the silence. She had peed herself again. The jaguar moved slowly, each paw step purposeful, soundless. It stopped by Damian's side like a well-trained assassin. Damian crouched, petting the great beast's head lovingly, whispering in a guttural, inhuman tongue. The ancient language of bonded beasts, a gift passed only through alpha bloodlines. The jaguar growled softly, almost purring, then looked up at Damian for his cue. Zara watched, paralyzed. Her lips trembled, her nails digging into the arms of the chair, her mouth opening to scream, but no sound came. Damian stood. He pointed toward the skinned bodies of the three spies, still twitching in death's final grip. The jaguar padded forward, slow, majestic, a king among corpses. Then it struck. With a chilling crunch, the jaguar bit into the first spy's ribcage. Flesh tore, bone cracked. The remaining scraps of muscle were devoured as if it were nothing but a feast. The other two were no different. One after the other, the jaguar feasted on them, methodical, unhurried, savoring the warmth, the taste. The cries from the half-living corpses turned to weak gasps, then silence. Zara could only watch, forced to watch. Her face was drenched in sweat. Her lips bled from where she bit down in terror. Her legs refused to stop shaking. Damian waited until the jaguar had finished its final bite. The beast licked the blood from its maw, eyes glinting with satisfaction, then returned slowly to its master. With a silk cloth, Damian wiped the jaguar's mouth gently, like a father cleaning a beloved child. Then he turned to Zara again. His smile returned, wide, sinister, mocking. He stepped forward with the grace of a predator and leaned in close, his voice dripping with venomous sarcasm. "Well, Zara," he said softly, "are you enjoying tonight's rare opera performance?" Zara choked on a sob. Her voice was gone, her pride shattered, her soul barely holding on. Damian tilted her chin up with 2 fingers. "You see," he whispered, "you thought you were walking into a game of shadows, but darling, I am the darkness itself." The room fell into an eerie stillness, broken only by the distant echo of the jaguar licking its bloodied fangs. Damian turned with measured steps, the soft thud of his boots echoing ominously on the marble floor. He raised a single hand lazily, and one of the elite warriors immediately stepped forward, bowing low. "Go tell the kitchen maid," Damian said, his voice smooth as silk and sharp as a blade, "to bring me a large pot of boiling oil and a makeshift cooking stand." The warrior didn't question. He bowed again and hurried out with terrifying efficiency. Zara blinked, her sweat-matted hair clinging to her face. Her heart thumped so violently she feared it might rip through her chest. But it was the glint in Damian's eyes, the way his lips curled in a smile that never reached his eyes, that made her wish she could disappear into the floor. Then, as if sensing her spiraling thoughts, Damian turned his attention back to her. His grin stretched wider as he noticed the flicker of confusion in her eyes. He stepped closer, slowly, casually. "I see you're confused," he said, his tone laced with mocking amusement. "You must be wondering why boiling oil and fire, yes?" Zara couldn't speak. Her throat had gone dry, her vocal cords frozen. She could only stare, her eyes wide with growing dread. Still grinning, Damian crouched slightly so they were eye level once again. "My pet," he said in a low, menacing tone, gesturing lazily toward the jaguar, "has exquisite taste. He's quite pampered, you see. Doesn't enjoy raw meat unless he's hunting it himself. Prefers his meals cooked." He paused, watching the realization dawn on her. Zara blinked again, twice, then her eyes widened in full-blown horror. "No," she mouthed, shaking her head as her body trembled violently. "No, no, please." She tried to rise, to flee, to throw herself out of the chair, but it was impossible. The Alpha's command still held her like an invisible vice, chaining her to that cursed seat. At the side of the room, Rose, still bleeding, gagged and mutilated, made a gurgling, strangled sound. Whether it was a cry for help or a plea for mercy, no one could tell. Damian tilted his head, observing them like they were nothing more than insects caught in a jar. Then came the sound of footsteps, the kitchen maids returning. 2 strong male warriors entered first, dragging in a large blackened iron cauldron that steamed with scalding heat. Behind them, the kitchen maids carried smaller pots of bubbling oil and fragrant herbs meant to disguise the gruesome scent of burnt flesh. The jaguar, sensing the heat and the iron, gave a low rumble of approval and padded forward, licking its lips in anticipation. Zara's eyes welled with tears, her mouth opened in a silent scream. Her legs jerked against the invisible grip of the Alpha's command. Her body fought, but her will was being crushed under the weight of fear. Now, Damian said softly, standing tall once more, and rolling up his sleeves like a chef about to prepare a delicacy. "Let's not insult our guest of honor. After all," he gestured dramatically toward Zara, "you did come to deliver Ella's head on a silver platter, did you not? It's only fair we offer you something in return." He turned toward the boiling cauldron, dipping a finger over it briefly, just enough to feel the steam, and chuckled as he wiped the moisture off on his tunic. Turning back, he grinned at Zara again. "Dinner is served." The boiling cauldron hissed, steam curling like ghostly tendrils into the air. The heat in the room was oppressive now, thick with the scent of metal, smoke, and something far darker. Damian stood in silence, his arms folded behind his back, eyes fixed on the bubbling oil. He was letting it reach its peak, the highest point of agony. Then, without a word, he stepped forward. Zara flinched. She could barely lift her arms. Her entire body trembled violently, her limbs limp from fear, her breath sharp and shallow. Yet when Damian reached her, he moved with terrifying grace. With one powerful hand, he yanked her up from the chair like a rag doll. She gasped. Her feet barely touched the ground. "Please," she choked out, voice hoarse, raw from crying. "Please, Damian, I love you. And I was used, Lila. She used dark magic. She forced me." He shoved her to the ground. She fell with a cry, scraping her knees as she landed hard. Pain shot up her legs, but she still crawled to her feet, sobbing now, desperate, wild. Her tears streamed down her bloody, soot-stained face. Damian said nothing at first. Instead, he turned away with slow, measured steps, walking deliberately toward a dagger that lay near the dead spies, its blade glinting under the torchlight, still stained from earlier violence. Zara's knees buckled again. "I'm sorry, I didn't want this. I swear it on the moon goddess," she whimpered, inching backwards. "Ella forced me to spy, to betray you because I love you so much. Then when you banished me, Lila saved me. She controls me. She's holding Alpha Kaden captive. He's weak, starved, maybe even dead." At her words, Damian stopped. He turned slowly, his eyes dark with interest. For a moment she thought he might be reconsidering. Perhaps her pathetic truth had struck a chord. He walked toward her again, his voice calm, low, deceptively kind. "Tell me," he said, crouching beside her, dagger in hand, "everything you know, every detail." Grasping at the illusion of hope, Zara nodded frantically. "She used some kind of forbidden blood magic. Her strength, it's not natural. She feeds on power, sacrifices pain. She said she was going to rebuild the northern lands, rule them herself. Kaden refused to obey her, so she imprisoned him, chained him in the underground dungeon beneath the ruins of Greyfang Fortress. It's true, I swear, she's insane." Damian studied her face, as if absorbing every frantic word, every plea, every whimper. Then he smiled. Not a kind smile, not even a victorious one, but that dark, haunting smile that meant hell was only just beginning. "I'm glad I banished you," he said finally, his voice like frost on steel. "Back then, I thought I was too harsh, but now—" He leaned close, his breath brushing her face. "I see the moon goddess had mercy on me, because this," he gestured slowly toward the cauldron, "is the perfect punishment for greedy, wicked, and selfish cowards like you." Zara's eyes widened with terror. "No, Damian, please." But there was no more speaking. With a fluid movement, Damian grabbed her right arm. Zara screamed. He ignored it. His expression didn't flicker as he dragged her toward the pot of seething oil. Steam burst upward like a warning, but Damian's grip remained firm. Then, without flinching, he sliced off her arm with the dagger in one clean motion. Zara let out a scream so blood-curdling it stopped even the nearby warriors in their tracks. Her body writhed as blood gushed from the severed limb. And then, splash! Damian dropped the severed limb into the boiling oil. The sound was sickening, the smell worse. Zara collapsed to the ground in agony, screaming so loudly that her voice cracked and vanished into a broken wheeze. Her remaining hand clawed uselessly at the floor. Blood soaked the ground beneath her, and her vision blurred from pain. And Damian? He stood over her, calmly watching the limb sizzle and twist in the bubbling liquid like meat at a slaughterhouse. "There," he murmured, his voice devoid of sympathy. "Let my pet enjoy your selfishness. Well done." She wished for death, but he wouldn't give her that kindness. Zara's shriek tore through the estate once more, as Damian severed her remaining arm without blinking. Blood splattered across the stone floor in an arc, painting a crimson trail in his wake. He tossed the severed limb into the bubbling oil, his expression as calm as ever, like a chef tending to a pot of stew. The oil hissed and spit. He crouched, waiting, watching. And when the meat began to darken, its texture warping with heat, he retrieved it using a long iron rod. Without a word, he tossed the seared limb at the foot of his jaguar. The beast stepped forward, sniffed, then sank its teeth in with satisfaction. The sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed. Zara, barely conscious, whimpered in a guttural, wordless tone. Her body convulsed with every pulse of pain still shooting through her. Her eyes, wild, full of terror, searched blindly for a shred of mercy. She would find none. Damian circled her like a shadow made flesh. Then, slowly, precisely, he disfigured what remained, first her ears, then her lips, and finally her sight, the world plunging into darkness as her screams reached a pitch that made even the most hardened guards shift uncomfortably. But none moved. They had seen this before, perhaps not often, but enough to know when Alpha Damian deemed someone unworthy of even death. Then came the final punishment, slow, methodical, and monstrous. He peeled her apart, stripping every inch of what remained of her identity, her pride, her power. Still, he wasn't done. Like discarding trash, he dragged her mutilated form to the boiling pot. Her breath came in rattled rasps, her voice lost, her spirit gone. Damian paused, looked down. "Tell the moon goddess yourself," he whispered coldly, "why you chose betrayal over loyalty." And with a single powerful shove, he threw her into the pot. A final shriek, wet, gargled, horrific, rang out, then died as bubbles swallowed her whole. Moments later, he yanked her lifeless, cooked corpse from the cauldron, cut off her head, and tossed the headless body effortlessly to his jaguar. The beast pounced without hesitation, devouring what remained. The courtyard went silent. Only the faint crackle of the fire and the gnashing of the jaguar's teeth filled the void. Then Damian turned. His eyes locked onto Rose, still chained, still shivering. A cruel, bone-deep smile crept across his lips. "Your turn." Damian's boots echoed across the stone courtyard as he approached Rose, his jaguar licking its bloodied muzzle in the background. She flinched at every step, her chains rattling as she instinctively tried to recoil, but there was no escaping him. Not anymore. When Damian finally stopped in front of her, he crouched, his eyes level with hers. There was no fury on his face, no hatred, just a chilling calmness more terrifying than any roar of an guerre. "You remember what loyalty meant, Rose?" he asked softly, his voice almost kind. "Once, you were my blade in the dark, my shield in war. You swore to protect this pack with your life, and instead you sold it for shadows and false promises." She opened her mouth to speak, but only broken sounds escaped. Her body trembled uncontrollably. "Do you know what hurts most?" he continued, voice dipping into something quieter, deadlier. "It's not your betrayal. It's that I trusted you to guard my family, my Ella, and you would have watched them burn." A tear rolled down her bruised cheek. She gurgled out soundless words. Damian's smirk returned, razor-sharp. "But you chose it." He stood slowly, towering over her now like death itself. Damian stood tall and expressionless, towering above Rose's trembling figure. She whimpered softly, whatever defiance she once held, now reduced to pitiful gasps. Damian tilted his head at her with a wicked smile. "No more speeches? No clever betrayals left in that hollow skull?" She looked up, eyes pleading. He leaned in and whispered coldly, "You don't deserve a slow death." Without hesitation, he unsheathed his dagger in a blur, and with one clean, brutal stroke, he severed Rose's head from her shoulders. Her lifeless body slumped forward. The jaguar growled low with hunger. Damian gave a silent signal with 2 fingers, and the beast stepped forward, dragging her corpse away like a slab of meat. The crunch of bone echoed behind them as blood pooled at his boots. Then Damian turned toward Lucien, his voice emotionless but commanding. "Wrap their heads, neatly, carefully, and send them to Lila as a gift." Lucien nodded grimly and obeyed, calling on 2 trusted warriors to help. The severed heads of Zara and Rose were bound in dark velvet and sealed in an ancient box bearing Damian's insignia, a black wolf with crimson eyes, a cold, silent message. Then Damian addressed his warriors. "Clean up this mess." He glanced at the bloodied courtyard. "Scrub it clean. Burn what you must. I want no trace left behind." He turned to his captains. "Tighten the perimeter. Double the guard rotations. And from this night forward, no one rests. Every warrior, every guard, every wolf begins midnight training. We prepare for whatever Lila dares to throw at us." The courtyard responded with silent, disciplined nods. They moved like a single body. No fear, only fire in their eyes. 1 hour later, inside the gilded blackstone palace of the Crimson Circle, Lila lounged in her private chamber, adorned in red silks and surrounded by incense and shadows. When her servants hurried into the chamber, carrying the sealed box, her lips curled into a smug grin. "At last," she purred, "Zara has brought me that mutt Ella's head." She motioned for her servants to place the box before her. The room went still. She lifted the lid, slowly, seductively, expecting triumph. What she saw instead made her blood run cold. The heads of Zara and Rose stared back at her, mouths agape, eyes frozen in eternal terror. For a long moment, Lila didn't speak. Her lips trembled. Then she shrieked, a blood-curdling scream so fierce it shattered a nearby mirror. She stumbled back, knocking down a vase of dark orchids, and pointed a trembling hand at the servants. "You fools! You brought this into my chamber. You dared bring this into my presence." Before they could beg for mercy, she let out a dark, guttural chant. Black fire erupted from her palm, consuming them in screaming flames. Their bones turned to ash before they hit the ground. Breathing heavily, Lila stared down at the box, seething with rage. "Damian," she whispered, her eyes gleaming crimson. She turned to her inner circle, voice thunderous. "Gather the witches. Call the bloodbound. Summon every cursed blade I own. We go to war." In the quiet shadows of Lila's fortress, deep within the upper floors of the Crimson Circle, a hushed gathering had begun. It was made up of the few remaining original elders from the late Alpha Kaden's reign, and several of Lila's self-appointed advisors, who now wore the ceremonial robes of power like borrowed skin. They sat around a stone table, candlelight flickering off their anxious faces, voices low and strained with dread. One of the older elders, Elder Theron, who had once sworn allegiance to Alpha Kaden himself, broke the silence first. "This is madness," he rasped. "A war against Alpha Damian? Do any of you understand what this means?" Another, younger elder in dark crimson replied, "We do, but to defy Lila now is suicide." The debate flared like dry leaves meeting fire. "We cannot win," someone whispered. "Then perhaps we switch sides," another muttered boldly. Gasps filled the air, eyes darted toward the locked door. "You want us to defect?" one spat. "To the man who just skinned spies alive and fed their remains to his beast?" "At least he leads with purpose," Theron growled. "Not with spells and paranoia." The air grew heavier, and though the meeting ended without a final decision, they rescheduled for midnight, hoping darkness would grant them safety to speak more freely. But not all were loyal. One of the self-appointed elders, a man named Elder Malrex, a slippery creature with eyes like wet coal, had other plans. Moments after leaving the chamber, he hurried through the castle's labyrinthine halls, sneaking past guards until he reached Lila's private sanctum. He bowed before her, his voice oily. "Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I believe you must know." Lila, seated upon her black stone throne with a goblet of blood wine in hand, narrowed her glowing eyes. "Speak." "The elders, all of them, they gathered tonight. They fear your war. Some have suggested betrayal, defection. Their next meeting is scheduled at midnight." There was a terrible stillness. Lila's fingers tightened around her goblet until it cracked. Her voice dripped venom. "So the cowards think they can defy me in the shadows? In my own court?" She stood, and the torches lining the walls flared unnaturally. Her voice was icy steel. "They want to plot in secret? Then let them drown in the dark they crave." She summoned her dark guard, hooded warriors bred and bound by her magic, and issued only one command. "Surround the chamber at midnight. Burn it shut. Let them scream for air as their treachery turns to ash." Then she turned back to Elder Malrex, smiled sweetly, and whispered, "You've done well, dear. When their ashes cool, I'll consider you for their place." Malrex bowed low, eyes gleaming with ambition, unaware that in Lila's world, traitors were useful until they weren't. The secret meeting began quietly. The old elders sat in a tight circle, whispering their worries. Candlelight flickered across their tired, tense faces. Everyone was too afraid to speak too loudly. They had just begun to share their opinions when Elder Theron slowly frowned. His eyes swept across the room carefully. "Wait," he said, his voice low. "There's one person too many." The room fell silent. All eyes turned toward the figure sitting quietly at the far end of the room, dressed in a large, black hooded cloak that covered the face completely. Theron squinted. "Who are you?" he asked. The hooded figure said nothing. Then slowly, very slowly, the hood was pulled back. A loud gasp filled the room. Several elders scrambled out of their seats in horror. It was Lila. Her crimson eyes gleamed in the candlelight. Her smile was cold and evil. "Don't stop on my account," she said smoothly. "Go ahead. Continue your little discussion." No one spoke. No one moved. Until Elder Malrex, still shocked, slowly stood. He tried to hide his fear with a fake smile. Clearly pleased that Lila had shown up, he tried to turn the situation in his favor. My lady, he said sweetly, you came at the perfect time. I was just about to expose those who were planning to betray you. He began pointing at the others, naming names. They said they wanted to join Damian the Beast, he said with a sneer. They said they would turn against you. Gasps echoed through the room again. The named elders quickly denied it. Lies! We never said that. But Malrex smiled like the snake he was, proud of his plan. That's when Elder Theron stood up. No more lies, he said, his voice steady. Yes, I don't support going to war against Damian, because we can't win. You may not like the truth, Lila, but that's what it is. A heavy silence fell over the room. 4 other elders stood with him, nodding their agreement. Lila stared at them for a long time, her face unreadable. Then, slowly, she smiled. Not with anger, but with something darker. At least you have the courage to speak, she said softly. The others only whisper in the shadows. Then she whistled. The doors burst open, and her personal guards stormed into the room. Their black armor glinted in the light. Everyone froze. You 5, she said, pointing at Theron and the other brave elders. Come with me. They hesitated, but followed, expecting the worst. Behind them, Malrex chuckled cruelly. Goodbye, fools, he muttered. You brought this on yourselves. But just as he was about to laugh again, Lila's cold voice rang out behind him. As for you, Malrex, he turned. You're staying. What? He blinked. But why? Lila walked up to him, leaned close and whispered into his ear. You remind me of a rotting rat. I don't keep rats. Before he could react, her guards grabbed him. No, I helped you. I was loyal. You were useful, Lila said coldly. Now you're nothing. She nodded once. The guards began pouring oil across the room. The elders trapped inside began to scream, pounding on the doors. Malrex shrieked louder than all of them, begging, cursing, clawing at the walls. Lila just turned her back. Burn them. And the room went up in flames. Their screams echoed through the halls as fire swallowed them whole. Outside, Lila walked calmly into the darkness, the 5 elders who had stood against her following in silence. She didn't kill them, yet, but they knew. The game had changed. Lila stared at the 5 elders standing before her. She could see the doubt in their eyes, the hesitation, the quiet defiance still burning inside them. She knew she couldn't force them with threats, not yet. So instead she smiled sweetly, that same unsettling, elegant smile that never reached her eyes. Come, she said softly, let us talk, properly. I value bold minds. The 5 elders exchanged glances. They didn't trust her, not for a second, but refusing her now could be dangerous. So with stiff shoulders and guarded expressions, they followed her down the long hallway into her private meeting chamber. The room was warm and dimly lit, filled with scented candles and red velvet cushions. Everything smelled sweet, like roses and something else, something they couldn't quite place. Lila gestured for them to sit. Now, she said, still smiling, tell me what you really think. I want to hear it, honestly. And so, one by one, the elders shared their concerns. They spoke of Damian's strength, of the blood already spilled, and how unwise it was to make enemies of such a ruthless alpha. Lila nodded politely as they spoke, her eyes half closed, lips curled in a patient smile. Then, with a snap of her fingers, her silent servants appeared, each carrying a goblet of red wine. The goblets were placed before the elders. A toast, Lila said, lifting her own glass, to boldness and truth. But the elders hesitated. None of them reached for their cups. Lila saw their fear and let out a soft laugh. Scared? She teased, raising the goblet to her lips. Then watch me. She drank the wine in one smooth gulp. The elders glanced at each other. What harm could it do if she drank it first? Slowly, cautiously, they drank. And then, it happened. The moment the wine touched their throats, they felt it. A strange warmth that quickly turned cold, seeping into their bones. Their vision blurred, their limbs stiffened, panic filled their eyes, but it was too late. They tried to speak, to stand, but their bodies refused to listen. Lila rose from her seat, walking slowly to stand in front of them. Her grin was no longer sweet, it was wicked, triumphant, hungry. You see, she whispered, truth and boldness are such pretty things, but they don't serve me. She tilted her head and watched as their eyes widened in horror. Now, she said, her voice dripping with satisfaction, you belong to me. And then she laughed, that cold, echoing laugh, while the 5 elders sat frozen in their seats, their minds still awake but trapped under her dark magic. The game was no longer fair. It belonged to Leela now. The sun burned bright overhead as Damian, Lucian, and the newly appointed Gamma Theo led the intense warrior training in the open field. Every warrior had been grouped and placed under a strict regimen. Even Ella and Selena were part of the routine, working hard alongside the others, their movements sharp and focused. After a long round of drills, Damian and Lucian stepped aside, allowing Theo to continue guiding the first two groups while they observed the warriors' progress from a distance. From where they stood, their eyes occasionally drifted toward their mates. Lucian smiled as Selena ducked and twirled, landing perfect strikes. But Damian's gaze was fixed on Ella. Something didn't feel right. He watched as she briefly paused, touching her forehead and blinking rapidly. Selena, noticing, quickly stepped over and asked if she was okay, but Ella waved her off with a smile and insisted she was fine. Still, Damian's instinct stirred. Moments later, it happened again. Ella's body wobbled, her steps slowed, and she swayed as if the world around her suddenly spun. Her legs gave way. Before she hit the ground, Damian had already broken into a sprint. In the blink of an eye, she collapsed into his arms, unconscious. The training came to a screeching halt. Lucian, Theo, and Selena rushed over, panic written all over their faces. But Damian wasn't listening to anyone. He was already carrying Ella in his arms, charging back to his estate like a madman, his eyes wide with fear. When they arrived, the healer was summoned immediately. She rushed in, examined Ella carefully, and after a few tense moments, she let out a surprised, joyful laugh. "She's pregnant," the healer announced. For a heartbeat, no one said anything. Damian stood frozen. "What?" he breathed, barely above a whisper. The healer repeated herself, grinning. "Alpha, your Luna is carrying your pup." Something broke inside Damian, a joy too fierce to hold, and swept over him. Without caring who was watching, he let out a choked, overwhelmed laugh, then grabbed Lucian in a tight hug, then Theo, and even Selena. His entire face lit up, and his deep, rumbling voice cracked with emotion. "She's pregnant. She's mine, our pup." The healer chuckled warmly and handed over some carefully wrapped herbal packets. "She'll need rest, proper meals, and a lighter workload. No more heavy training," she advised. "This is good news, Alpha. You're going to be a father." After giving further instructions, she excused herself, leaving the room filled with quiet awe. Not long after, Ella stirred. Her lashes fluttered, and her gaze slowly met Damian's. He was sitting right beside her, gripping her hand tightly. "Damian," she whispered weakly. "You're pregnant," he said, voice thick with tears. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Then slowly, a tear slid down her cheek. "Are you sure?" she whispered again. He nodded, resting his forehead against hers. "Our pup, Ella." The moment sank in, and the two of them began to cry. Quiet, overwhelmed tears of joy as their foreheads pressed together, their hands holding on tightly. Seeing the deeply emotional scene, Lucian gently motioned for Theo and Selena to follow him. They quietly stepped out, giving the couple the space they needed. It didn't take long for the news to travel. Soon, the entire pack buzzed with excitement. The Luna was pregnant. A celebration of whispered joy spread from house to house. For a pack that had endured darkness and betrayal, this was the light they all needed. Hope had returned, and it grew inside their Luna. Lila stared at the 5 elders standing before her. She could see the doubt in their eyes, the hesitation, the quiet defiance still burning inside them. She knew she couldn't force them with threats, not yet. So instead, she smiled sweetly, that same unsettling, elegant smile that never reached her eyes. "Come," she said softly. "Let us talk, properly. I value bold minds." The 5 elders exchanged glances. They didn't trust her, not for a second, but refusing her now could be dangerous. So with stiff shoulders and guarded expressions, they followed her down the long hallway into her private meeting chamber. The room was warm and dimly lit, filled with scented candles and red velvet cushions. Everything smelled sweet, like roses and something else, something they couldn't quite place. Lila gestured for them to sit. "Now," she said, still smiling, "tell me what you really think. I want to hear it, honestly." And so, one by one, the elders shared their concerns. They spoke of Damian's strength, of the blood already spilled, and how unwise it was to make enemies of such a ruthless alpha. Lila nodded politely as they spoke, her eyes half closed, lips curled in a patient smile. Then, with a snap of her fingers, her silent servants appeared, each carrying a goblet of red wine. The goblets were placed before the elders. "A toast," Lila said, lifting her own glass, "to boldness and truth." But the elders hesitated. None of them reached for their cups. Lila saw their fear and let out a soft laugh. "Scared?" she teased, raising the goblet to her lips. "Then watch me." She drank the wine in one smooth gulp. The elders glanced at each other. What harm could it do if she drank it first? Slowly, cautiously, they drank. And then it happened. The moment the wine touched their throats, they felt it. A strange warmth that quickly turned cold, seeping into their bones. Their vision blurred, their limbs stiffened. Panic filled their eyes, but it was too late. They tried to speak, to stand, but their bodies refused to listen. Lila rose from her seat, walking slowly to stand in front of them. Her grin was no longer sweet. It was wicked, triumphant, hungry. "You see," she whispered, "truth and boldness are such pretty things, but they don't serve me." She tilted her head and watched as their eyes widened in horror. "Now," she said, her voice dripping with satisfaction, "you belong to me." And then she laughed, that cold, echoing laugh, while the 5 elders sat frozen in their seats, their minds still awake but trapped under her dark magic. The game was no longer fair. It belonged to Lila now. The sun burned bright overhead as Damian, Lucian, and the newly appointed Gamma, Theo, led the intense warrior training in the open field. Every warrior had been grouped and placed under a strict regimen. Even Ella and Selena were part of the routine, working hard alongside the others, their movements sharp and focused. After a long round of drills, Damian and Lucian stepped aside, allowing Theo to continue guiding the first 2 groups while they observed the warriors' progress from a distance. From where they stood, their eyes occasionally drifted toward their mates. Lucian smiled as Selena ducked and twirled, landing perfect strikes. But Damian's gaze was fixed on Ella. Something didn't feel right. He watched as she briefly paused, touching her forehead and blinking rapidly. Selena, noticing, quickly stepped over and asked if she was okay, but Ella waved her off with a smile and insisted she was fine. Still, Damian's instincts stirred. Moments later, it happened again. Ella's body wobbled, her steps slowed, and she swayed as if the world around her suddenly spun. Her legs gave way. Before she hit the ground, Damian had already broken into a sprint. In the blink of an eye, she collapsed into his arms, unconscious. The training came to a screeching halt. Lucian, Theo, and Selena rushed over, panic written all over their faces. But Damian wasn't listening to anyone. He was already carrying Ella in his arms, charging back to his estate like a madman, his eyes wide with fear. When they arrived, the healer was summoned immediately. She rushed in, examined Ella carefully, and after a few tense moments, she let out a surprised, joyful laugh. "She's pregnant," the healer announced. For a heartbeat, no one said anything. Damian stood frozen. "What?" he breathed, barely above a whisper. The healer repeated herself, grinning. "Alpha, your Luna is carrying your pup." Something broke inside Damian. A joy too fierce to hold and swept over him. Without caring who was watching, he let out a choked, overwhelmed laugh, then grabbed Lucian in a tight hug, then Theo, and even Selena. His entire face lit up, and his deep, rumbling voice cracked with emotion. "She's pregnant. She's mine. Our pup." The healer chuckled warmly and handed over some carefully wrapped herbal packets. "She'll need rest, proper meals, and a lighter workload. No more heavy training," she advised. "This is good news, Alpha. You're going to be a father." After giving further instructions, she excused herself, leaving the room filled with quiet awe. Not long after, Ella stirred. Her lashes fluttered, and her gaze slowly met Damian's. He was sitting right beside her, gripping her hand tightly. "Damian," she whispered weakly. "You're pregnant," he said, voice thick with tears. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Then slowly, a tear slid down her cheek. "Are you sure?" she whispered again. He nodded, resting his forehead against hers. "Our pup, Ella." The moment sank in, and the 2 of them began to cry. Quiet, overwhelmed tears of joy as their foreheads pressed together, their hands holding on tightly. Seeing the deeply emotional scene, Lucian gently motioned for Theo and Selena to follow him. They quietly stepped out, giving the couple the space they needed. It didn't take long for the news to travel. Soon, the entire pack buzzed with excitement. The Luna was pregnant. A celebration of whispered joy spread from house to house. For a pack that had endured darkness and betrayal, this was the light they all needed. Hope had returned, and it grew inside their Luna. Lucian and Selena returned home with warmth in their hearts, the joy of Ella's pregnancy still fresh in their minds. The atmosphere was light and full of hope, so Lucian suggested they celebrate it in their own way. The moment the door to Lucian's estate closed behind them, the world outside seemed to quiet. Selena turned to face him, her cheeks still flushed from laughter, her eyes sparkling with contentment. Lucian gently took her hand, brushing his thumb across her knuckles. "I wanted tonight to be special," he murmured. She raised a brow in amusement. "Oh, how so?" Instead of answering, he brought out wine, soft music played in the background, and to Selena's surprise, Lucian disappeared into the kitchen. A few minutes later, he led her to the dining area where a small table was already set, candles flickering, steam curling from dishes he'd prepared himself. Selena's brows shot up. "You cooked?" Lucian grinned. "I do more than fight and scowl, you know." They laughed. The meal was delicious, richly spiced, comforting, made with clear care. They fed each other in between bites, sipping wine, leaning closer with each passing moment. And as the last of the food was cleared away, the music in the background shifted, slow, low, sensual. Lucian stood, extended a hand. "Dance with me." Selena slipped her hand into his, letting him pull her close, their bodies molded together effortlessly, like two puzzle pieces returning home. His hand slid around her waist, hers curled against his chest. They swayed to the rhythm, breathing in sync. Her head rested against his shoulder, and for a moment, there was only them. His scent wrapped around her, the safety of his touch anchoring her in a way she never knew she needed. He leaned down, lips brushing her ear. "I want you." Her breath caught. She pulled back slightly to meet his gaze, searching, soft and wide. "I want all of you, Selena," he whispered. "Your laugh, your strength, your everything. I want you in my arms, in my bed, in my future. I want to build a life with you." Her lips parted to respond, but he captured them in a kiss, slow, tender, a promise. That kiss deepened. His hands moved to her waist, drawing her even closer as his mouth claimed hers with more hunger. She responded with equal heat, fingers tangling in his hair, heart racing. He scooped her into his arms effortlessly, carrying her to the bedroom. The dim moonlight spilled through the curtains, casting shadows on the walls as he set her down on the bed like something sacred. Lucian stood for a moment, just looking at her. "You're beautiful," he said simply. "So damn beautiful, Selena." Then he undressed her slowly, his fingers grazing every inch of newly revealed skin, not in a rush but in reverence. She trembled beneath his touch, her body alight with desire. They met in the middle of the bed, mouths crashing together again in urgent need. He kissed her neck, her collarbone down her chest, taking his time, memorizing the taste of her. Selena gasped his name, hands roaming over the muscle of his back, his shoulders, her nails digging lightly into his skin as he explored her with worshipful patience. Their bodies moved in rhythm, slow at first, almost reverent, as if neither of them wanted to rush what was being created between them. Lucian's forehead pressed against hers. "I love you," he whispered, breathless. "Selena, She kissed him hard, silencing his words with her own passion, her body responding to his in waves of heat and tenderness. The tension built until they both broke, together. Their cries echoed through the room, filled with emotion too deep for words. Afterward, they lay tangled in each other's arms, their breathing slowing, hearts still racing. Lucian kissed the crown of her head. "One day," he murmured, "I want to see you glowing, carrying my pup, our future, our legacy." Selena smiled sleepily against his chest. "And I want nothing more than to be yours, in every way." Wrapped in warmth and love, they drifted into sleep. Two hearts, finally at peace. At the late Gamma's estate, now Theo's residence. Newly appointed Gamma Theo returned home after the long day of training, feeling satisfied and light-hearted. But the moment he stepped into the estate, the sight before him drained all warmth from his face. His ex-girlfriend, sitting confidently on his couch, dressed a little too perfectly, eyes full of fake innocence. His expression darkened. "Why are you here?" he asked coldly. She stood, batting her lashes. "I came to see you. We never truly ended things, Theo." His jaw clenched. "You ended it the day you slept with Liam. Don't play games with me." She pouted, stepping closer, pretending to cry. trying to use the past and his former love for her to tug at his heart. "I made a mistake," she whispered. "Don't you miss what we had? We could still be together. You're the Gamma now. I could be your Luna." Those last words made her desperation clear. When Theo didn't soften, her performance became more unhinged, and in a dramatic gesture she picked up a knife from the table and slashed her palm, blood trickling down. That got his attention. Though angered and wary, Theo still had a heart. He cursed under his breath and immediately called for a healer. A few minutes later, instead of the main healer, Rena quietly stepped into the room. She was holding a basket of herbs and gauze, her voice calm and polite as she bowed lightly. "Gamma Theo, I was sent to assist." The moment she spoke, something shifted in the air. Theo froze. His eyes met hers, and his wolf stirred violently within him. "Mate!" Rena's breath caught, and her basket nearly slipped from her fingers. Her eyes widened, and the color drained from her face. She felt it too. The woman sitting beside Theo, with her bloody hand and fake tears, turned sharply toward Rena, sensing the change in the room. But it was too late. The bond had awakened. Theo, stunned and conflicted, took a slow step toward Rena, his heart pounding with confusion, disbelief, and something raw. "You," he whispered. "I didn't know." Rena breathed, stunned. Their world shifted, and the past, it suddenly didn't matter as much, because fate had other plans. The moment Rena stepped further into the room, everything shifted. The familiar scent that hit him wasn't his ex-girlfriend's cloying perfume. It was something deeper, more primal. His wolf surged beneath his skin, reacting instantly to the delicate, calming scent radiating from the girl standing timidly by the doorway. Rena. His breath caught in his throat. His heart pounded once, then again, harder, louder. "Mate." Without thinking, Theo yanked his hand away from his ex, stepping past her as if she didn't exist. His eyes locked onto Rena's, stunned by the sudden spark crackling in the air between them. She looked startled, confused, but her cheeks flushed pink and her scent deepened, sweet, nervous, and undeniably drawn to him. He moved toward her like a man in a trance, slowly but purposefully, then stopped right in front of her. Gently, reverently, he reached out and pulled her closer by the waist, holding her like something precious. Their eyes never left each other's. Behind them, his ex stood frozen in shock, mouth agape. "What the hell is going on here?" she barked, voice shrill with disbelief. "Theo, are you seriously touching her in front of me? That Omega?" Her words cut the air like a knife. Theo turned, his arms protectively still around Rena. His golden eyes flared with sudden, deadly fire. "Watch your mouth," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "She's my mate." His ex stepped forward, fury overtaking her features. "She's not worthy of you. You can't be mated to someone like her." Rena flinched. Theo's expression darkened. "If you ever try to hurt her, even with your words, I'll personally make sure you regret it." The air turned thick with power, his authority crackling like lightning in the room. Then he raised his hand and called to the guards just outside. "Remove her, and make sure she never steps foot in this estate again." The guards entered instantly, bowing their heads. His ex struggled as they took her arms. "You'll regret this, Theo. I'll make sure you pay for humiliating me like this." But Theo didn't even blink. His attention was solely on Rena now. Once she was gone and the doors slammed shut behind them, Theo finally turned to her, his eyes softening from rage to warmth. Rena stood there, tense, clearly shaken. "Hey," he whispered, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "I'm sorry you had to witness that, but you're safe now, with me." She lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't mean to come between." "No," he interrupted gently, cupping her cheek. "You didn't come between anything. The moment I saw you, I knew. You're meant for me, you're mine, and I'm yours." Her lips parted, but no words came. Emotion shimmered in her eyes. "Come," Theo said softly, wrapping an arm around her waist. "You're moving in with me tonight. I won't let you stay another minute where anyone can treat you like less than what you are." He paused at the doorway, then added, "And tomorrow, I'm introducing you to Alpha Damian and Beta Lucian, because from now on, I want the whole pack to know who you are." Rena stared up at him, her chest swelling with an emotion she hadn't felt in years, hope. Later that day, Theo took Rena with him to the Alpha's estate. The moment they arrived, luck was on his side. Lucian was already there, seated across from Damian in the planning room. The atmosphere was heavy with strategy, maps spread across the large oak table. But when Theo stepped in with Rena beside him, both men looked up. With a proud yet respectful smile, Theo bowed slightly before speaking. "Alpha Damian, Beta Lucian," he said, his voice calm but touched with excitement. "I came to share good news. I found my mate." Both Damian and Lucian turned toward Rena, who stood just slightly behind Theo, her eyes lowered and her fingers fidgeting nervously with the hem of her dress. Despite her shyness, her presence felt warm, gentle, almost calming. Damian stood first, his hard features softening with surprise and genuine joy. "You have?" he asked, his tone rising just slightly in pleasant shock. Lucian smiled, standing too. "Well, it's about time," he teased. "Congratulations." Theo beamed at their reactions, visibly relieved. "Thank you, Alpha. Beta, I know this will come as a surprise, but it's Rena." Damian blinked. "Rena, the healer's apprentice?" "She's the one," Theo confirmed with a slight nod. "The bond clicked the moment I saw her. I trust the moon goddess doesn't make mistakes." Damian glanced at Rena, then back at Theo. "If she's your mate, then she's one of us now. She'll be protected and respected as such." Lucian gave Rena a nod and a kind smile. "Welcome to the family, Rena." Rena managed a shy smile and murmured a soft thank you, still overwhelmed by the moment. Feeling the time was right, Theo added, "Alpha, I'd like to ask something more. With your permission, I'd like Rena to step down from her position as the healer's apprentice. I want her to live with me from now on." Damian didn't even hesitate. Permission granted. Grinning, Theo turned to Rena and touched her arm gently. "Go to the healer, tell her what's been decided, and wait for me at home, all right?" Rena gave a small nod, her eyes sparkling now with happiness. "All right." With one last glance at Theo, she quietly slipped away, her heart light. For the first time in a long time, Rena felt like she belonged. As the door closed behind her, Theo turned back to Damian and Lucian, his face hardening as he stepped toward the war maps on the table. "Now," he said, his tone shifting, "let's get ready for whatever Lila has planned." Meanwhile, Theo's ex-girlfriend stormed into her family's home, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the windows. With burning rage in her eyes, she began knocking things over, vases, books, whatever her hands could find. Her furious screams filled the house. Alarmed by the noise, her parents rushed in. Her father, a high-ranking official in the pack and a man known for his calm demeanor, reached her first. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked, grabbing her wrist to stop her from throwing another glass. Her mother followed, wide-eyed. "What's going on? Why are you like this?" She spun toward them, panting. "He picked her," she yelled. "That Rena girl, Theo, he picked her! He said she's his mate!" Her parents exchanged a glance, and her father gently but firmly guided her to sit down. "Theo found his mate?" he asked, and when she gave a sharp nod, he sighed. "Then you must let him go. The moon goddess does not make mistakes." "No," she snapped, jerking away from him. "Why her? Why someone like her? I was with Theo for years. I stood by him before he ever rose to Gamma. And now, he picks that healer's apprentice over me?" Her father's expression darkened a little, but his voice remained calm. "You forget, it was you who ended things. You cheated on him, remember? You made your choice. That only made her angrier. I made a mistake, but I deserved a second chance. Not her." Her father's gaze hardened. "Enough. Let it go. If you try anything foolish, anything reckless, you'll end up like Cece, like Zara, like Rose or Julianne." The names hit like a slap. She flinched. He stepped closer. "You know how Alpha Damian handles betrayal. One wrong move and you won't live to regret it. Do not test him." Her mother stepped in then, placing a gentle hand on her daughter's arm. "He's right. We don't want anything to happen to you. You're still young. You'll find someone else." Though visibly shaken, her daughter swallowed her pride and gave a small nod. "Fine. I'll behave." Satisfied, her father gave a final warning glance before grabbing his cloak and heading out. "I'm going to the strategy meeting. Stay out of trouble." The moment the door closed behind him, the daughter sank onto the couch. Her breathing was heavy, her fists clenched. Her mother, however, moved closer, this time with a different light in her eyes. She sat beside her and whispered, "I understand how you feel, dear. You and Theo were supposed to have everything together, power, title, respect. And now, it's all been handed to that little healer girl." Her daughter looked up, hope glinting in her eyes. So you agree with me? The woman smiled slowly. Let your father think we've given up, but sometimes fate needs a little nudge. I'll help you get what should have been yours. For the first time since leaving Theo's estate, the daughter smiled again. But it wasn't a kind smile. It was one filled with quiet vengeance. Ella's pregnancy symptoms were getting stronger by the day. She often felt dizzy, her appetite shifted unexpectedly, and her emotions flickered like candle flames in the wind. Damian, the once feared Alpha known for cruelty and bloodshed, had become her shield. He ordered that the softest furs be brought into their chambers, commissioned custom herbal blends from the healer, and even personally oversaw her meals to ensure she ate enough. He had begun speaking softer, walking lighter, watching her as if she might vanish if he blinked too long. Anyone who laid eyes on them could see it. Damian's heart, long frozen and locked away, had found its home in Ella. Even Lucian had quietly commented on it, saying that for the first time, Damian looked human. But peace has never lasted long in the world they lived in. That morning, just as Ella drifted back to sleep with Damian sitting quietly by her side, a piercing cry came from outside, the sound of a raven. Lucian rushed in, holding a letter sealed in black wax, the emblem scorched into it unmistakable, Lila's sigil. The room grew still as Damian gently pulled Ella's blanket over her shoulders, kissed her forehead, and then followed Lucian into the war room. Theo was already there, standing tall but tense. Lucian broke the seal and read aloud. After the full moon rises, war begins. Bow now, Alpha Damian, and accept the truth, your reign ends soon. Refuse, and you will meet your death under my hand, as will those who still foolishly follow you. A deadly silence fell. Theo clenched his jaw but said nothing. His hand reached instinctively for the hilt of his blade. Lucian's eyes slowly lifted toward Damian, waiting. But Damian didn't blink. Instead, a slow, dangerous smirk stretched across his lips, the kind of expression that made most warriors take a step back. That grin wasn't joy, it was promise. A storm was building behind his gaze. He stepped forward, placed both hands on the edge of the war table, and leaned in. She wants blood, he said quietly. Then blood is what she'll get. Turning to Lucian and Theo, his voice dropped into that lethal calm that always came before he ripped someone apart. Double the training, no breaks. Every warrior, every guard, no excuses. His eyes flickered with fire as he continued. Prepare the spears and poison-tipped arrows. Check the armor. Move the archers to higher terrain. I want the elite wolves on night rotations. Lila thinks the moon will give her strength. He chuckled darkly. Let her see what I become when it rises. Theo bowed. Yes, Alpha. I'll personally handle the southern training field. Lucian nodded too, a sharp glint in his eyes. I'll take the northern front. The warriors are ready to die for you. Damian walked to the tall window at the far end of the room. Outside, the skies were growing heavy, and the moon would be full in just 4 nights. He watched the clouds for a long moment. She sent a warning, he muttered, but I'm sending a message. He turned back, that devilish grin spreading across his face again. When the war ends, her kingdom will be ash, her name forgotten. Then, without another word, he walked back to Ella's chambers. As he gently sat beside her again, she stirred and opened her eyes. Is something wrong? She asked, her voice soft. Damian took her hand and kissed her knuckles. No, my love, he whispered, nothing I can't handle. While every warrior, elder, and able-bodied wolf in the pack worked hard, training day and night in preparation for the war that was now just 4 days away, set to begin after the rise of the full moon, some had other plans entirely. In the shadows of the busy preparations, Theo's ex-girlfriend and her mother slipped away from their home and headed toward the healer's cottage at the edge of the inner pack territory. The two moved with hoods drawn low, careful not to attract any attention. Their eyes were sharp and their hearts full of one goal, to get Rena out of the picture and win Theo back at all costs. The healer, a woman wise enough to see through most lies, looked up as they entered her hut. She immediately recognized Theo's ex-girlfriend. The news of Theo discovering his mate had spread fast, and she had already heard whispers of his ex's displeasure. She kept her face calm as they greeted her politely and sat down. "How can I help you?" she asked, watching them closely. The girl's mother gave a soft, rehearsed smile. "We're looking for something herbal, something that can stir feelings, like desire, or something that can influence a man's thoughts a little, just for a while. The healer narrowed her eyes. And who exactly is this for? The daughter quickly jumped in. It's for my father, she lied, laughing awkwardly. He's been distant, cold to us. Mama just wants to bring back some warmth. The healer nodded slowly, pretending to believe them. I see. That happens with age sometimes. Poor man. But inside her thoughts were racing. Lies, and clumsy ones at that. She knew well enough what the girl wanted and who she planned to use it on. This wasn't love. This was obsession. Still smiling, the healer stood and shuffled over to her shelf of jars. She picked one filled with harmless herbs that, when brewed, only caused diarrhea. She scooped some into a pouch and handed it over. This one is special, she whispered, keeping her voice low as if sharing a secret. It only works if the person who prepares the meal makes direct eye contact with the one they're giving it to. The mother and daughter exchanged looks, clearly pleased with themselves. We understand. Thank you, the girl said. They left the hut in a hurry, not suspecting a thing. The moment the door closed, the healer's warm smile dropped. She turned to her apprentice. Run, she said, and find her father. Tell him I must see him immediately. The apprentice ran like the wind, and within minutes the man arrived, breathless and concerned. One look at the healer's face told him this wasn't a casual visit. What's happened? He asked, his voice shaky. She explained everything. The visit, the request, the lie they told, and the fake herb she gave them to protect Theo. The man paled in shock. Dear Moon, he whispered, I warned her. I told both of them not to meddle with Damian's wrath. He'd kill them with his own hands if he found out about this. She's still young and foolish, the healer said gently. But this is dangerous. He rubbed a trembling hand over his face, humiliated and furious at the same time. Thank you, he said with a deep bow. You've saved more than just my reputation. You've saved their lives, for now. He left the healer's hut, eyes blazing. But instead of confronting them immediately, he chose patience. He would let them carry out their little plan with the fake herb, let them embarrass themselves thoroughly, let them suffer through the mess they tried to create, and then he would make them regret ever thinking they could play such a reckless game, especially with the likes of Damian and Theo involved. Because if there's one thing he knew, it was this. Alpha Damian showed no mercy, not to traitors, not to liars, not even to women. And his daughter was walking on thin, cracking ice. Back at home, the moment they walked in, the mother reminded her daughter of the healer's instructions. The herbs had to be taken by the person using them, just before making eye contact with the man they wanted to affect. Nodding eagerly, the daughter rushed to her room. She called for one of the maids and asked them to prepare a special meal just for her. When the food was brought in, she secretly mixed the herbs into her portion and ate it with great excitement, imagining Theo falling for her all over again. After eating, she locked her door from the inside and lay on her bed, waiting for dawn with a racing heart, convinced tomorrow would be the beginning of her happily ever after. Her father returned home not long after. As usual, he greeted everyone calmly and acted as though nothing was wrong. But it wasn't even an hour later when the entire house was shaken by a blood-curdling scream coming from the daughter's room. Startled, her parents ran toward the sound. When she didn't answer their calls or open the door, her father was forced to break it down. What they found inside made them freeze. The girl was on the floor, crying uncontrollably, crawling around weakly, clutching her stomach in pain, and worst of all, she was completely covered in her own poop. The room reeked horribly. It was a scene of absolute disgust and shame. Panicking, her mother rushed to her side, asking what was wrong, but the girl could barely form a word. Her cries were the only answer. Shocked and furious, the mother turned and screamed at the maids, accusing them of poisoning her daughter with bad food. The maids, equally shocked and frightened, backed away. But her father, covering his nose in disgust, waved them off. "Leave," he ordered the maids. Then, turning to his wife, he calmly said, "You should go and help your daughter clean up." The mother blinked, confused and angry. "Why should I be the one to help her? You're the man of the house. Shouldn't we punish the maids? Shouldn't you be doing something?" That's when his patience snapped. He looked at her with bitter disappointment and said, "No. You should be the one to help her, since this is the result of your plan. You both tried to use the healer's herbs on Theo to manipulate him, despite my warning. This is the outcome of your foolishness." The mother's eyes widened, her lips trembling. "What?" "I knew from the moment the healer sent for me," he said coldly. "She saw right through your lies and gave you something harmless, but humiliating. You poisoned your own daughter with a laxative meant to make a fool of her." Both the daughter and the mother broke down into tears. The mother crawled to her husband, begging for forgiveness, but he only looked down at them with cold disappointment. "You two have shamed this house," he said firmly. "As punishment, neither of you is to step foot outside this house for the next 10 full moons. If you do, I'll personally drag you before Alpha Damian and let him decide what to do with traitors." Then, without another word, he walked away. Left behind in the mess and the stench, the mother struggled to lift her still-crying daughter from the floor, ashamed and humiliated. And in that moment, the girl realized that her dreams of becoming the Gamma's mate had not just ended. They had exploded in the most disgusting way possible. The next 2 days were nothing short of grueling for Damian, Lucian, Theo, and the warriors under their command. Every waking moment was spent in rigorous training, war drills, strategy meetings, and checking weapons and supplies. The pressure of the upcoming battle hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. Damian barely had a moment to himself, let alone enough time to check on Ella as much as he wanted to. But he hadn't forgotten her. With tenderness laced beneath his usual commanding tone, he asked Selena and Rena to take turns looking after her, ensuring she was comfortable, well-fed, and stress-free. Selena, ever loyal, stayed close, while Rena, still adjusting to her new role as Theo's mate, was honored to help. Meanwhile, deep in the war room, Damian stood before a table covered in maps, models, and war markers. Around him were the most important men in the pack, the remaining elders, Lucian, Theo, and other key warriors. The room was heavy with silence, broken only by Damian's deep voice as he laid out the strategy for the coming war. His plan was nothing short of brilliant. Every detail was precise, every maneuver accounted for, every possible counterattack was anticipated. He broke the battle down into phases, dividing the warriors into 5 main units, each with unique roles. Lucian and Theo listened with sharp focus, their respect for their alpha growing with every passing second. Even the elders, some of whom had once doubted him, were visibly impressed by his commanding presence and ruthless intellect. By the end of the meeting, every man in that room had been given their task, every warrior their order. The entire pack now moved like a single unit under Damian's iron will. But far away, in the heart of darkness, another force was gathering. In Lila's twisted domain, the atmosphere was thick with a chilling anticipation. Driven by desperation and a thirst for victory, she resorted to a new level of cruelty. To strengthen her dark magic and tip the scales in her favor, she turned to a source more powerful than any ordinary ritual, Alpha Kaden. Once a mighty leader and respected warrior, Kaden was now a broken shell of himself, starved, beaten, and left to rot in the deepest dungeon of Lila's fortress. His alpha bloodline was rare and valuable, and Lila had no intention of wasting it. "Bring him," she ordered coldly. Her guards dragged the barely breathing man into the ritual chamber. The air was thick with the scent of blood, incense, and rotting power. The runes on the stone floor glowed faintly red. Kaden's weak eyes locked with hers. Despite his pain, there was still a flicker of resistance in them. Lila only smiled. "You were once a proud alpha," she taunted, circling him like a vulture. "Now you're just a tool for something greater." He tried to speak, but no words came out. Only blood and breath. Without a flicker of hesitation, Lila slit his throat with a ceremonial dagger, catching every drop of blood in a dark obsidian basin. The moment his last breath left his body, the chamber trembled slightly. Power sparked in the air. A black mist began to rise from the bowl. Lila chanted in the language of the ancients, fusing his alpha bloodline with the dark essence of her own magic. The ritual was complete. She stepped back, her eyes glowing red with renewed power. "Yes," she whispered. This is the strength I need." She turned toward her generals with a cruel grin. "Get ready. We march on Damian after the full moon, and this time, he will fall. Eager to catch Damian off guard, Lila changed her mind and then made a bold decision. Instead of waiting for the full moon to rise in its glory as planned, she chose to strike first. Her intention was simple: ambush. To spill blood when no one expected it. To break Damian's forces before they ever reached the battlefield. On the third night, under a thick veil of darkness, Lila summoned nearly every able-bodied member of her pack to the grand courtyard. Warriors, hunters, rogue spies, even ordinary civilians, men, women, and teenagers alike, all gathered in masses, their eyes flickering with confusion and anticipation. The pack grounds were left nearly barren, save for the very old, breastfeeding mothers and young children too fragile for war. Everyone else, anyone who could stand and hold a weapon, was called upon. As they stood in tense silence under the moonless sky, Lila emerged from her ritual chamber, cloaked in a long black robe lined with silver runes, her presence darker and more menacing than ever before. Behind her were servants carrying large cauldrons, their contents swirling with a dark, misty substance that reeked of blood and something far worse, black magic. "Drink," Lila commanded, her voice echoing across the courtyard. "Tonight you are not mere wolves. You are weapons of destruction, reborn in power, bound in rage, and no one, not even Damian, will stand against us." One by one they stepped forward, drinking the potion from carved stone cups. The moment it touched their tongues, something inside them snapped. Their eyes darkened, their breathing grew heavier, muscles bulged, and then came the screams, inhuman and feral. Fueled by the raw, corrupted power flowing through their veins, they roared and howled like demons unleashed from a cage. Blood, they all craved blood. Lila stood before them, eyes gleaming red, a satisfied smirk spreading across her lips. Her army, her monstrous, cursed army, was ready. At the stroke of midnight, she led them out of the fortress, through the dark forest paths and toward the chosen battlefield. Not to defend, but to strike first. To lay in wait like predators in the shadows. They would spill blood before the enemy even knew they had arrived. War had begun, not under the full moon, but beneath the cloak of treachery. The cold night air was still, but Damian's scouts, trained to read even the quietest ripple in the shadows, sensed movement near the northern border. They weren't mistaken. Lurking through the dense forest, Lila's spies crept silently, cloaked in darkness and laced with dark magic, their orders clear: observe, report, and signal the best moment to strike. But they hadn't expected Damian's border scouts, an elite group handpicked and trained solely for one task: guarding the pack's borders with merciless precision. Before the spies could retreat, they were swiftly ambushed, disarmed, and dragged deeper into the woods. Interrogation was brief. The moment the truth spilled from their lips, that Lila's army had left the fortress early and was heading toward the battlefield under cover of night, they were executed without hesitation. Their bodies were burned, their ashes scattered to the wind, leaving no trace behind. One scout, swift-footed and battle-hardened, ran back through the trees, reaching the edge of the main grounds before sunrise. He burst into the Gamma's estate, out of breath but filled with urgency. "The enemy marches," he said between gasps. "They're coming, tonight. Lila has moved early." Theo's eyes widened, but only briefly. He nodded once and moved fast, sending word to Lucian with a raven-black hawk, one bred for speed and stealth. The message was clear, urgent, and encoded. Within minutes, Lucian arrived at Damian's war chamber, the note already clenched in his fist. "They've moved," Lucian said, tossing the note onto the table. Damian didn't even blink. Instead, a slow, dangerous smile crept across his face. "They came early," he said, standing up from his chair, voice low and menacing. "Perfect." With that, he turned to Lucian. "Send out the signal, quietly. I want every warrior, every trained fighter, and every watch post on full alert. No panic. No mistakes." Lucian nodded and left at once. A silent message was sent across the pack. Horns remained untouched. No alarms were sounded. But one by one, warriors began moving into position. Hidden armories were opened, blades sharpened, armor fastened, archers stationed at rooftops, traps were rechecked, every entrance sealed. Damian stood at the highest balcony of his estate, the wind brushing against his hair as he looked out toward the mountains where the battlefield lay in waiting. "She wanted a war," he muttered coldly. "Let's give her one she'll never forget." Damian, always 10 steps ahead, had anticipated Lila's arrogance. He knew she would strike boldly, carelessly, thinking her dark magic made her invincible. And now she had played right into his hands. Without delay, he handpicked 30 of his strongest warriors, divided them into 2 units, and placed them under the command of 3 trusted elders and 2 high-ranking officials. His plan was clear: take the long, hidden route and invade Lila's unguarded pack. With almost all her warriors following her to the battlefield, the territory would be vulnerable. This was the perfect moment to strike. Meanwhile, as Lila marched her blood-hungry army through the wilderness, something began to feel off. The night air felt too quiet, the wind too still, and not a single scout had returned with news from Damian's borders. Her jaw clenched. "They've been caught," she growled, her voice sharp. "Damian knows." The realization made her blood boil. Her fingers curled tightly around the hilt of her sword as she hissed through clenched teeth, "I will kill him myself, and I'll drag that cursed Ella by the hair before I behead her." Behind her, the army, men, women, even barely grown teens, turned into bloodthirsty beasts by the dark power, screamed and howled with fury under the glowing red moon. It was the 4th day. The full moon rose high above them, bloody, eerie, and shining like a warning in the sky. Back in Damian's territory, a black hawk arrived at his window. A scout's message. He unfolded it, his eyes scanning the words quickly. A slow, satisfied smile crept across his face. Lila's pack had fallen. Every path leading back to her stronghold was cut off. Her people back home were taken alive, her resources seized, her magic chambers burned to the ground. There was no turning back now. "Perfect," Damian muttered. He immediately gave orders to the kitchen to prepare food for every warrior. "Let them eat and gather strength," he said. "We'll feed their rage tonight." Then he turned to Lucian and Theo, clapping both on the shoulder. "Spend a short but worthy time with your mates. Say what needs to be said. Kiss them like it's the last time, then return to me before dawn." He took his own advice. Damian returned to Ella's side. Though she was still dealing with the strain of pregnancy, her spirit was steady and strong. He held her tightly in his arms, whispering soft words against her hair, promising he would return, no matter what. And then, just before dawn, the skies shook with the terrifying sound of the ancient war trumpet, a sound no one had heard in decades. The horn, forged from the bone of a dragon long extinct, roared across the land like thunder. It echoed across the mountains, down into the forests, and through every home in the pack. Men jumped from beds, women reached for blades, children clung to mothers. The warriors assembled, lined up in full armor, their eyes burning with fury and purpose. Even those not called to battle hurried to the pack's arena, anxious and wide-eyed, waiting for their alpha. Damian stepped forward from the shadows, armor black as night, cloak billowing like smoke, and a deadly calm in his silver eyes. The time had come. "Prepare yourselves," he said, his voice rumbling like thunder. "We ride before the sun breaks, and we do not return until Lila's blood stains the earth." Damian stood tall before the massive crowd gathered in the pack's arena, his presence commanding total silence. The war clothes he wore weren't just armor, they were a symbol of power, stitched with battle and blood, and they added a terrifying edge to his already overwhelming aura. His eyes swept across the crowd, warriors ready for battle, mothers clutching their children, elders watching with quiet pride. Then, in a voice both calm and thunderous, Damian spoke. His words cut through the silence like a blade, lighting a fire in the hearts of his warriors. He spoke of honor, of courage, of sacrifice, of protecting not just land but family, mates, and the future of the pack. By the time he finished, every warrior stood straighter, fists clenched, eyes blazing. Damian then chose 100 elite fighters. He split them into 10 groups, assigning each team to guard a key point around the pack's borders. "No one gets through," he said coldly. "Not even a fly. Show no mercy. Not to rogues, not to spies, not to shadows." The selected warriors dropped to one knee, fists pressed to their chests. "We will protect the pack with our lives." Their voices echoed like a vow, like steel clashing in the air. Then Damian turned to address the rest of the pack, the women, teenagers, children, and elderly. "To the women," he said, "hold tight to your knives. If anyone dares touch your children or raise a hand to you, cut them down." The women nodded fiercely, some holding back tears. They weren't just staying behind, They were defending their home. After dismissing them back to their homes, his gaze landed on Selena and Rena, both dressed in battle gear, standing proudly behind him. He stepped forward, his tone sharp and commanding. "No one is to come near my estate," he said, "not even a mosquito. If anything gets close to the Luna, you'll answer to me with your lives." Selena gave a deep nod, her eyes burning with loyalty. Rena didn't flinch. "We understand, Alpha." With that, the 2 women and 10 of the fiercest female warriors broke away and rushed toward the Alpha's estate, forming a protective ring around Ella. Now, Damian turned to the pack's healer, standing nearby with her apprentices. "Are the antidotes ready?" he asked. "The herbs? The potions for dark magic?" "They're ready, Alpha," the healer confirmed, holding up 2 wooden crates filled with glowing vials and wrapped bundles of leaves. "We've tested every dose twice. They will work." Damian nodded. He had no doubt Lila would use dark magic to win this war, but he would be ready. Finally, he organized the full army of warriors into 10 large divisions. Each one was placed under the command of someone he trusted. Theo would lead the first group and march ahead as the vanguard. Behind him, the high-ranking officials would follow with their own warriors. Then Lucian would lead the next line. Damian himself would be at the rear, commanding the final and strongest wave. Before they left, he climbed the raised platform again and gave one last rallying speech. His words were short, powerful, and unforgettable. "Tonight we show the world that this pack cannot be broken. Not by magic, not by fear, not by the devil herself." The war trumpet blasted again, deep, sharp, and terrifying. The sound echoed like thunder, shaking trees and stirring hearts. As the army marched out of the gates, the entire pack, women, elders, even children, lined the paths and began singing ancient war songs. Their voices rose high, haunting yet strong, carrying courage across the night. Back in the Alpha's estate, Ella stirred in her bed. The trumpet had woken her. She sat up, eyes wide. "What was that sound?" she asked softly, trying to get out of bed. Selena rushed to her side with a warm smile. "Nothing, Luna, just the wind playing tricks." But Ella's instincts were sharp. "Was that the war trumpet?" she whispered. Rena brought a cup of herbal tea. "You need rest," she said gently. "The Alpha has everything under control. Trust him." Reluctantly, Ella lay back down, though her heart raced with unease. Outside, the warriors were already fading into the distance, boots pounding like drums, blades glinting beneath the full blood moon. War had begun. Meanwhile, Lila and her army had arrived at the chosen battlefield under the blood-red moon, several hours ahead of schedule. The winds howled through the empty fields, and the trees stood still, as if holding their breath for the bloodshed to come. With an air of twisted pride, Lila stood tall before her darkened army, men, women, and even teenagers, all poisoned by her magic and blinded by her wrath. She scanned the crowd and then began barking out orders. "I want the strongest of you at the front," she declared coldly. "You'll be the wall that crushes Damian's pathetic line. The rest of you, stand behind. Stay back unless I tell you otherwise." Murmurs of unease rippled through the crowd. Some of the warriors exchanged glances. To many, this division didn't feel right. It wasn't strategy, it was sacrifice, a cruel one. One brave warrior, a young but well-trained fighter named Mako, took a cautious step forward. "Alpha," he said, voice firm but respectful, "we should distribute strength evenly across the lines. If we put all our power in the front, the middle and back could collapse if we're flanked." Lila's eyes flared with fury. In the blink of an eye, she raised her hand and sent a deadly stream of dark magic straight through his chest. Mako gasped, blood bursting from his mouth, as he dropped to his knees and crumpled to the ground, dead. A hush fell over the entire army. Lila's lips curled in a sneer. "Does anyone else have a suggestion?" No one spoke, no one moved. Even those who had once believed in her leadership now looked away, fear crawling into their veins like ice. Satisfied with the silence, Lila turned away, not noticing the damage she had just done. Not just to the man she killed, but to the morale of the army she needed to win this war. Many of her warriors, especially the younger ones, now looked uncertain. Eyes darted, hands trembled slightly. Doubts crept in like shadows, but none dared to speak. Lila, still unaware of how deeply she had fractured their spirit, raised her sword and pointed it toward the mist-covered woods where Damian's pack would soon appear. Tonight, she declared, we take everything from them. We drink from the skulls of our enemies and burn their homes to the ground. The blood moon watched overhead. War was moments away. Meanwhile, Lila and her army had arrived at the chosen battlefield under the blood-red moon, several hours ahead of schedule. The winds howled through the empty fields, and the trees stood still, as if holding their breath for the bloodshed to come. With an air of twisted pride, Lila stood tall before her darkened army. Men, women, and even teenagers, all poisoned by her magic and blinded by her wrath. She scanned the crowd and then began barking out orders. I want the strongest of you at the front, she declared coldly. You'll be the wall that crushes Damian's pathetic line. The rest of you, stand behind. Stay back unless I tell you otherwise. Murmurs of unease rippled through the crowd. Some of the warriors exchanged glances. To many, this division didn't feel right. It wasn't strategy. It was sacrifice, a cruel one. One brave warrior, a young but well-trained fighter named Mako, took a cautious step forward. Alpha, he said, voice firm but respectful, we should distribute strength evenly across the lines. If we put all our power in the front, the middle and back could collapse if we're flanked. Lila's eyes flared with fury. In the blink of an eye, she raised her hand and sent a deadly stream of dark magic straight through his chest. Mako gasped, blood bursting from his mouth, as he dropped to his knees and crumpled to the ground, dead. A hush fell over the entire army. Lila's lips curled in a sneer. Does anyone else have a suggestion? No one spoke. No one moved. Even those who had once believed in her leadership now looked away, fear crawling into their veins like ice. Satisfied with the silence, Lila turned away, not noticing the damage she had just done, not just to the man she killed, but to the morale of the army she needed to win this war. Many of her warriors, especially the younger ones, now looked uncertain. Eyes darted. Hands trembled slightly. Doubts crept in like shadows, but none dared to speak. Lila, still unaware of how deeply she had fractured their spirit, raised her sword and pointed it toward the mist-covered woods where Damian's pack would soon appear. Tonight, she declared, we take everything from them. We drink from the skulls of our enemies and burn their homes to the ground. Cheers followed, but they were weak, forced, hollow. The army stood still, waiting in the darkness, unaware that while they were preparing to fight, their home, their pack, had already fallen into Damian's hands. The blood moon watched overhead. War was moments away. Soon, Theo and his division arrived at the battlefield. He stood tall at the front of his warriors, his calm gaze scanning the wide-open terrain, shrouded in moonlight and thick tension. They had come just as planned, the first to arrive. Across the field, Lila stood with her army, Isket, her dark robes flowing in the wind. She watched Theo carefully, her eyes narrowed. Minutes passed, and when no other divisions appeared behind him, her lips curled into a wicked grin. Then she threw her head back and let out a loud, mocking laugh. Her army followed, their jeers and cruel laughter rising into the night like a chorus of jackals. Lila pointed at Theo from across the field, her voice sharp and taunting. "So this is it," she scoffed. "One loyal puppy from the mighty Alpha Damian? I expected more, maybe a little entertainment before I cut your head off. But this is disappointing." Theo didn't flinch. His face was unreadable, his voice quiet but firm. "Turn back now, Lila," he said, his deep voice echoing across the battlefield. "This is your last chance to surrender. Save your people, or you'll lead them into ruin." Lila laughed harder, bending forward as if he had just told the funniest joke in the world. "Surrender?" she cackled. "To you? To Damian?" She sneered, raising her hand. "I have already won this war, Theo. The only question left is who I'll kill first, your Alpha or your Luna." But then, just as she opened her mouth to mock him again, she heard it, the sharp, rhythmic sound of heavy boots striking the earth, a sound that grew louder, stronger. She turned sharply, her smile faltering. From the darkness, they emerged, another division of Damian's warriors, armored and armed, moving like a solid wave of death. Then another followed, and another. Their numbers grew by the second, silently taking position behind Theo. The last to arrive was Damian himself. He rode on a large black horse, his presence sucking the air from the battlefield. Clad in dark battle armor, a blood-red cloak trailing behind him, he looked like a demon carved from war itself. And then he dismounted. As his boots hit the ground, the earth seemed to quake. Lila's army fell completely silent. Whispers began to ripple through them. Some recognized the terrifying man standing across from them, the Alpha whose name brought fear across the entire northern region. The Beast, the Butcher. Damian Nightshade. The soldiers who had earlier jeered now shifted back, uncertain. Even with dark magic burning in their veins, fear took hold. It crept in through their skin, settling deep in their bones. And Lila saw it. She turned, her eyes blazing, furious. "Hold your ground!" she screamed. But her words were not enough. In her rage, she raised her hands, and before anyone could move, she struck down 10 of her own warriors with a blast of dark energy. Their bodies collapsed in smoke and screams. "Cowards!" she hissed. "I gave you power! Fight!" On the other side, Damian slowly approached the invisible line that separated both armies. He stood there, completely at ease, then looked her dead in the eye with a grin that sent a chill down her spine. "Well, well," he drawled mockingly. "Welcome to the battlefield, Lila. I do hope you've brought your best, because you're gonna need it." The moment Lila laid eyes on Alpha Damian, she froze. She had heard of him, rumors, whispers, legends, but nothing prepared her for the sight of the man standing before her now. Towering, broad-shouldered, with a commanding presence that made even the air seem to obey him. His face was cruelly handsome, sharp jaw, piercing eyes that gleamed like steel beneath the moon, and a mouth twisted into a smirk that looked both amused and deadly. She clenched her fists, trying to steady her breath. He was far more striking than the late Alpha Kaden, more powerful, more dangerously beautiful, and he belonged to Ella. That bitter realization tore through her like a blade. Why does she get everything? Lila thought viciously. The power, the love, the throne. Even this man? Hatred surged inside her chest like poison. Swallowing hard, Lila straightened her spine, forcing herself not to show weakness, not to let the tremble crawling under her skin show. Damian tilted his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as if he could already taste her fear. "This is your last chance," he said, his voice low and cutting. "Surrender now, Lila, before I paint this ground with your blood." Lila scoffed, though her voice cracked slightly at the end. "Bold of you to assume I'm afraid of you, Damian." He smirked darkly, amusement flickering across his features. "No," he said, "not bold, just patient. I've watched you play at being a devil long enough. It's quite the performance." Then, suddenly, the humor vanished from his eyes. His smirk dropped. A storm settled in his gaze, and the air turned cold around him. Without another word, Damian shifted. A violent burst of light and power exploded around him as his massive black wolf tore forth, dark fur shimmering beneath the moonlight, eyes glowing with lethal focus. His presence swallowed the battlefield. His army didn't hesitate. One after the other, his warriors shifted into their wolves. The sound of bones snapping and growls filling the air as fur and fangs took form. It was like watching the shadow of death rise from the earth. Lucian's sleek silver wolf and Theo's large russet one raced to Damian's side, their eyes locked forward. On the other side of the battlefield, Lila swallowed again. Her hands trembled slightly. "Shift!" she yelled, forcing as much strength as she could into her voice. Her army obeyed, dark smoke rising as bodies transformed into wolves twisted by dark magic. But she herself remained standing in her human form, unmoved, unshifted. Her pride and her fear held her back. The battlefield was now filled with growling, snarling wolves, their eyes glowing with hunger and fury. The tension was suffocating, a thin thread ready to snap. Then Damian's wolf let out a terrible, blood-chilling howl, a sound that made the ground tremble and birds scatter from the distant trees. It was a war cry, a death song, and in that moment, chaos erupted. Lucian's wolf was the first to move, lightning fast and merciless as he lunged forward, tearing across the field toward the enemy. Theo followed, his snarl splitting the air as he launched into the charge. Behind them, Damian's warriors surged like a tidal wave of vengeance and fire. The battle had begun. As Lucian's and Theo's wolves charged across the battlefield like twin storms of vengeance, Lila's eyes narrowed. Her lips curled into a wicked grin, and her voice rang out, sharp and commanding. "Attack!" With a guttural war cry, her first vanguard, comprising the strongest of her corrupted warriors, lunged forward. Their movements were unnaturally fast, feral, their bodies fueled by the tainted strength of dark magic. Their howls pierced the air as they met Lucian and Theo's divisions in a violent, bone-shattering clash. The impact was thunderous. Wolves collided mid-air. Teeth sank into fur. Blood splattered across the ground. Screams and growls echoed like drums of war. For a moment, the battlefield became a writhing storm of claws, teeth, and magic. Lila stood tall, laughing cruelly as she watched. "Is this all you've got, Damian?" she jeered, her voice thick with scorn. "Your warriors are pathetic. Even your famed second and third can't stand against my blessed army." But Damian's massive black wolf stood unnaturally still at the center line, his glowing eyes watching everything like a god surveying mortals. He did not move. He did not react. He simply waited, calculating. And then, as if reading his thoughts, the pack's healer and her apprentices sprang into action. From the back lines they raced forward, flanked tightly by a division led by one of Damian's high-ranking officials. Each of them carried small vials and pouches filled with the antidote to Lila's dark magic, painstakingly crafted under Damian's orders in preparation for this exact moment. The healers surged into the heart of the chaos. While the escorting warriors fought to shield them, they moved with purpose. One by one, they reached Lucian and Theo's men, administering the antidotes with practiced speed. The effect was immediate. The haze in their eyes lifted. The corrupted fog began to burn away from their limbs. Their snarls returned, louder, fiercer, this time filled with clarity and renewed rage. Lucian's silver wolf let out a bone-deep growl, rising tall as his muscles rippled with restored strength. Theo snapped his massive jaws toward an enemy wolf, tearing through it in a single vicious motion. Around them, the once overwhelmed warriors began to rise like phoenixes from the ashes, eyes gleaming, hearts pounding with righteous fury. A brutal shift turned the tide of the battle. Where Lila's soldiers had once held the advantage, now they began to falter, caught off guard by the sudden resurgence of their enemies. Chaos turned to slaughter. Blood ran like rivers beneath the full crimson moon. Snarls filled the night air. The sound of bone cracking and flesh tearing rose with every heartbeat. Lila's triumphant smirk faded slowly. She watched in disbelief as her men, once unstoppable under the grip of dark power, were now being overpowered, slaughtered, and driven back. Her mocking laughter died in her throat, her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, and Damian still hadn't moved. Still in his towering wolf form, he stood like death itself, waiting for the right moment to unleash the storm. And that moment was fast approaching. The battlefield roared with chaos. Blood painted the soil, and the air reeked of fury, death, and dark magic. Lucian and Theo's wolves tore through Lila's strongest warriors like blades through paper. Their claws struck with precision, their eyes glowing with unrelenting rage. Lila's face twisted in disbelief as more of her men fell. Their cries for help, their agonized howls, it all blended into a haunting chorus that made even her own heart falter. Furious and desperate, she screamed, "Reinforcements! Go now!" Another vanguard, this one made of her fairly strong warriors, rushed forward. But before they could even reach the front lines, Damian lifted his head slightly and gave a sharp look to his left. Without a single word spoken, another of his divisions, commanded by one of the high-ranking officials, sprang into action, thundering across the battlefield to intercept Lila's reinforcements. A brutal clash followed, louder and bloodier than before. Wolves flew through the air, snapped jaws and claws dancing like death's instruments. The ground trembled beneath their fury. Still, Lila wasn't satisfied. Her eyes were now wild, her breath ragged. She refused to accept defeat. Her pride, her hatred, refused to let her retreat. Grinding her teeth, she gave her most reckless command yet. 1/3 of the army move! Gasps rippled through her side. This wave was made up mostly of women and teenagers, some of them not even fully trained. Eyes full of fear, they obeyed anyway, pushing forward under Lila's cruel will, unaware of the slaughter they were walking into. Damian's glowing wolf eyes narrowed. He growled lowly, not in rage but in something colder, disappointment. With a sharp glance, he turned his head toward a waiting group behind him. Another of his elite divisions broke into a run without hesitation, this time accompanied by the second group of healers. Their goal was different, not to kill, but to rescue. They raced toward Lila's innocent-looking third wave. The division of warriors fought fiercely. defending the healers who dashed from one young wolf to another, quickly pouring the antidote down their throats or pricking them with small darts soaked in the cure. The change was almost instant. Fearful, corrupted eyes began to blink in confusion. Snarls turned into shivers. Many dropped their weapons, gasping for air, collapsing as the dark magic bled out of their systems. The healers worked fast and without mercy for the magic that tainted them. One by one, teenagers and women were pulled away from the battlefront. Many wept, some stared at the ground, stunned and ashamed. From where he stood, Damian's wolf watched everything unfold with calculated stillness. He hadn't moved from his spot since the beginning, but every decision, every move, every counter had been his. Lila, still standing tall at the back of her army, began to tremble. She didn't want to admit it, but the truth was slowly becoming clear. She was losing, and Damian hadn't even started fighting yet. A quarter of her army lay dead, torn, burned, broken. And still Damian hadn't lifted a finger. Lila's blood boiled. Her lips curled in fury as she stared across the battlefield, where Damian's forces were beginning to regroup, tending to the wounded and recovering their young. "This ends now," she shrieked. Throwing her head back, she began to chant, her voice dark and ancient, pulsing with wicked power. Her eyes glowed pitch black, and from the depths of her core, a heavy wave of dark energy began to ripple outward. The earth trembled beneath her. A black mist began to spread across the battlefield, cold, thick, and suffocating. It slithered through the air like smoke from a cursed flame. Damian's wolves began to stagger. Even her own soldiers groaned in confusion, clutching their heads as the dark power consumed their senses. At first, it seemed to work. Bodies twitched, growls faded into pained whimpers. Lila's lips curved into a cruel smile. The last wave of Damian's healers rushed forward with a fresh division behind them. They moved quickly, trying to administer the antidote, but nothing happened. The soldiers didn't recover. Their breathing became shallow, their eyes dimmed. It wasn't working. Lila laughed, mad and loud. The sound echoed like thunder over the dead. "Bow before me, Alpha Damian," she cackled, her voice carrying across the field. "You've lost. Kneel now and I may let you die with dignity." But Damian didn't kneel. He moved. Slowly, his massive wolf form began to shift, fur retracting, bones cracking, until the man beneath emerged, naked under the blood-stained sky. Unbothered, he walked to his horse, pulled out black trousers and a fitted coat, and dressed calmly as though this weren't a battlefield but a quiet morning ritual. Then he returned to the same spot, standing tall and still, his eyes fixed on Lila. No rage, no fear, just silence. Then he spoke, his voice low but deadly clear. "Enough blood has been shed," he said. "Let this end the way it should have from the beginning. You and I, one-on-one, no soldiers, no magic." Gasps rippled through both sides. Lila blinked in shock, then laughed bitterly. "Afraid of your army falling apart? Fine, you'll die with your pride intact." She raised her arms in mock celebration. Her soldiers roared. But Damian, he just smiled. A devil's smile. He turned slightly and gave a small wave of his hand. Immediately, his army shifted back into human form. Lucian and Theo stood beside him, silent but smirking. They knew. They had seen that smile before, when death was moments away for whoever stood against him. Damian took another step forward and added casually, "I won't use any weapons. You can have your magic. I'll fight you barehanded." Lila's laughter grew louder. "You truly are foolish, aren't you?" she sneered. "You'll beg me for death before this ends." He didn't reply. He simply walked into the center of the field, and without warning, boom! A wave of dark magic hit his chest, throwing him off his feet. The crowd gasped. Lila raised her hands again, and dark coils slithered around Damian's body, lifting him into the air like a puppet. Around his throat, a visible swirl of black energy began to tighten, choking him. He gritted his teeth, muscles tensing as the magic tried to rip him apart from the inside. Lucian and Theo stepped forward, eyes wide in horror. "Alpha," Theo shouted, "let us help you." "Just say the word," Lucian urged. "We'll end her now." But Damian didn't speak. His legs dangled, his fists clenched, and through the twisting, choking veil of dark magic, his eyes never left Lila's. They burned with fire, not fear, not pain, but patience, like a wolf waiting for his prey to get close enough to bite. The sight of Damian hanging helplessly in the air, bound by her black magic, made Lila's lips curve into a victorious sneer. She raised her hands higher, lifting him further, like a queen holding the strings of a puppet king. All around, groans echoed, some from her own army, others from Damian's men still reeling from the aftermath of her dark spell. The battlefield had turned into a graveyard of smoke and blood, and yet Lila's wicked voice rang out like a celebration. "Oh, how the mighty have fallen," she cooed, strutting slowly toward the center of the chaos. "This is the great Damian?" she scoffed. "The feared Alpha of the North, the wolf with a shadow darker than night? You're nothing but a joke." She turned in a dramatic circle, addressing both armies, her voice booming across the field. "Look at him," she laughed. "This is the man you all worship like some untouchable god, so weak, so helpless, and still he dares to laugh at me?" She turned back to Damian, her expression twitching in irritation. "What's so funny?" she snarled, dark energy crackling in her palms. But Damian didn't answer with words. He laughed again, not loud but low and deep, like thunder rolling beneath the earth. It wasn't forced. It wasn't pained. It was maddeningly calm. His eyes, though reddened and bleeding from the edges, were sharp, alive, unbroken. It was the kind of laugh that didn't beg for mercy. It promised destruction. Lila's smile faltered for a second. Her pride couldn't stand it. With a furious scream, she sent a brutal surge of dark magic into him, so hard the energy rippled outward in visible waves. Boom! The ground cracked beneath Damian's body as it slammed down like a meteor. Dust flew. Craters formed. Then silence. Damian didn't move. Not a flinch, not a breath. His body lay still, face down on the blood-soaked soil. For a moment, the world held its breath. Even Lila froze. The battlefield went eerily quiet, the wind seeming to stop, the air itself too terrified to move. Theo took a step forward, his voice hoarse. "Alpha?" Lucian's brows furrowed. "No, this isn't right." Their division tightened around them, some beginning to shift back into wolf form, ready to tear into Lila's army in pure vengeance. But Lucian raised a hand, eyes narrowed, sensing something. Then Lila, thinking the silence was fear, burst into triumphant laughter. She threw her hands up in the air, declaring, "It's over! He's dead! The North belongs to me!" She turned dramatically to her army. "Let this day be remembered as the day I crushed the legend himself." As Damian's body lay motionless on the ground, the dust slowly settled around him. Lila stood tall, triumphant, her arms spread wide like a conquering queen. Her chest rose and fell with pride, and a slow smirk crept onto her face. "This is what power looks like," she whispered to herself. Drawn by her own twisted thrill, she stepped closer, heels crunching softly over cracked earth. The world seemed to fade around her. The battlefield noise, the moans of the injured, even her own army, it all became a dull hum. She crouched beside Damian's still body, eyes roaming over his figure. His chest was sculpted, rising barely with shallow breath, his jawline sharp even in defeat. Her fingers twitched. She reached out slowly, almost reverently, as if touching a fallen god. But the moment her hand hovered above his chest, snap! Damian's hand shot up like a snake striking in the dark. In one swift, brutal move, he clamped his hand around her neck, lifting her off the ground with terrifying ease. Lila gasped in shock, her eyes going wide, feet kicking in the air. Then his eyes opened, red, glowing, unholy, and his mouth stretched into a devilish grin that froze her blood cold. "Curious, were you?" he said in a low, mocking voice. "Wanted a closer look? You should have killed me when you had the chance." Lila tried to speak, to struggle, but his grip was steel. Her magic flared in panic, shooting up her arm as she summoned an attack. Zap! It hit his chest and fizzled out. Just like that, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "No," she choked. "That's not possible." But Damian only chuckled darkly. "You really thought I was down, didn't you?" he whispered near her ear. "All that performance, all that pain, just an act. I wanted you close, Lila. I needed you close." Her face paled. "I wanted to see your pride break, up close." From the edge of the battlefield, Lucian let out a loud whistle, grinning like a madman. Theo shouted, "He's back!" A deafening cheer erupted from Damian's side of the battlefield, the sound crashing like thunder. Even some of Lila's warriors, those still capable of emotion, gasped in disbelief. The fear in their eyes was spreading like wildfire. Lila struggled harder, clawing at his wrist. You tricked me." "Yes," Damian said with a smirk. "And now my turn." He slammed her down onto the ground, not with enough force to kill, but just enough to make her cry out. He stood over her, towering and untouchable. His shadow alone felt like it weighed tons. "I warned you," he said coldly, eyes burning like twin flames. "You should have killed me when you had the chance, but no, your pride got in the way, just like I hoped it would." Lila coughed, dirt mixing with blood at the corner of her lips. She looked up at him, and for the first time, she saw death. Not a quick one, but slow, inevitable. He stepped forward, slowly rolling his sleeves, and the sky above them began to shift, clouds swirling into a strange vortex. The battle wasn't over. No, it had just begun. With a low snarl, he lunged at Lila with terrifying speed, landing the first blow squarely across her face. The impact echoed like a thunderclap. Before she could even recover, another landed, then another, each more vicious than the last. His fists became hammers of judgment. Her body trembled under the relentless assault. With a savage grin curling his lips, Damian grabbed her by the leg and snapped it out of its socket with a sickening pop. Her scream pierced the heavens, raw and full of agony, but Damian wasn't done. Not yet. He slammed her down and began crushing her ribcage, one bone at a time, listening to the cracks like music. Her sobs were drowned in a pool of blood that gushed from her mouth when he finally shattered her jaw with a brutal backhand. The battlefield fell into a stunned silence, and then erupted in wild cheers. His army, Lucian's, Theo's, even members of Lila's own forces who no longer saw her as a leader, but as prey, roared Damian's name. He leaned closer, gripping her broken face, tilting it cruelly. "What happened to all that magic, Lila?" he mocked, voice calm as ice. "Don't tell me the great dark witch is crying?" His smirk deepened. "Pathetic." He dragged her across the bloodied field, her limp body leaving a trail of red behind. When he reached his black warhorse, he tied the ropes tightly around her dislocated legs, fastening the other end to the saddle. Then, pressing his boot into her mangled torso, he forced more blood from her mouth and whispered, "This is the price of pride." He turned to the gathered enemy forces, wounded, exhausted, defeated. "You have two choices," he declared, his voice booming with command. "Surrender now, or die where you stand." There was no hesitation. The head warrior of Lila's army stepped forward, trembling. He presented a scroll, stamped with Lila's bloodied fingerprint as her forced seal of surrender, and handed it to Lucian. Without a word, Damian gave a signal. His men surged forward, binding the enemy soldiers' hands with rope, separating them into 4 divisions under the new leadership of Lucian and Theo. The traitors would be watched, reformed, controlled. Then Damian addressed his own warriors. "You fought bravely, you endured pain, you resisted darkness, and now we return home, not just as victors, but as legends." The cheer that followed shook the heavens. They began their march, a sea of warriors soaked in grit and glory. Behind them, Lila's broken body dragged through mud, thorns, and gravel. She fainted again and again, bones scraping against stone, her skin torn open by the earth itself. Damian made no move to shorten the journey. 4 days. That's how long it took to reach the northern border of his pack, the long, winding path carved intentionally to remind her every second who she tried to destroy and failed. Meanwhile, far away from the blood-soaked battlefield, a sharp jolt tore through Ella's chest. She gasped, her hand flying to her heart as a searing pain gripped her ribs. It wasn't hers, it was his. Damian. The pain rippled through their bond like wildfire. She staggered out of the bed, nearly collapsing, clutching at her stomach. Selena, who had been pacing nearby like a restless hawk, rushed to her side in an instant. "It's starting," she whispered, her voice tight with urgency. "Lila's using her magic." Ella's eyes glazed over with fear. "He's hurting. I can feel it. All of it." But this moment, Damian had prepared for it. He knew the bond would transmit his agony to Ella, knew Lila would unleash her darkness and desperation. And so, before he rode into battle, he made sure a special antidote had been crafted just for Ella, a magical liquid that would sever the worst of the pain without dulling her awareness of the bond. Selena pulled out a small crystal vial from her robes, uncorked it with trembling hands, and gently pressed it to Ella's lips. "Drink, now." Ella hesitated, sweat beading on her brow as another wave of pain rippled through her body. Her knees buckled. Selena didn't wait. She tilted Ella's head and poured the bitter liquid between her lips. Ella coughed, gagged, but swallowed. Within moments, the pain dulled, not gone, but distant, like an echo in a cave. Her breathing steadied. Selena pressed a cool cloth to her neck. "He's doing this for all of us, Ella. For you. Stay strong." Ella nodded, her fists clenched at her sides, eyes filled with silent fury and unbearable devotion. "Please, Damian," she whispered. "Come back to me." A child playing near the stream, his parents' house, his small fingers tightening around the wooden toy sword in his hand. His wide eyes turned toward the distant horizon, where the faint but rhythmic thunder of marching boots whispered through the stillness of the late afternoon air. His older brother paused beside him, listening. "What's that sound?" Before either of them could answer, a tremor ran through the ground beneath their feet. The other children stopped playing. Then, with quickened breath and anxious eyes, they sprinted back toward the heart of the village. "Mama! Mama! Someone's coming!" they cried. Within minutes, doors creaked open across the pack's territory. Mothers with babes slung on their backs stepped cautiously onto their porches. Fathers with knives and axes emerged, scanning the horizon, faces grim. The elders clutched their prayer beads, lips moving in hushed murmurs. Every household remembered Damian's command. If anything feels wrong, don't hesitate to protect what's yours. And so, the people of the Northern Shadow Pack stood tall, blades in hand, hearts pounding. The warriors were already mobilized at the borders, forming protective lines while runners were sent to alert the estate. Inside Damian's mansion, Selena was the first to emerge onto the balcony, her sharp gaze slicing through the distance as she felt the vibration in the earth. Behind her, Ella gripped the stone railing, holding her breath. "It's too early," Selena murmured. "It wasn't supposed to be today." Then a roar of wind swept dust high into the air, clouding the vision of all who watched. Horses, heavy boots, so many feet. The dust thickened, and with it their fear, until a sharp-eyed woman gasped and shouted, "That's Theo!" Her voice cracked through the air like thunder. All eyes turned to where she pointed. Through the swirling dust emerged a lean, broad-shouldered man on a chestnut stallion, his silver armor gleaming through the dirt, his expression fierce, proud, and unmistakably Theo. Behind him, dozens of wolves shifted into human form, exhausted but grinning, covered in ash, blood, and sweat. Then came Lucian, riding his coal-black horse like a storm himself, eyes piercing, his presence commanding. His division followed, many of them from Lila's reformed army, their hands still bound, guarded but alive. A beat of silence fell. Then cheers erupted. Children screamed in excitement. Women burst into tears, some dropping their knives and breaking into wild, joyful dances. Drums were beaten without thought. Elderly women fell to their knees, whispering praises to the moon goddess. But the warriors remained poised, alert, until finally a massive black stallion appeared behind them, and on it rode Damian. Blood still crusted the edges of his armor. His face was unreadable, eyes like stone, but his head held high, his aura calm, controlled, and terrifying in its power. Behind his horse, Lila's broken body dragged like a rag doll in the dirt, her limbs twisted unnaturally, her hair matted with blood and soil. The crowd went silent again at the sight. Damian halted at the village square, his wolf-like gaze sweeping over the crowd. He dismounted with slow, deliberate grace. Then he raised one hand. "We are victorious." That was all he said, and that was all they needed. The pack exploded into roars of triumph. Drums, howls, and cries of "Alpha Damian" shook the sky. People surged forward, touching his hands, his horse, falling to their knees in gratitude. But Damian's eyes, his cold, sharp eyes, never left the distant estate where Ella still stood frozen on the balcony, hand pressed over her heart. He didn't smile. Not yet. He had one more thing to do. "Take her," he commanded Lucian, gesturing toward Lila's body, "to the dungeon. I'll deal with her after I've seen my mate." Lucian and Theo obeyed immediately. And Damian, without dusting off the blood or cleaning his wounds, walked straight toward the woman who held his soul. While the thunderous cheers of victory still echoed in the air, Damian did not linger in the square, nor did he bask in the admiration of the crowd. His steps were swift, purposeful, every muscle in his body screaming for rest, but none of it mattered. He needed to see her. Ella. He could still feel the faint traces of discomfort she had endured earlier, an echo of pain shared through their bond when Lila's dark magic had gripped him. Though the antidote had been given, his heart refused to rest until he laid eyes on her, felt her warmth, and ensured their pup was unharmed. The moment he stepped through the estate gates, warriors parted like the sea for him, their heads bowed, some whispering blessings under their breath. He barely acknowledged them. Inside the manor, Selena met him at the entrance, eyes bright with relief, though her mouth was drawn with worry. "She's upstairs," Selena said gently. "She's been waiting by the balcony since she felt you fall." Damian didn't respond. He simply walked past her. Up the stairs, down the hallway, and then, there she was, Ella. Her hair was unbound, a gentle wind fluttering the thin veil of her dress. She turned at the sound of his footsteps, and for a heartbeat, neither of them moved. Then her eyes filled with tears and she ran to him. Damian caught her mid-stride, pulling her into his arms with a gentleness that contradicted the blood still crusted along his knuckles. He pressed his forehead to hers, breathing in the scent of her, his home, his anchor. "I'm fine," he whispered. "You and the pup, are you all right?" She nodded against his chest, clutching him tightly. "I felt everything. It was unbearable until Selena gave me the antidote. But even then, I couldn't breathe until I saw you." His hand moved instinctively over her slightly rounded belly. "Never again," he murmured. "I won't let anyone near you. Not even her memory will remain." Meanwhile, in the lower levels of the estate, where warmth did not reach and breath curled into mist, Lucian and Theo hauled Lila's broken, barely conscious body down the jagged stone steps of the dungeon. Her legs dragged limply behind her, leaving a trail of smeared blood that darkened the already damp floor. "Careful with her," Theo muttered sarcastically, though his grip never softened. "Wouldn't want to bruise what's already shattered." "She deserves worse," Lucian replied coldly, kicking open the final iron gate. The dungeon beyond was carved deep into the frozen earth, ice clinging to the walls, frost forming along the chains. "This cell hasn't been used in decades." Theo smirked. "It was made for traitors. Guess it finally found its purpose." They threw her in without ceremony. Her body hit the icy stone with a sickening thud, a gasp of pain escaping her lips as the cold bit into her already mangled limbs. Lucian knelt just outside the bars, peering in with the dispassionate glare of a soldier who had seen too much to be moved by pity. "Try anything, and you'll lose your tongue next." Theo shut the cell door with a sharp clang and bolted it with a glowing rune lock, designed to suppress magic completely. "Let her rot," Theo muttered. "She will," Lucian replied, "until Damian decides what her final breath looks like." Above ground, Damian sat with Ella on the bed, refusing to let go of her hand. The roar of war had faded, but the storm in his veins remained. Only the rise and fall of her breathing calmed him. Still, he had decisions to make, justice to deliver, a pack to rebuild. But for this moment, with Ella alive and safe, Damian finally allowed himself a breath of peace. And below, in a frozen cell of chains and ice, Lila shivered in the dark, forgotten, defeated, and utterly alone. Later that day, Damian called a meeting with the elders, high-ranking officials, and trusted warriors in the main council chamber. The mood was solemn but steady. Everyone present knew that the future of the pack depended on what was decided next. With his usual calm authority, Damian stood before them and began to speak. "We won the battle, but now we must win peace. What we do next will determine the strength and stability of our lands." He paused for a moment, eyes scanning the room. "The defeated army, those who once served Lila, they will be returned to their land, but they will not go leaderless." Murmurs filled the air. "I have chosen someone worthy, someone strong, loyal, and just, someone who never desired power for himself, but has proven over and over again that he's a true protector of the people." Damian turned. "Lucian, you will be the new alpha of the territory once known as Layla's. It shall now be called the Damnigod Pack, a name symbolizing both its rebirth and our unity." Gasps rippled through the room. All heads turned to Lucian, whose eyes widened in disbelief. He stood slowly. "Alpha Damian, I." Damian raised a hand. "You come from a long-lost alpha bloodline. I know your parents sealed your alpha instincts to protect you, but that blood still flows in you. You've led men in battle. You've stood by my side through everything. No one is more fit." Theo clapped him on the back, grinning. "You're the best man for it, brother." Others joined in, congratulating him, nodding in agreement. Yet Lucian remained still, troubled. Then, to everyone's shock, he shook his head. "I can't accept it." The room fell silent. Theo frowned. What do you mean, Lucian? The elders looked at one another in confusion. One of them asked gently, Is it fear or something deeper? Lucian looked down, struggling with words. It's not fear, I've never wanted power. My loyalty is to this pack. I never imagined myself ruling another. Damian, who had been silent and watchful, finally spoke. You have 2 hours. Use it to think, and when you return, give me your answer, not as my second in command, but as a man the people are ready to follow. Lucian bowed his head slowly. Damian nodded once. Good. Now, on to another matter. He stepped forward, his tone turning colder. In 5 days, I will pass final judgment on Lila. Her crimes will not go unanswered. Her punishment will be decided publicly. There were no objections, only the quiet, firm nods of those who knew justice was coming. Then Damian walked to the center of the room and raised his voice. I want all pack members, warriors, healers, craftsmen, and families to gather at the arena before dusk on that day. Until then, we focus on healing. We protect each other. We rebuild. He looked around, his voice steady and sincere now. To those who fought beside me, and to those who held this pack strong in our absence, thank you. I will strive to be an even greater alpha, for you, for our future. A deep, emotional pause followed. Then, the room erupted into loud applause, cheers, and chants of Alpha Damian, Alpha Damian. Damian let them have that moment. Then he raised a hand for silence. Return to your homes, your duty posts. Stay vigilant. We've won a battle, but the war for peace and strength continues. With those final words, he dismissed the gathering. The sun was beginning to set outside, casting golden light across the roofs of the pack. Warriors walked back to their posts, families returned home, and Lucian stepped out of the hall, his thoughts heavy with the choice he now had to make. When Lucian got home that evening, Selena immediately noticed something was off. He didn't speak much. He barely touched the food she had warmed for him. Instead, he paced their small courtyard with his arms folded and his head bowed. Selena leaned on the wooden doorframe, her arms crossed gently. Lucian, what's wrong? Lucian stopped and met her eyes, the tension in his shoulders visible. Damian offered me something, he said quietly, something I never saw coming. Selena stepped closer, concerned but curious. What is it? He wants me to be alpha of the Damian pack, the former Lila's territory. Her breath caught in her throat. He what? Lucian gave a small nod, then sat down on the bench nearby, burying his face in his hands. Selena's heart fluttered with a strange mix of excitement, shock, and pride. That's Lucian. That's huge. It's an honor. He looked up, conflicted. It is, but I've never wanted power. I've never wanted a title. I want to serve Damian, not rule others. She sat beside him, taking his hand in hers. Lucian, I understand, she said gently. But don't say no just because you're afraid. Say no only if your heart truly isn't in it. He looked at her, grateful. I've thought about it. I don't want it, Sel. My place is here, by Damian's side. I know who I am. She smiled softly. Then I'll support whatever decision you make. 2 hours later, Lucian rode back to Damian's estate. The guards let him in without question, and he was escorted to Damian's private study. The Alpha was standing by the tall window, hands behind his back, watching the horizon. Lucian bowed slightly. Alpha. Damian turned to face him, quiet. Lucian took a deep breath. I gave it a lot of thought, and I want to thank you for the trust you've placed in me. But I must decline. I don't wish to be alpha of another pack. I'm loyal to you. I want to remain here, as your beta. Silence stretched between them. Then Damian moved closer and pulled Lucian into a firm embrace. I expected this, he said quietly, but I had to try. Lucian exhaled slowly, relieved. Damian stepped back, clapping him on the shoulder. Then it will be Theo. He will take the mantle, and you, my friend, will help guide him when needed. Lucian smiled at last. That I can do. Damian nodded. Good. Now go. Gather the elders and high officials. We meet in 1 hour. An hour later, in the grand meeting hall, the room was filled once more with key decision-makers. The air buzzed with tension and curiosity. Damian stepped to the center, his voice calm but firm. Lucian has made his decision. All heads turned toward him. Lucian, standing beside Damian, gave a small, respectful bow. He will not take the title of Alpha. His heart remains with this pack. A ripple of surprise swept the room. Some gasped, others exchanged murmurs. One elder dared to speak up. But Alpha, why? Why would he still turn it down? Lucian stepped forward to speak for himself. Because leadership is not about titles or land, it's about where your loyalty lies. Mine lies here, with all of you, with Alpha Damian. The room fell silent in reflection. Damian continued. So I've made my choice. Theo will be the new Alpha of the Damned Pack. He will leave within 4 hours, along with 2 appointed high-ranking officials. Theo, standing near the back, froze. Wait, me? He stepped forward slowly, his face pale with shock. I don't know what to say. Lucian smiled and stepped toward him, pulling him into a strong hug. Say yes, you've earned this. Some nodded in agreement, cheering and offering congratulations. But not all were pleased. A few officials exchanged cold glances and tight lips. Not everyone was happy Theo was chosen, but none dared voice it aloud under Damian's gaze. Congratulations, Alpha Theo, someone called out. Theo rubbed the back of his neck. Still stunned. I wasn't expecting this. Damian gave him a nod. Go home, pack your things, prepare yourself. You have a territory to rebuild. Theo nodded, slowly accepting his new reality. Before closing the meeting, Damian made one last announcement. Liam, Theo's younger brother, will take Theo's former place. He is hereby appointed Gamma. The young man stepped forward, shocked but honored. I won't let you down, Alpha. I know you won't, Damian replied. With that, the meeting ended. Theo left with Lucian and Liam by his side, hearts pounding, thoughts racing. And Damian? He stood alone at the window again, watching the night fall, his mind already moving to the next battle. The judgment of Lila was only days away. Theo and Liam nearly tripped over themselves racing home, their hearts pounding with a blend of joy, disbelief, and nerves. It wasn't every day a warrior came back from battle not only victorious, but appointed as Alpha and Gamma of a new pack. Their parents' modest home sat at the end of the main street, its porch still lit with the soft glow of a hanging lantern. Theo didn't even knock. He pushed the door open, breathless with excitement. Mother, Father, Liam called out. Their parents, who had been finishing their evening meal, looked up in alarm. Their mother wiped her hands on her apron as their father stood, sensing the urgency. What is it? What's wrong? Their mother asked. Liam grinned from ear to ear. You're looking at the new Gamma of the pack. They blinked, stunned. Before they could ask, Theo stepped forward. And I've just been appointed Alpha of the Damned Pack. The silence was deafening. Then, in a burst of disbelief and joy, their parents rushed forward, embracing them both with trembling arms. Oh, Theo, their mother sobbed, clinging to him. My son, an Alpha? I never dreamed, never in this life. Their father placed both hands on Theo's shoulders, eyes gleaming with unshed tears. You've made us proud, son. You've brought honor to our bloodline. They held a quiet moment, the kind that made even warriors feel like little boys again. Their mother dropped to her knees, raising her hands to the sky, murmuring blessings upon Damian. May the moon goddess bless him. May he be rewarded for seeing your worth. After the joy came the wisdom. Their father, ever the thoughtful one, pulled Theo aside and gave him stern but loving advice. Rule with your heart, Theo, but do not let it blind you. Make Damian proud, be the Alpha he can stand beside, not dealt with. Theo nodded solemnly. I will, Father, I promise. Later that night, Theo returned to his estate. His steps were slower now, less excitement, more weight. He found Rena seated in the candlelit study, reading. Rena, he said softly. She looked up, her eyes met his, and she instantly knew. She stood slowly, the book slipping from her hands. I've been appointed Alpha of Damned, Theo said. Rena's hand flew to her mouth. Her knees buckled a little, and Theo rushed to catch her. Are you all right? He asked, worried. To his surprise, she clung to him, crying softly. I'm sorry, he whispered. Are you unhappy? I thought. She shook her head against his chest. No, I'm just overwhelmed. I'm so proud of you, Theo, and I'm grateful. Grateful that I didn't let jealousy ruin me, that I didn't become like, she paused, her voice trembling, like Lila. Theo gently tilted her chin up, brushing her tears away. You've always had a good heart, and now we rise together. Their lips met in a kiss that carried years of trust, loyalty, and love. That night they made love with slow reverence, as if sealing a silent vow, a promise not only between mates, but between future leaders. Afterward, as Rena lay curled against him, Theo whispered, Get the servants. We leave in 4 hours. She nodded, eyes shining. Yes, Alpha. Meanwhile, In the bowels of the icy dungeon, the air was thick with rot and damp stone. The only light flickered from a torch mounted on the moldy wall. Lila lay slumped in the far corner, little more than a heap of bloodied rags. Her once proud face was swollen and pale, her skin torn from earlier whippings. The stench of her wounds filled the cell. Footsteps echoed. She stirred weakly, forcing her eyelids open. Through the blur of blood and pain, she saw 3 figures enter: Damian, Lucian, and Liam. Damian stepped forward slowly, his boots clicking sharply against the stone floor. Lila whimpered. "Save your breath," Damian said coldly. "You'll need it for the next few days." She blinked at him, lips trembling. "Please," but he ignored her. Turning to Liam, Damian's tone became sharp, cruel. "Every morning, you'll come here. Drag her out, whip her with the silver-threaded scourge until her screams make the skies weep. Then you'll tie her legs to a horse, dislocated or not, and parade her around the entire pack." Liam clenched his jaw but nodded. "You will do this," Damian said, his voice cutting like a blade, "for 2 days. Then I'll return, and I will deliver my judgment personally." A faint, pitiful sob broke from Lila's lips. "Damian, mercy, please." He looked down at her with no empathy in his eyes, only cold, satisfied fury. "There's no mercy left for traitors." With a devilish smirk tugging at his lips, he turned and walked out, Lucian following behind in silence. Only Liam remained behind, reaching for the torch and the silver whip as Lila's cries echoed off the dungeon walls. After Damian and Lucian exited the dungeon, the door groaned shut behind them, sealing the darkness in once more. But Liam remained. He stood for a moment, staring down at Lila's crumpled, bloodied form. A slow, grim smile spread across his face, not one of joy, but of justice served. Then he turned and whistled sharply. Moments later, 3 female warriors entered, each hand-picked for their strength and loyalty. One of them carried Damian's infamous silver needle whip, coiled like a venomous serpent, gleaming under the dim torchlight. Without a word, they moved. Lila was dragged from the filth-soaked corner and hauled into the open. Her chains clanged loudly as they hoisted her upside down, suspending her by a thick iron rod bolted into the dungeon ceiling. Her battered body swayed, her dislocated limbs twitching involuntarily. Liam sat on a nearby stone block, leaning back with arms crossed, his cold eyes never leaving her. "Begin." The first warrior stepped forward and cracked the whip. A shrill, animalistic scream tore from Lila's throat. Silver cut through flesh. The second lash followed, then the third. Each warrior took turns, whipping her across her back, her thighs, her arms, until the skin split open and blood spilled like ink. By the 3rd round, Lila went limp, unconscious. Liam barely blinked. "Wake her." A bucket of icy dungeon water was dumped over her head, shocking her back into the agony of awareness. Her gasps were thin, broken, ragged. Again they whipped her. Again she screamed. Again she fainted. The 3rd time they revived her, Liam stood. "That's enough for now." He signaled the warriors, and together they unchained her mangled form, dragging her out of the dungeon and into the pale light of day. The entire pack seemed to pause as Liam tied Lila's bound legs to the saddle of a horse. Her swollen face barely lifted as he mounted. "Let the pack see what betrayal earns," Liam growled. And with a sharp kick, the horse began to trot through the village paths, dragging Lila mercilessly behind. Children who had once cowered in fear under Lila's rule now ran after her with sticks and stones, jeering and shouting. Some cried out names she had used to insult their alpha. Others hurled rocks that bounced off her bruised body with sickening thuds. Lila fainted again midway through. By the time Liam returned her to the dungeon, she was barely breathing, a tattered shadow of the woman who had once schemed for power. With the same cold efficiency, he tossed her back into the cell like trash and locked the door. The whip, soaked in blood, was returned to its case. Only then did Liam head out, his boots echoing with quiet purpose as he made his way to report directly to Damian, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere in the pack, Samantha's house was unusually loud that afternoon. Her friends, giggling and excited, had stopped by to deliver the latest gossip from outside the confines of her father's tight restrictions. But the moment the words left their lips, Samantha's entire mood changed. "Theo's the new alpha of the Damian pack," one of them had squealed. "And Rena's going with him. They're leaving tonight," another added. Samantha had forced a smile, nodded politely. pretended to be unfazed, but the moment they left, her face contorted into one of pure rage. A scream tore through her throat, loud and feral, shaking the window panes. She grabbed the nearest vase and hurled it against the wall. Shards scattered like her splintering pride. Her mother, who had been working outside, came rushing in. "Samantha!" she gasped, eyes widening at the sight of her daughter pacing like an unhinged wolf. "What is it?" Samantha's voice was trembling with fury. "He's leaving to become Alpha, with her by his side." Her mother's expression turned bitter instantly. "That fool of a girl. You had him in the palm of your hands, and you threw it away over childish flirting. I warned you severally about how you treated him like a trash. And now, some worthless nobody gets what was meant for you." The words sliced through Samantha like a whip, but instead of shrinking, her fury only grew. Her breath came in sharp bursts, and her claws itched beneath her skin. "I won't let her win," Samantha spat through clenched teeth. "I'll take back what's mine, no matter what it takes." Her mother gave a slow, dark nod, stepping closer and cupping her daughter's cheek. "Good. Then start planning." Meanwhile, at the Crimson Knight estate, Theo stood tall, clad in dark leather, the insignia of the Damian pack freshly etched on his chest. Beside him stood Rena, her hand tightly clasped in his, eyes shining with pride and nervous anticipation. Lucian stood behind them, stoic and sharp-eyed as always, ready for his final escort mission. Damian observed them in silence for a moment before rising from his throne-like chair in the hall. The elders had already gathered. Several high-ranking officials stood to the side, their eyes scanning the soon-to-depart Alpha and his mate with measured expressions, some filled with pride, others laced with quiet envy. Damian's voice rang out in the chamber, firm and decisive. "Lila's army will be split into 4 divisions. 2 will remain here under our command. The other 2, he glanced at the 2 chosen officials, will accompany Theo and serve under his leadership." The officials bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Then Damian turned and beckoned one of the pack's scribes, who stepped forward carrying a thick scroll sealed with red wax. He handed it to Damian, who in turn offered it to Theo in front of all the elders. "This letter bears your new title and reflects your full authority over the Damian pack. Present it to their council upon arrival. Let it serve as a reminder of who put you there." Theo took the scroll with both hands, head bowed in respect. "Rule with strength, but more importantly with wisdom," Damian continued. "Your first duty is to restore peace and order. That land has tasted too much blood and chaos under Lila's treachery. Let your leadership be the beginning of healing." The room fell silent. Damian's gaze darkened slightly, his voice now sharper. "You'll report back to me every full moon without fail. And Theo," he stepped closer, his tone dropping, "you know me. Do not do anything I hate. The consequences won't spare you, Alpha or not." Theo swallowed the lump in his throat but nodded firmly. "I understand. I swear not to fail you, Alpha Damian." A faint flicker of approval crossed Damian's face. Then he nodded once. "Then go. Lucian will escort you there. Once you've arrived safely and the estate is secure, he'll return to me." Theo turned to Lucian, who offered a single nod, silent understanding passing between Beta and New Alpha. Rena's hand trembled in Theo's, but her eyes were brave. He gently kissed her forehead. "Let's go." And so, with the blood-red sun just beginning to dip below the horizon, Theo, Rena, Lucian, and the assigned officials mounted their horses. Behind them, the 2 chosen divisions of warriors rode in formation, flags raised, armor gleaming, the newly appointed Damian Guard. The pack gates opened, and the new Alpha rode out, the wind of change howling at their backs. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeons, 2 days of unrelenting torment had passed, and Lila was barely recognizable. Her once pristine hair now hung in tangled, blood-caked knots. Her limbs trembled from open wounds. The dungeon reeked of rot, silver, and defeat. Liam's torture had been ruthless, methodical, and most of all, personal. But today another figure descended into the darkness. Damian. And beside him, despite his earlier reluctance, was Ella. She had insisted on coming. Wanted to see for herself what had become of the monster who had tried to rip her life apart. But nothing could have prepared her for the sight. The moment her eyes met Lila's mutilated figure, the memories came flooding back. The poison, the betrayal, the constant fear. Her heart clenched, and the weight of everything she'd endured surged through her. She collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Ella. Damian's face shifted from stoic to alarmed. He knelt by her side, holding her close as her body shook with raw emotion. "Guards," he barked. "Escort her back. Make sure she's safe. Do not leave her side." Two female warriors quickly stepped forward and gently lifted Ella, guiding her out of the dungeon with care. Damian watched until she was gone. Then his face hardened. All warmth drained from his features, and what remained was an alpha carved from stone. But Damian spoke anyway, his voice low and venom-laced. "Do you feel it now, Lila? The weight of defeat?" She flinched. "Your warriors," he continued, circling the cage like a predator, "they now march under my name. Half of them remain here, the rest." He leaned down, close enough for her to feel the heat of his mere presence. "The rest now serve Alpha Theo of the Damian Pack." Lila's lips twitched, cracked and bleeding. She tried to speak, but only a strangled, breathless rasp came out. Damian stood upright again, folding his arms across his broad chest. "The very man you spat on the day of battle, the man you mocked as weak, unworthy, now commands your land, your soldiers, your legacy." A faint guttural cry escaped her, whether from heartbreak, rage, or disbelief. It was impossible to tell. He smiled, but there was no kindness in it, only cruelty wrapped in poetic justice. "And your people? They cheered, welcomed him. Not one soul asked for you. You were never their queen, Lila. Just a tyrant clinging to a crumbling throne." A long silence. Her head fell forward in shame, in agony. Damian tilted his head slightly as though pondering something. "You always wanted power, and now you'll be remembered, not as a queen, but as a lesson." He turned to leave, pausing just at the door. "I suggest you use what time you have left to pray, because the worst hasn't even begun." He turned slowly to the barely conscious Lila. "Bring her out," he said coldly. Two guards stepped in, unlocking her restraints and dragging her broken body forward. She whimpered, blood smearing the floor behind her. In the center of the dungeon sat a new contraption, a chair made entirely of silver, shaped with sharp, needle-like protrusions where one's back, arms, and thighs would rest. Lila's eyes widened in horror. "Sit her there," Damian commanded. They chained her into the chair. The instant her skin touched the silver spikes, her scream echoed through the stone walls, long, raw, and piercing. Fresh blood poured down her tattered dress, soaking into the wood beneath. Her eyes rolled back briefly from the pain, but Damian stepped closer, grabbing her chin and forcing her face toward his. "Look at me," he growled. She whimpered but managed to meet his gaze. "This is only the beginning," he whispered with a devilish smirk. "You haven't begun to pay for what you've done." Then he stood back, arms crossed, watching her writhe, his expression one of grim satisfaction. The dungeon once again echoed with screams, and Damian, Alpha of the Crimson Knight Pack, watched without flinching. The final breaking. The cold dungeon walls trembled with every guttural scream. Lila's body quaked as she sat restrained on the needle-studded iron chair, a creation designed for agony. Every shallow breath caused the spikes to dig deeper into her raw, exposed skin. Blood pooled beneath her, staining the stone like the remnants of a butchered beast. Damian stood before her, his black gloves slick with crimson. He knelt slowly, too slowly, until he was face to face with her ruined, swollen visage. "You once called yourself a queen," he whispered, voice smooth as silk laced with steel. "Now look at you, nothing but a breathing carcass." Her remaining strength was spent sobbing, soundless now. Her throat, torn from screaming, could no longer produce anything louder than a rasp. Damian stared into her bloodshot eyes. "Do you feel it now? Helplessness, humiliation, the taste of real power when it's turned against you?" She blinked, blood mixing with tears, her lips trembling. Damian raised a curved blade, beautiful, ceremonial, polished to a mirror shine. "I want you to feel every second of your fall, Lila," he said, "but I don't want you to die, not yet." Then, with slow, calculated movements, he dragged the blade across her arm, not to kill but to peel away dignity, inch by inch. She convulsed, jerking in agony, the chair's spikes embedding deeper as punishment for her resistance. He carved into her, not with rage but with methodical cruelty, each cut a reminder of what she had done to others. Her face twisted in terror and incomprehensible pain, but Damian was calm, focused. "This is not vengeance," he said coldly. "This is balance." When her eyes began to glaze, he finally stood drenched in her blood. Lock her away. No food, no light. Let her rot in silence until her execution day. The guards bowed silently, dragging what remained of Lila's broken, bleeding form back into the icy dark. As the dungeon door slammed shut, her scream, raw and hoarse, echoed one last time through the stone corridors before the world fell into silence once again. Back at the estate. The moment Damian returned to his estate, he was met by the frantic voice of a servant. "Alpha, it's Luna Ella. She hasn't stopped vomiting since she returned from the dungeon." Panic flashed in Damian's eyes. Without a word, he rushed toward their chamber. The door opened to the sound of retching, and there she was, curled on her side, her face pale and clammy, hands gripping the edge of the bed as another wave of nausea struck her. "Ella," he breathed, dropping to his knees beside her. She looked up, her eyes filled with exhaustion. "I'm fine," she whispered weakly. "It's just the smell down there, the blood, it won't leave my mind." Not wasting another second, Damian ordered for the pack healer. Within minutes, the elderly woman arrived with her satchel, bowing swiftly before going to Ella's side. After a thorough examination and quiet hums of concern, she turned to Damian. "My Alpha," she said gently, her reaction is likely tied to emotional distress. The trauma of what she saw, mixed with the sensitivities of early pregnancy, it's affecting her more deeply than expected. Damian's jaw clenched. He hadn't considered how the sight of Lila's torment, however deserved, might weigh on a heart as gentle as Ella's. "Is she and the pup all right?" he asked, voice tight. The healer smiled softly. "They're both safe for now, but she must be kept far from further stress or shocks. No more exposure to pain, violence, or blood. Her body is strong, but her heart is fragile, especially now." She handed him a small bundle of herbal packets. "These will ease her nausea and keep her strength up. Mix them into her meals or brew them as tea." After the healer left, Damian remained by Ella's side the entire day. He helped her sit, held the cup of warm herbal brew to her lips, and tucked her hair behind her ear when she drifted in and out of sleep. He kissed her forehead with deep regret. "Forgive me," he whispered, more to himself than her. "I should never have let you see that monster. Not like that." Ella didn't respond, but her hand found his beneath the sheets, fingers curling into his palm. And so Damian stayed, not as an alpha, not as a warrior, but simply as her mate. A man who had chosen revenge, but would always choose her peace. The following day, noon. The sun hung high in the sky, casting golden rays across the packed grounds as the gates opened with a creak. Lucian rode in, dust clinging to his boots and cloak from the long journey. His wolf eyes were sharp, but the edge of fatigue softened his expression. Word of his return reached Damian swiftly. The Alpha descended the estate steps himself to greet his beta, his brother in battle and loyalty. Lucian dismounted with practiced ease and approached with a small bow. "We arrived safely. Theo has taken charge of the Damian pack." The transition went smoothly, no resistance. The warriors were organized under the new command, and the high-ranking officials followed orders without delay. A rare, genuine smile ghosted Damian's lips. Relief flickered in his eyes, but it was the kind that only leaders who carried the weight of many lives could understand. "Well done," he said, clapping Lucian's shoulder. "You've done more than I asked." He turned to a waiting servant. "Prepare a meal, something warm, rich, a private feast for us alone." Within the hour, the estate's quiet dining hall was transformed. A small table was set in the center, with candles flickering softly. Roasted meat, steamed vegetables, seasoned rice, and spiced wine graced the table, filling the room with comforting aromas. The two men sat across from each other, not as Alpha and Beta, but as brothers in arms relishing a moment of peace in a world that rarely allowed it. "He'll do well," Lucian said between bites, referring to Theo. "Rena is at his side, her presence steadies him. He's determined to make you proud." Damian nodded, sipping his wine slowly. "Good. Then we move forward." They sat in silence for a moment before Damian's voice grew colder, sharper. "After tomorrow's execution, we begin rebuilding the pack, not just in strength but in spirit. Lila's reign must become a warning. Her public death will cleanse the soil of her corruption." Lucian met his gaze, and they both understood what had to be done. "We'll reshape everything," Damian continued. "Train the younger wolves harder, rotate patrols, reassign scouts, prepare for any vengeance or hidden loyalists that may rise. Lucian leaned back with a slight smirk. You've already won the war, Damian. Tomorrow is just the final nail. Damian's eyes gleamed beneath the candlelight. Exactly, and I want the world to feel it. The night lingered with talks of strategy, future plans, and whispered memories of battles past. But above all, a silent promise echoed in that room. This pack would never be broken again. The night before, as the moon cast its silver glow over the estate, Damian summoned a trusted guard and issued a single command. Announce it. Tomorrow, at dawn, Lila's execution. Let it be known throughout the pack, but warn them, no women and children are allowed. The message spread like wildfire. Whispers turned to murmurs. By midnight, even the stars seemed to hold their breath. The morning of judgment. The sun had barely risen when a restless crowd began to gather at the pack's central arena. Despite the warning, curiosity proved stronger than fear. Some women and even children slipped into the crowd, eager to witness the fall of the she-devil they'd heard about in hushed tales and seen with their eyes. Soon, the massive gates groaned open. Damian entered the arena, flanked by Lucian, the elders, and a line of armored warriors. His presence alone was enough to hush the crowd into silence. He stepped forward, eyes sweeping across his people. Then he began to speak, his voice calm, firm, and edged with steel. Lila, once a Luna, rose through power not by honor, but through deceit and dark magic. She poisoned minds, she butchered innocents, she slaughtered Alpha Kaden and corrupted every soul she touched with the blood of the innocent. For years she sought to destroy us from within. She sent traitors to slither in our shadows, aiming to end our Luna, my mate, Ella. And when I refused to kneel to her threats of war, she believed I was like the other weak alphas she crushed before. But today, her reign ends. He paused. Let this be a lesson to every traitor hiding behind fake loyalty. This is the fate that awaits betrayal in my pack or in Theo's. He turned and raised a hand. Bring her out. From the dungeon entrance came a chilling creak. Chains scraped the earth, gasps filled the air as Lila was dragged into the arena, a grotesque shadow of her former self. She was nearly unrecognizable. Her body was broken, mutilated, and barely alive. Her blood-caked skin stretched over raw-skinned flesh. She had no ears, no tongue. Her eyes remained, dull but still faintly alive, as if she knew what was to come. The sight alone sent shockwaves through the crowd. Several women let out horrified screams. Children who had sneaked in began sobbing. Some vomited, others fainted on the spot. The warriors stepped forward, quickly escorting the distraught civilians out of the arena. Damian watched them go with a quiet sigh. Take them home, they were warned. Once order returned, he turned to Lila one final time. His face was emotionless. No more words, no more curses, no more schemes. He gave a single nod to the executioner. Lila's broken body was dragged to the platform. Her mangled head was forced down, the blade, shining and sharp, rose high. A single clean swing, thud. Her head dropped to the dust. Blood spilled into the arena's soil as a great roar of cheers erupted from the warriors and remaining crowd. Damian stood still for a moment, watching as her body was lifted and carried toward his estate, specifically to the jaguar pen. Feed it to the beast, he said coldly. Let nature consume what black magic once sustained. As the crowd dispersed, there was no more fear. Only relief, peace. A sense that justice had finally been served. The she-devil was dead, and with her, the last remnants of darkness that had plagued their home. A peaceful celebration. With everything finally falling into place, Lucian returned to his estate to share the good news with Selena. The moment he stepped through the door, she rushed into his arms, joy spilling from her like sunlight. It's over, he whispered against her hair. The pack is finally free. No more traitors, no more bloodshed. Tears of relief shimmered in Selena's eyes as she cupped his face. Then let's cherish this peace. It's been long overdue. Later that evening, hand in hand, they arrived at Damian's estate to find it alive with warmth and festivity. The air was rich with the scent of roasting meats, sweet pastries, and fresh herbs. Laughter drifted from the garden, where lanterns swayed gently in the breeze. Music floated softly through the night as warriors, elders, and high-ranking officials gathered in a private celebration, one meant for rest, gratitude, and healing. Damian soon emerged, dressed in a sleek dark shirt that clung to his powerful frame, his arm wrapped around Ella. She looked breathtaking. Her baby bump was now visible beneath the flowing silk of her gown, and she glowed, not just with the radiance of pregnancy, but with peace, strength, and joy. She held Damian's hand like it was her anchor. Their bond was undeniable. With a gentle smile, Damian raised a glass. To the warriors who stood by me, to the elders who gave their wisdom, to the friends who never faltered, and most of all, to the peace we have earned with our blood and our faith. Tonight we rest, and tomorrow we rebuild stronger than ever. A roar of cheers followed as drinks clinked and plates were passed around. The feast began, meats tender and spiced, breads warm, and wine flowing like water. Everyone, for the first time in a long time, laughed without fear. A quiet moment beneath the stars. As the feast carried on in full swing, Damian gently took Ella's hand and led her away from the crowd. They stepped onto the moonlit balcony overlooking the courtyard. Below, the soft hum of music blended with laughter, but here, in the stillness, it was just the two of them. Ella leaned on the balcony rail, her hand resting on her belly. Damian came behind her, wrapping his arms protectively around her. "Do you remember the first day we met?" she asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Every moment," he said. "The fear in your eyes, the fire in your heart. I think I knew then you were going to change everything." She smiled and turned to face him. "I was so broken. I didn't think I'd ever feel safe again. But you," she touched his chest, right above his heart, "you made me feel like I mattered." Damian lowered his head, brushing a kiss against her forehead, then knelt slowly before her. He placed a gentle kiss on her bump and whispered, "You and this pup are everything to me. I wasn't always a good man, but for you, I'll be better. Always." She blinked back tears, smiling through them as he rose and kissed her lips slowly, tenderly, like she was a treasure. From the shadows, hope blooms. Not far away, Lucian and Selena watched them from a quiet corner of the garden, unseen by most. Selena leaned against Lucian's chest, smiling softly. They deserve this happiness, after everything. It's like watching the moon finally rise after a storm. Lucian kissed her forehead gently. "One day, that'll be us," he whispered. "I'll protect you the way Damian protects her. I can't wait to be a father, too." She looked up at him, her eyes warm with love and hope. "Then let's hold on to this peace. Let's build something beautiful." The ending of one chapter, the beginning of another. As laughter echoed beneath the starlit sky and the warmth of love and loyalty blanketed the pack, the night passed with joy, marking the end of one dark chapter and the beginning of something far more precious. A future where love ruled, not fear, where power protected, not destroyed, and where even the most broken hearts found healing. The she-devil was gone, the war was over, and the Alpha's house was finally at peace. Book 2, Alpha Theo, Legacy of the Banished Omega. Epilogue, The Arrival of Samantha. The wind carried the scent of pine and earth as the sun dipped behind the dense border of the Damian pack. The howls of patrol wolves echoed in the distance, warning travelers that they were entering a new territory, one governed by strict rules, fresh beginnings, and a young Alpha who had risen from the favor of the powerful Alpha Damian. Among the newest group of arrivals was Samantha. Her once glossy hair was tied back into a plain braid, and her luxurious silks had been traded for the rough gray dress of a low-ranking kitchen maid. But her eyes, amber and calculating, held none of the despair the others wore. She was not like them. She was not here to serve. She was here to rise. With her mother's help, she had quietly slipped away from home, leaving only a lie behind. Her father, furious at first, had ranted and fumed when he discovered she was gone. But when told she had gone to stay with distant relatives within Damian's pack, his pride had eventually soothed his anger. After all, what harm could come from her still being under the protection of the infamous Alpha Damian? He had no idea she had instead wormed her way toward Theo, the newly appointed Alpha of a reborn pack, a pack he is trying to rule with honor and justice. Just like Alpha Damian, a pack Samantha intended to claim. Samantha had always been beautiful, but beauty, she knew, wasn't power. Power was knowledge, power was control, and power, most importantly, was knowing how to make others destroy themselves while you smiled sweetly in the background. The moment she arrived in Theo's pack under the guise of a rescued slave, Samantha had started plotting. She acted the part perfectly. Humble, soft-spoken, helpful. Her eyes always downcast, her voice always sweet. She offered to help older maids with their chores. She massaged the swollen feet of the head maid after long hours. She picked up after the laziest girls without complaint. But behind that sweet face, she was poison. Samantha made sure to befriend the weak-willed, the bitter, and the envious among the slaves. She whispered into their ears like a serpent, "The head maid eats better food than we do, you know. I heard she keeps the Alpha's extra coins for herself. It's not fair that she punishes you when that other girl got away with the same thing." And when the unrest grew in whispers, she'd secretly report every word back to the very woman they all hated, the greedy, prideful head maid who ruled over the kitchen with an iron ladle. "Head maid," Samantha would say in a hushed, loyal voice, "I didn't want to say anything, but I thought you should know what they've been saying about you again." She never got her hands dirty. She just planted the seeds of distrust, then watered them with lies and watched them bloom into chaos. Whenever a new girl arrived, Samantha would greet her with smiles, offer her guidance, and the moment she showed any weakness, she'd set her up. She'd swap labels on the spice jars so a stew would go bad, then act horrified when the mistake was discovered. And of course, she'd be the first to rush to the head maid. She must have done it to sabotage dinner. Honestly, I feel bad for her, but rules are rules. With time, punishments increased. Tension boiled, maids began to resent one another, and somehow Samantha always stayed clean. The head maid, overwhelmed by the unrest, came to rely on Samantha more and more. "Keep your ears open," she told her one night while sipping sweetened tea Samantha had served her. "Tell me who's stirring the pot. You've got a good head on your shoulders, girl." Samantha bowed. "Of course, head maid. I only want to keep peace, just like you." But her smile lingered too long, her eyes glittering like a predator's in the dark. Now, Samantha was no longer just another maid. She was the head maid's most trusted spy. She had eyes and ears across the estate, and she had positioned herself perfectly for the next step in her plan. "Soon, my love," she whispered under her breath as she scrubbed the slave's estate's outer stairs one quiet morning. "You'll realize the mistake you made choosing that pathetic girl, Rena. And when you do," she smirked, glancing up toward the estate windows, "you'll see that I was always meant to stand by your side as your Luna." 2 months passed swiftly. She was clever with her tongue, quick with her hands, and knew just when to cry and when to flatter. In no time, she had earned the favor of the head maid and was promoted to second position in charge of slave affairs. She watched, listened, and obeyed, until the day opportunity knocked. The Alpha's estate had requested for more new kitchen staffs. Samantha was chosen. As she walked in a line of other workers toward the looming estate gates, her lips curved into a sly smile. Her hands clutched the hem of her apron, but her heart beat with a single mission: claim Theo, become Luna, and finally take the throne she believed fate had denied her. "My dear Theo," she whispered to herself, the grin on her face twisting with unspoken promises, "here I am, to become your well-deserved Luna of the Damnegod pack." Her eyes glittered as the estate gates opened before her. And just like that, Samantha stepped into Theo's world, armed not with claws or fangs, but with patience, ambition, and a darkness she wore like perfume. End of epilogue. Book 2, Alpha Theo, Legacy of the Banished Omega, coming soon.